It all starts with a battle between the prota and an ogre, which gets hit by an arrow to the head. The prota, who was calmly standing on top of the creature after striking it, jumps to the ground as the ogre falls from the strong blow. The prota is a level 93 archer named Ian, who while holding his powerful arrow receives the message, "You defeated an ogre. 5,910 experience points were received." The prota was thinking about gathering 100,000 gold and taking a break, but suddenly, he notices the creature starting to move. Ian stays alert, waiting to see something through the smoke covering the monster. The prota manages to see a large creature with 2 heads. The ogre Ian had just defeated transformed into a 2-headed ogre, becoming an even more powerful creature. The ogre, holding a club, quickly begins to attack Ian, who notices the creature's weapon movement and swiftly dodges. The prota realizes he survived thanks to his agility skill. He receives the message that the remaining time for his agility skill is 1 minute. Ian doesn't like this at all, knowing that he now faces an even stronger creature. Dodging the creature's powerful attacks, the prota knows he must end the fight in under a minute. Gaining a few seconds, Ian uses the inventory window before the creature starts attacking again. Seeing that he only has 1 trap left, he has no choice but to use it. After setting it up, the prota starts drawing the ogre's attention toward the trap. Seeing the creature leap to hit him with its club, Ian knows he must strike the monster at the exact moment. If he's even off by 0.01 milliseconds, he would be dead. The prota, watching the ogre's club approaching, waits for the weapon to get as close as possible so he can dodge. The creature misses the attack again and falls into the trap, just as Ian had planned. Then, the message appears. High-level stun trap is being activated. The target will be stunned for 5 seconds and will be vulnerable. The prota, seeing the ogre practically immobilized, activates the critical attack enhancement skill, also activating the snipe skill and focus skill. Now fully prepared, Ian shoots his arrow and watches his powerful attack pierce the ogre's chest, sending it flying. Then the message appears. You defeated the 2-headed ogre. 98,500 experience points were received. Ian celebrates his victory and approaches the fallen creature to see what items dropped. As he gets closer, the message appears. You received the Ogre Warrior's pauldron and Ogre Warrior's boots. The prota is surprised by what he got, as they say that getting a piece of the ogre's armor set is like winning the lottery. He even managed to get 2 pieces. Ian decides to sell those items, as the sale would bring him at least 5 million won. The prota thinks that, with these achievements, he's used up all his luck for the month. Checking the inventory, Ian notices he still hasn't finished looking at the items he obtained. The message then appears. You received the Mayulan crystal. The prota is impressed with the achievement of obtaining that item. Kalen was the biggest VR game in the world, released half a year ago. The game currently has over 10 million users, an extremely popular game that has basically dominated the entire gaming industry. When the prota bought the virtual reality capsule for 10 million won to play Kalen, using the money his parents gave him for school, along with all the money he saved working part-time, everyone had told him he was crazy. So, even though he started playing 2 months after the launch, the prota, who created the archer character and became really good at it, managed in just 4 months, hunting monsters with that character, to make around 200,000 won per hour, earning millions in the game. A problem arises, as there was an announcement about a major update to the game, introducing a new region and 3 new classes: Summoner, Dark Sorcerer, and Assassin. All players who enjoy Kylan were excited about this news, but his friend didn't care about it, since he would need to reset his current character if he wanted to create a new one. For him, he had come too far to do that. After listening to his friend, the prota says he will just hunt and farm items when the new region launches, so he might be able to pay his entire school fee at once if he's lucky. That was the plan of the prota and his friend. The Mayulan crystal, an item that can unlock a hidden class from an NPC changing classes, is, in short, an extremely valuable item that the prota was very lucky to have won. The problem is that it can only be used by characters below level 10 who have not yet undergone a class change. The prota is outraged for having won the item after a long time, already after being at level 93, and also because the item cannot be sold. If he could, he would get whatever price he wanted. The prota knows he must reset his character if he wants to use it, but resetting his character, even after earning a lot of money, leaves him unsure what to do. He then makes a call to his friend who thinks it would be a scam for him to reset his level 93 archer, as it would be a waste for him. His friend is outraged because the prota wanted to throw away the archer character who was among the best in Korea in the top 1,000 ranking. Even knowing all this, the prota says that resetting would be a chance to unlock the first secret class of the new classes and also he couldn't just throw that item away. The prota's friend tells him that he should know a bit about the secret classes that were revealed, and if he also knows that there is someone with the sniper class in their guild. The prota replies that yes, and since he had tired of the sniper some time ago, his friend asks if he thought the sniper class was much better than the archer class. The prota replies that there is a big difference between their levels, so he couldn't say for sure, but it definitely has some advantages over archers. The prota said that its range is ridiculous, and the damage is also very strong, but shooting quickly with a sniper seemed kind of difficult, and that the biggest disadvantage would be not dealing very well when there were a bunch of weak mobs. His friend, after listening to him, continues to be outraged and says that was exactly what he was trying to say. Just because a class is secret doesn't mean it is ridiculously strong. The prota replies that he knows that too. His friend gets even more irritated and asks then why he would throw away the level 93 archer, since he could easily make about 1,000,001 in a single day hunting with that character. Laughing, the prota calls his friend by name, Yu Hyun, who asks him what he wanted. The prota wants to know why Hyun plays that game. His friend, not quite understanding the question, answers that it's fun. The prota says that is the answer, that the new secret class he thinks is going to be super cool. Hyun, calling the prota an idiot, says he won't stop him in his decision and that he should do his best. The prota thanks him for the support and, on the same day before it gets dark, goes back to playing. Once inside the Kalen game, Ian goes to a vendor in a village. Approaching the merchant, the man asks him what he wanted. Ian says he was looking for a rebirth potion. The man, with a convincing look, says he came to the right place and shows a bottle with a potion, saying he just received it. The prota takes the potion from the merchant's hand, who grabs his arm. Ian is startled, not knowing why the man was doing that. Then, the merchant says that when he drinks that potion, he will lose all the strength he had gained up to that moment, with no way to turn back. Laughing, the archer tells the man that's exactly why he was going to drink it. The day passed and it was night. Sitting on top of a cliff, looking, the prota looks at the potion and identifies that it is the most expensive of the rebirth potions, and if he is lucky, after drinking it, he might get better statuses after rebirthing. In the bottle, there was information that the rebirth potion is a potion created through alchemy. After drinking the potion, the character will be reset, and both their level and all status points will be reset. The prota is optimistic and hopes to earn even more money with the new class. Decided then, he drinks the potion. Then the message appears, "You drank the rebirth potion." The prota begins to feel the magical effects taking place. Then the message appears, "Your level and status points will be reset." In the morning, at the Trumbomb City Training Center, some knights were undergoing training, striking dummies with swords. The instructor found it impossible what one student was doing. It was the prota who trained harder than he could, increasing his flexibility after repetitive training, which increased his agility status by 1 point, a 1-point increase in his vitality status after surviving damage close to his limit, and a 1-point increase in his intelligence status after being enlightened after a long period of meditation. Seeing his status levels increase, the knights were impressed, as it had been a few days and the prota spent all day training. Some had never seen such intense training, showing to be an adventurer truly seeking strength. Focused on his training, the prota already thinks about the next day, which would be when the update is released. The prota, using his virtual reality machine, enters the game after having his iris scanned. The message appears, "Lord Ian, welcome to the world of Kalen." Once inside the game, the prota decides to find the Summoners Guild first. Walking through the city, he finds the class change center for summoners. Ian opens the door and calls for someone. As he hears nothing and the place seemed empty, he enters looking for someone. The prota is excited, as he apparently was the first to arrive. He then climbs the stairs until he reaches the room where the guildmaster, Kane, is. Ian tells the man that he wants to convert his class to summoner. The master responds that the path of a summoner is not easy. Taming fierce monsters is not something just anyone can do. The prota, awkwardly, says he knows all of this, but to him, a good class is one that's difficult to train. The master agrees with the archer thus far, and also says that he has the qualifications to change classes. Then, the man asks him one last time if the prota was sure he wanted to change from his class and become a summoner. Ian says yes, and finds the right moment to hand over the Mulan crystal he had won after defeating the ogre. The master takes the item and is impressed, as that is the crystal left behind by the hero of the continent, Mayulan. Ian is excited to know that the master knew that story. The man, with that rarity in hand, tells the prota that he is a much more incredible person than he had thought. Laughing with happiness, Ian tells the master that now he could hand it over to the hidden class. But before that, the man asks the prota if he could do him a favor. Confident, Ian responds that he could do whatever he needed. Master Cain says that a blue-eyed wolf has appeared in the removed plains, and if his son, who recently changed his class to summoner, said he wanted that wolf, then he wanted Ian to capture the wolf. The Prota is surprised by that request, as a blue-eyed wolf is a rare monster that is above level 40. The Prota begins to wonder why such a powerful monster was mentioned in a class change quest for a level 10 person. Cain says he is busy with his guild responsibilities, so he couldn't do it, and he found it embarrassing to say that. But his son was not strong enough to handle that creature. Then, the master says he will give Ian 5 magical sealing scrolls to weaken the wolf as much as he can, and then seal it with one of those scrolls. The man continues to say that the wolf that appeared in the removed plains is young, so it should not be very strong. Then the mission message appears: capture the blue-eyed wolf in the removed plains. The guild leader's son, Cain, said he wants the blue-eyed wolf. It is said that a young blue-eyed wolf has appeared in the removed plains, so capture it and bring it to Cain. The quest's difficulty is level, and rewards the summoner class, monster tamer. And finally, the question if he would accept that quest. Ian reads the message, and is surprised to learn that the reward is a hidden class. Confident, the Prota says he will capture the wolf at any cost. Cain thanks him, and wishes him good luck, hoping everything goes well. Before Ian sets off for the quest, the master says that if he fails, he could visit him again, and he would help him once more. The Prota finds it interesting, as that quest wouldn't disappear even if he fails once. Ian then says goodbye to Cain and sets off for the quest. On his way to the removed plains, the Prota already knows that the monsters in that area are, on average, at level 10, the same as the blue-eyed wolf. Ian is also at level 10, but his stats are close to someone at level 30, so he is confident he can complete the mission easily. Ian opens the map window and begins searching for the creature. Quickly, the Prota finds the blue-eyed wolf. Ian begins to check the creature's stats and notices that the wolf is at level 20 instead of 10. But still, the Prota doesn't see this as a problem for him, as his stats are high. However, he doesn't understand why the master set him, who was at level 10, to fight a level 20 monster. Ian, preparing his bow, begins to wonder if quests for hidden classes are always this difficult. The Prota starts to see the upside that he doesn't need to worry about killing the wolf with just one attack, as that could happen if the creature were at level 10. Ian decides to start the mission and aims his arrow at the blue-eyed wolf in front of him. The Prota fires the arrow, hitting the back of the creature, which notices his presence, and furious, leaps onto the rock where Ian was and begins to run toward him. The Prota realizes that if he hits a few more arrows on the monster, he would kill it. He starts to think before being attacked and decides to hit the wolf using only his hands. Then he hits it with a punch to the head. The creature, after being hit, begins to cower. Looking at the monster, the Prota knows he needs to beat it quite a bit, as the monster's HP must be reduced to a certain level before sealing. After Ian lands several punches on the blue-eyed wolf, the creature is downed on the ground. The Prota then grabs the scroll and tries to seal it, but a message appears that the sealing failed. Ian starts to read the scroll and realizes he needs to hit the creature more, but was sure that if he hit it again, it would die. The Prota decides to heal it first to avoid the risk of the monster dying. Stroking the wolf, he then begins to feed it a piece of meat. After the creature eats it all, even though still debilitated, Ian says now it was time to get beaten again. The wolf doesn't react anymore, and after taking another beating, the Prota, using the scroll, tries to seal it again. Then the message appears that the sealing of the blue-eyed wolf was successful. Ian celebrates that he finally managed to seal it and tells himself that a few punches always work. Holding the scroll, the Prota realizes that he has lost a lot of time, and there must already be many users who have changed their classes to summoner, so he had to hurry. Back at the Summoner Class Exchange Center, the Master is surprised that he has already returned. Cain asks Ian if that quest was not an easy request. The Prota responds that it really wasn't, as that wolf was very stubborn. He then shows the scroll and says he managed to seal it. The Master is surprised, seeing that Ian had managed to capture the wolf. The Prota asks if there was any problem. Cain finds it really incredible, as the first quest of the Monster Tamer class is meant to fail, but Ian had managed to do it, making it an impossible feat. The Prota then wants to know if now he could become a Monster Tamer. Cain says no, as that class is unsuitable for him. Ian doesn't understand what the Master was talking about. The man tells the Prota if he would like to follow the path of the Master. Then the message appears. Path of the Master. The leader of the Summoners Guild, Cain, is impressed with your potential. He wants you to follow the path of the Master. Ian opens the window to view the quest for that path. He is surprised, as he had never seen a class quest like that one. Then the message appears that if he accepts the suggestion, he will become a Master Tamer, with less difficulty, the reward being the Master Tamer Summoner class, and finally, whether he would accept or not. After reading that quest, the Prota has no doubt that this class is much higher than a Monster Tamer. He then decides that he would like to follow this path. Then the magic begins, and the message appears that his class has changed to Master Tamer Summoner, creating new affinity, taming, and leadership stats. The Novice Summoner Level 1 Skills window, 0% proficiency. You gained 500 reputation points. Finally, another message appears. The player has become the first Master Tamer. Outside the class exchange center, the magic of the exchange could be seen. The Prota has now become a Master Tamer. He then opens the inventory window, since the first thing he needed to do was to tame a monster. Ian decides to tame the Crimson Wolf that was in the first trailer. After making his choice, the Prota descends the stairs of the exchange center, knowing he is the first Master Tamer in Kylan. Arriving on the plains where the wolf was located, Ian notices that some people have also converted their classes to the new ones and were also trying to capture the Crimson Wolf. The Prota did not think that those people would be faster than him. Ian then decides to join the group and waits to see how it would end. A group of 5 players attacks the creature all at once to try to capture it. A woman makes a fire magic attack, while the others wait for the monster's HP to be almost 0 to try to capture it. A summoner player uses a scroll and tries to capture the wolf, but before the magic could work, the creature quickly started to flee, leaving the group of players who were trying to capture it without reaction, since they had done everything they could, but still did not succeed. The Prota moves away from some players who were watching that capture and starts to think that it would be hell to find another Crimson Wolf if that one escaped, but it was good, as he managed to watch that capture attempt, seeming to be that it would really be difficult to capture a monster of that level. Ian then deduces that it would take a long time to find the wolf, and thinks it's better to capture the first monster he encounters. Walking through those lands, the Prota was curious to see how many wolves he could capture with his leadership status. He then encounters a group of 3 wolves passing near where he was. With his bow, he aims and begins his capture. After hitting a wolf, he leaves it stunned on the ground. The Prota then approaches and uses a scroll to capture it. Ian celebrates his first conquest while looking at the inventory. The message appears. The capture of the wolf was a success. The Prota looks at the monster's information. A level 12 wolf, with 75 vitality, 23 attack, 12 defense, 19 agility, 8 intelligence, beast type, normal rarity, shy personality, and cannot evolve. A normal wolf that lives in the grasslands has fast paws and sharp teeth. Reading those characteristics of the monster, the Prota is surprised to learn that the wolf has a personality, and even more so a shy one. Still not understanding very well after reading that information, Ian sees another wolf approaching to attack him and decides to capture it too. After beating the creature until its HP was low enough to capture it, the Prota opens the inventory window, curious to know the personality of that wolf. Ian is surprised to see the information of that monster, which was different from the other. It was an agile level 12 wolf with 75 vitality, 23 attack, 12 defense, 24 agility, 10 intelligence, beast type, normal rarity, perceptive personality, cannot evolve. A normal wolf that lives in the grasslands has fast paws and sharp teeth. The Prota notes that this wolf is at the same level as the other, but its stats are higher, and its name is slightly different. After reading this information, Ian knows that monsters of the same type and level can have different statuses. On top of a rock, the Prota watches a larger group of wolves approaching. With his bow prepared, he is also curious to know which of these wolves had the best stats. Ian then decides to spend the entire day capturing wolves, using magic on his arrow. The Prota intends to attack as many creatures as he can, capturing and releasing the weaker wolves, only keeping those with the best stats. While viewing the information of the monsters he had captured, a message appears that his affinity status increased by 1 point after repeatedly capturing monsters, and he also received the title Wolf Specialist for capturing a large number of wolves. After much farming, Ian gains the ability to identify superior wolves without having to capture them, thanks to his title as a wolf specialist. The Prota is excited to know this, as it will now be less work for him. While opening his inventory window to use his new ability, he wonders why they didn't make this apply to all monsters. But after finding his new ability, he recognizes that he might be asking for too much. Then, he starts to test the ability, using magic on his eye. He is able to see the level of a group of wolves in front of him. After identifying a level 12 wolf, he decides to capture it. The creature begins to run toward him to attack. Ian finds it amusing, watching the monster do that, as he was just waiting for the wolf to come closer so he could hit it with his bow. After leaving the wolf debilitated on the ground while using the scroll to capture it, the prota, sarcastically, says that the monster already knew its place. Viewing the information of the monster, a level 11 wolf had 90 vitality, 37 attack, 15 defense, 19 agility, 19 intelligence, beast type, normal rarity, brave personality, can evolve. Ian finds it incredible that even though the creature is level 11, its stats are higher than wolves of level 13, and moreover, it can evolve. The prota then scares away the other wolves that were still there, as he doesn't need the others, since he plans to focus on training only the one that can evolve. After summoning the creature, Ian tells the wolf that its name would be Lai. A message appears. It seems that Lai likes the name, and that his affinity with Lai increased, boosting loyalty by 5 points. The prota is surprised to learn that his new companion has loyalty stats. They then start to run. Ian tells Lai that it's time to hunt. Meanwhile, outside the game, Hyun is looking at the Lotus Guild of the group that had lost a lot of strength after his friend Jin Sung had left, saying he was going to change his class to Summoner. Hyun could already imagine what he might be doing with it now. Then, he decides to research whether at least Summoners are good in combat. After researching information about the Summoner class, the following titles appeared. The Summoner class is absolutely not trash. Wow, this class is a joke. Do not become Summoners. I'm a level 12 Summoner. Here are my opinions after hunting. Hyun was terrified seeing what was wrong with those titles. He then decides to look at the title, I'm a level 12 Summoner. Here are my opinions after hunting, which mentioned that he had become a Summoner as soon as the server was updated. First consideration. The Summoner class is a lot of fun, but it has a major disadvantage. You take a long time to gain experience. My summon takes a portion of the experience gained, so leveling up is slow. Some players left their opinion. The fanatical Summoner just changed classes because there are only negative posts. Dragoncatcher Tae-hyun advises to reset your character. A dark mage is much better. Pites el Milcento Evintem says this class is a joke. Your experience is divided among all summons, so leveling up is very slow. After seeing the opinions of some users, Hyun deduces that, as the class is new, it might be for this reason that there are so many complaints. But to him it really seems to be bad. But now he knows why Sung reset his character. However, as it seemed true that leveling up using this type of character is time-consuming, Hyun begins to think that it will take some time until his friend reaches level 20, where he can rejoin the guild. Meanwhile, in Kylan, Ian and his wolf companion Lai continue to hunt until the message appears. You have reached level 20. The prota, pointing his arrow at the creature, tells his companion to advance after his arrows hit the target and not to attack before. Ian activates the Wind Blessing skill, increasing his agility by 37%. The prota then fires the arrow, hitting the creature. Lai advances and begins to chase the target. Near the fox, the wolf bites it, but cannot hold it for long as the creature manages to escape, throwing him to the side. Nonetheless, Lai does not stop attacking. Ian, seeing how his companion attacked, is excited to know that, even though his status level was lower than that of the red fox, he advanced without any fear. The prota began to deduce it was because of his personality. Preparing to fire another arrow, Ian tells his companion that he is doing well, and the wolf continues to chase the creature until the prota can hit it again. After defeating the fox, the message appears, you have defeated the red fox. You receive 265 experience points. The summon Lai received 265 experience points. After gaining the attributes, he knows that the experience is split 50-50. He then realizes that he needs to level up Lai at least to 15. Ian decides to start farming. The protagonist activates the novice trainer ability with a 35-minute cooldown, causing the wolf to stop for him. A message appears that the Summon Lee will better understand the summoner's commands for 10 minutes. Throwing a piece of wood and telling his companion to fetch, the summon's potential increases. The current potential of the Summon Lee is 65. Ian wraps several bandages around the wolf, activating the first aid ability. The Summon Lie recovered 45 health points. After these basic trainings, the summoning of the wolf reached level 15. Now Lai was bigger and with better stats. The protagonist is pleased with the result but realizes that leveling up is slower than he had imagined. He deduces that it is probably because of the experience division with the summon, but Ian thinks it's really cool to train Lai, since he becomes much stronger every time he levels up. The protagonist plays with the wolf after its evolution in order to create a stronger bond. Ian opens the map window and starts looking for some bears to hunt. He then tells Lai that now they can finally move to a hunting zone. Arriving in the area where the bears were, the protagonist, along with his summon, observes a group of creatures. Then the message appears. Through the increase in proficiency in the novice summoner skill, 3 skill points were received. The ability evolved to level 2. The message also appears. You have learned the Barbarian Warrior's Blessing and passive skill novice tactics. Ian tells himself that farming is really the best thing. Opening the inventory, he then decides to see what those skills did. The protagonist starts to read the information. Berserker Warrior's Blessing, skill type, level 0, 0% proficiency, mana cost of 150. Applies the Barbarian Warrior's Blessing to you and all your party members for 20 minutes, increasing attack power by 30%. Using this on a summon will increase the effect. After reading what this new skill would be, he realizes it is a buff, which is very good. Ian begins to look for his newly acquired skill, which was Novice Tactics. The protagonist searches his inventory to read the information. Novice Tactics, passive skill type, level 0, 0% proficiency. The summoner's leadership and taming status are increased by 10%. The summon will better understand the summoner's commands in combat. Ian is excited to know that the leadership increases by 10%, meaning he might be able to capture a bear. Near a group of 3 bears, he decides to try to capture them to see if any are as strong as Lai. The protagonist, using the scroll, captures one of the bears. Ian is happy, since it worked the first time thanks to his increased leadership status from his new passive skill. The protagonist, with the inventory open, begins to compare the bear's stats with the wolf's. Comparing the stats, Ian realizes that there is something wrong with those numbers, since the bear was level 38 and had lower stats than Lai, who was level 15. Even knowing that the bear could evolve further, he was not sure how long it might take. He then decides to release that creature. After his companion had rested, Ian decides to summon him to hunt. Both then set out to attack one of the bears. The protagonist activates the Wind Blessing and the Berserker Warrior's Blessing and orders Lai to draw the bear's attention so he can make long-distance attacks. The wolf begins to distract the bear, giving some attacks with its fangs, as it was more agile than the creature. Lai manages to distract and attack the bear without it hurting him. Seeing how well his companion was doing, Ian asks him to keep it up, pointing his arrow at the bear. The protagonist thinks about how great the novice trainer skill really is, and how well his companion understood the combat style needed. While the bear was distracted by Lai, the protagonist landed an arrow on the creature, managing to take it down. Then the message appears that the summon Lai has leveled up to 19. Ian celebrates every evolution of his companion. The protagonist congratulates the wolf and tells him to keep it up, that he will level up quickly. Looking at the inventory, the protagonist realizes that leveling up through hunting is taking too long, so he decides to also start using quests to level up. After reaching level 20, Ian decides to log out of the game, as what he had done was enough, and recognizes that being addicted to games also requires good planning. It was already night, and Sung was at his home. After taking a shower, he thinks it's better to check the discussion board before going to sleep, since he was sure there was some loser trying to attract attention in the community. Sitting in front of the computer, he starts reading the opinions of players who said that the summoner class was a joke, being too slow to gain experience, and that summoners are not even strong. The protagonist agrees that it takes a long time to level up as a summoner, but the people were complaining too much. Then, he starts looking for a post from someone who reached level 15, because he knows that he needs to be at least at that level for a summoner's skills to get better. Sung is surprised to find that there are no users at level 15. Since he was already at level 20, he thought there were many users who had already reached at least level 15, but there was no one. After some searching, the protagonist finds a player who is at level 13. He decides to check to see how his attributes were. Sung starts reading the skills the user had, such as Capture, Wind Blessing, First Aid, which seemed to be the same as his, but this player had a Possession skill. The protagonist didn't know what that was, so he opens the inventory on the computer to find out more. Pose, Skill Type, Level 1, 55% proficiency, allows the soul of one of the summons to possess the summoner. 30% of the possessed soul's stats will be added to the summoner. The possessed monster cannot be summoned in combat. Sung is frustrated to learn that he doesn't have this skill, since it's really perfect for a summoner, as it means that the experience isn't divided, making leveling up much faster. Sung deduces that when this skill is used on a summon that can fight alone, it's not as if 100% of the stats are converted, and also if he uses this skill, he couldn't increase the level of his summon, and this is the most fun part of being a summoner. After his reflection, the protagonist doesn't find it so advantageous to have this skill, having no desire to have it, but Sung starts to think if the skills of a normal summoner were different from his. If that's the case, what skills did he, as a normal summoner, not have? Still doing his research, the protagonist finds a novice trainer, but notices that there isn't much information about him. Sung knows that a master tamer has less combat ability than a normal summoner. He just wanted to know if there is any merit in making the summons stronger and stronger, doing the trainings as he was doing with Lai. Since this meant he was using his class correctly, now more informed, and after having already played as a summoner, still looking at his research, he thinks it's a good idea to try to capture a rare and unique monster. Still in the early hours at 4 in the morning, Sung is already inside his virtual reality machine to start playing Kylan, determined to make Lai reach level 20 before dawn. Inside the game, in a forest, Ian summons Lai to start the bear hunt. Preparing his bow and arrow, he activates the Wind Blessing, the Berserker Warrior's Blessing, and the Novice Trainer skill. After activating the Find Weaknesses skill, he fires the arrow at the bear before Lai reaches the creature. The wolf, getting close to the bear, begins to attack it, defeating it with ease. A message appears. You have defeated the lunar bear, receiving 545 experience points. The protagonist is surprised, thinking he defeated that creature very quickly, as when he had hunted there it was roughly level 35 of the archer class. Ian then realizes that his current hunting speed is faster than his old class. He then continues the hunt with his companion, taking down other bears in the area. After defeating the first group of creatures, Ian finds another group of bears, but notices that these are bigger than the others. The protagonist uses his novice trainer ability and identifies a moonjet bear, a unique monster. Excited, Ian wonders if he can capture it. Looking at the status window, a message appears that his leadership is too low to capture. The protagonist is frustrated, as he had released that bear last time, but now his leadership is still too low. Heading into combat with the monster, he knows that next time he is in town, he will stock up on magical sealing scrolls. Ian shoots an arrow at that unique monster, so that his companion Lai can also attack it. Even though it's a monster with high stats, the protagonist isn't too worried now that Lai fights as well as he does. A level 38 monster was not a problem. The bear attacks the wolf fiercely, but it manages to dodge all its attacks and strike at the right moments, successfully taking down the monster. A message appears. You defeated the Moonjet Bear, received 1,045 experience, and that the summon Lai has evolved to level 20. Ian is happy with his companion's evolution, as he felt it was possible to properly play Kalen after level 20, because joining a guild, participating in dungeons, and many other activities require level 20. After defeating the bear, Ian opens the inventory to see what items he had gained. Upon opening the inventory, the items appear. Lunar bear meat, bear hunting hammer, jet necklace. The protagonist had never seen that item, so he decides to use an identification scroll to assess the jet necklace. The item information window appears. Jet necklace, durability 124, vitality option plus 15%, cooldown of all skills reduced by 20%, type necklace, rarity unique, item requirement, 35 intelligence. A necklace with an unknown origin, made from the darkest obsidian than the abyss, seems to have an incredibly high value. Ian is thrilled, as he had gotten a good necklace at the auction, but this one was much better. This was his first good loot since he reset. Reading his manual, he sees that there were no complaints about that item. He also wanted to see how much Lai's stats had increased. The wolf gained an additional 4 in attack, and an increase of 2 in defense and agility. The protagonist is impressed seeing this, as he did not know that monsters become exponentially stronger when they level up. For Ian, this made no sense. He also sees that the growth rate is not standard. Certainly they didn't leave it to chance. The protagonist sits next to Lai and continues reading to try to figure out what was happening. After some time reading, he identifies that it's the potential. The secret lies in the potential status, and that the novice trainer ability increases Lai's potential status. Now Ian understands that the novice trainer skill is very overpowered, since every time the potential status increases by 10 points, the growth rate of other stats increases. The protagonist starts to think that he was always right, as the hidden class has unique abilities, since all monsters have their own potential status, and this determines their growth rate as they level up. In other words, monsters get stronger according to potential, and the training ability increases this. Ian then decides to spend all his remaining skill points on training. A message then appears, spending all skill points on novice trainer, and that novice trainer reached level 5 and has evolved into intermediate trainer. In the intermediate trainer information window, skill type, level 0, 0% proficiency, 25-minute cooldown, select one of the summons to receive training for 15 minutes. The trained summon will better understand the summoner's commands, the summon's potential will increase after several trainings, and the increase in potential will be according to the intermediate trainer skill. The protagonist managed to achieve this evolution because he had saved his skill points that he got after capturing the bear. Ian is glad to have finally understood this mystery, as now he knows that Lai's potential is 94. The protagonist deduces that he will be able to get him to level 100 soon. Ian looks at the time he had left and realizes that he spent an hour on that hunt. Walking along with the wolf, he knows he needs to gain experience more quickly. After exiting the game, Sung eats a sandwich while doing his research. He acknowledges that, had he put the same effort into his studies, he probably could have become a doctor or lawyer, but now there was no point in thinking about those things. While researching topics about Kalen, he finds a video of a dark mage. Seeing that character, he thinks the skeletons are cool. While watching the video, his cell phone begins to ring. Sung is curious to know who it could be, as he was not expecting any calls, and the number was unknown. The protagonist answers. The person greets him and asks if he is speaking to Sung. The protagonist confirms it. The woman on the call says her name is Jin Hyun, an assistant professor in the virtual reality department at the University of Korea. Already tense, the protagonist asks what she wanted. The professor asks if he knows Professor Jinwook. Sung says he knows him, as he is the head professor of the department. Then, Jin Hyun says it was the professor who asked her to make that call. The protagonist is surprised, as he did not expect this, so he asks the reason. The professor says she believes it's because of his grades. Sung becomes desperate, even dropping his cell phone, thinking he might even be expelled. The protagonist picks up the cell phone and continues talking with the professor, and asks what would happen if he doesn't call the professor. Professor Jin Hyun says that Professor Jinwook would send his grades to his address, and it was clear that it wasn't the address of his personal apartment. Sung is horrified to know that his father will see his grades. The protagonist imagines his father like Darth Vader saying, "I am disappointed in you, son," and being forced to return to the peak of his youth. Desperate, the protagonist responds to the professor that he will call the professor. Laughing, Jin Hyun says that was a good idea, and that she would see him next semester. After finishing talking with the professor, Sung immediately starts looking for Jinwook's number. After finding it, the protagonist calls the professor. As soon as he answered, Sung states his name to the professor and acknowledges that he was looking for him. Jinwook immediately recognizes him and asks if he is the new student. Awkwardly, the protagonist says he is wondering what the professor wanted with him. Jinwook asks if he really doesn't know. Frightened, Sung asks if it's about his grades. The professor notices that the protagonist's voice was strange and asks if everything was okay with him, as he wasn't participating in the department activities and was also failing in the first semester. Sung doesn't understand why he is failing, so he asks if that doesn't happen when a person gets 3 F grades. But since he had only received 2, the professor says to the protagonist that he was correct, but he was thinking of giving him the 3rd F grade. Sung is outraged to know that the professor was threatening him. He then wants to know what Jinwook really wanted with him. The protagonist asks the professor what he needed to do to not fail. Jinwook first wants to know why Sung isn't participating in the activities. The protagonist knows he can't say he's busy playing video games, so he thinks of something better to say. After thinking for a bit, Sung begins to tell the professor that the reason he chose to study virtual realities is his admiration for their unlimited potential. Jinwook listens to him and wants to know more. The protagonist continues, saying that one of the reasons virtual reality is currently the center of attention in the world is because of the game Kalen. The professor agrees with Sung, who then suggests that he thought he should learn about this topic practically, that is, by playing. After hearing this, Jinwook understands that the protagonist was saying he didn't participate in activities because he spent the whole day playing video games. Sung tells the professor that he misunderstood and that it's not just for the sake of playing, as he wanted to study the incredible world of virtual reality that is Kalen. The professor then asks the protagonist what his level was, which he doesn't quite understand. Then Jinwook asks again what the protagonist's level was, because if he was working that hard, he must be at least among the top in Korea. Hearing this, Sung immediately regrets not having reset. The protagonist starts to fumble with his words, as he was scared of what the professor would say when he told him he had reset. Jinwook begins to ask why the protagonist was acting that way. Even afraid of the professor's reaction, Sung says he was at level 93, but had recently reset his character, and was now at level 20. Jinwook says that's ridiculous. The protagonist says that, as unbelievable as it may seem, it was true. The professor gets angry and says the protagonist was thinking he was an idiot, as he knew he was lying to avoid trouble. Sung knows it's true that he doesn't want trouble, but he wasn't lying. Then he tells the professor if he would like to make a bet with him. Jinwook becomes curious about what kind of bet. Sung says it's a bet to see if he was telling the truth or not. The professor asks him to continue. The protagonist says he will try to reach level 93 before the next semester starts. Jinwook becomes interested in Sung's proposal. The protagonist then reaffirms that he can raise his character from level 20 to 93 before the next semester, and if that would be enough to prove that he was level 93 before. After listening to him, the professor says he convinced him, as he was also interested in the game Kylan, and also says that if the protagonist wins the bet, he will not fail him in college. With no way out, Sung tells the professor that the bet is on. Jinwook says that if he loses, he must participate in all the activities. The protagonist agrees with the professor, who says that if Sung wins, he will give him an A in his subjects, regardless of his attendance. The professor thought it was impossible for Sung to win the bet. The protagonist, after hearing this proposal, his eyes begin to shine, and he asks the professor if he promises to keep his word. Jinwook replies that he promises, since he proposed it. Sung thanks the professor and says he will do his best. Turning off the phone, the protagonist thinks what he just did was amazing, so he immediately goes to the capsule to go back to playing Kylan. Entering the game, he immediately summons his companion Lai. Now, with Ian, he tells the wolf that they will have to work even harder, even though the protagonist's original plan was to reach his old level before the end of the semester. Now that he managed to escape failing the first semester, which was a very good feat for him, Sung knows he must dedicate even more, since he will gain more without needing to attend classes. Being in the city, he knows that the first thing to do was to join a guild. Arriving at the location, the protagonist says he is there to join a guild. The man responds that he must have reached level 20 for that reason. He then just needed to know which guild Ian would like to join. The protagonist, without thinking too much, says he would like to join the Lotus Guild. The man says they only accept people above level 60, but thinks he can make a request for the protagonist, even believing they would not accept. The man asks Ian again if he wants to make that request. The protagonist confirms that yes, he was confident because he was the best friend of the guild leader, and also close to the main members, so he imagined there would be no problems. The man makes the request, and tells the protagonist that he will be automatically registered when the guild leader accepts the request. Now, after making the request, Ian thinks about sending a message to Hyun to accept it. After opening the inventory, he sees that his friend is offline, but it was okay since there was no rush, and anyway, he would accept the request. The protagonist, now after taking the first step, heads to the auction because he wanted to change all his equipment. This is a privilege of being a wealthy beginner. Ian wants to change all his equipment to the best items he could equip with his current status. In front of the weapons that could be bought, the protagonist knows that the bonuses of the summoner class are not combat stats, but rather stats to help the summoner in things like taming, so eventually he would depend more and more on summons. Ian wonders if there is something there that could enhance his summoner stats, like something enchanted with a buff. The protagonist then finds an item and begins to look at its information. Mother Nature's bandana, durability 224, faith 24, vitality option plus 25%, type head accessory, rarity heroic, item requirement, level 25, unique ability. All summons have an additional 20% vitality and 15% attack power. Summons have a 5% additional chance to dodge projectiles. The protagonist finds this item incredible, so he decides to buy it. The message appears, "You bought Mother Nature's bandana for 150,000 gold. Ian is excited to know that items for the summoner class were finally on sale. Now with a new item acquired, he wonders if other items from Mother Nature are also for the summoner class. The protagonist opens the shop window and starts looking for Mother Nature's items. He manages to find more items, like Mother Nature's staff with an attack of 150 to 165, durability of 201, intelligence options plus 21, leadership plus 35, and affinity plus 20. Type staff, rarity heroic, item requirement level 20 and 40 strength. Unique ability, all summoned units have a bonus of 35 attack. Summons have a 15% chance of critical attack. The protagonist, observing the item, now has a doubt whether to use bows or just a staff. Then, he decides to compare the staff, determined that he couldn't continue using a bow forever. Even though it was a bit too early, it wasn't a bad idea to start using another combat style. Holding the new item, Ian finds it strange to hold a staff, but still keeps the item to get used to it. The protagonist summons Lai and notices that the intermediate trainer works even in the city, finding it good to use whenever possible. Ian, holding his new item and beside Lai, was ready to do some quests. Walking through the city, people were surprised to see a summoner, as it was a new character. Seeing the wolf by his side, people said he must be of a low level to have that type of summon. Others said they had heard comments about how leveling up as a summoner is ridiculously slow, as they knew no one who had reached level 15. The protagonist doesn't pay much attention to what people say and thinks about doing the quest to subdue the goblin camp, since the experience from killing goblins is doubled during this quest. Ian was willing to take all the experience for himself. Walking through the city, the protagonist reaches the NPC who provides the quest. Approaching the character, Ian greets him, calling him Raphael. Since the NPC certainly does not forget, even after resetting the character, the NPC greets Ian after recognizing him. Then the protagonist asks how he was, and now also realizes that his affinity with the NPC did not reset. Ian also asks Raphael if he is having any trouble with the goblins. The NPC responds that he would say they were having trouble because of a goblin camp, and that their subjugation team is not strong enough to handle them. Then, he wanted to know if Ian knew a good mercenary who could help. The protagonist tells Raphael that he can do it himself. The NPC says that would be great, but it would be better if he had more people with him. The protagonist then starts to read the quest: Subjugation of the Goblin Camp in Somer Gorge. Raphael, the leader of the city guard in Lucane, is looking for members for the subjugation team. Join them and destroy the goblin camp. Difficulty and requirements: team with at least 2 people. Reward: gold proportional to your contribution. During the quest, you will receive double experience for killing goblins. The protagonist then correctly remembers how this quest works. As it was a team mission, Ian needed to invite someone, but he doesn't believe there is a level 40 newbie in the guild. Ian asks Raphael if it's possible to delay the subjugation until he finds a partner. The NPC responds that yes, and that they can do it differently. Raphael tells Ian that first, he could take care of the Goblin Scouts camp. A message then appears. You received a quest? Kill the Goblin Scouts in Somer Gorge. Before sending the subjugation team, the leader of the city guard in Lucane is looking for a mercenary who can handle the Scouts camp and return safely. The difficulty of the quest is level E. Reward: leather armor of the guard. The protagonist accepts the quest. Raphael then thanks him and says that it is of great help. Ian knows it will take half an hour to go and return, and that would be a bit annoying, but he had to do it anyway. The protagonist opens the inventory window and notices that Yu-hyun had asked if Hers was online. The protagonist realizes he is online and then starts to chat with him. Ian says, "Hey Yu-hyun, accept my request to join the guild." Hers replies, "What, a request to join already at level 20? Ian affirms yes. Hers says, "Wow, really? You are truly a monster. I've accepted the request." Ian says thanks. Hers asks, "Man, how did you already reach level 20? I heard that even the black mages, who are known for leveling up quickly, haven't reached level 20 yet." Ian responds, "Have you forgotten who you're talking to? I'll catch up to you soon. You better do your best." Hers says, "Yeah, right, hurry up, it's tough without you." Ian asks, "Hey, is anyone in the guild close to level 40? Hers responds, "Huh? Level 40? No. Why?" Ian, "Right, just as I thought. I'll handle it myself." After the conversation with his friend, the protagonist decides to go to the guild chat to find a partner among the guild members. It would be better than a random partner. He then opens the chat window. Ian has joined the guild. Ian says, "Guys, I'm back. How have you been?" Fiolan responds, "Whoa, it's Ian. Already reached level 20? Cloven says, "Wow, already at level 20? I thought leveling up as a summoner was ridiculously slow. That was all a lie." Ian responds, "It's just level 20, it's no big deal, guys. Stay alert. I'll be back at my original level soon." Fiolan says, "Please, hunting without you takes too long, Ian." Carwin says, "Oh, it's Ian." Ian asks, "Does any of you know someone close to level 40? Hers says, "40? Why are you looking for someone level 40? The protagonist begins to wonder if his friends will be intrigued if he tells them he's doing the Goblin quest at level 20. Ian texts, "Oh, I'm planning to do the Goblin Camp Subjugation quest, but apparently it's a team quest, so I need a capable partner for the mission." Ian adds, "Actually, I don't expect to really need it. I just want someone to come to the camp with me. I'll handle it myself." Fiolan responds, "Ian, you're not at level 20. How are you going to do the level 20 camp quest and still do it alone?" Carwin says, "Alone nothing. He's looking to be fed. Probably got to level 20 with someone's help." Cloven says, "Idiot, do you think he's that type of person? And if he wanted to be fed, why would he be looking for someone level 40? Carwin responds, "What are you talking about? You can't do the camp quest at level 60, we couldn't help him." Cloven says, "Oh, really?" Ian replies, "I'm at level 20, but I got a very powerful summon, so I think I can handle this quest. The summon will carry me." Cloven says, "Man, luck is really on your side." The protagonist just looks and doesn't respond. Fiolan says, "That explains how you got to level 20 so quickly." Carwin asks, "Hyun, I have a friend who is about level 45. Ian says, "Oh really? Can you introduce me to her?" Carwin responds. The thing is, she's training her character as a craftsman, so her combat skills are probably a bit low. Ian says, that's okay, what's her class? Carwin says, her combat class is a priestess, and I think her craftsman class is a cook. Ian responds, cook? Carwin says, yes, she's a priestess, but she won't be much help in combat, and isn't very good at the game either. Are you okay with that? Ian says, it's fine, tell her to contact me when she logs in. Carwin responds, all right. Are you sure? Ian confirms that he is sure. Ian says, I have to do something now, so I'm going to leave the chat. Carwin, send me a message when she contacts you. Carwin says, understood, Hyung. The protagonist finds it fun to chat with guild members, but this isn't better than hunting and progressing. The protagonist intends to complete the previous quests before Carwin contacts him. Ian heads to the waterfalls, where he encounters a group of level 30 Korkan monsters. The protagonist finds it interesting to have a monster like the Korkan, as he thinks Lai lacks a bit of style. The wolf immediately starts backing away as soon as the protagonist thinks this about him. Ian realizes that something is different with his companion, and starts to think that his thoughts might be shared. The protagonist begins to talk to Lai, telling him that he is very important when he is by his side. The wolf closes his eyes and shows no reaction. Ian doesn't quite understand what's happening, and thinks that Lai is upset when suddenly something different starts happening to the wolf. The color of his skin begins to change. Ian remains frightened, unsure of what could be happening, until he realizes that Lai is evolving. The protagonist gets excited because his companion is finally evolving. He then opens the inventory to see the conditions that triggered the evolution and notices that Lai's potential has reached 100. Ian had been expecting Lai's appearance to change when he evolved. He thought the wolf would get bigger, so that he could ride him. A great explosion of light occurs, visible from a distance. The wolf has just evolved, changing the color of his fur. The protagonist is delighted to see his companion's new evolution. Lai has evolved into a red-maned wolf. His proficiency as an intermediate trainer has increased as a result of his summon's evolution. Intermediate trainer level increased by 2 levels, with 45.7% remaining until the next level. You successfully evolved a summon for the first time. Your fame increased by 1,000 points, and your status in taming and leadership increased by 30 points. You summoned a red-maned wolf for the first time. Your fame increased by 1,500 points. The protagonist celebrates, as not only did his companion evolve, but his fur and size also changed. Ian begins to pet the wolf and tells him he loves him. He opens the status window to see Lai's new information, now at level 20, Vitality 790, Attack 235, Defense 97, Agility 215, and Intelligence 135. Beast type, Hunting with Rarity, Rare Personality, Courageous, and able to evolve again. Unique ability, recovers health by 15% of the damage dealt to enemies. In a critical attack, this increases to 50% of the damage dealt. In a critical attack, the enemy will bleed, and while bleeding, the enemy will take 20% damage per second for 10 seconds. A mystical wolf with a red mane has an aggressive temperament. The protagonist notices that Lai's rarity has changed from normal to rare and can still evolve. Ian wonders if, when the wolf evolves again, the rarity could change to unique. Reading the inventory, the protagonist concludes that Lai's class is now very overpowered. Now, knowing this, the protagonist tells the wolf that he wouldn't get a Korkan, even if he had millions of them, because he prefers him. Ian asks Lai if he thinks he can carry him on his back. The creature lies down so the protagonist can climb on. After getting on, Lai stands up with ease. Now even more excited, Ian asks Lai to start running. Now faster, the wolf runs with his master on his back. They head straight for the Somer Gorge. The protagonist finds the place eerie. He is so scared of the location that he wonders why the game Kalen made things so unnecessarily realistic. After getting off Lai's back, Ian tells him that they need to get rid of 10 goblin scouts. Using magic to activate the ability, the protagonist decides he can't do something so small after Lai has become so stylish. He then activates the Blessing of the Wind, increasing his agility by 37%, and Lai's agility increases by 37% as well. The protagonist also activates the Barbarian Warrior's Blessing. His attack increased by 33%, and Lai's attack increased by 66%. After activating the skills, Ian tells his companion to attack the 3 goblins in front of them while he stays back, just in case something happens. The protagonist thinks that with these buffs, Lai's stats shouldn't be lower than the goblins, and his combat AI must be far superior compared to the average monster AI. Additionally, Lai now has 2 unique skills. Even so, Ian feels that this might not be enough to ensure safety. He then activates the weakness detection skill, which exposes the enemy's weaknesses, increases attack accuracy by 14.5%, raises the critical hit chance by 22%, and adds 91% bonus damage if a weak spot is hit. Lai ferociously charges at the goblins, who are startled to see a red-maned wolf attacking them. With a single bite, Lai lands a critical hit on a goblin scout, and a message appears stating the goblin scout took 1,075 damage, which is 89% of its total life. Another message indicates that the goblin scout will take 215 damage per second due to the bleeding condition, and that the goblin scout died from bleeding. Lastly, a message reads, "You defeated a goblin scout and received 1,210 experience points." The protagonist is impressed, wondering what the hell just happened. A level 40 monster defeated with just one attack. While Lai was distracted, the enraged goblins attacked him with a club. A message appears stating that the Summon Lee took 294 damage from the goblin scout's attack, but for the wolf, that attack was nothing. The creature turns to the goblin and attacks, dealing 495 damage and automatically recovering 75 health, which is 15% of the damage dealt. The protagonist celebrates as he watches his companion's recovery and attack performance. Lai attacks the scout 2 more times, recovering 73 health on the first strike and 76 health on the second, both equal to 15% of the damage dealt. The wolf easily defeats the goblin, leaving only one remaining, terrified as the creature charges at him. With a single attack, Lai inflicts a critical hit, recovering 523 health, 50% of the damage dealt. The protagonist is impressed by what his companion just did. As the wolf approaches his master, Ian thanks him for feeding him and pets him, strengthening their bond. After the wolf easily defeated those first scouts, the protagonist says it's time for the second round and reactivates the skills. Lai attacks the next group of goblins while Ian lies on a rock singing, waiting for his companion to do all the work. The protagonist receives a message from Carwin saying, "Hyung, are you there? Can we talk?" After reading the message, Ian calls Lai, who is still attacking the scouts. Once the wolf approaches his master, Ian replies to Carwin's message, saying, "Yes, we can talk." "What happened?" Carwin responds, "My friend got in touch. She just logged in." Ian replies, "Oh, really? What did she say? Will she join?" Carwin answers, "Yes, she will." Ian says, "All right, thanks. What's her ID?" Carwin responds, "It's Harren. Try sending her a message." Ian just laughs. Carwin asks, "But Hyung, are you really sure about this? She can barely fight." The protagonist thinks, "Who does Carwin think he's talking to?" and continues messaging. Ian replies, "Hey, stop worrying. I just soloed the Summer Gorge." Carwin says, "Wait, isn't that where the goblin camp is? Are you hunting there alone?" Ian says, "Yes, I killed all the goblin scouts at the advanced camp. I leveled up 5 times in half a day." Carwin responds, "What the hell? You're not using hacks or exploiting some kind of bug, are you? I'm not helping you if you get banned." Ian says, "Of course I'm not. In any case, you don't need to worry about me." Carwin replies, "All right, if you say so." Ian says, "Yep." Carwin says, "Haha man, you're really going to reach our level soon." The protagonist plans to reach level 100 in 2 months, so he sends a message. Just wait 2 months. He thinks about reaching level 50 in half a month, level 80 in the second half, and then level 100 in another month, as he was really determined to win the bet, which was actually great for him. Ian then searches for Carwin's friend to send a message. After finding her, he immediately sends it. Ian says, "Hi, you're Carwin's friend, right?" Harren replies, "Yes, nice to meet you." Ian says, "Where are you?" Harren says, "I'm at the blacksmith in Lucane City repairing my equipment." Ian says, "Oh, you're in Lucane City? Stay at the blacksmith, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Harren says, "All right, I'll wait." Arriving in the city, the protagonist heads straight to the blacksmith. Upon arriving, he spots Harren and greets her, saying his name. She also greets the protagonist and says her name. She also mentions that Carwin had talked a lot about him. The protagonist asks Harren if she and Carwin were friends. The girl replies no, that they weren't really friends, more like close acquaintances. Then Harren says she's ready, and that they can leave at any time, asking the protagonist if he's ready. Ian replies that he is, but wants to know if she had any specific reason for wanting to do that quest. She says yes, that she had a mission she wanted to do but needed to complete the camp quest as a prerequisite. Harren says she wanted to do the Duke's chef quest in the castle of Trappen, but needed to do that mission first to enter the castle. The protagonist, confused, asks why she wanted to do a chef quest. Harren replies that her crafting class is being a chef. Ian remembers that Carwin had told him that a chef was the girl's crafting class. Harren says that she's actually almost graduating in culinary arts. The protagonist says he had heard that it's really hard to train a crafting class, but it should be easier for her since it's related to her degree. The girl replies saying yes, and that she finds it way more fun than she had imagined. The protagonist starts to wonder if real-life skills affect the crafting class of characters in Kylan. Ian tells Haran that she's the first person he's met with that class and asks if she could make something delicious for him the next time they meet. The girl says yes. They then go to the mission NPC. When they arrive, Raphael asks Ian if he found another member for his team, seeing that he only found one person. Raphael says that it might not be enough, but that he knows how capable Ian is, so he would give him a vote of confidence. The NPC also says that the preliminary team had just left, so they could catch up if they hurry. They could even provide assistance. Then the quest window pops up. Subjugate the goblin camp at Somer Gorge. Raphael, the leader of the Lucane City Vigilantes, asks you to join the subjugation team and help eliminate the camp. The quest difficulty is level E. Quest requirements: team with at least 9 members. Reward: gold proportional to your contribution. During the quest, you will receive double experience from killing goblins. After reading the message, the protagonist realizes that the quest description changed slightly due to his delay, but the reward remains the same, which is a relief. Ian asks Haran if she also received the quest. The girl replies yes. The protagonist says everything is set, and they can go. He summons Lai to accompany them. Haran, seeing the wolf, is startled. Ian tells her not to worry, as it's just his summon, not a monster. The girl doesn't quite understand why it was his summon, until she remembers that the protagonist could be a summoner. She then gets excited and tells Ian that even though it had only been a few days since he got that new class, he was already doing the Goblin Camp quest. The protagonist responds that he just had a bit of luck, as that wolf was really overpowered. It was what helped him level up quickly since the wolf could already handle the goblins on his own. The protagonist thinks about the terrible excuse he had to give, but if he revealed that he was still at level 25, no one would accept doing that quest with him. Haran says she's envious of him since she's level 45, but still has to run away when she sees a goblin scout. After the girl speaks, the protagonist can't believe she actually bought what he said. Ian then says that happens to her probably because she focused on the crafting class. The chef class has many hidden uses, as it's a new class. The protagonist thinks it doesn't make sense to be unable to handle goblin scouts at level 45, even if she's focused on training the crafting class. Haran thanks Ian for saying those things, but anyway, she prefers cooking over fighting, so it's all good. The girl also says she thought the protagonist's wolf was really cool, since she had never seen anything like that before. Ian says she probably hasn't because it's currently unique on the server. The girl asks if the wolf has a name. The protagonist replies yes, and that she can call him Lai. Haran starts smiling and says that's a really cool name. She asks if she can give Lai something to eat. Ian says yes, since the wolf would probably like any kind of meat. The girl then offers a plate with a steak. The protagonist, seeing that meat, starts salivating, as he didn't expect something so delicious. After the wolf eats the meat, a message pops up. The summon Lai ate the smoked steak. The summon's vitality increased by 200 points for 20 minutes. The protagonist opens the status window and doesn't understand why that was happening. While Haran gives the steak to Lai, Ian wonders since he didn't know food could increase stats. The girl says that after the cooking skill reaches the advanced level, the food, depending on its quality, gives a buff for a certain period of time. Seeing the status window, the protagonist thinks about how Lai's vitality is under 1,400. An increase of 200 is quite impactful. Ian realizes that it will be good for him to stay close to Haran, but the most important thing is knowing what would happen if he ate the food. Before he noticed, Lai had eaten the entire steak, leaving nothing for him. The protagonist, feeling awkward, asks Haran if she has anything for him. The girl says not at the moment. While Ian crouches, sad but smiling, Haran says she'll make something better than that steak after the quest, so he doesn't need to be jealous. Ian, shouting, says that it's a promise. At Somer Gorge, a group of players was already there. A knight tells Hugo, the leader of the subjugation, that the mercenaries had arrived. The leader, looking at Ian and Haran, says that a few extra hands will make the subjugation easier. Hugo thanks them for coming on the mission. Ian says it's no big deal, and thinks they arrived at the right time, which is good. Seeing some of the players there, the protagonist thinks something bad must have happened to them, as they seemed upset, but it had nothing to do with him and Haran, and in any case, the group would fight separately from them. Several warriors with Hugo were preparing for the battle against the goblins, who were already stirred up, ready for the duel. Then, the leader gives the order for all units to advance and wipe out all the goblins at Somer Gorge. The warriors and goblins start a large battle, while Ian and Haran watch from afar. The girl, seeing the fight, asks the protagonist if everything was really okay. Ian replies that everything will be fine, she just has to do what he told her on the way. Harren says that he was sure he'd fight alone. Smiling, the protagonist says that actually, she'll give a buff and draw the goblin's aggro with her shield, which will be a huge help. Ian knows her shield proficiency is high because she always uses it when she's scared. The plan is simple. Harren will protect herself with the shield and buff Ian and Lai whenever possible, even though her level is relatively high for the goblin camp. Also, the girl's shield proficiency and her buff skills are comparable to someone at level 60. In other words, there was no way Harren would die there, since the protagonist was going to use her as a tank. After the girl drew the aggro, Ian and Lai would start farming XP. Since Harren was with Ian, he had to make the best use of her abilities to maximize the efficiency of the hunt. She was essentially a human shield. Sweetly, the girl said she would trust Ian. The protagonist knew there was a possibility of Harren dying if she didn't stick to the plan, or if she was worse than he expected in the game. So, the protagonist told her to trust the wolf, not him. With the plan the protagonist had created, Harren would also gain a lot of experience, if she didn't die. Ian wasn't thinking about the fact that she gave something delicious to Lai and didn't give him anything. When the goblins started attacking Harren, she activated her shield. The protagonist asked the girl how much sacred power she had left. The girl replied that she could hold on for another 10 minutes, so there was no need to worry. Ian thought it was better than he had expected. Maybe he had worried too much about someone at level 45, since it seemed like Harren was doing very well. Lai was completely dominating the goblin warriors, even though they were much stronger than the goblin scouts. For every goblin the wolf defeated, a message appeared. You defeated a goblin warrior, receiving 910 experience points. The experience was being split between Ian and Lai, but they were still getting a lot. The protagonist's level began to rise quickly, with the messages, "You reached level 26 and 27, appearing almost back to back. Ian thought what was happening was fantastic. Still in the gorge, a player arrived and saw Ian and Harren fighting the goblins. He asked who they were. Before they could answer, the player guessed that the protagonist must be a summoner, but wondered how he was at a high enough level to be there. The player called his partners, Falcon and Milan, to see what was going on. Pointing at Ian, he asked his companions what they thought about a summoner being at such a high level. Milan said he was definitely a summoner. Falcon said that wasn't the issue, though. It was that Ian must be at least level 40 to be hunting there, but the wolf's combat skills seemed to be above level 60. The player retorted, saying that the summoner class had only been released recently, so it was impossible for anyone to be at level 40. So, for Ian, he must be at most level 20. Milan agreed with the player. Falcon said the player was right, as he had read on community forums that the highest level verified summoners were only at level 17 or 18, but he couldn't recognize the crimson wolf that Ian was controlling. Falcon began to think the protagonist might have an artifact with monster summoning magic. The player said he was thinking the same thing, and watching that fight, he could see that the paladin didn't know what she was doing, and that the guy, in this case Ian, didn't seem very good without the wolf, as he was using a staff as a melee weapon, not showing any offensive spells. Seeing her companion's reaction, Milan immediately asked if he was suggesting they do a PK. Falcon told her not to say that so loudly. Then Milan apologized, and asked her companions if they weren't being too hasty, as it wouldn't be worth it if they didn't get good equipment, given that the penalty for PK is quite severe, and it's not easy to recover the lost reputation. Enthusiastically, the player told her to think carefully about it, because a summoning artifact would fetch them at least 20 million gold after selling it. If they split it, it would be 6 to 7 million gold each. Falcon replied that 20 million gold was too little. An item like that was worth at least 40 million won. The player told his companions that if they did this now, they wouldn't have to worry about equipment until at least level 80. Did they really want to pass up this opportunity? Milan and Falcon said nothing to the player, who seemed to be their leader. Then, he says he has a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, Harren kept using her shield so that Lai and the protagonist could continue fighting the goblins. Ian, checking the status window, realizes that he's about to reach level 30. He knows that every 30 levels he receives 2 special skills. The protagonist feels excited, eager to reach the next level and find out what these skills are. In the forum where he researched, people said that this is 100% random, and one of the skills will be connected to his highest proficiency skill or somehow related. The other skill is completely random, so not both are random. The protagonist knows that his highest proficiency skill at the moment is Intermediate Trainer. Type, skill, level 3, proficiency at 79%, with a cooldown of 25 minutes. Select a summon to receive training for 15 minutes. The summoned creature in training will better understand the summoner's orders. The potential of the summon will increase after several training sessions. The potential will increase according to the level of the Intermediate Trainer skill. Now that the protagonist knows this is a skill that increases potential, he thinks the other skill might also be related to potential. While viewing the status window, the goblins kept attacking, but even so, he wasn't paying much attention, as he could easily defeat them using his staff. Since the protagonist knows the other skill will be completely random, he hopes it will be something related to capturing. Haran begins calling Ian, saying she only has 5% of her sacred power left. The protagonist asks Lai to go help her, and tells the girl to retreat a bit. The wolf rushes in, attacking the goblins near Haran, landing a critical hit on the scout. Then the message appears. The goblin warrior's life was reduced by 1,675, 94% of the total life. And right after that, another message saying, "You defeated the goblin warrior, received 921 experience points." After the wolf defeats the monsters, the girl thanks him for helping her. The protagonist notices that Lai is being friendlier with Haran than with him, which makes him jealous, thinking he'll deal with it after the quest is over. Lai looks at Ian as if he doesn't understand anything. The battle in the gorge continued because there were still many goblins at the camp, and their leader, who was inside the hut, came out and spotted the humans, saying how dare they set foot on his lands and ordering all the goblins to kill them. The goblin leader raises his staff and, using magic, causes a huge explosion, hitting several players who were fighting. The leader Hugo spots the goblin chief and tells all units to advance, as the battle will only end when they kill the chief. A message pops up for Ian saying that allies' morale has increased by 30% and all stats will increase by 10% for 20 minutes. The protagonist seizes the moment and orders Lai to attack. The wolf, being fast, manages to take down several goblins quickly. The goblin chief, seeing the creature, is shocked but still stands his ground. Lai runs toward the chief to attack him, who raises his staff and yells at the wolf, calling him just a beast commanded by humans. Lai isn't frightened by the shout and attacks him, causing a critical hit. Then the message appears. The goblin chief's life was reduced by 1,215, 0.7% of the total life, and also, the goblin chief will take 243 damage per second due to the bleeding status, which lasts 10 seconds. Hugo, seeing that the monster chief had been hit, shouts for everyone to focus on attacking him. A wave of attacks was directed at the chief, who could do nothing but take it all. Even so, it wasn't enough to defeat him. A message appears that the goblin chief has 52,072 life left, 30% of his total life. The chief starts using his magic and enters berserk mode. Several explosions began heading toward the humans. The soldier shouts for everyone to dodge. Even while trying to escape, Ian realizes he won't be able to avoid an explosion that hits him, dealing 684 damage. The protagonist is thrown far away and notices that his hand is on fire, but despite the pain, he knows he will heal quickly. An aura begins to surround Ian and a message appears. A team member, Haran, used the skill light healing, recovering 1,020 of your health points. Ian realizes the girl had used her healing ability. Seeing Haran behind him, the protagonist thanks her, and she admires Ian in battle. The protagonist summons Lai again, as it was time for them to go back on the offensive. After summoning his companion and switching his item, the protagonist says that Lai will continue drawing the goblin chief's attention, but not too much. Now with his bow, Ian prepares to shoot while the wolf runs toward the chief. With his arrow ready, Ian looks for an opening to hit the goblin chief precisely, as the enemy had become much more aggressive. A missed arrow could result in death, as happened to a warrior who tried to attack the chief in melee combat, but was burned before even getting close. Lai approached from behind the old goblin, distracting him. The protagonist realizes this is the moment to act, so he shoots his arrow, aiming directly at the distracted chief's head. The arrow passes through the warriors and is very close to the old goblin's head. When the goblin finally notices it, he can no longer react and is hit directly in the head, defeated with a fatal blow. Ian's allied warriors, already worn out from the battle, wonder what just happened and how the goblin chief died like that. Then a message appears. The goblin camp quest has been completed. Everyone starts celebrating now that the mission is over. More messages appear. You defeated the goblin chief, receiving 6,740 experience points. You were the top contributor to the goblin camp quest. Your fame will increase by 124 points. You have fulfilled the conditions of the goblin camp subjugation quest. Finally, you leveled up to level 30. After leveling up, the protagonist receives another message. The first one reads, you will receive 2 special class abilities for reaching level 30. The first special ability is attributed to summoning, and the second is a special spatial distortion ability. The protagonist still didn't know what the second spatial distortion ability did. Hugo, the subjugation leader, approaches Ian and says that he was the one who defeated the chief. The protagonist didn't understand why the leader was saying that, so Hugo extends his hand, thanks Ian for his feat, and asks if everything was all right. The leader says they managed to subjugate the camp with minimal losses thanks to the protagonist, expressing his gratitude for this. Ian says that actually they succeeded thanks to the bravery of the vigilant soldiers. Hugo then tells him to take care on the way back and congratulates the rest of the group for a job well done. Raising his arm, the leader says, "We've completed our mission, so let's return to the city." All the warriors begin to celebrate. The protagonist pats Lai's head and takes a deep breath, saying it seems like it's finally over. Ian sits on the ground, opens his inventory window, and starts looking at the new abilities. As expected, the protagonist gained a skill related to potential. He begins reading the information. Assign skill to summon, type. Skill, level 0, proficiency at 0%, cooldown of 24 hours. Assigns a random ability to the summon. Each time the skill is used, the summon will lose 20 potential points. Using this skill on a summon that has already received a random ability will replace the old ability with the new one. High proficiency in this skill will increase the chance of obtaining a high-level ability. Even though he didn't like it much, Ian had to give the skill to Lai because he needed to add an ability to the summoning. But first, he decided to check its potential. The protagonist noticed that he was still at level 6, but thought that 100 potential to evolve was quite expensive. Ian decided to try giving Lai a skill once it reached 20 potential. The protagonist wanted to get the wolf to 100 potential quickly so it could evolve again, but he thought it would be more advantageous to acquire a skill first. So, Ian began reviewing the information on the second skill, Spatial Distortion. The skill type was 0 level, with 0% proficiency and a cooldown of 3 minutes. The summoner swaps positions with the selected summon for the skill to activate successfully. The user must not take damage during the skill activation, which lasts between 0.5 to 1 second. Higher proficiency would reduce the skill's cooldown. The protagonist felt a bit disappointed for not getting an attack or capture-related skill, but realized that this skill wasn't bad in combat, so he was still pleased with the abilities granted. While Ian was checking his new skills, Heron called out to him. The girl thanked the protagonist for helping her complete the mission. Ian said there was no need to thank him since she had also helped. Shyly, Heron said she couldn't have done it without his help, so she thanked him for his effort again. Stroking Lai's head, the protagonist remarked that, in fact, the wolf had done most of the work. Heron said she was really surprised by him, showing he was an excellent fighter. The girl approached Lai and also thanked him. While Heron was petting the wolf, Ian noticed someone was approaching them. It was Lucan's group, who was planning to perform a PK, coming closer to talk to them. The protagonist found it strange because he hadn't seen those players before, so he didn't know if they were there to thank them or introduce themselves. Lucan, the leader of the mercenaries, introduced himself to Ian and said he had been too busy during the quest to introduce himself earlier. The protagonist shook his hand and introduced himself, saying the same had happened to him. Lucan asked Ian if he would possibly be interested in joining them for another quest. The protagonist became thoughtful and asked what the quest was. The mercenary said they knew of a secret mission, a continuation of the one they had just completed. Since the protagonist had a lot of experience with the game, he thought it might be the secret priest quest. He had been worried about the difficulty before, but now, after leveling up more than he had planned, he was really considering accepting the offer. However, the protagonist noticed that the two guys seemed to be at least level 50, so he started to get suspicious about why they were inviting him to do the quest, as their levels were too different to take on the quest together. The protagonist asked Lucan what this secret continuation was. Ian was having a bad feeling about the group, so he decided to investigate further. Lucan said it was called the Goblin Priest Quest. All they had to do was enter the tunnel behind the tents, where there was a goblin priest. It was a simple quest that only required killing the priest. Lucan mentioned that the priest was weaker than the goblin boss, but thought it would be too difficult if only the 3 of them attempted it. The mercenary went on to say that Ian seemed to have a powerful summoning artifact, so if he joined them, they were guaranteed to complete the mission. Right away, the protagonist noticed they were interested in an item and realized they thought Lai had been summoned by an artifact. From the fake smile Lucan was giving, the protagonist deduced that they intended to kill him, as artifacts are expensive, and they were looking to profit. Nonetheless, Ian accepted their offer, but was already planning something to turn their plans against them. In the canyon, even though the protagonist is next to Heron, he sends a message to the girl to warn her of a possible ambush. Heron asks why he is sending her a private message, and Ian replies, "Just a moment." The protagonist asks Lucan if they can wait a moment, even though it seemed great to go with them on the quest, but he needed to ask his partner first. The mercenary replies that it's okay. The protagonist asks Haran if she heard what Lucan said about the quest, and the girl starts thinking, but doesn't answer whether she would accept it. Then, the protagonist sends her another private message. Ian says, "I think they're trying to PK us." Haran says, "Huh? PK?" Ian replies, "Yes, they're probably planning to kill us during the priest's quest." The protagonist thinks they're actually trying to kill him, not the girl. Haran says, "So what should we do?" Ian says, "Please answer my question first." Haran says, "Oh right." Lucan was waiting for the girl's answer, so he kept looking at her and the protagonist. Then, Haran says there's no reason to refuse Lucan's offer to do the quest together. The mercenary thinks it's great, but actually thinks how stupid they are to fall into a trap. The girl sends the protagonist another private message. Haran asks, "But what are you planning to do?" Ian replies, "Don't worry, I have an idea." The protagonist was thinking of turning the mercenary group's plan against them. Meanwhile, a player was sitting on a rock, celebrating breathing the air of Kalen, since he had just entered the game. The player was Professor Jinwook, who found that virtual world amazing and admired the scientists who made it. Looking at the sunset, he thinks he should convince the members of the hiking club to hike in Kailan next time. Jinwook starts looking for something in his bag and soon finds his meal. After taking the first bite, he says there's nothing better than gimbap on a hike. Then, he remembers and uses the summoning magic. Wolfie was the name of his companion, a wolf that howled every time it was summoned. Jinwook takes out a nice piece of meat from his bag and tells Wolfie to take a bite. While the wolf ate, the professor talked about how relaxing that place was, and remembers that the boy who made the bet was probably playing. It was the protagonist, the boy he was thinking of. Jinwook thinks that maybe he should have asked what his class was, as he didn't know if he was a summoner or another class. Meanwhile, in the tunnel on the way to the quest, Ian, along with Haran, Lai, and the mercenaries, fight against some goblins. Lucan, seeing the protagonist and the girl fighting, remembers that they are almost at the end of the quest, and the secret boss should appear soon, so he had to prepare quickly to try to PK them. The plan was to attack Ian and Haran from behind while they were facing the goblin priest. The mercenary group would only pretend to fight with them to catch them off guard. Lucan thinks his plan will go smoothly, and soon he'll have an artifact worth 10 million won. The protagonist notices the mercenary's fake smile and thinks he should at least keep a serious face. Then, he sends a private message to the girl. Ian says, "Haran, the boss will appear soon." Haran asks, "What should we do?" Ian says, "Do you see that place that looks like a prison? As soon as someone steps there, the boss will appear after 5 seconds, and then the entrance will be blocked by iron bars." Since the protagonist already had the whole plan in mind, he sends another private message. Ian says, "Let's follow behind them, but when I give the signal, jump back quickly, okay?" Before it happens, the protagonist orders Lai to keep attacking the goblins that couldn't escape the wolf's violent attack. Ian asks Lucan if it's okay for them to speed up the pace. The mercenary tells him to go ahead, but actually thinks the protagonist is an idiot and hasn't noticed anything yet. So it would be better for his plan, as Ian wouldn't be able to escape without the summoning. But the protagonist was aware of what was about to happen, so he noticed every time Lucan was thinking about his plan. The mercenary asks Ian if he sees the place that looks like a prison and says that the priest and 2 berserkers will spawn there. The protagonist says that Lai will go ahead. The wolf walks to the spot where the boss will appear while they stay behind. The protagonist notices that the iron bars have already started moving as he and Haran walked slowly behind Lai, so he kept a countdown of 3 seconds, pulling the girl's arm at the end, making both of them escape from being trapped in the quest along with the priest. The bars came down, blocking the mercenary group's passage. Lucan, holding onto the iron bars, asks Ian and Haran why they didn't go with them. The protagonist, smiling, says, "Why is he really asking that?" Then he continues, saying he already knew about their plan to PK them and steal the summoning artifact. Lucan is embarrassed by the situation, wondering how Ian figured out the plan, and asks him what he meant by PK. Laughing at the mercenary group, the protagonist says there's no more reason to keep playing along with them. The mercenaries are shocked by what's happening to them. Annoyed, Lucan calls the protagonist an idiot and says he doesn't even know how that quest works, as there's no way to escape from there. Sticking his tongue out at Ian, the mercenary says that the exit won't open until the priest dies or his team is destroyed, and after they deal with the priest and those bars are lifted, Ian and Haran will die since it won't take them long to defeat the priest. The protagonist thanks him for admitting the PK plan and then orders Lai to bite the mercenaries. The wolf deals critical damage to Milan, reducing his life by 32% of his total health from 1,077 points. Falcon and Lucan don't know what to do in the face of Lee, who was enraged. A message appears that Milan will take 215 damage per second due to the bleeding status. This will last for 10 seconds. Enraged with Lai, and before he could attack, the protagonist recalls the summoning at the exact moment the quest boss appears. Lucan is now terrified, seeing the goblin priest and the two berserkers, especially since one of his party members is injured. Even so, the mercenary tells the protagonist if he thinks his group can't defeat the boss, he will die after the priest is killed. Ian spreads his arms and starts mocking Lucan to make him even angrier. He then sits on the ground and says he really thinks so, that the mercenary group won't be able to defeat the boss. Lucan is furious, but now there was no turning back. He would have to face the summoned quest boss. The monsters were already thirsty for battle. The mercenary leader tells his group that they'll defeat the boss first, and then go after Ian and Haran. Falcon was helping Milan, who was in a lot of pain from the wound he had suffered. While the protagonist sang, sitting, Lucan kept provoking him, even though he was in a tough situation. Ian asks the mercenary leader if anyone has ever succeeded after making a cliché villain speech like his. Haran was still worried, and asks the protagonist if the plan is really going to work. Ian says he can help if she's scared, but the girl didn't really understand. Meanwhile, the fight between the mercenaries and the goblins continued. The berserkers were very strong, and were giving Lucan and Falcon a lot of trouble, as Falcon couldn't take much damage. The mercenary leader had good close combat skills and managed to injure one of the berserkers with a counterattack, dealing him significant damage, but the priest, using his magic, regenerates his warriors, bringing them back to full health. Lucan says they need to defeat the priest, so he stops casting spells. Milan prepares his spear and says to leave it to him. The mercenary throws his spear at the priest, hitting his arm. The mercenary leader gets excited and thinks they might secure a victory, but soon he hears someone activating the barbarian warrior's blessing on the berserkers, increasing the goblin warrior's attack by 35%. Lucan doesn't understand who's doing that. Looking back, he sees Haran using her staff and also activating the wind blessing. The mercenary goes mad when he realizes that Ian asked the girl to buff the monsters. After activating the wind blessing, the goblin berserker's agility increased by 42%. Haran asks the protagonist if that's enough. Ian says, "Why doesn't she go ahead and heal them too?" Before casting the spell, the girl asks the mercenaries if she should really do it. The group starts shouting, desperate, begging Haran not to do it. They then give up on the quest. The message "quest failed" appeared after Lucan raised the white flag. That night, back in the city of Lucane, the protagonist arrives with Harin riding on Lai. Ian opens his inventory to check the items he got from the mercenaries in exchange for sparing their lives. He tells the girl that now they're heading to the auction house to sell those items they obtained. Haran, shy, thanks the protagonist for completing the quest and also for making a good profit. Ian tells the girl that it's nothing, that she worked hard too. The protagonist thinks he didn't expect to get the goblin priest's necklace. He thought it was a bit embarrassing to have to split the profit from that item, but since he got most of the items, it was fine. Ian never imagined that Haran would enjoy doing that mission so much, as he remembers that she was asking for more by the end. Then the protagonist tells the girl that they need to hurry to the auction house. Upon arriving there, they sold the items they had acquired, receiving a bag full of gold. Seeing the amount, the protagonist gets excited, as everything had been sold for a high price, totaling 660,000 gold. This was the value after deducting the auction house's commission. Looking at the inventory, Ian notices an item he didn't quite know what it was, and looking at a crystal, he wonders what that could be, which was dropped by the PK group. Tossing the crystal in the air, he realizes it's warm, which could mean it's used as a heater in winter, but the item's descriptions were impossible to decipher. Haran arrives, calling for Ian after finishing buying the ingredients. The protagonist says they should go, as they need to complete the quest. After leaving the auction house, they go to the quest NPC. Upon arriving, Raphael tells Ian that he's pleased because he heard Ian did a good job. Then the message appears. You completed the quest, and you were the top contributor in the quest. Quest completion rank, SS. After this message, 2 more appear. You received 56,700 gold and 1,743,200 experience, leveling up from level 31 to level 34. The protagonist is pleased with the amount of experience and the gold reward he received. Haran is also satisfied, as she managed to level up to 46. After seeing his gains, Ian approaches Raphael and says he has something to tell him. The NPC wants to know what it is. The protagonist, holding a necklace, says that he actually found a goblin priest behind the camp. Raphael is surprised to hear that the protagonist defeated the priest, amazed that he accomplished such a feat and got the item. Then, the messages appear. Quest completion rank B, you received 674,000 experience. You leveled up to 35. Ian gets excited, seeing that he's leveled up again. Raphael says this is really amazing, as the Watchers team had been searching for the Goblin Priest for months. Wanting to know how Ian managed to find him, the protagonist says it was just luck. The NPC says that can't just be luck, making Ian nervous, thinking he might find out something. Raphael tells the protagonist that he's entitled to that scroll. Ian is amazed, seeing that it's the recommendation for the Lucefell Empire mercenary test. The NPC hands it to Ian and tells him to go to Mayulan and take that recommendation. With the scroll in hand, the protagonist thanks Raphael and says that he will definitely take the test, thinking that he will keep it safe in case he passes through Mulan someday, as he wasn't planning to go to that city right away. Raphael also gives a recommendation to Haran and tells her to keep fighting for the peace of the Lucefell Empire. The girl asks Ian if he knew what that recommendation was. The protagonist explains to Haran that if she goes to the mercenary guild in Mulan with that recommendation, she will be able to take an admission test. The girl doesn't know where this place is, so Ian explains that there are 5 main continents in Kylan, and the only ones available so far are the one they are colonizing in Malika, which was recently unlocked. There are 2 main empires in Kolonar, with the Lucefell Empire being one of them. Mulan is the name of the empire's capital, named after the empire's founding hero. After this explanation, Haran understands and thanks Ian for the information. The protagonist starts thinking there's no reason to go there before level 50. Before he could think about what to do, Haran asks Ian one more thing, if there are any benefits to taking that test. The protagonist tells her that if she gets the mercenary badge after the test, she will receive NPC quests more easily and also be able to handle some of the requests made to the mercenary guild. The protagonist continues explaining that the mercenary badge will be ranked according to the player's combat skills, making it quite useful. Haran says she wants to be a cook for now, so she thinks she doesn't need that recommendation. Ian doesn't understand why she always chooses to be a cook. Haran doesn't like it when people belittle her dream of becoming a cook, as her plan is to keep training her cooking skills while she's stuck on the main quest of the cook class. The protagonist realizes that this class is her #1 priority. He then deduces that the girl's cooking skills are probably among the best in Kylan, especially considering the buff Lai received after eating her food. The protagonist had never seen anything like that on the game forum, about receiving a buff from eating, so that only proved how special Haran was at cooking. Ian asks the girl what her cook class proficiency is. Haran responds, not as if it were a secret, but she's at the advanced level, though she still needs to work hard to quickly learn new advanced skills. The protagonist is amazed because even for the blacksmith class, the most popular artisan class, the highest known level is Advanced 3. Ian imagines how she reached this level with an unpopular class. She would definitely be among the top players. The protagonist then tells Haran that she's incredible because he knows how hard it is to train an artisan class, and if she ever needs his help again, she should feel free to contact him. Shy, Haran thanks Ian and says she hopes he keeps his promise, smiling. The protagonist says he will, but thinks maybe he said something careless. A window pops up with a friend request from Haran. Ian says he'll accept the friend request. The girl thanks the protagonist for doing that. With a look of admiration, she hands a box to Ian. He takes the box and asks what it is. Haran says she cooked something for him to eat while she waited. Ian opens the box and sees the delicious steak the girl had prepared. He thinks Haran looked like an angel, and looking at her, who always seemed shy, the protagonist hopes she doesn't go down the wrong path. He thanks her for the gift and says he'll enjoy it a lot. The girl says it's nothing compared to what he did for her. Haran says goodbye to Ian and says she thinks she's played long enough, so she should log out and hopes to meet him next time. The protagonist waves at the girl until she logs out. After Haran logs out, Ian checks the time and sees that he still has 5 hours before bedtime, and since he leveled up a lot, he could take a break for dinner. He then thinks that maybe he should order some fried chicken as a reward for himself. Since the day was still sunny, the protagonist rides Lai and heads toward the port. Ian tells the wolf to go faster and faster, as they didn't have much time. Since the delivery of the fried chicken was delayed, the protagonist lost much more time than he had anticipated, so now he had to hurry. As they neared the port, they spotted the boat. Ian told Lai that they should head for the docks and that he would lead the way, even though the protagonist had been there before. It had been so long that he barely remembered the path, but he needed to hurry since he had to reach the Abyssal Island to add the ice golem to his summoning group. When Ian and Lai were already at the docks, they saw that the boat was departing, but they needed to get on it. The protagonist held on tightly and told the wolf to run faster, as they couldn't miss this chance. At the end of the dock, Lai leaped toward the boat, which was already out at sea. The men on the boat looked in shock at the scene. The protagonist realized they were too far away, and the wolf wouldn't make it. He climbed onto Lai's back and jumped into the boat. He even used magic to recall the summoning before it fell into the water. The protagonist barely made it onto the boat, but now he was breathing easy on the deck. The men were amazed at what Ian had just done. The protagonist noticed how the sailors were reacting and took advantage, commenting that the weather was really great for a trip, leaving the men even more impressed. After settling in, Ian thought about why they didn't have a better boat, as he couldn't get used to it. Then, a player approached him from behind and asked if, by any chance, he was a summoner. The protagonist turned and saw that there were a few more players on board. He looked at the man and said yes, asking why he was asking. Laughing, the player said he understood. At that moment, Ian realized it was just him and that team on the boat. After the female player said they were just curious, the protagonist prepared to use his staff, as he deduced they were PKers, but Ian was completely mistaken, as they were actually interested in Lai. The knight wanted to know what breed the wolf Ian was riding was, and his entire group wanted to see him again. Ian, hiding his staff, now knew he had gotten nervous for no reason. Now more relaxed, the protagonist asked if they were all heading to Abyssal Island to do some quest together. The knight replied yes, and 2 of them were mages, and he was there to help them with the ice magic quest. The player wanted to know if Ian was also going there for a quest. He replied yes. The knight was surprised, as he didn't know there was a quest for summoners on Abyssal Island. One of the mages in his group told the knight to stop being nosy. The player leaned in, apologized, and admitted that he gets curious very easily. The protagonist, feeling awkward, said it was fine. Then the knight said he was very interested in the summoner class because he had a friend named Lauren who was leveling up very quickly, and he had recently learned that his friend had acquired a summoning egg, so he wanted to know what Ian knew about it. The protagonist didn't know what that was either and asked the knight to explain further. The player said that his friend had found it in a golden serpent's nest, but it hadn't hatched yet, and that was all he knew. After hearing this, the protagonist knew that golden serpents appeared in hunting grounds for level 20 players, so he figured that this person wasn't yet level 30. Ian also became interested in seeing a summoning egg up close in the future. He also started thinking that maybe bosses that couldn't be tamed could be used if he managed to get their eggs. From now on, the protagonist began to stay alert, as he found this information intriguing. After some time sailing, the water started to freeze as they approached Abyssal Island. Ian summoned Lai so that he could see the area before arriving. Now very close, the protagonist grew more anxious to disembark. The boat approached quickly until it ran aground on the island. Ian and the group disembarked on the frozen island. The knight and his companion were shivering from the cold. He said it was his first time there, and it was really chilling. The protagonist was also shivering from the cold and told the wolf that even though they had been there before, it was still impressive. Even Lai was freezing. Ian remarked that he should have dressed more warmly. Nevertheless, he said goodbye to the group as they were heading in a different direction. The protagonist wished them luck, while the knight said he hoped to meet him again. Now it was just Ian and Lai. Walking through the island, they reached an ice rock from where they could see several ice golems. The protagonist told the wolf that they had found a good area and it was time to farm. But first, they needed to prepare. Ian then began searching for something to eat from the lunchbox Heron had prepared. The protagonist pulled out a meatball and asked Lai if he wanted a piece. The wolf got excited when he saw the piece of meat. Ian tossed the meatball into the air and told Lai to catch it. With a leap, the wolf snatched the meat. A message appeared saying that the summoning's vitality had increased by 100 and agility by 20 for 40 minutes. Petting Lai's head, the protagonist was pleased to know that this time agility had also increased, as he had thought it only affected vitality. But now he knew it also boosted agility, and that this time the effect lasted twice as long. Ian had one more meatball but was unsure whether to eat it, as it smelled horrible and seemed like raw meat. Then, the protagonist remembered that Heron had prepared it for Lai to be that way. It was probably food only for summons. Ian decided not to eat the meatball and opted for the steak Heron had made instead. The protagonist started eating and found it delicious. After finishing, he thought it was amazing. Messages appeared. You consumed a premium soft steak, your vitality increased by 500, and your defense by 30, lasting for 1 hour. Ian was happy to know the effect was better than the meatballs while checking his inventory. Another message popped up. You consumed advanced food for the first time. All your stats will permanently increase by 3 points. The protagonist was amazed at how advantageous Heron's cooking was, as he hadn't known it could permanently increase stats. Ian opened the status window to take a look. He was impressed to see that all of his stats had increased, even affinity, taming, and leadership. The player information displayed, Ian, level 35, had 179 experience out of 700,000, equal to 25.64% to level up. Human race, class master summoner and tamer, with the title of expert hunter. Vitality of 2,955, strength of 67 with a temporary increase of 15, agility 102 with an increase of 12, intelligence 52 with an increase of 25, stamina 70 with an increase of 40, affinity 67, taming 18, leadership 105, mana 1,750, fame 7,536. Fame can turn into infamy if it drops below 0. The protagonist noted that 7 of his stats had increased by 3, which meant he had gained 21 status points in total, equivalent to leveling up 4 times. Ian recognized that Heron was truly incredible. He thought that he should ask the girl to cook more for him. Now, after eating, the protagonist told Lai that it was time to kill some ice creatures. Meanwhile, in the Luceville Empire's Trumban, 3 players appeared on the ground wearing very common clothes. People nearby found the group strange, assuming they must have lost all their gear after dying on a quest. It was Lucan, Falcon, and Milan, who had just been killed by Ian and Heron in their failed attempt to PK them. Falcon was outraged, as her red lizard armor had been very expensive. Milan, on the other hand, was not happy about losing his breath necklace, a rare item with an option to slightly increase the range of attacks. Lucan, checking his inventory, was furious, as he hadn't been able to remove his equipment, losing everything, while his partners had managed to keep some items. The mercenary leader was extremely irritated with the protagonist and Heron, as to him, the two were definitely weak, and if his group hadn't fallen into the trap, they would have been the ones to die. Lucan was already thinking of doing something to avenge what he had suffered, as Ian and the girl didn't know that he belonged to a powerful guild ranked in the top 30. The mercenary was determined to show the strength of his guild and put the protagonist in great danger the next time they met in Kalen. On Abyssal Island, Ian and the wolf were already exhausted, having been hunting for over 3 hours. The protagonist thought about taking a break, sitting next to Lai. Ian gave another meatball to his companion, who got euphoric every time he saw something to eat. After the wolf ate, the protagonist petted him, strengthening their bond. Ian pulled out another meatball, but told Lai that it seemed too small for his size, though he could eat it anyway. The wolf nudged Ian's hand and shook his head as if he didn't want to eat it. The protagonist understood that his companion wanted him to eat instead. Feeling happy that Lai cared for him, and petting the wolf, he reassured him that the meatballs were meant for him. After the meal, Ian opened his inventory to check the stats of the ice golems he had captured. Seeing the creatures in his inventory, he realized he had captured 2 golems due to his leadership stats, and he noticed that the 2 creatures he had just captured were at level 37. Although the stats of both were better than those of regular ice golems, they wouldn't be of much help, so he needed something better. The protagonist wanted one that could at least evolve, like Lai. Ian decided it was better to keep hunting, as they needed to find something before leaving to make the time spent there worthwhile. As they walked across the island, they encountered another group of ice golems. The protagonist noticed that among those golems was a different one with a golden name. Ian was pleased, as he had found a rare creature quickly this time. He ordered Lai to attack the creature. Before the wolf ran to attack the golem, the protagonist spotted a different creature emerging from behind a rock. Curious about what kind of creature it could be, Ian and Lai approached, and Ian used his information checking ability. The protagonist checked the monster's info window. It was an abyssal turtle, level 30, unique type. Ian had never heard or read anything about this creature, but was intrigued by its unique type. However, judging by its appearance, it seemed like a useless turtle. It looked cute and had a big head, but he didn't know if it had any use in combat. Despite not being fond of its appearance, the protagonist decided to capture it, certain it had some kind of use beyond being a rare and unknown monster. He couldn't let a creature like that slip by. But when he got closer, he had a gut feeling that the turtle might die from a single attack, as he wasn't sure if that giant head could even fit into its shell. The protagonist decided to test this by lightly touching the creature's shell, which seemed to irritate it, as it quickly retracted into the shell. Ian didn't know what had happened, as he had expected a different reaction. Lai was also nearby, sniffing the monster to figure something out. The protagonist attempted to use the capture magic as a test, but a failure message appeared twice. Ian was surprised, as that had never happened before, so he decided to lower the turtle's health a bit more. After the first attack, the message appeared: "You attacked an abyssal turtle and inflicted 1 damage." The protagonist thought the attack was too weak, so he attacked several more times with more force, but every time he hit, the message showed that he had only inflicted 1 damage. Ian started to run out of ideas, as he had already shaken the turtle quite hard, but only caused one damage. He was beginning to find the creature very strange. The protagonist had the idea to command Lai to bite the creature, thinking he might have a stronger attack. The wolf bit the turtle with all its strength, but the same message appeared, showing that only one damage was inflicted, and Lai whimpered as its teeth broke. Ian couldn't figure out what kind of defense stat the turtle had. Looking at the shell, he tried to come up with an efficient plan. Then, he had the idea to lure the turtle with food. Placing a meatball in front of the shell, the protagonist began calling the turtle, hoping it would come out of its tough armor. Drawn by the scent of the food, the creature slowly emerged, first its head, and then its legs. Ian made the turtle walk a bit to reach the meatball, and apparently the creature was hungry. After eating the meatball, the turtle became irritated, wanting more, as it clearly enjoyed the taste. The protagonist thought about leading the turtle away by showing it more meatballs. He told the creature that if it wanted more, it would have to follow him. Every time Ian showed more food, the turtle became increasingly agitated, eager to eat. Although finding it a bit troublesome, the protagonist continued with his strategy, showing more food to the creature and thinking of offering 3 meatballs at once when it got closer. As it neared him, Ian struck the turtle on the head and successfully captured it. He celebrated his achievement and quickly opened his inventory to check the monster's information. The protagonist was losing patience, as a stubborn and arrogant turtle was proving harder to deal with than a celebrity. Upon opening the inventory, he was surprised to see the details. Abyssal turtle, level 30, vitality 3,520, mana 1,005, attack 15, defense 725, agility 5, intelligence 55, type unknown, rarity unique, personality simple, and it can evolve. Its innate abilities are ruler of water, absorbing all water-type attacks and healing from the damage caused by them. Hide in shell, increasing defense 5-fold while hidden inside. A turtle that appears once every 100 years and lives at the bottom of the abyssal ocean, it cannot move quickly due to its large head. The protagonist was impressed, as he hadn't expected to find such a creature in this location. After reading, he realized something was off. The defense stat was incredibly high, and with an innate ability that increased it 5-fold, its defense was comparable to that of a level 100 monster. This explained why Lai couldn't hurt it, no matter how strong the attack was. However, the protagonist wasn't as excited about the other attributes, as it had an agility of 5 and a potential of 0, and with an affinity of 10, he found it ridiculous. Despite not having a great first impression of the stats, Ian decided to trust the creature's unique rarity and its potential to evolve, hoping it would become something amazing after evolving. After learning the turtle's basic information, the protagonist summoned the creature. A message appeared. You summoned the abyssal turtle for the first time. You must give it a name. Ian thought carefully, wanting a creative and cool name for his new summon. Without much hesitation, he decided on Book. A message appeared stating that Book didn't like the name, and the turtle seemed irritated by the chosen name. Ian didn't understand what the problem was, as he thought the name was great. Even though the creature disliked it, he didn't care, and kept the name Book. After a brief argument with his creature, the protagonist set off to hunt again. Perched on a rock with Lai, Ian spotted several ice golems. He identified one golem with a golden name and ordered the wolf to attack. Lai charged at full speed toward the ice monster, which noticed the wolf and struck before Lai could land a hit. Lai dodged the attack and launched a quick counterstrike. Despite the wolf landing strong blows on the monster, it remained standing. The protagonist remarked that Lai was doing well and could continue weakening the golem, but Ian noticed something was wrong. The ice monster had stopped trying to dodge the attacks and was preparing a strike to hit Lai. When the wolf was about to strike the golem, the creature raised its leg. Immediately, the protagonist shouted for Lai to dodge and get away quickly, as the monster was attempting to use its ice wave ability. The golem stomped hard on the ground, causing significant destruction. At the moment of the ice wave, both the protagonist and Lai jumped just in time. Before even landing, Ian thought about counterattacking, knowing the creature had used a powerful skill and wouldn't be able to use it again for a while. The protagonist leapt toward the golem, aiming straight for the creature's head, and with his staff, delivered a strong blow to the ice monster, which felt the impact. Wasting no time, Ian ordered Lai to attack the golem and weaken it even further. After his companion's attack, the ice monster collapsed to the ground, presenting the perfect opportunity for Ian to attempt a capture. After the attempt, a message appeared. You have successfully captured the ice golem. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist took a deep breath after almost failing to capture the monster, realizing he couldn't have missed this chance, as finding a golem like that was extremely rare. Ian begins to check the information on his new level 38 ice golem, with vitality of 5,450, mana of 1,275, attack of 205, defense of 315, agility of 66, intelligence of 125, golem type, normal rarity, honest personality, and capable of evolving. Innate abilities: Ice Wave, a powerful stomp that emits an ice wave covering a radius of 15 meters. Enemies within that radius will take 50% of the attack damage and have their agility reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Icy Body, in low temperature areas, the golem's stats will be increased by 30%, but it takes double damage from fire-type attacks. A golem made from the ice of Abyssal Island. The prota gets excited when he sees the 75 potential of the ice creature and thinks about how worthwhile it was. Now that he had prepared enough, Ian asks Lai where Book was, as the creature had disappeared without them noticing. It doesn't take long for the prota to find the turtle, which was behind an ice block eating fish. While picking up Book, he thinks that he needs to return to his previous leveling up speed after spending 2 entire days searching for a golem. He then decides to head to the Krupia Snow Mountains. Meanwhile, in Duke Trappin's castle, Heron was cooking something she had been trying for a long time, but after several attempts, she succeeded, tasting what she had made and reaching the desired point. A message appears. You successfully cooked a creamy lobster soup. Since it was a somewhat difficult meal to prepare, another message appears. You have successfully cooked a luxurious meal for the first time. Your fame has increased by 1,200. Heron is pleased with her accomplishment, knowing she is now closer to being able to cook something worth more than 10,000 gold. After serving the dish, she decides to rest a bit, satisfied with her rapid progress now that she is in the Duke's castle kitchen. The girl starts wondering what Ian could be doing, so she sends him a private message. With the message window open, Heron says, "I've been cooking in the Duke's castle, just finished." Ian responds, You must be talking about Duke Trappin." Heron says, "Yes, I'm in Trappin." Ian wants to ask her something. Heron asks, "What? Did something go wrong?" Ian says, "Could you do me a favor, if you don't mind?" The girl starts wondering what it could be since she didn't expect Ian to need a favor from her. The prota sends another message. Ian says, "I'm thinking about heading to the northern region and was wondering if you could give me some food." Heron replies, "Oh, no problem. I've already got a lot of things ready. Where can I meet you?" Ian says, "All right, I'll meet you there." The girl likes the idea since she had been having trouble because she had too much food to sell. But fortunately, Ian contacted her, and she hopes to see him soon. However, Heron feels embarrassed at the thought of the prota imagining something else, as she was so eager to see him. Meanwhile, at his house, Sung searches the forum for any useful information. With a quick search, he discovers something about summoners. He finds a broadcast where they talk about the fox that attracted many summoners to the Olympus Hills. A player who managed to capture the creature tells the host that she could name the fox Coco. The man smiles and says it's a cool name, asking the player if she knew that Coco is different from other foxes. The girl replies yes, that this fox has the option to evolve in its information window. Hearing this, the prota even spits out his drink and can't believe they only just found out that monsters can evolve. Sung thinks it was only a matter of time until this happened, and in fact, it's good it took longer than he expected, because since there must be a large number of people with the summoner class, it's natural that someone eventually captured a monster that can evolve. The prota thinks it might be quite difficult to evolve his summons if the training ability didn't exist for beasts like Lai. Still browsing the forum, Sung looks for more information and finds something about a unique monster. The video mentions it as the first unique monster to be tamed. Watching the video, the prota doesn't think much of it, since he had already captured a unique monster before the one they were bragging about. He then wonders if the people in the video had captured the monster at level 23, they likely only managed to do it with the help of a guild or friends. Feeling reassured that he's far ahead of other players, Sung decides to check on Book back in Kalen. The prota meets Haran, who hands him a large bag full of food. Ian says that it's a lot, and insists that she take money for all that food. Looking at Ian with admiration, the girl says that she was able to continue with her class missions and also got that necklace thanks to him, so it was the least she could do. The prota comments that some of the food there looks quite expensive. Ian thanks Haran for everything and says he doesn't even know how he could pay her for all of it. The shy girl replies that there were 2 little things the prota could do for her. Suspicious, Ian asks what it could be. Haran says that the first request is, since he's going hunting in the northern region, could he gather some ingredients for her if he finds any? Ian agrees to do that. A bit awkwardly, Haran mentions the second request, and as the prota looks at her, he senses something strange going on, and wonders what her request might be, as she's acting differently. Still, Ian doesn't expect it to be anything that would delay his leveling up. Heron asks the Prota to help her with her school project. Ian wasn't expecting that request and is a bit confused. Heron says she heard from Carwin that Ian had enrolled at Korea University. The Prota replies that yes, he's a freshman there, but he finds it odd that she doesn't want something within the game. Heron then reveals that she's also a student at Korea University, in her second year in the Hotel Culinary Arts Department. The Prota says he understands but still finds it strange that she studies at the same university and is even his senior, yet he's never run into her there. Heron asks Ian if he enjoys eating delicious food, because she needs him to taste her cooking and choose which one he prefers. That's her college assignment. She needs to create her own recipe. Ian feels a bit embarrassed by the request and asks if she just wants him to taste the food and give his opinion. Heron confirms that's all and asks if he can help her. The Prota thinks for a moment, still unsure why Heron would ask him for something like that, leaving him wondering if she didn't have any friends to help her. Ian then remembers when they faced the goblins together and starts to think it's not so strange after all, considering how eccentric she is. But for now, the Prota will focus on getting the best equipment. Opening the mission window, Ian feels concerned, as this time the mission area is very dangerous and there isn't much information about the place. He needs to try to get the best equipment possible for the mission. The Prota begins to review various gear, buying what he thinks will be best for the mission. After deciding on almost everything, he only needs to buy a weapon. While looking for a weapon, Ian wonders if there's an enchanted bow similar to the Nature's set, because with his low-level staff and bow, he can't deal much damage. After some time searching, the Prota doesn't find any bow with an enchantment that benefits summoners, so he decides to broaden the criteria he's looking for. After the search, he finds a different item and decides to take a closer look. The item is called Steel Joints of an Ancient Summoner. Ian is impressed by the incredible abilities that item can provide. Already in the mountains, in combat against a monster, the Prota was using his new summon, Biggie, the Ice Golem, which unleashed one of its strongest abilities, Ice Wave, to attack the creature. Ian and Lai were also attacking together. The Prota tells the wolf to attack from behind while he attacks from the front. They were up against a group of large and strong monsters. Since he was attacking head-on, Ian had to be very careful with the creature's attacks. The giant swung a powerful punch at the Prota, but Ian managed to dodge easily and quickly activated his weakness detection ability. A message appeared. The enemy's weakness has been exposed. Accuracy increased by 19%, critical attack chance increased by 23.5%, and an additional 97% extra damage when attacking the enemy's weak point. The Prota trusted in his new item, which had cost 900,000 gold, and activated the steel joints. Ian leaped to strike the monster with a precise blow. Using the weakness detection ability, he could see several points on the creature that could be attacked. The Prota then delivered a powerful punch to the monster's chest, causing it significant damage. Realizing how powerful that item was, Ian acknowledged it was worth it, and had no regrets about purchasing it. Observing the information on the steel joints of an ancient summoner, it had an attack of 205 to 235, durability of 314, and the following options: an increase of 20 to strength, 15% to dexterity, or an additional 40 to leadership. It was a heroic grade item with a level requirement above 38. Innate abilities: it increases the life of all summons by 10%, boosts attack by 25%, and critical damage increases by 55% after landing a critical hit on an enemy. A random skill from the user's summon would be activated, but only if it was physically possible to trigger that skill. This weapon, once used by a brilliant summoner from the past, has the power to bind to summons. After learning about the item's details, the Prota was intrigued by the innate abilities, which seemed excellent, but he realized that the ability was random and also applied to Book. The Prota thought that if the skill activated, it would mean that he'd be like the turtle, which, when using its ability to hide in its shell, increased its defense fivefold while hidden. The Prota was indignant about this ability granted by the item, but knew that to activate the ability, it had to be physically possible. Ian then decided to try using the ability he gained when he reached level 30. Still fighting the mountain giants, the Prota waited for the troll to attack him so he could activate the ability. When the giant was about to strike him with a club, Ian activated spatial distortion, which made him switch places with Biggie, who was behind him. With that attack, the ice golem took 1,375 damage. Far from the giants, the Prota was pleased it worked and was impressed by the amount of damage his summon took, over 1,000 in a single attack. This showed that the level 60 trolls were really on another level, so he decided to kill the giant before it could heal. Ian attacked one of the monster's weak points, landing a critical hit that caused the troll to lose 596 life points. Still airborne, face to face with the giant, the Prota realized he just needed to keep attacking to defeat it. Then, he activated the bind ability of the steel joints of an ancient summoner, borrowing the berserker ability from his summon Li, becoming more powerful for close combat. Now, with his summon's abilities, he also felt more confident. His agility and attack were increased by 30% for 15 minutes, but his defense would decrease by 30% for 15 minutes, allowing him to dodge the troll's attacks with ease. The Prota realized how strong and agile he had become, but also knew that in his current state, he would likely die from just one hit from the giant, given that his defense had decreased by 30%. Ian wastes no time and prepares a strong attack using his item, knowing that monsters with slow attacks usually have an opening in their defenses after making an attack. The Prota manages to hit the monster with a critical strike, activating a skill that made his attacks stronger for 5 seconds. Ian delivers a powerful punch to the troll's chin with the steel joints, but he doesn't stop there, and lands another strong punch before the giant falls, successfully defeating the ice troll and earning 1,060 experience points. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, a group of players was camping. A knight passes on information to his leader, who was from the summoner class. The man says that he has fortified the area and that ice ogres above level 100 occasionally spawn there. The leader replies that he did a good job. The summoner tells Hiron, a friend of Ian, that the northern region is very difficult, but she had thought that going on that expedition was a good idea, and now they had a base for his guild. Hiron replies that this was true, and also says that although they didn't have many choices because there was no land left in the southern region, their problem now was just to protect the guild's base. The leader says that they really need that during the next 3 months of the peace period. They will increase their power and also improve the base. She then decides that she will call all the other guild members there as soon as the expedition is over. Hearing this, Hiron, who is drinking, says that from now on they will only hunt in that area, and everyone should be able to do so, except for one person. The girl gets curious about who that person would be. Smiling, Hiron says that obviously it's Ian because he needs to keep training in the southern region. The girl replies that he's probably already in the northern region, as she received a message from him recently asking for information about the northern region. Ian told Carwin that he would be hunting in the Krupia Snow Mountains, so he asked everything about the place. Hiron is surprised and wants to know what level his friend is at now. The girl says she doesn't know, but it's good that everyone continues training at this pace. The knight starts thinking about what Ian might be doing, as he has no idea how the Prota could be leveling up so quickly. Meanwhile, on the ice mountain, Ian was with Lai trying to level up quickly, but the Prota realizes it's getting difficult, as the progress has become very slow because the experience is now divided among 4 instead of just Ian and Lai. Book and Biggie also receive part of the experience. Now, leveling up has become very slow, given that Ian only reached level 40 when he returned to trying to level up. The Prota opens his inventory to check Biggie's potential, thinking that by now it should have reached 100. After opening it, Ian finds that the potential had indeed reached 100, but the creature hadn't evolved yet, even though he was sure that was one of the conditions for evolution. The Prota starts to think and believes that perhaps the golem needs something else besides 100 potential, possibly the level. But Ian remembers that Lai evolved at level 20, so he deduces that the required level for evolution is different for each monster, but that was something he couldn't figure out at that moment, as he couldn't waste too much time. So, from that moment on, he decides to start using the training ability on Book. The Prota notices that the creature had disappeared again. While looking for the turtle, he doesn't worry too much, as a system message should appear if the creature took any damage. The Prota calls for Book and says he will give it a meatball if it appears. After searching for a while, Ian finds the turtle digging in the snow. The Prota wonders what the creature is doing. He then picks up Book and realizes that the creature is eating something. Ian opens the system window to find out what the turtle is eating. A message appears. The summon consumed a mandrake, and Book's potential increased by 10 points, with all of its stats permanently increasing by 5 points. The Prota is furious with Book, as he hadn't noticed that the creature was eating a rare plant. Ian can't believe he just lost a rare item that boosts all his stats by 5. He then tells his summon that if it finds anything like that again, it should bring it to him and receive meatballs as a reward. After the Prota says this, Book goes back to walking as if searching for something. Ian grows curious about what it might be, and notices a passage near where he was with his summons. The Prota is surprised to see it, as he was only there to farm. A message pops up. You are the first person to discover this dungeon. After opening the system window, another message appears. Your chance of finding items in the dungeon will be doubled for the next 5 days. Ian is pleased that he decided to come to the northern region, despite all the risks involved. Before entering the place, another message appears, asking if he would like to register the dungeon. If he registered it, his fame would increase by 500. Ian refuses without much thought, because if he did that, all nearby players would come there, despite the large amount of fame he would gain. He didn't want to share his bonus of double experience and new items with others. Ian picks up Bookbook in his arms and says that it finally did something good. Then the Prota decides to enter the dungeon right away. Inside the dungeon with his summons, Ian finds the place quite simple, but he also thinks it's easy to fall into a trap or ambush there, and for some reason he's getting chills, as if a ghost is about to appear. Suddenly an explosion occurs, and several creatures emerge from behind a wall that had just broken. The Prota thinks it could be an ambush, so he quickly orders Biggie to use his Ice Wave, causing Drake, the ghost, to take 2 hits, one for 235 damage and the other for 227. Besides the damage, the ghost's speed was reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Even so, Drake kept moving forward to attack. Biggie attempts to engage the monster in close combat. The Prota is unsure of what to do since Lai's Berserker ability is still on cooldown. He then orders the wolf to deal with Drake on the left, and if he couldn't attack, that was fine. His main focus should be buying as much time as possible. Ian activates the bind ability from the steel joints of an ancient summoner and moves into attack. He borrows Biggie's Ice Wave ability and lands a powerful punch on the ground, hitting the ghost squarely. This time, Drake took 635 damage, and his speed would be reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. The Prota orders Lai to focus on the same creature that he and Biggie were attacking. Ian quickly realizes that these ghosts are offensive-type monsters. Their attack is high, but their defense and vitality are low, so he plans to defeat one monster at a time as quickly as possible, attacking only one creature along with his summons. After the first attack, Ian notices the other creatures moving toward them for a counterattack. 2 ghosts approaching attack Lee. The Prota notices the attack and tells the wolf to dodge, and with its agility, it manages to avoid the hits without taking any damage. Ian and Lai are running together, trying to avoid being caught by Drake. The Prota acknowledges that it's getting really tough, and the battle could become much more difficult if it continues like this. Ian notices that Bookbook was sleeping while they were in combat. The Prota immediately orders the turtle to attack those 2 ghosts and draw their attention. Bookbook quickly wakes up, exuding great power, and steps in front of the group. Ian can't believe the turtle is actually going to do it. Staring down Bookbook, it begins to shine and draws Drake's attention, the ghost, but it doesn't last long, as the ghost performs a double attack on the turtle, who quickly uses its shell-hiding ability right after being hit. A message appears. The summoned Bookbook took a critical hit. The Prota is worried about his companion, but soon notices that the turtle is only losing 1 health point with each attack. Ian becomes excited, having counted on Bookbook's ridiculously high defense. Now, he sees a chance to win the battle. The Prota orders Biggie and Lai to attack together, and they manage to defeat Drake, the ghost that had been distracted. Ian takes a deep breath, as this battle was tougher than he had anticipated. He then starts walking through the area, reaching the lowest level of the dungeon, but something feels different about the place. The Prota notices a summoning magic circle appearing where he was standing, and it seems like it's about to summon the dungeon boss. Ian quickly tells Lai and Biggie to prepare for an attack. A strong light fills the area, and a man emerges from it. The Prota is unsure if the figure is an old man or a ghost. The man standing near Ian speaks, saying that he looks like a summoner. The Prota is speechless, as he doesn't know what exactly is in front of him. He decides to say that he is a summoner and asks the old man who he is. The man replies that it must be fate, as the first person to take Oakley's challenge is a summoner. The Prota doesn't understand what the old man means by this. He then asks if the man's name is Oakley. The man responds affirmatively, saying that Oakley is indeed his name. Ian wants to know why Oakley is there. The man says that, unfortunately, he can't reveal that just yet. Oakley starts laughing and, raising his staff, says that if Ian passes his test, all secrets will be unveiled. The Prota grows tense, unsure of what he will have to face. Stones begin to levitate. Ian is confused by what's happening. Oakley speaks. "Chaos Drake, hear my call." His staff begins to glow. The Prota realizes that Drake is approaching from behind him. A huge explosion occurs, and a massive creature appears. It's the Chaos Drake, level 75. Ian is shocked to see such a monster, as it's more than twice the size of the Ghost Drakes from the first floor, and also a level 75 creature with heroic rarity. The Prota doesn't know how he will be able to defeat this monster. He plans to recall his summons into his inventory if they come close to dying. The Chaos Drake uses an ability that shrinks Ian's body due to the fear it instills, and all of his stats are reduced by 5% for the next 10 minutes. With no other options, the Prota thinks that even if he dies, he'll make sure that monster suffers for this. Oakley orders the Chaos Drake to attack Ian. The monster begins forming a fireball in its mouth. The Prota is impressed by what the creature can do, but he doesn't waste time and tells Biggie and Lai to split up, each going to one side, while he holds Book to dodge the attack. The Drake releases a powerful fire blast, causing a massive explosion, displaying part of its overwhelming strength. Ian shields himself from the flames using the turtle as a shield, and he realizes that he narrowly avoided being hit, as even Book, with its insane defense, lost a third of its total health. The Prota starts thinking that if the Chaos Drake is similar to the Ghost Drakes, its defense and vitality are likely low. Without wasting time, Ian tells Biggie to use Ice Wave and instructs Lai to activate its Berserker mode and attack the monster's flanks. The Prota is not willing to give up before doing everything he can. Using his weakness detection ability, he sees that the Drake is about to make a tail attack. He immediately tells his summons to dodge. Biggie uses its arm to defend its master from a direct hit. Ian realizes that the ice golem has defended him. After a message appears, it shows that his summon took a critical hit. The Prota checks the system window and sees that Biggie lost 4,782 health points. Ian finds this ridiculously high, even for a level 70 boss. He decides to recall the golem to his inventory. With Book on his back, the Prota watches as Lai continues to fight against the Chaos Drake. Since it was very agile, Lai could easily dodge the dragon's attacks, even managing to counterattack, inflicting a critical hit that caused 1,776 damage. Drake also would take 355 damage over 10 seconds due to the bleeding status. Additionally, Lai's attack would increase for 5 seconds after landing a critical hit on the Chaos Drake. Ian gets excited upon seeing that Lai had targeted the weak point he had identified using the weakness detection ability. He then orders Lai to keep attacking. The wolf obeys its master and continues to assault the monster, managing to land 3 more hits on Drake. The first caused 1,355 damage, the second 2,807 damage, and the third 1,077 damage. Despite this, Drake remained standing, and now, enraged, the monster, unable to hit Lai, used its tail to strike the wolf. With a quick attack, the monster hit Lai, throwing it to the ground. Seeing his companion had been struck, Ian used spatial distortion to switch places with Lai, along with Book, who was already preparing to use its defense. After switching places, the Prota once again used Buck as a shield to defend himself from Drake's attack. The dragon uses its tail to attack again, hitting Book, who was being used as a shield by the Prota. The Prota receives a message that his summon has lost 118 HP. Sung grows apprehensive after seeing that Drake was dealing critical damage with every attack, but even so, Book's defense was incredible, losing only a little over 100 HP after the dragon's series of attacks. The Prota orders Lai to attack Drake and tear him apart. The wolf makes a quick attack, dealing a critical hit of 2,076 HP. Sung notices that even after Lai's strong attack, Drake still has more than half of his HP left. While the Prota was focused on the wolf, the dragon counterattacks with its tail. Sung sees the attack coming his way, and knowing it's a fast strike, realizes he has no way to dodge. He quickly uses Book as a shield, but with the strong impact, he is thrown against the wall, losing 521 HP. Sung starts to wonder if he can actually defeat Drake, as he didn't want to die now. The Prota admits that a level 70 monster with heroic rarity is really strong, and if he were to die, he would lose all his experience, and on top of that, face a 24-hour login restriction, risking losing the fight. Sung thinks about at least saving Lai, not wanting to lose him, and considers withdrawing him as quickly as possible, but soon realizes that his companion is still engaged in combat with the monster, which is trying to grab him in every way. However, Lai, being very agile, easily escapes Drake's attacks. The Prota becomes concerned, seeing his companion in a tough situation, but Lai hasn't given up yet, and manages to counterattack the dragon, dealing a critical hit. Additionally, the damage was increased by 36% because he hit a previously injured area. Lai's attack caused Drake to lose 3,069 HP. The Prota gets excited, seeing that the damage increased due to Lai attacking an injured area. And Sung, now knowing that attacking an injured area again will grant a damage bonus, imagines he might have a chance, but also wonders why he hadn't thought of that earlier. The Prota, seeing how Lai was in danger during the fight, notices that even after landing a strong blow on Drake, the dragon didn't stop attacking him. But despite dodging the attacks, the wolf was able to counter the monster. Lai was proving that, even though he had less strength than Drake, he could fight him evenly by using his agility. After the wolf's series of attacks, the Prota notices that the dragon's name is flashing, indicating that its HP is below half. Now, Sung considers that he might have a chance, or maybe not, because even after Li's multiple attacks, they had only managed to reduce 50% of the monster's HP, which, despite being injured, still appeared very strong. In the midst of that situation, the Prota thinks he should be pragmatic, and even in that situation, he wasn't thinking about winning the fight. He then takes a deep breath and decides to withdraw Lai to avoid the risk of losing him. Sung knows there's no time to restore stamina with first aid. If he gets tired in the middle of the battle, he won't be able to keep dodging Drake's attacks, and he also can't win the fight with only Lai, so he decides to minimize his losses. Drake begins to stare at the Prota and charges at him, while Sung, holding Book, waits for the creature's attack. Suddenly, the dragon stops the attack but keeps staring at the Prota, who was already thinking about losing a level if he died, and the 24-hour login restriction. Drake lets out a powerful roar in front of Sung, who does nothing and just stands there. Oakley recognizes that the Prota was truly incredible, and that this was already enough, so he withdraws the dragon. Sung, who had been expecting his defeat, doesn't understand what just happened, but after the monster is withdrawn, a message appears saying that the Prota had defeated Drake of Chaos, receiving 174,320,000 experience points, leveling up to 43. Sung was still confused about how he had defeated the monster as the old summoner approached. The Prota thinks that maybe it wasn't necessary to defeat the Drake to clear the dungeon, so he sits down, already exhausted, trying to understand what was happening. Oakley approaches and tells Sung that what he did was truly incredible, fighting so well against the Drake of Chaos. The Prota responds to the old man, saying it was incredible, but he had lost. Oakley clarifies that it wasn't like that at all, as the dragon's summoning was meant to be unbeatable, and he congratulates Sung for passing the test. Listening to the old summoner, the Prota now understands that it was just a test. Oakley asks Ian what his name is. The Prota, still seated, introduces himself to the old man, who then asks if he would like to train under him. A message appears. The path of a dragon tamer. The legendary dragon tamer, Oakley, is deeply impressed by your skills as a summoner. He wants you to follow the path of a dragon tamer. If you accept his offer, you can switch classes to dragon tamer without difficulties. Class reward, dragon tamer. If you accept, your original class will be lost. The Prota is impressed with this class being offered to him since it was a hidden class. Ian starts to think about what to do, as he didn't know hidden classes could be obtained this way. Oakley asks the Prota again if he wants to succeed him on the path of becoming a legendary dragon tamer. Ian considers that being a dragon tamer sounds like a cool class, but he wonders whether dragon tamer or master tamer would be better. Since he had obtained the master tamer class easily at the beginning of the game, he's uncertain about which class to choose, as he had barely managed to unlock the dragon tamer class even after all the effort. After thinking it through, the Prota decides to switch to the dragon tamer class. Oakley says that Ian made an excellent decision, as he had chosen a magnificent class, and the old man assures him that he won't regret the decision. Oakley begins to bless Ian to become a new dragon tamer, while the master stands still, waiting for the change to be completed. However, something goes wrong. The old tamer says that the switch cannot be made, but he doesn't know what the problem is. The Prota receives a message saying that he cannot switch to an inferior class, and the change fails. Oakley opens an information window and says the reason is that Ian is already on the path of a master. But he isn't surprised to learn this, as after seeing the wolf that the Prota had tamed, he knew that Ian wouldn't be an ordinary summoner, although it hadn't crossed his mind that Ian would be a master. The Prota is surprised to learn that a master tamer is actually a more advanced class than dragon tamer, and he also reflects on how special Lai is, as even Oakley was impressed. Ian decides that he will try to gather more information about this, as he might learn something useful. The old man asks the Prota if Lai is the name of his wolf, as from what he understands, Lai is definitely a blood-red-maned wolf, but his strength seems to be beyond that, which is only possible if the summoner has evolved the summon through a certain method. Ian is amazed that Oakley could precisely identify Lai's strength and rarity. It was truly impressive, even for an NPC, showing why Oakley was a legendary dragon tamer. The Prota asks the old man why he had been hiding there, waiting for a challenger. Oakley responds that this was the most important thing, but he had forgotten because he was distracted by the wolf summon. Awkwardly, Ian asks why it would be the most important thing, but he thinks there might be some reward for passing the test, as he had come here to obtain unique items. The old man asks the Prota to follow him. Meanwhile, in the icy mountains, Hers was fighting against the ice golem, but using his warrior skills, he easily destroys the monster. After achieving victory, Hers takes a deep breath, finally having accomplished what he wanted most, raising his guild's territory value to 1,000. Hyung approaches, pleased, and says they did a great job, and now they've met the minimum requirements to upgrade to a village. Hers starts the territory upgrade, transforming the Lotus base into the village of Lotus. A message appears stating that the village chief title has been automatically assigned to the guild leader, Hers. His companions were happy and laughed after the warrior became the chief. Now, after solving the issue of upgrading the guild base, Hers begins to wonder how Ian is doing. The Prota, who had followed Oakley, was in another battle with blurred vision after having only 2 hours of sleep over 5 days, while Lai was fighting the ghost dragon. The Prota starts questioning why he had agreed to do this, as he was already beginning to regret it. Oakley had taken Ian into a cave where there was a mandatory quest. The old man said that those who pass his test receive a reward, but there was no way to quit during the mission, so the quest had to be completed immediately. The Prota wonders what he had gotten himself into, as he now had no choice but to accept it. However, it was a high-risk situation, because if he failed or gave up on a quest after accepting it, he would lose fame depending on the mission's difficulty. Ian asks Oakley if he could at least explain what kind of quest it was in advance. The old man replies no, that Ian must make a decision first. The Prota starts thinking about what to do, as giving up wasn't his style in the game. Determined, he accepts the mission. Oakley says he already knew Ian's decision. After accepting the quest, the task appears: trace an ancient monster that was forgotten. The legendary dragon tamer Oakley sealed himself underground in the Krupia snow mountains over 1,000 years ago. Obtain the divine soul stone of a dragon with him and seek the dimensional mage. The quest difficulty was B. The requirements were to summon using abilities recognized by Oakley. No party participation allowed during the quest, the time limit was infinite, and the reward was unknown. The quest could not be abandoned. The Prota accepted the quest, but was puzzled upon seeing it was a B difficulty mission, as he wasn't even level 50 yet. He starts thinking it might be very difficult, but since there was no time limit to finish, the Prota figures he might be able to complete it eventually. However, he remains apprehensive, because since he couldn't join a party during the quest, Ian deduces it must be impossible to finish the mission alone, though perhaps he could manage after leveling up and becoming stronger. Oakley places his hand inside his coat and pulls out the divine soul stone of a dragon. Ian asks the old man what it is. The legendary tamer begins explaining that he is a summoner who lived many years ago, and in his era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist, like the summon he used for a long time, who was also his best friend, the war dragon Carseus. The old man says that 1,000 years ago, he was the leader of the now extinct dragon tamers, and Carseus was one of the 5 divine dragons. 1,000 years ago, the settlement of the dragon tamers in the north of the Prilania Valley continent was attacked by evil dragons. An uncountable number of dragons and tamers died because of this, as there were simply too many evil dragons, and their lord Kalipa was more powerful than Carseus. This was why Oakley fled and hid in the Krupia snow mountains. He had the duty to protect his companion. The dragons didn't let them escape easily, so the old man had no other choice but to seal himself and Carseus underground. After telling the story, Oakley explains that this is why he has waited 1,000 years in that place, where there wasn't even a single ray of sunlight, and the way he could bring Carseus back to life is with the soul stone in hand. The Prota asks if he can actually do it, if delivering that stone to the dimensional mage would work. Oakley responds that the mage will explain how to revive the soul of a war dragon, and also says that his original plan was for the Prota to carry on the legacy of the dragon tamers and give him Carseus' soul, so that he could leave the world with no regrets, and Carseus would become one of Ian's summons. However, he hadn't expected to meet someone with a class superior to Dragon Tamer, though he understands it now, even if it's hard to believe. The Prota asks the old man if only Dragon Tamers can restore Carseus' soul. Oakley responds no, but only the innate ability of a Dragon Tamer can make Carseus reborn as a new war dragon. Ian asks why Oakley doesn't do it himself, since he is a Dragon Tamer. Oakley explains that he's sealed and cannot use his abilities. The Prota starts to think that if this stone holds the soul of a divine dragon, it would make for an incredible summon. But since he can't change classes, this means that the Master Summoner class must be even more impressive. Oakley tells the Prota that, in any case, if he takes that soul stone to the dimensional mage, they can find a way to bring Carseus back. The old man hands the Prota a feather and says it is his reward. A feathered ornament of a dragon tamer, an artifact passed down to new leaders of the dragon tamers. However, Ian will have to find the dimensional mage to break the seal on the artifact. Only then will its true power be revealed. Now, with the soul stone and the feather ornament in hand, the Prota thanks Oakley and says he will find the dimensional mage at any cost. Ian thinks how promising all of this seems, even without its full power unlocked. Before disappearing, the old man tells the Prota that to find the mage, he will have to go to the eastern edge of the southern continent, where he will find the mage's tower. Oakley also says that he finally has no more regrets and can now rest in peace, asking the Prota to revive the descendants of the divine dragons in this world. After the legendary Tamir departs, Ian looks at the soul stone and thinks he has just obtained an incredible quest, suspecting there's more to it, since it's a B difficulty quest. As Oakley mentioned that he should ask the mage to do something while holding the feather ornament, the Prota decides to investigate further, as even though the old man said it was sealed, Ian plans to check it anyway. Ian opens the information window and begins examining its features. The feathered ornament of the dragon Tamir, with 36 defense, has a durability of 150 and options with 150 leadership, which is sealed, 200 affinity, also sealed. A 15% increase to all combat stats, classified as a head accessory, with legendary rarity, sealed, and no usage requirements. The item belonging to Ian cannot be traded or sold to other players and will not drop upon the user's death. The innate abilities include, all summoning stats are increased by 20%, and the chance of landing a critical hit increases by 25%. While equipped, you can capture an unlimited number of monsters regardless of the leadership stat, but you cannot capture monsters in battle if you have exceeded the leadership stat limit. This ability is sealed. Another ability is that, while equipped, the required leadership stat for dragon-type summons is halved. This is also sealed. Another ability is that, while equipped, the affinity with dragon-type summons is increased. This too is sealed. This is an ancient legendary summoner's head accessory. The Prota finds this item ridiculously powerful, as the status increases alone are already incredible, and only he can use it. Ian also thinks that the item will become something unprecedented once the seal is removed. In the part of the statuses that were still sealed, the Prota finds it quite bothersome, and even feels it shows a flaw, as it seemed senseless to be able to capture an unlimited number of monsters, but if the summons run out of health during a battle, he would only need to swap them for other summons with full health, like substituting players in sports. Ian also thinks that taming a dragon is every tamer's dream, so he is convinced that he will definitely tame a dragon in the future. Thus, the reduction in the required leadership stat will be beneficial. Now, knowing all this information, the Prota is determined to complete these quests at any cost. Already exhausted after being awake and battling for so long, Ian recognizes that he needs to be at least level 70 to complete a B difficulty quest without a party. So he knew he needed to level up first, but staying awake for 5 days was too tiring for him. Regardless, Lai was attacking the monster at full speed, along with Biggie. After they defeated the creature, making a huge impact with their attack, Ian leveled up to 50, while the Prota, barely able to stand, looked at the system messages pouring in. He notices that his summons are showing off for the good work they are doing. The Prota gained the summoning magic power stat and spirit magic power. Now, sitting on the ground, Ian was too tired, but happy to have reached level 50 before his experience buff ran out. Opening the information window, the Prota admits that anything that is theoretically possible is also practically possible. Then, he begins to check what the summoning and spirit magic power stats are for, as he wasn't sure if they were related to the summoning class. Ian then gets up and stretches, thinking this wasn't something he needed to figure out right now, as he planned to sleep. But before the Prota goes, messages appear stating that he was the first to reach level 50, earning him 1500 fame, and that a level 50 summoner had appeared in the Lucefell Empire of the Kolonar continent, and a summoner's tower would be created in Mulan, the capital of the Lucefell Empire. Contribution to the summoner's tower increased by 5,000. Summoners from the Lucefell Empire can now receive class-related quests in the Summoner's Tower. The Prota thinks it's an incredible achievement to have been the first to reach level 50. After all these messages appear, the Summoning Prophet quest is activated. Ian decides to read what this mission entails. The Empire Quest. Summoning Prophet. You are a Summoning Prophet, a pioneer among the summoners of the Lucefell Empire. Your prestige will spread throughout the Lucefell Empire, and Emperor Celius wishes to meet you. Meet Emperor Celius within the next 3 days. It was a quest without difficulty, the only requirement being to be the first summoner to reach level 50, and it had a time limit of 3 days. If the Prota rejected the quest, his affinity with Emperor Celius would decrease. If there was no affinity, hostility would increase. Ian becomes excited. seeing that it's an Empire quest, as these special missions give tons of fame and contribution as rewards, and having high contribution could lead to a noble title. The Prota celebrates having made the right choice, knowing that Kalen is a game that gives massive rewards to players who are pioneers in something. Now, after receiving so much information, the Prota decides to rest first and head to Mulan as quickly as possible. After reconnecting the next day, he logs off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Luceville Empire, Mulan, in Flinor Square, the ground begins to tremble. The players nearby start to think it might be an earthquake, but this phenomenon shouldn't happen in a game until they realize something is being created. A new tower was materializing. The players deduce that it is a tower for one of the new classes. Then, after the tower is fully formed, all players receive messages. A level 50 summoner has appeared in the Luceville Empire of the continent, and a summoner's tower will be created in Mulan, the capital of the Luceville Empire. Contribution to the summoner's tower increased by 5,000. Summoners from the Luceville Empire can now receive class-related quests in the summoner's tower. The players went wild upon learning that the summoner's tower had appeared before other new class towers, and that someone had been the first to reach level 50. Everyone wanted to know who that summoner was. Meanwhile, at home, Sung was still lying down, having just been awakened by the sunlight through his window. Since he hadn't slept for a long time, he was still tired, but he got up anyway and decided to have breakfast. After doing so, he thought about checking some information on the forums before logging back into Kylan. Upon opening the forum, he noticed there were many new posts, dozens of pages, all from overnight. The posts were about the summoner's tower. The Prota started laughing to himself, seeing how everyone was impressed by his achievement. While eating, he browsed posts where people were losing their minds over the new development. Sung even saw a post claiming to know the identity of the level 50 summoner that everyone was curious about. The Prota figured that this kind of post was usually clickbait, but he couldn't resist checking it out. When Sung saw it, he spat out the noodles he was eating, startled to see an image of him and Lai circulating on the forum. The Prota couldn't take it, and immediately logged back into the game, annoyed after reading the forum messages. The player who had posted his picture claimed that this summoner was a solo farmer in the Ice Troll area of the Krupia Snow Mountains, suggesting that this user was the summoner who had reached level 50. People responded to that message, calling it fake, and accusing the poster of trying to fool them with a false image, saying there was no wolf that big and that the image was definitely fake, telling the poster to create a better fake image next time. The Prota was furious, seeing that players thought the picture of him and Lai was fake. So, he summoned the wolf and started petting him, saying he was a good boy, and that if Bookbuk were as good as Lai, he'd summon him too. Even so, the Prota decided to summon the turtle, who was irritated upon appearing. Ian asked the creature if it missed him, but Bookbuk was furious. The Prota began asking the summon what was upsetting it, as he couldn't understand why the turtle was acting that way. Ian started saying that Bookbuk had nothing to fear when it was on his back, and then asked it to protect him. The turtle began to calm down, letting the Prota touch it. Ian told Bookbuk that if it kept protecting him, it would get 3 meatballs every morning and 4 in the afternoon. The turtle quickly changed its attitude, and the Prota realized that Bookbuk was really smart. Ian received a message. When he opened it, he saw it was from his friend Yun, who was going crazy, wanting to know what he had done. Hers asked Sung if he was the summoner who had reached level 50. Now, the Prota knew that his friend was the only one who had figured out that it was him being talked about. But soon, Ian received another message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Heron, asking what Ian's class was and when he had reached level 50. The Prota felt emotional knowing the girl had sent him a message. Ian was happy to know he was being recognized by his friends, especially by Heron. The Prota thought about helping the girl even more in her upcoming tasks. So, he replied, saying he had reached level 50 the previous day and had gone straight to bed, so he couldn't reply immediately because he had only just logged in. The Prota, who had feelings for Heron, noticed she wasn't online and decided to talk to Yun. His friend said that Ian was a monster for already being level 50, and also mentioned that their guild had recently set up a base in the northern region, in a place called the Rokal Snowfield, and that Ian should hurry and help them since it was a large area. Ian responds that he did a good job. Hers says they were lucky, and asks the Prota to come help them clear out the nearby monsters once he reaches level 70, as the monsters in that area are very high level. Ian says he'll level up as quickly as possible to help, and asks if there was anything else Hers wanted to mention. Hers asks if the Prota can go a week without leveling up. Ian wants to know why. Yun explains that the Imperial Arena will start in a week, and he needs to be level 50 or below to participate in the Beginner League. The Prota had forgotten about the Imperial Arena, where winning the league grants 50,000 fame. Ian responds that a week is a long time, but he would do something else instead of leveling up. Hearst wishes him good luck and says he'll see him later. The prota begins thinking about what he could do during that time, and then notices Book approaching. Ian picks up the turtle and asks it what they should do that week. Even though the turtle doesn't respond, the prota says they'll start the Prophet quest at the Summoner's Tower. Many players were circling the new structure out of curiosity. Ian was seeing his new achievement medal for the first time, feeling genuinely proud, and he also liked how the entrance was designed. The prota approaches the tower and thinks he doesn't have much time to waste. He decides to check it out properly before heading to the Empire. Upon entering the tower, Ian finds the place quite similar to the Archer's Tower, meaning that the Artifact Exchange Center was probably on the 5th floor, where they could trade contribution points for items and skill books. Once the prota reaches the 5th floor, he meets an NPC who tells him this is the Artifact Exchange Center and asks if she can help him with anything. Ian says he wants to take a look at the artifacts. The NPC asks for his name so she can check his contribution points. The prota tells her his name, and she asks him to wait a moment. After checking, the elf smiles and tells Ian that he's a prophet. The prota doesn't understand why the NPC is happy to know this, but he confirms to the elf that he is indeed a prophet. Suddenly, the girl grabs his hand and urgently tells him to follow her, saying they have many artifacts and skill books he can exchange for contribution points. By the way, the prota has 5,000 contribution points. After talking, Ian takes a look. The elf, who seemed kind, tells the prota to let her know if he finds anything that interests him. Ian begins browsing through what they have, thinking he needs to choose his options wisely. The prota picks up the steel sword of an ancient summoner and realizes it's the same type as the joints he bought at the auction not long ago. Seeing that the item's value is 350 contribution points, the prota begins to wonder if it's worth acquiring, considering that B difficulty quests give between 200 and 400 contribution points. It wasn't too expensive. Still, Ian wonders if there's any item as good as the feather he could buy with his current points. The feather isn't a legendary item, so the prota would need to be at least level 80 to use it. Ian looks through all the items and doesn't find much that catches his interest. The NPC approaches and asks if Ian didn't find anything he liked. The prota replies that nothing in particular interested him, but in reality, he's thinking he should probably save his contribution points for now and get a better item later. But before the prota leaves, the elf asks if he would like to check out the skill books in another room. Ian becomes curious to see what kind of skill items they have. Smiling, the girl says she's sure the prota will find something he likes. The NPC's smile was a bit pretentious, causing Ian to start suspecting something. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the snow-capped mountains, the Karun Peak towered. A player, one of the new assassin classes, was battling a giant mountain monster. The player was skilled, wielding daggers that could be activated with special abilities, making them deadlier. The assassin launched an attack on the creature at great speed, managing to wound the golem with 2 strikes, one dealing 1,800 damage and the other 1,600, which reduced the ice golem's defense. The player was surprised to see the creature had survived the attack and began to use more of his combat power, aiming to quickly finish off the creature. The assassin struck so fast that the monster couldn't defend itself against any blows. The player used special abilities on the daggers, causing the monster to take even more damage. Even though the troll warrior let out powerful roars, it couldn't intimidate the assassin, who combined his movement speed with his attacks. This was enough for him to deliver a fatal blow to the creature and emerge unscathed. After defeating the monster, the player acknowledged that it was to be expected from a level 65 ice troll warrior. The assassin estimated it would take about 12 hours to reach level 50. The player was obsessed with leveling up, as he was still at level 49 and already had a summoner at level 50 for several days. This sparked the assassin's interest in finding out how compatible his class was with the summoners, and he rushed off in search of more creatures to farm. The player thought there were 4 days left until the arena opened, where he could draw his conclusions. After picking up speed, the assassin leaped off a cliff and began to fall in search of new adventures. After a while of freefall, there was an explosion, and a large bird quickly emerged from the hole. The assassin was on its back, heading to another location. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who was reading some skill books, was impressed by the power that one of the books was offering him. Outside the tower, Ian held the 2 books he had bought for 1,700 contribution points. The first book's information, Wall of Flames, was a skill type with a rarity of rare. The cost to activate the skill was 20 spiritual mana, its level was 0, and mastery was at 0%, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The book summoned a fire spirit that temporarily created a wall of flames to block enemy attacks. The wall of flames would absorb damage equal to 350% of the player's summoning magic power, and reflect fire damage at 200% of the summoning magic power. Requirements to acquire this skill. It can only be acquired if you have learned the passive skill, Summon Fire Spirit. The second item, Voltaic Orb, was a skill type with heroic rarity, with a cost of 15 spiritual mana, level 0, and 0% mastery, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The book summoned an electric spirit to create electric orbs in both hands. Throwing the electric orbs would inflict damage equal to 250% of the summoning magic power. The orb would split into 4 orbs, launched at high speed. If the split orbs hit an enemy or object, they would ricochet and disappear after 5 seconds. Affected enemies would have a 15% chance of being paralyzed for 20 seconds. The paralysis status would reduce the target's speed by 30% and cause them to take 50% more electric damage. Requirements to acquire the skill. It can only be acquired by someone who has learned the passive skill, Summon Electric Spirit. Requirements to activate the skill. It can only be activated while the electric spirit is summoned. If paralysis is triggered, the cooldown will reset. Ian was particularly enjoying the Voltaic Orb skill because although the offensive power of the skill was relatively low for a heroic rarity skill, the additional effects, like paralysis, were excellent. After reading the book's information, Ian felt the same as when the protagonist discovered that summoning and spirit magic powers were utilized. Ian was determined to learn these skills first, so he began using the skill book, acquiring the Summon Electric Spirit and Voltaic Orb skills. Suddenly, something strange began to form in the protagonist's hand, startling him, but it turned out to be a creature resembling a bird. Once the appearance was complete, Ian realized it was an electric spirit. The people passing by were astonished at the sight, as it was something unusual in the game. A message appeared indicating that the protagonist needed to name the spirit. Looking at the creature, Ian started thinking of a name when, suddenly, the bird began attacking him immediately. The protagonist said that the creature's name would be Chirpy, because it sounded like the noise it made. After the message appeared confirming that the electric spirit had received its name, the protagonist began to brag, noticing that the creature seemed pleased. Ian raised his hand and called Chirpy to land on it. Then he started checking its information. Chirpy, the electric spirit, had spiritual power of 0 out of 1,000, a summoning duration of 375 minutes, and a cooldown of 500 minutes. Its aspect was electric, and its class was inferior spirit. This creature would evolve into a superior spirit once its spiritual power reached the maximum. The spiritual power would increase whenever electric magic aspects were used. The higher the summoning magic power, the longer the spirit's summoning duration would be. After seeing the information, the protagonist realized that Chirpy could not be used in combat, so he deduced that he could simply think of the creature as a means to summon electric-type spells. Storing Chirpy, the protagonist thought that it was good not to have strong units right from the start, but also good to level them up from 0. Now, Ian set off to meet Emperor Celius. After a while, the protagonist arrived at the Emperor's castle, but as he approached, he was stopped by the guards. One of the guards asked Ian what the purpose of his visit was. The protagonist didn't understand why this happened, as he had been able to enter freely before resetting his character, and now he wasn't sure if he needed to show some certificate or something like that. However, he quickly thought to mention the prophet's quest to the guards. The protagonist stated his name, and that he was the prophet of summoners, and was there because the emperor wished to see him. After hearing him, the guard asked Ian to wait a moment while he checked with the head of the guard about the visit. After confirming, the man allowed the protagonist to enter. Inside the castle, Ian was greeted by Malin, the head of the guard. The man apologized to the protagonist for not informing the guards that he was a guest. Ian figured that Malin was being so polite because it was a quest from the emperor, so he told the head of the guard that everything was fine. The man then said he would escort the protagonist to the emperor. As they walked through the corridors, Ian wondered what level the head of the guard might be, knowing that Raphael, the leader of the watchmen, was around level 90. Without Malin noticing, the protagonist opened the information window to check. Ian was amazed to discover that the head of the guard was at level 115. The protagonist was even confused, considering that the number 1 player wasn't even at level 120. Ian became curious to know the levels of the regular Imperial Guards. After a quick check, he found that the guards ranged between levels 104 and 107, showing that the Empire was truly impressive. The protagonist understood that this was the reason why top-ranking guilds couldn't set up their bases on the Kolinar continent, because if they disturbed the Empire, the entire guild could be obliterated. Ian then thought it was indeed a good choice that his guild had set up its base in the northern region instead of around there. The protagonist thinks he needs to level up quickly in order to help the guild protect the lands around the base. Ian soon arrives at the room where the Emperor is. They sit down, and the Emperor, accompanied by his personal guard, asks if he is Ian. The protagonist, sitting at the other end of the table, responds affirmatively while observing the Emperor and thinking that he had expected an old man with white hair, very different from what he was seeing. Since in reality, the Emperor was young and all his information was hidden. Ian didn't even know his level. The protagonist tells Celius that he heard he wanted to see him. The Emperor replies that indeed he did, because when he learned that a brilliant man like the protagonist had appeared in the Lucifel Empire, he decided he had to meet him. Ian says he understands and waits for the Emperor to speak, but soon messages arrive for Ian, notifying him that he had met Celius within the time limit, completing the Prophet of Summoners quest, increasing his fame by 1,250 points. After seeing how much fame he had gained, the protagonist recognizes that the Empire's quests were truly on another level. Holding his cup, Celius says he had been very eager ever since he heard news about Ian, because he had been avidly searching for a summoner like him for a long time. Immediately, the protagonist wants to know why. The Emperor's personal guard, furious, calls Ian filthy and asks how he dared speak so abruptly. The protagonist is startled, not expecting that reaction. Celius raises his hand and tells Helame, his guard, that it's fine, considering Ian is an adventurer and doesn't know the Empire's etiquette. The man steps back and returns to the Emperor's side. The protagonist breathes deeply, thinking it was a close call, as he thought he would die from an attack Helame might deliver with that huge sword. Ian notices the sword looks like a very valuable item and realizes it would be a lost cause to fight him. Looking directly into the protagonist's eyes, Celius asks if he knows which mythical creature symbolizes the Empire. Ian starts to think about which mystical creature it could be, but he doesn't know. Then notices there is a painting on the wall, an image of a creature. The protagonist then responds that it's the Griffin. The Emperor affirms this and says that many people didn't know that, but Ian wasn't one of them. The protagonist, feeling awkward, doesn't understand why the Emperor had said that, since there was a large painting displaying the creature. Celius begins to say that about half a year ago, the Empire found a griffin's nest in the Sychar Desert and managed to obtain an egg. Ian is now shocked, realizing that griffins exist. The Emperor continues, explaining that there's a problem. They haven't been able to hatch the egg, even after half a year, and he would like the protagonist to find a way to hatch the griffin's egg. Then, the Empire quest Griffin's Egg appears. Half a year ago, Emperor Celius's knights discovered a griffin's egg in the center of the Sychar Desert. The knights brought the egg back to the Empire, and the Emperor wants it to hatch, as it is the egg of the mythical creature that symbolizes the Empire. However, no one has been able to find a way to hatch the egg. Therefore, Emperor Celius asks you, a skilled summoner, to do it. There was no difficulty or requirements. The time limit was unknown. The reward was a skill book for summoners from the Imperial Library. If you reject the quest, your affinity with the Emperor will decrease. If there is no affinity, hostility will increase. The protagonist begins to wonder how he is supposed to know how to do that. Hatch a griffin's egg, since he wasn't the mother of a griffin, so how could he manage to hatch an egg? The protagonist also thinks that the unknown time limit could be a problem, so he starts considering how to begin. Not wanting to lose affinity and fame by rejecting the quest, Ian accepts the mission and tells the Emperor he'll see what he can do. After leaving the castle, Ian takes a deep breath and says to himself that things are getting worse, as he had received 2 large-scale quests without intending to, but at least he knew where to go with the traces of a forgotten ancient monster quest, since he needed to take the soul stone to the mage. However, regarding the Griffin's Egg mission, he was completely clueless about what to do. Stretching, the protagonist doesn't worry about completing the 2 quests at the moment, as he is now focused on dealing with the arena, as Yun had mentioned. Ian begins to check the map to find hunting spots, because with 5 days remaining until the arena opens, he wants to increase his mastery of the new skills. While looking at the ant nest dungeon, he notices he has received a message from Haran. The girl wanted to know what Ian was up to. The protagonist replies that he is heading out to hunt and aiming for 99% experience. Haran is impressed and mentions that she's at a cafe near the school to discuss her holiday project with a friend and wanted to know if he'd like to join her for a meal if he's free. The protagonist is excited by her invitation and finds it very tempting, but Ian wants to test his voltaic orb skill first, so he replies to the message apologizing and telling her they can eat together next time, as he's already in the hunting fields, and it would be a bit inconvenient to leave at that moment. The protagonist feels disappointed with himself, as he was still in the city. The girl replies, saying that Ian should let her know after he finishes hunting, and since it would take some time for her to check the message through the game, she sends her number. The protagonist, although determined, was actually sad to have turned down a meal to go hunting, which made him feel guilty. Arriving at the ant nest dungeon, Ian enters the ant den along with his summons. There they encounter several giant ants. Seeing all those creatures, the protagonist thinks he will gain a lot of experience there, so he raises his hand and orders Biggie and Lai to attack. The summons begin running toward the creatures. The protagonist tells the ice golem to make the first strike, but as Biggie approaches the ants, he takes 2 hits from the creatures, one dealing 201 damage and the other 376. But the golem quickly uses its ice wave ability, destroying a large number of the giant ants nearby, with some even becoming frozen. Now it was Lai's turn to attack. The wolf rushes at the creatures with incredible speed, defeating several ants in a single blow. Book, who was behind the protagonist pretending to be asleep because Ian had forgotten about him, immediately jumps onto his summoner's back when the protagonist looks at him. Ian tells Book that he doesn't even need to tell him what to do anymore. Now, the protagonist launches his attack using his new skill, Voltaic Orb. Ian thinks that simply throwing the orbs at the ants will be enough to defeat them, but after launching the orbs, the protagonist realizes they were moving too slowly. The ants simply stepped aside, easily dodging them. Ian still hadn't understood how this new ability worked, as if it functioned that way, it wouldn't deal any damage. The giant ants became more agitated by the glow of the orbs. The protagonist, facing the creatures, tries to figure it out, noticing that the glow in his hand was still there. Ian deduces he needs to wait a bit, then closes his hand, thinking of doing it differently. The protagonist charges forward, making sure the creatures will be hit by the orbs. Using his high movement speed, he gets very close to the ant and opens his hand at the moment of the attack, managing to hit it. This triggered the Voltaic Orb ability, dealing 1,179 damage, but the protagonist notices the paralysis didn't occur. He immediately remembers that there's only a 15% chance of paralysis. Ian continues attacking the other ants and starts enjoying the results he's getting. After hitting one creature, messages appear, indicating that Voltaic Orb dealt an additional 359 damage, and the ant was paralyzed. A message also pops up stating that the ant would lose 30% of its speed and take 50% more damage from electric attacks, and the Voltaic Orb ability was resetting its cooldown. The protagonist realizes that this skill is better for attacking mobs, and now, after seeing the effect of the new ability, he decides to start farming mastery. Ian is pleased to see what he can do. Now he opens the status window and looks at his experience, which is at 99.9%. This meant he had trained a lot that day and could have even reached level 51 if he had done a little more. After a good farm, the protagonist tells his summons that they can return, but he notices that Book has disappeared. However, Ian quickly finds him eating something unusual, and upon getting closer, notices that they were spider eggs. Immediately, the protagonist starts telling the turtle to stop eating, but it doesn't listen. So, Ian recalls him, but then the messages appear that the protagonist had received 36 experience points after defeating a giant spider egg, and this message appeared twice. That was enough for Ian to level up to 51. He falls to the ground in despair because he wasn't supposed to level up since he was going to participate in the arena. The protagonist can't believe he did that, and acknowledges that he was too greedy and should have stopped at 98%, and now he is furious, wanting to summon Book and give him a few slaps. Now, unsure of what to do, Ian asks Lai what he should do. The wolf just stares into nothingness, not understanding anything. The protagonist thinks about recalling all his summons and starts considering dying, as that was his only option to lower his level. He thinks about storing all the items that could be dropped before dying. He begins choosing, throwing away a small sword, thinking he would use it again. After doing that with all the items, the protagonist grabs a knife and points it toward his chest to begin stabbing himself. At first he feels scared, but since he was already determined, he did what needed to be done. Messages appeared. You will lose experience due to your death, dropping to level 50, and you will be unable to connect for the next 24 hours. Outside the game, Sung was walking and thinking about what he should say when he met Haran, as he felt it was going to be quite awkward. The girl had said they would meet in front of the cafe near the back gate of the university. Once there, the protagonist quickly spots Haran. He finds the girl beautiful, and didn't expect such a beauty at college. As Sung got closer, he thought Haran looked even more beautiful. Approaching her, the girl calls the protagonist Ian and asks if it was him. Embarrassed, Sung says yes and asks if she is Haran. After the girl confirms, the protagonist is impressed by her. She looked exactly like her character. as if she hadn't customized it at all when creating it. Sung finds Harin more beautiful in person than in the game Kalen. The girl says that in the game, she wanted to look pretty, which is why she made some customizations, and says that's why the protagonist took so long to recognize her. Sung thinks the opposite and finds her even more beautiful now. Feeling awkward, the protagonist suggests they go for lunch since he hadn't had a proper breakfast and was very hungry. Harin mentions that she knows a restaurant nearby and invites Sung to go there. When they ordered food, the protagonist noticed that Harin was looking at the food intensely as she ate. Sung starts telling her what happened to him, about leveling up and having to kill himself to return. Harin finds it amusing the way the protagonist tells it. After leaving the restaurant, Sung says goodbye to the girl and heads straight home, feeling exhausted because he had used up all his energy. The protagonist thinks that women are really scary creatures, but he couldn't imagine having a meal with a woman if it weren't for Harin. With nothing else to do, Sung goes to the capsule to log back into Kylan, but he remembers that he can't connect for 24 hours. Still, he finds staying in the capsule relaxing, so he decides to lie down inside and take a nap. 24 hours passed, and the day of the arena games had arrived. The crowd was going wild in the stands, and the event was being broadcast by YTBC, the Korean representative for game broadcasts. Reporter Haynes introduced himself to the audience, along with Lucia, who also greeted the crowd. The reporter remarked to his co-host that there were certainly a lot of people in the stands. Lucia commented that the arena was definitely more crowded than last month, even considering that this was just a beginner's tournament and not the main event. The presenter mentioned that 3 new classes had been added, then asked Haynes which class he thought would show the greatest combat power in the arena. The reporter responded that in the arena, where the battles are one-on-one, he believed the assassin class would stand out, as it had a much higher offensive power compared to the dark mage and summoner classes. After giving his opinion, he noticed that the preliminary match was about to start. The protagonist was in the stands, watching closely. Haynes announced that the first match was between the assassin Limlong, one of the new classes, and featured right in the first match, and his opponent, the warrior Pleo. The reporter said this was an exciting matchup and asked everyone to pay attention. A message appeared, stating that the battle would begin in 5 seconds. The protagonist was very focused on what could happen in that fight, as he had never seen an assassin up close and was curious to see how he would fight. Limlong and Pleo were positioned, waiting for the countdown to end before starting the battle. When the time came, Haynes told them to begin. Limlong quickly moved into attack, but before getting close, he noticed that Pleo was preparing a strike. The warrior raised his large sword and attempted to split the assassin in half, but Limlong was prepared and moved quickly, managing to dodge and get right behind the warrior. The protagonist, seeing the assassin dodge, thought he must be using an invisibility skill, possibly attempting a surprise attack. Limlong, now behind Pleo, headbutted him. Ian, after seeing this move, recognized that the assassin was skilled in combat and had gained his attention. The warrior, unable to defend against the attack, realized he had already lost almost half of his health in the first move, but knew he couldn't give up. Pleo put more power into his sword and charged again, using the explosive wave slash skill, trying to hit the assassin, who easily dodged and quickly counterattacked by throwing several daggers. The warrior, caught off guard, realized he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack and simply braced for the damage, accepting the full blow. Unable to withstand it, he lost the duel. Limlong stood calmly, as if he hadn't made any effort at all. The fans in the crowd went crazy, proclaiming that assassins were the best. Messages appeared, showing that Limlong had won the fight and would earn double points for winning a perfect match. The protagonist admitted that it was an incredible preliminary battle, and that the assassin was really good. Limlong remained on the battlefield, staring coldly at Ian, who was sitting in the stands. The protagonist noticed the assassin staring at him, and he began to imagine things, as Limlong stood still, not breaking eye contact. With many pro players hidden in Kylan, Ian thought he should stay alert. The protagonist sat in a waiting room, watching the ongoing duels. He was contemplating which summon he should take. Watching the fight that had just taken place, he admitted that all the other fights were boring, except for the first one. So he decided there was no reason to keep watching. Despite being preliminaries for the Under 50 Beginners League, the fights remained dreadful. The protagonist used this time to select the items he would use in battle. While selecting the items, Ian remembered how he used to laugh at Hearst and Hyung for being bad, but compared to the people in the duels, those two were gods. Haynes starts announcing the next preliminary battle, which was between Ian and Jimenez. The protagonist, already prepared, walks toward the battlefield. The reporter mentioned that everyone should head to the waiting area as quickly as possible once their names were called. Ian walks to the battle along with his summons, Upon reaching the battlefield, the protagonist finds himself face to face with Jimenez, the great dark mage. Ian decides to keep Biggie as a trump card for later, sticking with Lai, Bookbook, and Charpy. The mage waved to the crowd, which was going wild at the sight of him, while the protagonist was shy, waiting for the battle to begin. The girls in the crowd were going crazy over Jimenez, shouting that he would take them to the paradise of black magic and destroy the summoner. The reporter mentioned that Jimenez was ranked first among dark mages. The protagonist didn't like that at all, as he was the best summoner and hadn't been mentioned at all. Ian didn't fear dark mages as much as assassins, but he knew he had to be cautious of the bone prison and debuffs. The protagonist chuckled, looking at Lai, thinking at the same time that Jimenez's vitality was lower than that of normal mages and archers. So, he decided to go all in as soon as the battle started. Jimenez called the protagonist Fufu and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Ian didn't pay much attention to the mage, who was treating him with disdain, but still shook his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Haynes announced that the battle would begin in 5 seconds. The protagonist told Lai to focus on the dark mage as soon as the battle started, thinking that his opponent would probably go all in right at the beginning as well. Ian knew that summoners were a class that easily lost, as they were often defeated before their summons could act. As the countdown began, the protagonist thought that this wouldn't happen, as he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. The signal to start the battle was given. Ian wasted no time and rushed forward with Lee. Jimenez was surprised. Expecting the match to begin as a battle of summons, he found it strange that the protagonist was advancing himself. The mage used his bone prison ability, but Ian had already predicted this move and dodged it, running swiftly over the bones. Jimenez was astonished, unable to believe the protagonist was a summoner, thinking instead that he had the skills of an assassin. Ian didn't find it difficult to dodge the dark mage's skill, as he had already foreseen it. And besides, the protagonist had invested almost all his status points into agility. Ian activated his Find Weakness ability while charging for another attack. Lai also activated Berserker to launch his assault. Jimenez quickly responded by summoning skeleton soldiers and ordering them to block the way. The soldiers stood in front of the mage, forming a sort of barrier, but this didn't scare the protagonist, who had already anticipated it. He then summoned Biggie, and the crowd went wild at the sight of the golem. Jimenez was shocked, thinking it was impossible, but Ian told him it was very possible and summoned Charpy. The golem used Ice Wave, throwing the skeleton soldiers into the air. Before the skeletons could react, the protagonist unleashed his electric attack, delivering a powerful shock that shattered them all. The commentator went crazy, exclaiming how incredible it was and how intense the battle had been from the start, with not even 30 seconds having passed. Jimenez was already starting to get nervous about the situation, but in his distraction, he didn't notice Lai rushing at full speed toward him. The wolf attacked the mage before he realized, dealing a critical hit. Jimenez lost 3,157 GP and also began taking 515 damage per second for 10 seconds due to the bleeding status. This caused Jimenez to lose another 2,576 GP. The mage was baffled by the wolf and didn't understand how, even after the attack, he was still taking nearly 3,000 damage. The mage begins to cast Dark Shield, as he hadn't expected a level 70 wolf to be used by a level 50 summoner, but the protagonist approaches at full speed, telling Jimenez that he was too slow. Using the item on his fists, along with the electric ability, Ian delivers a punch straight to the mage's face. The protagonist appeared confident, seeing his opponent on the ground, while the crowd was astonished by what had just happened. A message popped up indicating that player Jimenez had been eliminated from the match because his health had dropped below 5%. Therefore, the victorious player was Ian. The crowd began shouting wildly, amazed by what the protagonist had done. Haynes commented that what had happened was truly incredible, as no one had any idea that the summoner class could be so powerful, and that indeed, Ian had likely gotten his hands on some amazing hidden class. The Dark Mage's fans couldn't believe what was happening. Lucia remarked that it was a truly impressive display of strength, especially the wolf, which had severely injured Jimenez with a single attack. Haynes added that the summoning was incredible, but the summoner himself was too, and that Ian probably had a summon specialized in agility, but it was an unbelievable sight. The mage, still recovering from his broken tooth and bleeding nose, thought about how confident he had been facing a summoner, believing Ian to be a complete noob since he was using bracers as his weapons. Jimenez couldn't accept being eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries, as he was the #1 dark mage. He thought that if he hadn't let his guard down, he would have won, and looking at the protagonist, he imagined that's what Ian must be thinking too. Meanwhile, Ian was wondering why the best dark mage was so weak. or if it was simply because the player was terrible at the game, as he hadn't been able to dodge a single attack. Walking alongside his summons, the protagonist thought that, in any case, no one in Kylan would underestimate summoners from that moment on. As the protagonist left the arena, the players in the stands wondered where they could capture a wolf like Lai. Some assassins couldn't understand how Ian was more agile than them. Others were surprised by his electrical ability. After the battle, Lucia told Haynes that this beginner competition seemed to be at an unprecedented level. The reporter agreed with his partner and mentioned that, especially the summoner Ian and the assassin Limlong, seemed to have developed their characters using special methods. Haynes had a realization and said that he remembered seeing the protagonist and his wolf somewhere before. Then he recalled having encountered them on the ghost ship while he was on the way to complete the sorcerer quest. Lucia found that incredible. Haynes mentioned that he was lucky to have met the protagonist earlier. Someone informed the reporters that the next match would begin soon. The reporter called Lucia, and they returned to the arena. Limlong was in a separate room watching the fights. The assassin was impressed by Ian's abilities. It was already the 64th round. The protagonist was on the battlefield for another duel, equipped with his wrist guards. Ian was very eager to win because, if victorious, he would receive 100,000 fame points as well as a complete set of level 50 items for the summoner class, all of them of heroic rarity. Ian was determined to win the tournament so he could get back to farming like crazy. The crowd rooting for the protagonist was going wild, shouting for him to win. The players were dazzled by Ian's summons. The archer was already on the battlefield waiting for the protagonist, glaring at him furiously. Ian started to find his opponent familiar. Then he remembered that she was part of the PK group from the Goblin Priest quest. The protagonist just couldn't remember if she was level 50, because at that time he was sure she was above level 50. And if that were the case, she wouldn't be able to participate. Ian deduced that she might have purposely lost levels, just like he did. The archer, who was furious with the protagonist, said that he was a PK player and asked if he was enjoying her Helios necklace. Ian, spreading his arms and laughing, said he knew nothing about that, but was clearly thinking that he was enjoying it since he had sold the item at auction for a great price. The girl spoke offensive words to the protagonist, saying that last time she was tricked, but that wouldn't happen again. Ian told the archer that it's always bad players who talk too much. The fans realized that the protagonist and the archer already knew each other and had faced off before. For that reason, everyone there was expecting a great fight. The girl pointed her finger at Ian and said his insolence ended there, as she knew his secret. The protagonist asked the archer what secret that would be. The girl replied that Lai was not a summon he had tamed, and in fact, he used a sealing artifact to control him. In other words, Ian was relying only on an item. The protagonist didn't understand what the girl was talking about, especially about a seal or artifact. But Haynes went wild after hearing that and told Lucia that if it were really true, it would be something incredible. The reporter said that indeed the wolf was too powerful to be a summon tamed by a level 50 summoner. Haynes said that with a summoning artifact, as the protagonist supposedly had, it would certainly be easy to win the Rookie League. Upset, Lucia said it seemed like even in the game, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The protagonist didn't like at all what he heard, that Lai would be summoned by an artifact. He also couldn't believe the archer had been thinking that all along. This made the protagonist irritated. Ian noticed that everyone in the stands was commenting on the supposed artifact and sealing. The protagonist was astonished to see that they were believing what the archer had said. The girl, seeking revenge, said enough talking, and that she would ignore Lai and kill Ian immediately. The protagonist, standing beside the wolf, became irritated with the girl and was already preparing for the duel. The countdown to start the battle began. Ian wanted to finish the duel in 30 seconds to shut the archer's mouth. After the countdown, the protagonist immediately charged into combat with Lai, who had already activated the Berserker ability. The girl said she had predicted this and shot an arrow toward Ian. The protagonist was surprised to see that the archer had a high level of skill because it was a high-level homing arrow. Ian thought it probably wouldn't hurt much if it hit, but he still made a simple jump, managing to dodge the attack. The archer, seeing that move, found it amusing because she knew the protagonist couldn't escape the homing arrow with just that. As he approached her, she shot another arrow, but Ian defended using Bookbuck as a shield. The girl got excited, thinking she had inflicted a lot of damage after firing several arrows, but after the homing arrow hit Bookbuck, it only dealt 1 point of damage. The archer was surprised to see that she hadn't been able to reduce the summon's health at all. She then wondered what Bookbuck could be. Still behind the turtle, the protagonist said he had a bulletproof vest. Now that the girl had stopped attacking, Ian was able to get closer to her. The archer, frozen in reaction upon seeing the protagonist approaching along with his summon, was now close enough for an attack. Ian said that was the reason he advanced quickly. Before the girl could fire another arrow, the protagonist activated his electrical ability and struck the girl with a powerful punch. That was enough to secure the victory. The crowd went wild seeing Ian's new battle, and he was already celebrating with the fans, thinking it would be great if all his opponents were as weak as that girl. Some more duels took place, and now it was the semifinals. The protagonist entered the battlefield again with his summons. Ian checked the information window and noted that all the previous battles had been easy, but now he was expecting to face a strong opponent, given it was the semifinals. A boy from the Dark Mage class entered the battlefield. This was Ian's opponent, and he wasn't fooled by the boy's appearance. The protagonist approached the boy, who introduced himself, but the young mage didn't care much for pleasantries and said that it finally seemed like he had found a strong opponent and that this battle wouldn't be easy. But if he lost, many people would be sad, as he was the greatest mage on the continent. In a melancholic tone, the boy called Ian the Dark Summoner of the Shadows and said he would put an end to his sins and that Ian should prepare himself. The protagonist was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with that boy since he was a dark mage and had no right to accuse him of being a dark summoner. And besides, the boy had said he was the greatest mage on the continent. The young mage was excited and said his name was Ganji and that the protagonist should remember it. However, it wasn't worth saying that to a man who was about to die. Ian couldn't believe what the boy was saying. Then the 5-second countdown started. After the duel began, Ganji wasted no time and summoned abyssal skeleton warriors, commanding his servants to bring him the promised chalice of victory. The protagonist admitted that, even though there weren't many skeletons, they were not ordinary, as their color was black to begin with. Ian deduced that the young mage had a hidden class, which explained why he could summon those skeletons. Ian began to feel apprehensive because he had no idea what abilities Ganji would use. The protagonist had watched some dark mage battles beforehand, but hadn't seen any from the young mage. The signal to start the duel was given, and the crowd went wild. Ganji ordered his servants to attack. The skeleton army charged at the protagonist, who hadn't made a move yet. The young mage used the Abyss of Darkness ability and hit Ian, and while affected by this ability, his speed would be reduced by 20%. The protagonist gets frustrated seeing that his agility has dropped by 20% and realizes that he won't be able to finish the fight quickly like before, so he decides to fight normally. Ian tells Lai to flank from the sides while activating his electrical ability and asks Biggie to use the ice wave. Immediately, the golem uses its ability. The protagonist wastes no time and also uses the voltaic sphere. The combination of abilities hits the skeleton soldiers, paralyzing them and reducing their speed by 30%. Ian gets excited, seeing that his attack worked, and moves to attack Ganji, who laughs out loud, saying he already knew this wouldn't be an easy duel, and begins preparing another attack. The protagonist is surprised, realizing the young mage had something up his sleeve. Ganji uses the Judgment of Darkness ability, grazing Ian. Even though he didn't expect this attack, the protagonist recognizes that, despite being a basic dark mage attack, it's effective, but could be predicted by the caster's hand movement. Obsessed, Ganji tells Ian that he really is good, but it's a shame he has to face him as an opponent. The protagonist doesn't pay much attention to what the young mage says and continues his attack. Placing his hands on the ground, he releases a stronger burst of electricity at the skeletons, making the soldiers stay paralyzed for longer. Ian realizes this is his chance. He asks Biggie to use a straight punch. Ganji sees that the punch is far from hitting his servants and doesn't understand what that ability was. The protagonist is pleased, seeing that his opponent didn't understand his attack. Lai runs behind Biggie and attacks the skeleton soldiers. The wolf manages to destroy several soldiers on the first charge, but doesn't stop, and continues attacking the skeletons, finishing them all. Ganji is surprised, seeing what was happening to his servants, and says that it was already within his predictions. He then uses the Retaliation of the Dead ability just before Lai could attack him. The wolf manages to hit the young mage, dealing 2,272 damage. The protagonist gets excited, seeing that he managed to hit the mage, but suddenly Lai starts taking damage due to the Retaliation of the Dead ability that Ganji had activated, causing the damage taken by him to be returned at 276%. This causes Lai to take 6,270 damage. Ian is frustrated, seeing that his summon took so much damage, and begins to worry because Lai's maximum health isn't even 8,000. At this rate, he could die. Ganji attacks the wolf again, dealing another 759 damage. The protagonist can't believe what he's seeing and recalls Lai. Laughing, the young mage says he had already warned that Lai was a pathetic wolf with great attack power but terrible vitality. He also says that nothing escapes his evil eye's sight. Ian didn't expect to have to fight without Lai, and thinks that maybe he should have played it safe and defeated the skeletons first, but still deduces that Ganji must have taken a significant amount of damage and that the retaliation of the dead ability probably wouldn't last long, so there was still a chance. Ganji looks at the protagonist, who was standing still and smiling, and says he knew what Ian was thinking with his gray matter ability. With one hand on his head and pointing his staff at Ian, the young mage says that the protagonist was thinking he had lost a large amount of health points, then starts insisting that Ian confess that was the case. Ganji uses the soul absorption ability and says that with it, his health points were completely restored, and asks the protagonist how he plans to defeat him now without lie. Ian doesn't respond and thinks that if he isn't careful, he might lose the match. While he was thinking, Ganji kept laughing, knowing everything the protagonist was thinking. Haynes says that this is a battle that leaves the viewers completely thrilled. Lucia agrees with her partner and says it's very exciting to watch this fight. The reporter wants to know his companion's opinion on who she thinks will emerge victorious. Lucia responds that she still wasn't sure, as it was too early to tell. Harren says that's what makes this match so fun. The reporter is startled by the crowd's noise and goes to see what was happening. Everyone in the arena was shouting, and Harren said it was impossible to believe what was happening. The protagonist was withdrawing his summons from the battle. Lucia says that the golem wasn't the only summon Ian had, but it seemed to be the most offensive one. So everyone grew tense, waiting to see what the protagonist's plan was, as he was now only left with his wristbands. The crowd was going wild, eagerly awaiting his next move. Ganji was confused, seeing that Ian was recalling his summons instead of summoning others. Then, placing his hand on his head as if reading the protagonist's thoughts, he asked if Ian had understood his supremacy and decided to surrender. The young mage also says he will allow his concession since he is benevolent. Ian says nothing, wondering why Ganji was saying that. The protagonist points at the young mage and says that if he continues speaking so rudely, Ian would have to teach him a lesson since he was just a brat. Ganji gets angry after hearing Ian call him a brat and says he was about to accept Ian's surrender, but he couldn't let it slide after being called that. The protagonist got what he wanted because it was all just a provocation. Ian notices that Book is acting differently, and suddenly the turtle jumps toward Ganji, who finds it strange to see that big-headed creature, but realizes the protagonist still had some summons left. Ian feels emotional, seeing that Book had taken a stance to defend him, thinking the turtle only followed him for the meatballs. Ganji points his staff at the turtle and says he will put an end to its existence. He then uses the Black Judgment ability. The spell was cast on the protagonist's summon, but Book only took 1 point of damage and created a barrier. The young mage is irritated with the turtle and summons the skeleton soldiers again, saying he'll deal with the persistent turtle later. The soldiers started heading toward the protagonist, as Ganji wanted to defeat him first. Book looked at the skeletons, confused about why they weren't attacking him. The soldiers started running after Ian to attack him. That was the protagonist's plan, to run and attack the soldiers one by one since he was faster than them. Ganji laughed, thinking Ian was trying to escape from his servants, believing the protagonist couldn't do anything that way. But Ian noticed the mage's distraction and seized his chance. Since Book was still near the young mage, the protagonist used spatial distortion, swapping places with his summon. Ganji was surprised, as he hadn't expected that. Now Ian was behind the young mage, ready to attack. The protagonist wasted no time and pushed Ganji, who had no close combat defense. Ian managed to throw the young mage far away. On the ground, Ganji said he was still fine, but he was almost out of the battlefield. The protagonist flicked the young mage's forehead, which was enough to knock him out of the arena. That was enough for Ian to win the match by elimination, due to the arena's boundaries, as per the arena's rules. The crowd went wild at that scene. Everyone was cheering for the protagonist, who celebrated his victory. Harren tells his partner that it was an incredible comeback, something they could barely predict. Lucia says it was insane, as Ian used his abilities in a genius way. The reporter adds that the protagonist won even without the wolf supposedly summoned by the artifact, proving that he is indeed skillful. Ian didn't like what he was hearing, as it wasn't an artifact that summoned the wolf. That was starting to irritate the protagonist, as it was baseless fake news. Ganji was crying, upset at being so close to victory and unable to accept his loss. Ian approaches the mage and tells him not to cry, saying that this is how he would grow and become an adult. Still crying, the young mage furiously says it wasn't fair and that the match should be restarted. The protagonist starts laughing and turns around, saying that if Ganji wanted a rematch at another time, he would accept the challenge. Meanwhile, at the YTBC building, there were numerous calls to support, asking for the broadcast of the beginner league. The operators were getting fed up with it, as too many users were making the same request. One of the operators told her co-worker that she had lost count of how many times she had received the same request and didn't understand why everyone was in such a rush to watch a league that hadn't even finished yet. Her friend also didn't get it and said the forum was going crazy too. She wondered what could be so impactful in the beginner league. The league had already reached the final. The protagonist was alongside his summons, ready for battle, and the crowd was cheering for Ian as they had been surprised by him since the first match. The protagonist looks at his opponent and admits that he had suspected he would make it to the final. The other finalist was the assassin Limlong, who also had his own supporters. Ian knew that his opponent had reached the final using only basic assassin class skills, unlike him, who had already revealed all his trump cards. The protagonist knew this battle wouldn't be easy. Limlong approached Ian and said he enjoyed watching his matches. The protagonist shook his hand, saying it was a pleasure to meet him and that they were about to have a great match. As the two faced off, Haynes announced that the final match of the beginner league between user Limlong and user Ian would start soon. The crowd was ecstatic, eagerly awaiting the battle, with some fans thinking assassins were the best, while others were surprised by the summoner class. The 5-second countdown began. While the protagonist stretched, he thought that no matter how he looked at it, this wasn't a favorable matchup for a summoner. As the countdown continued, Ian adjusted his wristbands, thinking of a way to deal with the assassin's invisibility skill. Limlong was already focusing his energy, preparing to launch the first attacks. The protagonist knew he had to maximize his senses and dodged the initial attacks using his reflexes. When the signal to begin the fight was given, Ian acknowledged that he needed to win the duel before Limlong could use his invisibility skill again. The assassin drew his dagger and charged directly at the protagonist, surprising him since Limlong wasn't using invisibility. Ian had expected the assassin to use it immediately during the attack. The protagonist deduced that, because of the long cooldown, the skill was a definite disadvantage. Limlong was saving it. Ian thought that if he were in the assassin's shoes, he'd do the same and reserve it for a critical moment, as using that ability improperly carried a great risk. The assassin was very close to the protagonist, who was ready and analyzing. Ian noticed that Limlong was as cautious as he was, and likely considered them to be at the same combat level. The protagonist remained vigilant as the assassin approached, and at the right moment, he ordered his summons to spread out. Ian glanced at Biggie and asked him to use his Ice Wave ability. The protagonist thought he had caught Limlong, but the assassin noticed he would be hit and used his Shadow Twist ability. Ian realized that his opponent had disappeared but couldn't tell where he had gone. The protagonist didn't quite understand the name of the ability the assassin used, but it turned him into a shadow. Ian quickly deduced that his opponent probably belonged to a hidden shadow-related class, which explained the power of that skill. But the protagonist hadn't finished his attack yet and still had another trick up his sleeve. Noticing that Limlong was still nearby, he activated his electric ability and asked Lai to attack, activating Berserk. But when the wolf attacked, the assassin used Shadow Twist again, allowing him to escape Lai's bite. The crowd went wild, watching the duel between two new classes. Ian assumed that Limlong wouldn't be able to dodge an attack while still in the air. Ian then uses the Voltaic Orb to attack, thinking that the assassin's ability was on cooldown. The protagonist was right, but he is surprised to see that his opponent managed to dodge without using any ability. Quickly, Limlong counterattacks, throwing several daggers. Ian, seeing the daggers coming toward him, thinks his opponent made a mistake, assuming the assassin thought it would be enough to hit him, but using his electric orb, Ian believed he could defend himself. However, Limlong activates another ability before the daggers reach the protagonist, Shadow Knife Throw, which caused the daggers to constantly change direction. The protagonist was caught off guard by this move and couldn't avoid the attack, receiving a critical hit from the Shadow Knife Throw, which dealt 4,560 damage. Ian couldn't believe he was taking so much damage from a single ability, and the daggers continued to change direction, hitting him again and causing another 1,075 damage. Limlong watched calmly, thinking it would be easier than he had anticipated. Ian still didn't understand how the shadow daggers could be so strong, as he received another 954 damage. Lai charges at the assassin to stop him. The protagonist notices this and also attacks with the Voltaic Orb. Limlong tries to stop the wolf with his hand but fails, taking 1,795 damage. The protagonist activates the Voltaic Orb, causing his opponent to suffer another 1,085 damage and also become paralyzed, reducing his speed by 30%. While Ian recovers from the damage he had taken, he thinks that losing one-sidedly wasn't his style, and charging back into the attack now with a punch, he feels lucky that the paralysis happened, as he hadn't managed to land a critical hit. Limlong looks at the protagonist, waiting for his next move. Ian approaches with the orbs activated and admits he needs to use himself as bait and ensure that Lai's attacks hit. Even if he takes damage, he expects his opponent to take even more since an assassin's vitality is as low as a dark mage's. When the protagonist was close to Limlong for another attack, he realized his opponent had used Shadow Twist again. Even so, Ian throws the orb toward the shadows but realizes there were no shadows, deducing it to be invisibility. The protagonist becomes apprehensive, searching for where the assassin might be, when he realizes his opponent was behind him. Ian doesn't wait for Limlong to make a move and immediately turns around, attacking with the Voltaic Sphere, dealing 1,217 damage and also paralyzing his opponent, reducing his speed by 30%. The protagonist thinks he finally got the assassin, but even with the reduced speed, Limlong manages to grab his dagger and attack Ian, who defends with Buck as a shield. The turtle took a critical hit, losing 27 health. The protagonist tells his summon it did a good job and prepares to attack again using the wristbands, but Limlong was faster, managing to dodge and counterattack simultaneously. Ian took a critical hit, losing 1,740 health instantly. While the dagger pierced his ribs, he took another 1,577 damage. Additionally, he was affected by the bleeding status, taking 315 damage per second. Immediately, the protagonist activated First Aid. He still took another 315 damage from the bleeding status, but managed to recover 843 health with the First Aid skill. Ian acknowledges that Limlong is making incredible use of his abilities and sees the assassin confident and close to victory. The protagonist admits he has little health left to turn the match around. However, it was too early to give up, so he decides to go all out for the final attack. Ian now charges with full force into the attack. Limlong waited coldly for the protagonist, who attacked by activating his wristbands. He began to activate his ability before running toward his opponent. When he was very close, he used spatial distortion, causing Limlong to miss his attack and leave himself exposed. Immediately, the assassin realized he was about to take a counterattack. The protagonist switched places with Lai, who was behind and ready to bite. Now, in place of his master, the wolf ferociously attacked Limlong, delivering a powerful bite to his arm, inflicting critical damage. The assassin lost 3,150 health and was also afflicted with the bleeding status, taking 630 damage per second. The assassin noticed that his arm was badly injured. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought his attack was perfect and planned to buy time for his opponent to take all the bleeding damage, leaving him with little health. Ian was confident that he could block the shadow attacks Limlong had used earlier, and all he needed to do was keep his distance. The assassin threw his daggers, but the protagonist blocked them easily and realized his opponent was persistent and wouldn't go down easily. But Ian was convinced he just needed to hold on for a few more seconds, as the battle would be decided by the final attack if he could withstand the long-range assaults. Limlong attacked using the Shadow Knife Throw ability, and seeing the knives approaching, the protagonist did everything he could to avoid being hit and immediately counterattacked, commanding Lai and Biggie to strike. The summons attacked simultaneously, but even so, the assassin managed to dodge. Limlong leaped and used the Shadow Knife Throw again, directly targeting Ian, who wasn't expecting it, as he thought his opponent would defend first. The protagonist couldn't dodge the attack and took 1,375 damage. That was enough for Ian to lose the match, as his health dropped below 5%. The protagonist acknowledged that he had been caught off guard, not expecting an attack at that moment. After Herons announced that Limlong was the winner of the match, the crowd went wild, and fireworks were set off. Everyone in the arena celebrated crazily. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected that if he had been a second faster and hadn't started the match at such a disadvantage, being too aggressive at the beginning, things might have gone differently. Even so, Ian approached Limlong, the victor, and congratulated him on the great duel. As they exchanged handshakes, the reporter commented on how much he loved the beginner league, and that Limlong truly was the best assassin. Now, in a separate room with two chests, where his reward awaited, Ian reflected on finishing second and admitted he had been caught up in his opponent's rhythm. Not knowing Limlong's style, he realized he shouldn't have fought him head-on, but instead prolonged the fight to understand his attack patterns. The protagonist recognized he had relied too much on his summons, but there was no use crying over spilled milk, and he took this as a lesson for next time. Now that Ian had reflected enough, he decided to check the items he had won. Opening those chests made the protagonist very excited, leaving him undecided about which one to open first, the weapon chest or the accessory chest. Ian chose the accessory chest first. Upon opening it, the item information appeared. Shining Summoner's Spirit had an attack between 205 to 235, durability of 255, and the summoning option gave an increase of 100 more mana and 30 more spiritual mana, with a boost of 50 in affinity and 15% in leadership. It was a ring-type item of heroic rarity. The item requirement was being above level 50. Its innate abilities were, while equipped, it regenerates 1 extra spiritual mana per second, and it increases summon stats by 5% for those with maximum affinity and loyalty. The item, bound to the user Ian, couldn't be sold or traded, nor could it be dropped upon death. A luxurious ring granted to a summoner with incredible performance in the arena. The protagonist was pleased with this item, as he found the extra spiritual mana regeneration very useful. But despite being a good item, Ian regretted that bound items couldn't be sold. Even so, the protagonist thought the item was perfect, since his spiritual mana wasn't sufficient for the voltaic sphere. Now equipped with the new item, Ian opened the weapon chest, and was surprised by what he had won. The protagonist received the Shining Summoner's Longbow. The item's information was as follows. The attack ranged from 205 to 235. It had a durability of 600, and its options included an increase of 65 in agility, 30 more in summoning mana, and a 15% increase in critical attack chance. Critical attack damage was increased by 70%. The item was a bow type, with heroic rarity. The item's requirements were being above level 50 and having an attack power between 209 and 395. The innate abilities were, the agility and attack of all summons are increased by 20% and 30% respectively. After inflicting a critical hit on an enemy, it restores 3 spiritual mana and leaves a shining mark on the enemy. The mark lasts for 5 seconds, and hitting the marked target reduces the cooldown of all abilities by 5 seconds. The item was bound to Ian and couldn't be lent or traded, nor did it drop upon death. A luxurious longbow awarded to a summoner who had an incredible performance in the arena. The protagonist is impressed with the item he received, as it was better than expected, but he found it a bit bothersome. If he switches weapons, he wouldn't be able to use the link skill, and would lose the critical damage boost for his summons and the leadership buffs from the steel joints. However, the spiritual mana regeneration and skill cooldown reduction were tempting, leaving Ian uncertain about what to do. The protagonist decided to use the bow, but will continue with the joints until he finds another weapon with the link skill. Now, when Ian embarks on a major hunt, his training skill cooldown will be greatly reduced. After checking his items, the protagonist thinks about evaluating Lai's potential. Upon checking and opening the status window, Ian notes that his training skill has reached intermediate level 8, and Lai's potential is above 50. The protagonist is pleased as now, when he obtains a new powerful summon, he'll be able to evolve it well. And even though he won't be able to use the link skill once he switches weapons, capturing a summon with unique or heroic rarity and evolving it would be incredible. Ian begins to feel like he's forgetting something, then remembers the bet. He panics as he must reach level 93 before the end of the vacation. Immediately, the protagonist recalls the professor saying that if he wins the bet, he'll receive bonus marks in all his subjects, regardless of class attendance. The professor made this bet because he thought it impossible for Ian to succeed. The protagonist begins to think about what to do, as he still has 1 month and 10 days before the next semester begins. Since the first week is only the registration period, it probably doesn't count, and Professor Jinwook's first class is on Thursday. The protagonist concludes he has precisely 50 days left to succeed. Ian starts to panic, thinking he won't make it. He heads to the mountains and begins farming intensely with Lai, battling mountain bears. After defeating some creatures, Ian has already reached level 62. Checking his status window with Book, the protagonist is pleased with the progress, having reached level 62 in a week. This is no small feat, though he still wants to pick up the pace. Ian, checking his status, notes that his class-exclusive skill, obtained at level 60, has sped up the hunt a bit. The skill is Potential Explosion, at level 1, and with 5% proficiency. The cooldown is 20 minutes, and its active duration is 1 minute and 20 seconds. The requirements are that it can only be used on summons, and it enhances the summon's combat dexterity through a potential burst. All combat stats of the target summon are increased by 100% of the unit's potential. The skill level and proficiency affect the duration. The protagonist thinks that with this skill, he'll be able to double his summon's combat abilities. Ian checks the level of his summons. Book is at level 61, Lai at 63, and Biggie at 64. The protagonist feels this area is becoming too easy to hunt, so he should move on. He starts to think about where to go. Soon, Ian considers going to the Forkle mountain range since he also needs to complete the B rarity quest he received from Oakley. The protagonist recalls the old man saying that those who pass the test receive a reward along with a quest they can't refuse, and that in any case, when Ian brings the soul stone to the dimensional mage, he'll find a way to bring back the war dragon. Oakley gives a feather as a reward to the protagonist. Ian plans to go to the dimensional magic tower once he reaches level 70. Mounted on Lai, the protagonist tells the wolf to head toward the Forkle mountain range. At home, Sung looks for something to eat but realizes he's out of cereal, and he had disconnected briefly to have lunch, so he decides to order food, not wanting to bother going out to buy it. While ordering, he searches for information about new monsters in the Forkle mountain range. The protagonist finds a new monster called the Lava Witch, located in the underground dungeon called the Burning Plateau. Sung starts examining the details of the new monster. The Lava Witch ranges between level 70 and 75, with vitality around 12,000. Its attack is unknown, but estimated to be around 400. Its defense is also unknown, but expected to be around 200. Agility and mana remain unknown, while intelligence is roughly between 1,000 and 1,100. The monster is an elemental type with rare rarity. Its personality is also unknown. The monster possesses Flame Domain, dealing continuous flame damage in all directions over a large area, estimated to cover about 3 square meters, with a fixed chance to inflict a burn condition, suspected of causing high damage when the effect stacks. The protagonist finds this new creature intriguing and also likes its design. Even with many of its stats still unknown, Sung is interested in the Lava Witch's innate ability, which is an area attack. He now understands how the Flame Domain skill works, dealing a decent amount of damage despite being an area effect. Sung becomes obsessed with capturing this new creature. He's also pleased that its rarity is rare, as he's been evolving normal rarity units for a long time, and now wants to capture a rare creature and evolve it, though time is an issue. Sung thinks about how much he wants to capture a rare monster that can evolve. He doesn't know how long it will take, and with it likely being a lengthy process, he starts reconsidering. But if he manages to capture the Lava Witch, it would at least double his leveling speed. After checking the information, the protagonist closes his laptop and decides to eat before reconnecting. Inside Kalen, in the Forkle mountain range, Ian feels a bit lost since it's been a while since he last came here. Yet he still likes the area as he gained a lot here before resetting. Ian opens the map window and starts looking for the criminal hideout in the Forkle mountain range. With an average level range of 68 to 72, it's not a bad hunting ground. The protagonist guides Lai to the location where they'll start hunting. Reaching the cliff's edge, Ian notes that the ravine is wider than he remembered, but his plan should still work. He summons Biggie and asks the golem to bring some large rocks nearby. Biggie pushes the rocks to the cliff's edge. Ian was worried they'd be too large to move, but it wasn't a problem. The protagonist asks Biggie to hide behind the rocks and checks with Lai if he can see the sentries nearby. After a growl from the wolf, the protagonist asks him to crawl towards him quietly, without being noticed, and wait for his signal. Near the sentries, Ian signals Lai to advance while he starts sliding down the cliff. As he descends, the protagonist thinks about attacking the guards with arrows and immediately readies his bow. Quickly, Ian and Lai are on the ground, facing the sentries. The protagonist prepares an arrow and activates the voltaic orb, applying the skill to the arrow. It's convenient, as it also has a paralysis effect. The guards are surprised by the sudden attack. Ian knows he must take down the guards without giving them a chance to retaliate. He fires the arrow, knowing the paralysis is just an extra measure. The attack lands squarely on the sentry, causing the paralysis effect, slowing the sentry's speed by 30% and inflicting an additional 50% electric-type damage. A message appears, notifying that the cooldown for the voltaic orb skill has decreased. Lai is pleased with the attack, as by launching the voltaic orb skill, he inflicted 1,479 damage on the sentry, and the voltaic orb skill dealt an additional 527 damage. The protagonist tells Lai to bite the other guard before he can do anything. Ian watches his summon biting the man, but soon the tower guard spots the attack and shouts for everyone to gather at the gate. The guard rings the bell while yelling that they are under enemy attack. Ian tells Lai to follow him as the guards prepare for an assault. The protagonist is satisfied, seeing that his plan to draw attention worked. Before Ian begins to flee, the guards are already rushing toward him to prevent his escape. The guards shout to kill the intruder and not let him get away, but the protagonist starts running with Lai at high speed, thinking this way the guards won't be able to keep up. However, the guards manage to surround Ian before he can escape. The protagonist stops running, thinking these are likely all the guards in the area. This was still part of the plan, as the guards are directly below the rock where Biggie is hiding. Ian decides to return to the others since he noticed the golem was well hidden. As he runs in the opposite direction, he notices Charpy acting strangely, and that Bookbuck isn't behaving as usual either. The protagonist realizes they also want to be part of the plan, so he tells them to wait for another opportunity, stop complaining, and stay as they were. This gives the guards enough time to reach Ian. A thief, the leader of these guards, asks who dares to challenge the mountain thieves in such a manner. The protagonist says nothing and orders Biggie to jump. The golem leaps, landing on top of the sentries. The thief, realizing too late, fails to dodge Biggie's attack, which causes significant destruction around him. The golem inflicts 2,340 damage on the thief. The protagonist celebrates, realizing he successfully trapped the guards in his ambush. Biggie also loses 2,892 health after jumping from a high point. Ian admits this made the ambush pointless, but continues with the plan regardless. The golem uses an ice wave, hitting some guards as most begin to flee. The mountain thief, enraged, yells at the guards for fleeing instead of attacking the golem, but soon he realizes Biggie has started chasing him, and he runs away in desperation. The protagonist wastes no time and tells Lai to start attacking, activating the berserk skill. The wolf begins to fiercely attack the remaining guards. The men scream for help, wondering if anyone will stop the intruder. Lai lands a critical hit on one of the mountain bandits, causing him to lose 5,475 health, along with taking 1,995 damage per second for 10 seconds due to the bleeding status, which is enough to kill the bandit. The protagonist notices that even the bleeding damage has exceeded 3 digits. This causes everyone to die within 4 to 5 seconds after being bitten by Lai. Ian notices a message that a glowing mark has been left on the bandit. Looking at the sentries, he sees several marks where they've been hit, reducing the cooldown of all his skills by 5 seconds. The protagonist doesn't want to miss the opportunity and decides to go all in. The guards, along with the bandits, begin to flee. Ian doesn't understand this reaction and starts to think there were fewer bandits than he thought, though he could have sworn there would be more of them. The thief fighting Ian runs desperately, shouting for a man to get out of his way. Immediately the man strikes with his axe and asks the big guy who he thinks he's talking to. Before dying, the thief responds that it was to the boss, who laughs, watching his subordinate perish. The protagonist is surprised, as he didn't expect the bandit leader to be there, especially with mountain thief sorcerers at an average level of 70. The man looks at Ian as if he desperately wants Ian's head in his hands. The protagonist feels apprehensive and admits that things had indeed been too easy, but there's no need to run now. Ian, with his summons facing the bandit leader, prepares his bow for combat. The leader orders his subordinates to attack the golem first. The thieves prepare their magical abilities to strike. They start launching flames directly at Biggie, who can't avoid the attack. The protagonist grows furious, seeing that the mages are fire type and are melting the golem. Ian considers retreating, otherwise his summon won't survive the assault. Noticing the relentless attacks, the protagonist admits there's nothing he can do, and if Biggie dies, he'll have to fight without him for about a week. He thinks about recalling Biggie before he perishes, but notices the golem's experience is at 99.07%. The protagonist brightens up, seeing that Biggie is almost leveling up, and believes this is his chance. Ian instructs Lai to activate Berserk and attack the bandits targeting Biggie, and as the wolf strikes, the protagonist directs the golem to retreat further. Ian notices the mage is beginning to use an advanced flame skill, and if Biggie is hit by this, he'll die before leveling up. The protagonist tells Lai to kill the mage casting the more advanced skill. However, before the bandit is attacked, he uses the fire explosion skill, hitting Biggie directly. This causes the golem to lose 745 health per second. Lai begins his assault, managing to defeat a sorcerer thief, granting Ian 3,007 experience points, allowing Biggie to level up to 65. The protagonist is thrilled, as the golem's health has fully restored, and it's now time to handle the remaining bandits. But Ian is startled, noticing something happening with Biggie, as the evolution light hasn't faded. The light grows increasingly intense, and the protagonist begins to think the golem might still be evolving. Biggie's eyes start to glow, and with so much power being released, an explosion occurs, throwing the bandits into the air. The summon evolves. Biggie, once an ice golem, has transformed into an abyssal golem. Ian is thrilled by this evolution and remarks that the word abyssal sounds familiar. He recalls that monsters related to Abyssal Island receive the abyssal suffix when they reach unique rarity. This makes the protagonist wonder about Bookbuck's potential evolution, as it is also an abyssal turtle. Ian's proficiency in intermediate training increases due to his success in evolving his summon. The intermediate training skill advances to advanced training. The new skill is at level 0, with 98.7% remaining to reach the next level. The protagonist is emotional, as Biggie's evolution has even allowed the training skill to evolve, a skill that progresses at a snail's pace. The bandit leader insists his men keep attacking, ordering them to advance. Ian wants to check Biggie's status window, but will have to do so later as the bandits are already closing in. The protagonist notices the golem is ready to attack without any command. Biggie throws a powerful punch, defeating several men at once, and he doesn't stop, preparing another strike. Ian is amazed, as he didn't expect all this, and notices his summon creating an energy orb in his hand. The golem now wields even greater power as he charges up, which unnerves the bandits. Biggie releases his attack, and the men have no chance to react. The protagonist is impressed with his summon's new ability, as he now realizes that its evolution was much better than expected. Ian is curious about the golem's powers now. With all his subordinates dead, the bandit leader is left alone, realizing he has no chance against Ian and his summons, so he surrenders. After a long battle, the protagonist sits on the ground and says he's exhausted, but happy that Biggie has evolved. Ian wonders if the golem evolved just by leveling up. If so, reaching level 65 was the condition for this evolution. He then realizes that evolutions vary for each creature, as Lai evolved at level 20. The protagonist begins to review the summoned stats. Biggie is now level 65, with health at 31,456, mana at 4,765, attack at 625, defense at 1,464, agility at 113, and intelligence at 154. Biggie is a golem type with unique rarity, and his personality is honest. He cannot evolve further. His innate abilities are Abyssal Hole and Abyssal Protection. He's an ancient guardian of the Abyssal Lake, with a massive body and destructive power. The protagonist feels it's a shame that Biggie can't evolve anymore, since Lai still has the option to continue evolving, even after one evolution. However, this can be set aside, as Biggie's stats remain excellent. The golem even skipped rare rarity, going directly to unique, and his defense is insane. Ian notes the rarity difference between Biggie and Lai, though the wolf's attack and agility remain much higher. The protagonist decides to check the innate abilities more closely. Ice Wave has been replaced by Abyssal Hole. Ian wonders if this was the skill Biggie used against the thieves. The Abyssal Hole ability details show that the golem extends both arms forward, releasing a massive shockwave in a cone shape up to 20 meters away. After the shockwave, an abyssal vortex forms for 10 seconds, pulling all enemies within range. Enemies caught in the vortex take damage equal to 35% of the summon's attack stat every 0.4 seconds, and the vortex explodes at the end of its duration, dealing 150% of the summon's defense stat as damage to enemies within 10 meters. The cooldown is 5 minutes. After seeing the cooldown, Ian thinks the skill will be quite useful. The details for Abyssal Protection indicate that defense increases proportionally to lost health. When health falls below 10%, a shield worth 50% of the summon's max health is created for 10 seconds. The protagonist notes that Abyssal Protection's features are also beneficial. Now that Ian has finished checking everything about Biggie's evolution and has rested enough, he thinks about looting the mountain thieves' base. Meanwhile, at the Imperial residence, Harren is baking pies. She's made several that look amazing. Harren starts to think Ian must be running out of meatballs, so she decides to make some to bring him the next time they meet. She can't stop thinking about the protagonist and wonders what he's up to at that moment. Meanwhile, Ian continues attacking the thieves. Biggie is on the cliff, throwing giant rocks at the men running frantically. The protagonist and his summons are unstoppable after the golem's evolution. After defeating another group of bandits, Ian sits down to rest and heal a bit. While he recovers, Book approaches him. The turtle is hungry, so Ian gives his summon a meatball. The protagonist tells Book that this is the last meatball he'll get. The turtle is furious after Ian says that. The protagonist, seeing how the creature reacted, thinks of asking Harren to make something even more delicious the next time he sees her. But now his priority is reaching level 70. Ian receives a message from Seiyu, asking what he's doing. The protagonist replies that he's busy with some piled-up quests, since he needs to reach level 93 before college classes start again. Hers asks if that's even possible, given the short time left. Ian says he has to do it, possible or not. Hers wishes him good luck and asks how he plans to do it and where he is. The protagonist tells his friend to forget it and that he'll be back as soon as he's done. Ian doesn't understand why his friend is messaging him when he's super busy. Book starts tapping his shoulder, and Ian guesses the creature wants to know why he's standing still if he's so busy. Just as he's about to explain, he senses something nearby. He quickly stands up, readies his bow, and fires an arrow immediately. The arrow flies toward the target, threading through the trees, and hits the creature squarely. The protagonist celebrates his successful shot, having just hit a bird that starts struggling desperately, even trying to fly. The creature is a clophia, which the protagonist considers a great source of items. After capturing the bird, Ian opens the status window for more information. The clophia is level 72, with health at 15,760 and mana at 7,950, attack at 467, agility at 1,052, and intelligence at 347. It is a raptor type with rare rarity, has a timid personality, and cannot evolve. Its innate abilities include wind path. Clophia can sense wind flow, taking no damage for 5 seconds and increasing its speed by 70% while flying. It's a rare bird that inhabits the Forkle mountain range and has beautiful white feathers. The protagonist finds it as he expected. Since Clophia's speed is so high, he can use the possession skill to super boost his agility. However, he notices that the bird costs a lot of leadership, and Ian doesn't have much spare capacity at his current state. So, he should release this creature soon and raise his leadership stats. With that in mind, he decides to get back to hunting. In the middle of the Forkle mountain range, a group of bandits waits for the protagonist. The leader has already spotted Ian and his summons and tells his men to stay alert. The protagonist is already ready for battle and tells Biggie to use Abyssal Hole. The golem fires the energy sphere, terrifying the men as they're hit by the attack, calling for help as they're sucked in. Activating the voltaic orb, Ian thinks the effects of the joints become very useful when Abyssal Hole is active. The protagonist launches voltaic orbs at the remaining bandits, who receive a powerful electric shock as Ian touches the ground. This alone is enough for the protagonist to defeat the group of bandits. Now, with his new abilities, Ian finds farming even more enjoyable. He thinks it's time to use his bow, believing ranged attacks are better for mass farming. As he advances, the protagonist encounters the bandit leader, protected by his subordinates. The bandit leader in the middle of the Forkle mountain range is at level 80. He asks one of his men if the intruder approaching is the one they've been watching. The protagonist is surprised to see the leader at level 80, as his own level was around 75 before he reset his character. Ian also notices the man's weapon has changed to a crossbow. The protagonist wonders if he'll be able to escape if necessary, given that he can boost his agility with Clophia's possession. He starts planning his next steps to attack the leader. Ian didn't know how he would handle this, since ranged enemies typically have less health. He figured things would be fine if he could end it quickly. Ian summons Biggie and tells him to use Abyssal Hole again while he uses Voltaic Orb on his arrow. After launching the simultaneous attack, he instructs Lai to target the leader first. The arrow heads toward the leader along with Abyssal Hole. Seeing this, the man grows furious and shouts at their audacity to underestimate him. The leader activates a magical shield, a group buff typically used only by tank-type bosses. Ian's attack is easily blocked by the leader's shield. Unsure of the other abilities the bandit might have, the protagonist admits he has to eliminate him as fast as possible. He then uses the Find Weakness skill, while Lai activates Potential Explosion. The wolf charges fiercely toward the bandits on the front line. The men, unafraid, brace for the creature's aerial attack. From afar, Ian can see the destruction Lai is causing. Although the men are brave enough to stand their ground, they're no match for Lai, who easily overpowers them with powerful bites. The bandit leader, standing back, watches everything and decides to target the wolf with his crossbow. Ian notices and shoots an arrow at the man to stop him. He manages to graze the leader's shoulder, which is enough to distract him. Instantly, Lai charges at the man, who, upon realizing the wolf's approach, can no longer react. Lai attacks the leader, dealing a critical hit that reduces his health by 6,018. Due to the critical attack, the damage is increased for 5 seconds, and the bandit leader begins bleeding, losing 1,203 health per second. The protagonist is pleased, having depleted more than half of the leader's health in just 2 attacks. Though injured, the man is furious and strikes Lai with his crossbow, causing the wolf to lose 5,956 health. Ian is concerned after Lai's hit, with nearly 6,000 health lost, and it wasn't even a direct arrow strike. Although Lai's defense is lowered by Berserk, that damage is absurd. The protagonist suspects that the buff the bandit leader used also boosted his attack. Ian instructs Lai to retreat and asks Biggie to throw him closer to the bandit. The golem finds his summoner's request odd, but the protagonist insists. Seeing Ian's maneuver, the bandit leader fires an arrow at him. Without hesitation, Ian fires another arrow mid-throw, confident that he can defeat the enraged man. The arrows cross paths toward their targets. The protagonist, even in mid-air, manages to dodge the attack. The bandit leader, however, isn't as lucky and takes a direct hit. After landing, Ian loses 2,352 health from the fall. and considers that maybe it was reckless. Nonetheless, he activates the link skill from the ancient summoner's joints item and moves in for close combat. As he approaches the bandit leader, he uses the borrowed abyssal hole skill from his summon, Biggie. Then, he hurls the energy sphere at the already badly wounded man. The bandit leader is paralyzed, realizing he's about to be hit, and with almost no reaction speed, he takes the full brunt of the attack. Lai immediately dashes at the man to finish him off, who, despite the powerful hit, has survived. But the protagonist attacks simultaneously with the wolf, causing a massive impact that sends the leader flying. This time the man cannot hold out and is defeated. After the battle, Ian gains 18,500 experience points, which pleases him as it's fitting for a boss. A chest with the dropped items appears. Ian immediately moves in to collect them, not wanting to miss out. As he approaches the chest, Ian hears someone activating a skill called Spirit of the Bandits of the Forkle Mountain Range. He then realizes there are still some bandits left, coming his way to attack him. The men are determined to kill him, having seen Ian defeat their leader. Since his health isn't fully restored, the protagonist decides that facing those bandits isn't a good idea, and the best course of action is to flee. Ian summons Clofia and uses the possession skill, granting him immense speed. As it's the first time he's using the skill, he feels as though his body is incredibly light. Pleased, the protagonist admits that Clofia is truly the best monster for agility. Ian easily escapes the bandits' attack. The men are baffled, having never seen such speed. Biggie and Lai were left behind. The protagonist retrieves them, and they both seem to think they'd been abandoned. Dawn has already broken, and Ian keeps running. Even though he hasn't reached level 70 yet, he's satisfied with all he gained from his hunt. Now he plans to contact Heron and get some food for his summons. At the Mulan auction house, Ian looks for Heron, who is supposedly buying ingredients there. The protagonist finds her with another player friend and asks him where he's been, as it had been a while since they last saw each other. The young man is happy to see the protagonist and calls Heron over. She greets Ian and mentions that it's been some time since they've met in the game. Embarrassed, the protagonist approaches her, agreeing, and a different atmosphere forms between them. Heron explains that she was busy with college work, so she hadn't had time to play and also missed Ian's matches in the rookie tournament. Smiling, the protagonist assures her it's okay, as he was probably busy during that time, and he didn't manage to win the tournament anyway. Heron consoles Ian, saying that coming in second place was still impressive. The player with Heron starts feeling left out, as it seems she's giving all her attention to the protagonist, who is happy to see her. Ian tells his guildmate that he heard everyone was now above level 95. The player confirms this, saying that Fiolan is likely over level 100. The protagonist deduces that the top ranker must have reached level 120, realizing he needs to work hard. The young man says the guild managed that only through hard work because the base area was large, making it challenging to handle all the nearby monsters. It would have been much easier if the protagonist had been there. Ian tells him to wait a little longer, as he's almost back to his pre-reset level, now at level 69. The young man asks Ian if he's even been sleeping, given how quickly he's reached a high level. Smiling, Heron warns the protagonist that he'll shorten his life if he keeps up this pace. Embarrassed, Ian says he has some reasons why he needs to level up quickly. Heron, wanting to get closer to him, asks to see his new friends who enjoy her meatballs. Ian asks if she means Book. Heron is surprised by the creature's name, and the protagonist says she'll understand when she sees him. Ian summons Book, and Heron is charmed by the turtle, exclaiming how cute it is. She approaches and offers Book a carrot, but the creature doesn't like it, scaring her. Heron is astonished that the turtle didn't like her, asking Ian what she should do now. The protagonist, unsure, wonders why the creature is always grumpy, but asks Heron if she has any meatballs. She tells Ian that she has one from when she was leveling up her proficiency and starts searching. Heron finds a meatball she made with a new, delicious recipe. The protagonist encourages her to try giving it to Book. When the turtle sees the meat, it changes its behavior, especially after tasting it. It jumps into Heron's arms, and she's delighted, realizing it now likes her. Ian, puzzled, wonders why Book's behavior shifts every time it eats. Heron, who's smitten with the protagonist, offers him the rest of the meatballs. Ian says that's enough, or Book will become spoiled. But after she insists, he agrees to save the box and give a meatball to the creature whenever it's hungry. Heron tells Ian she trusts him to take good care of Book. The turtle becomes distressed when the protagonist takes the meatballs away. Ian's young partner suggests the turtle might cry and asks why he doesn't give it just one more. The protagonist insists he can't do that, as Book would always want another. Seeing his summon annoyed, Ian tries to calm it down and steps closer to try touching it. When the protagonist begins to pet Book, he mentions that there's a turtle called Bok on the northern continent, apparently known as the coolest turtle in the world. His companion, who's with Heron, finds Ian's comment odd, and even Heron asks if it's true. The protagonist, hearing this, says he can't stay calm listening to that. Ian notices Bookbuck gets annoyed upon hearing about the northern turtle, so he stands up and declares that, as far as he knows, there's no turtle cooler or more beautiful than Bookbuck. Looking at the creature, the protagonist jokes that maybe Bakbak earned that title because Bookbuck has gained a lot of weight. Ian manages to pet the turtle again and tells it that he won't be able to give it many meatballs. Bookbuck looks sad, but the protagonist insists he must do this to keep his summon from overeating. Ian reassures the turtle to hold on a bit longer, promising to make it the most beautiful in the universe. After meeting with Heron, the protagonist heads back to the Forkhill mountain range, riding on Lai. Ian, pausing to think about his next steps, notices it's getting warmer, signaling that he's approaching the scorching plateau. The protagonist wonders if Heron's meatballs would have any effect on the lava witch. While pondering, Ian admits the place is somewhat inviting, yet he must proceed, determined to capture the new creature at any cost, as he needs to reach level 90 soon. The protagonist, along with his summons, battles a giant scorpion, but, using his skills and Biggie's evolution, easily defeats it. Arriving at the underground dungeon of the scorching plateau, Ian immediately notices that it's even hotter inside. He quickly encounters lava monsters, assuming they are partly responsible for the heat. These lava monsters are between levels 71 and 72, and Ian spots a level 73 lava witch among them. The protagonist decides not to let his guard down, as they could be very dangerous if they attack in groups. Holding his bow for a possible strike, he plans to reach the deepest floor as quickly as possible, his goal being to capture a lava witch. In this dungeon, the number of rare monsters increases with each lower level. Ian is hoping to find a creature of unique rarity or higher, and right from the start, encounters several monsters, but none that pique his interest. The protagonist instructs Biggie to follow carefully, warning that he might draw the aggro of all the lava monsters if he goes ahead. Ian tells Lai to be ready to attack as soon as he fires his arrow. Lai is to eliminate whatever it hits. The protagonist selects his target, aims his arrow, and uses the voltaic sphere. The arrow heads straight for the lava witch, hitting it squarely. Lai immediately attacks, activating the potential explosion skill. The wolf aggressively takes on the lava monsters, swiftly dealing with them. The protagonist is pleased his plan worked and proceeds with his summons to the next lower floor. On the lower floor, Ian ascends the stairs and notices something unusual after encountering a group of monsters. He sees that most of them have changed color. The protagonist had seen some of them on the 5th floor, but now there are many more. Ian finds a level 74 contaminated lava witch and quickly deduces it could be part of a quest. Regardless, he runs in another direction, deciding to set it aside for now. Soon, the protagonist encounters a door leading to the lava core. Surprised, Ian hadn't expected more than 10 floors in this place. He opens the door and decides to check what might be inside. After opening it, he finds a lava waterfall. The protagonist, along with his summons, is awestruck. Though he's unsure what it signifies, a message appears indicating that he's the first to discover the lava core, the fierce lava waterfall, increasing his fire affinity by 5%. The protagonist's resistance increased by 10, and his affinity with fire-type monsters wouldn't fall below 30. Ian had never heard of anything like that, but now he understood why, since he was the first to discover that location. The protagonist notices Lai is looking at something, and suddenly, an explosion occurs. A large creature appears, saying that someone worthy has finally arrived. Ian immediately thinks it could be a quest, and it also seems the creature wasn't going to attack right away. The protagonist begins to suspect that this was a hidden area accessible only to summoners, which is why he was the first person to find it. The monster introduces itself as Helion, the guardian of the lava core, and asks for the protagonist's name. Ian approaches and introduces himself to the creature. Helion gets straight to the point, asking if Ian could purify the lava core and solve the problem. The protagonist was right. It was a hidden quest, so he doesn't hesitate to accept. Ian tells the guardian he's happy to offer his help. Helion expresses his gratitude and explains that the protagonist should first bring him at least 20 contaminated lava witches. Ian is taken aback by the request, and the quest details appear, purifying the contaminated lava core. Helion, the guardian of the lava core, has asked you to bring at least 20 contaminated lava witches. In return, he will provide the fire sealing stone, allowing you to capture as many witches as possible. The fire sealing stone can be used like sealing scrolls. One stone can store multiple contaminated lava witches. The quest is level B in difficulty, requiring the summoner to be above level 50. The time limit is 3 hours, and the reward is 42,500 experience points for each contaminated lava witch. Ian is astonished at the potential experience he could earn, equivalent to killing 12 regular lava witches. Helion says the more witches he captures within the time limit, the better the reward. The Guardian hands Ian a sealing stone, impressing the protagonist with the item. Ian assures Helion he'll complete the mission, telling him not to worry. The Guardian says he'll trust Ian, triggering a message that he's accepted the quest, with 3 hours remaining. Before Ian leaves, the Guardian encourages him to do his best, which makes the protagonist anxious, as he hadn't paid attention to the quest's time limit. Without wasting any time, Ian begins the hunt. The remaining time shows 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 2 seconds, with Lai bravely battling the creatures. As time passes, the remaining time is now 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 37 seconds, and the protagonist, using his bow, relentlessly captures the contaminated lava witches. With the clock ticking down to 18 minutes and 59 seconds, Biggie continues showcasing his skills, leaving the witches no chance. Helion waits for Ian, aware that time is nearly up. Suddenly, the protagonist rushes in, asking the Guardian to wait. Helion tells Ian he cut it close and asks how many witches he captured, noting that Ian didn't look particularly reliable. Exhausted, Ian hands over the sealing stone, revealing he managed to capture 31 lava witches. Helion is shocked, praising Ian's accomplishment. The protagonist proudly states that he said Helion could count on him, but admits he gave his all for the quest. After completing the mission, the Guardian apologizes for underestimating him. A message pops up. You have captured a total of 31 contaminated lava witches, earning 1,317,500 experience. Ian is thrilled, realizing he earned over 1 million experience points, admitting he could rarely gain that much experience in 12 hours, whereas he managed to achieve it in only 3 hours. The protagonist thanks the Guardian and asks if there's anything else that needs to be done. Helion responds that there's plenty, and Ian starts having a bad feeling upon hearing there's more to do. Meanwhile, in the Lucefell Empire, the Emperor asks Helame if there's any news from the Summoner's Prophet. The guard responds to Celius that there isn't, and if he feels it's taking too long, he could go see him personally. The Emperor says it's not necessary, as even scholars haven't figured it out after so long, so he doesn't expect Ian to solve the problem in just a month. Celius remarks that there are still 4 months until the nation's anniversary. The guard confirms. The Emperor wonders if having the Griffin appear on the nation's anniversary would impress the people. He decides to wait 2 more months, and if there's still no word from Ian, Celius tells Helame he may find him. The guard listens to the Emperor, prepared to serve him. The protagonist is now descending the mountains to complete another quest from the Guardian. This mission involves gathering, and Ian has been working on it for over 24 hours. He's already thinking about the reward, as the mission hasn't been enjoyable, and if the rewards aren't good, he'll be furious, even considering destroying the Lava Guardian if it isn't worth it. While descending, Ian is frustrated because he can't hunt due to this. With his bag of crimson moss roots and still striking the ground for more, he continues, enraged at the thought of a poor reward. He doesn't have to dig much longer to find the final moss root to fulfill the quest requirements. Ian needed 35 roots for the mission. Exhausted after this hunt, the protagonist can't bear doing more tasks for the Guardian and decides to hurry back to deliver the roots to Helion. Back in the dungeon, Ian brings the bag full of roots and hands them to the Guardian. The creature tells him he did a good job and asks him to wait a moment. Sitting down to rest after finishing the mission, Ian thinks if the Guardian gives him another gathering quest, he'll be furious, as he's already collected herbs 5 times. The protagonist doesn't mind doing other tasks, just not gathering ones. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, startling Ian. When he sees what's happening, he considers logging out, not wanting to be the first user to die in a dungeon collapse. The lava waterfall has grown, and everything is shaking, but it quickly subsides, and Ian thinks it might be over. He also notices the color of the place has changed. Another explosion happens, making Helion appear and announcing that the lava core has finally been purified. The Guardian tells the protagonist it's all thanks to his hard work, and that now he can finally rest in peace. Ian is thrilled to hear this, but also wonders about his reward, hoping for something cool and useful. Helion tells him he's done well. Ian completed the Lava Core quest series with an SSS final rating. The Guardian says the reward isn't much, and gives Ian 12,935 experience points, leveling him up to 70. The protagonist feels disappointed, thinking if he'd spent that time hunting instead, he would have gained another level. Ian also receives a lava sealing stone. Helion explains that this stone contains one of the Guardians protecting the lava core. The creature adds that he wanted to give Ian a different Guardian, but decided to give his favorite since Ian worked so hard. Ian, curious to know more about the Guardian, opens the summon information window. It's the Lava Drake King, level 80. with a vitality of 23,537, mana of 9,750, attack of 1,975, defense of 927, dexterity of 527, and intelligence of 609. The summon was a Drake type with heroic rarity. It had a courageous personality and could not evolve. Its innate abilities included fire absorption, reducing incoming fire damage by 30%, lava breath, where the Drake exhales a fire-based breath, dealing 593% of its damage stat on top of its attack power, and lava ruler, an ability with a 30% chance to activate when attacking. Upon activation, it releases fire, dealing 175% of its attack stat as damage to all enemies within a 4-meter cone. The Lava Drake King was born from lava and specialized in fire-type attacks, proud to possess an exceptionally high attack stat. Ian was impressed, seeing that it was a heroic rarity monster, with an attack stat close to 2,000 and a breath ability tied to a passive lava ruler skill that dealt area damage. Although the Drake's powers were limited by its inability to evolve, the protagonist considered it the best summon for farming experience. Ian was eager to form a contract to make Drake his summon, but first, he needed to increase his leadership stats, which required him to go to town and buy an item to boost his leadership. If that didn't work, Ian was prepared to end his contract with Clopia. The protagonist thanked Hallian, saying he'd make good use of the Drake. The Guardian expressed eternal gratitude, as the lava core had returned to normal thanks to Ian. The protagonist bid farewell, saying he had to go, and Hallian wished that the Guardian would assist Ian on his journey. Meanwhile, Yun tried to contact Sung, but every time he called, the call wouldn't go through. Yun was getting frustrated, not knowing why the protagonist wasn't answering, as it was the start of the school semester, and Sung needed to attend. Yun began to suspect Sung had fallen asleep in the game capsule, as he had been logged in for over 50 hours when Yun checked that morning. The young man assumed the protagonist might be farming, but if Sung didn't show up after the school assembly, he would go to his house to check. Yun wondered what level Sung might have reached. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains, Ian was with Book, riding Drake and searching for more farming opportunities. The protagonist had reached level 89 and encountered a group of dragons in the mountains. Ian instructed Biggie to use Abyssal Hole to initiate the attack. As the golem's attack hit the creatures, the protagonist told Drake to use Fire Breath. The summon released a massive burst of flames, hitting and taking down some creatures in the group. Ian then directed Lai to catch the fleeing dragon. Immediately, the wolf dashed toward the creatures but failed, as the dragon could fly beyond Lai's reach. The creatures lingered in the area, as only aerial or long-range attacks could hurt them. Ian leapt off Rake and told the summon to take on the creatures. He had named the lava Drake Rake. The lava dragon began flying over the creatures, delivering precise strikes, taking down 2 creatures with few moves. After the hunt, the protagonist reached level 90 and celebrated, as he could now unlock his class's unique ability. Ian started pleading for an ability that would help him level up faster, recalling his conversation with the instructor, who said he should reach level 93. The protagonist knew that day was the start of the semester, though it was still only registration. Ian calculated that he had less than 10 days to meet his goal. His summons watched him cry, lamenting that he didn't even have time to sleep and was already exhausted. Ian was hopeful to gain something that would help him level up. He wasn't even hoping for a potential explosion ability. He then opens the window showing his gains. The protagonist obtained the assimilation ability and the link ability. Not knowing how these abilities worked, Ian opens the information window. Link was an active type ability with heroic rarity. Its duration persisted until the target of the link changed, starting at level 0 with 0% proficiency. Its cooldown was 180 minutes, with the requirement that it could only be used between a user and a summon, or between 2 summons within a maximum distance of 10 meters from each other. After using Link, the ability would remain active even if the target moved beyond 10 meters, but the effects would not function. It couldn't be cast on other users or other users' summons. The ability connected 2 units to share the damage received. 70% of the damage would go to the original target, and 30% would redirect to the other. When cast for the first time, the health of both linked units would be adjusted to an average. High proficiency would reduce the cooldown and increase the ability's maximum distance. Ian thought this wasn't a bad ability. Now that he thought about it, he'd seen a similar ability on Dark Mage forums. Even after reading the details, the protagonist didn't fully understand what it meant for the health of the 2 connected units to be adjusted to an average. So, he summoned Kai and Biggie. The golem had 30% health, while the wolf had 100%. Ian immediately activated Link. Lai's health points began to decrease as Biggie's increased until they balanced, each at 65%. Now, the protagonist understood that their health was adjusted to the average percentage of both, regardless of their current values. Ian saw this could be useful in some situations, but it was a double-edged sword, so he'd need to be careful. Now the protagonist wanted to see how the assimilation ability worked. The details were, assimilation was an active type ability with heroic rarity, lasting 30 minutes, at level 0 with 0% proficiency and a cooldown of 60 minutes. The requirement was that it could only be used on active summons. If the unit died or was recalled, the ability would deactivate. The summoner would assimilate with their summon. When assimilation was active, the summoner's combat stats would match the target summon's stats. The target summon would also receive a 20% boost to its highest stat. Higher proficiency would reduce the cooldown and increase the proportion of received stats. Ian found it interesting that his stats would match his summons, so he thought of testing it. Buck's stats were the most unbalanced, making it an ideal test subject. The protagonist picked up the turtle and reassured it that he was just testing an ability. Ian activated assimilation. Buck began to shine brightly, visible from afar. At first, the protagonist didn't notice any physical changes, so he checked his stats. Opening the status window, Ian saw his defense was at 1500, while his attack and agility stats were nearly 0, roughly at Biggie's level. The turtle seemed pleased with the change, and the protagonist noticed the difference and checked Buck's stats. Ian noted his appearance was similar to his summons, so he immediately deactivated the ability, deciding to avoid using it with Buck. The protagonist admitted that fatigue was hitting him, but he was pleased to have reached his target level for the day. He decided to take a short break before continuing. Meanwhile, at the Korean university, Yoon was still trying to reach the protagonist. Realizing he still hadn't read his messages, Haran approached Yoon and started a conversation with him. The young man asks the girl who she is, and at the same time, wonders how someone so beautiful could be in his course without him noticing. Yoon remembers and asks the girl if she's Haran, who is impressed to be recognized. Haran knew Ian was quirky, so she made her character exactly like her real-life appearance. She asks Yoon if he knows anything about Sung. The young man replies that the protagonist hadn't been to college. Haran suggests that Sung might be at home gaming since it's still the registration period. She's furious upon learning that the protagonist isn't attending college just to play games. Yoon quickly realizes that his friend will get an earful when he returns. Meanwhile, in the icy mountains, a dark mage uses the Black Judgment skill against a troll as an army of skeletons charges forward. The mage is Ganji, who already has a sizable dark army. After defeating the creature, Ganji starts boasting, as he's about to level up and is already at level 85. He believes Ian is at level 80 or lower. Ganji is frustrated just thinking about the protagonist and Book. While reaching into his cloak, he deduces that Ian must have reached level 85 using some unfair method. The mage pulls out a doll resembling the protagonist and, obsessed with killing him, casts the undead curse spell on it. But Ganji quickly becomes frustrated after receiving a message indicating that the target was invalid and the ability failed to activate. The young mage is fixated on becoming stronger than Ian to defeat him once and for all, determined to do whatever it takes to level up, grinding with his large skeleton army. Ganji had been punished for not doing any of his homework over the holiday, so he was resolved to make his goal worth it. Back at the university, Professor Jinwook was taking attendance before beginning class. He called out each name until he reached Sung, who was absent. The professor noted that the protagonist had missed the first week of class, but since it was the registration period, it wouldn't affect his grades. He pauses, considering what he'd do about Sung, but Yoon notices something off about Jinwook and guesses it's due to Sung's absence. The professor resumes attendance and calls the protagonist's name again, but there's no answer. Jinwook takes a deep breath, and just as he begins speaking about what he'll do, the door opens. Sung has just arrived, exhausted from running to make it on time. Still, the protagonist walks in and heads to his seat, saying he's present. The professor tells Sung to be quiet and sit down. The protagonist drags himself over to sit near his friend, who asks why he didn't answer any of his calls. Tired from getting little sleep, Sung responds that he had his reasons. Showing his phone, he says it was all because of that. Yoon doesn't understand until Sung shows him his character at level 93. Yoon is shocked and even shouts, causing nearby students to look at him oddly. Yoon remarks that it hasn't been long since the reset, and Sung is already at such a high level. The protagonist replies that he's at that level because he's just that good. Sung starts teasing his friend for leveling up so quickly. Seeing that the protagonist is still fiddling with his phone, Yoon asks what he's doing. Sung says it's already done and shows his friend a message he sent to Professor Jinwook. Yoon is surprised to see his friend sent that message to the professor and asks why Sung would do that. Laughing, the protagonist replies that Yoon wouldn't understand. During the class, The professor notices a message on his phone, responds to it, and then glances at Sung with a smile. Sung sees a new message on his own phone. After opening it, he realizes it's from the professor, who asks him to come to his office after class. Meanwhile, Sung's time was already running out. The protagonist hadn't understood what Jinwook meant, so at the end of the class, Sung went to the professor's office, feeling apprehensive. The protagonist asks Jinwook what he wanted to discuss. The professor says that first, he wanted to know about the image showing Ian's character at level 93. Embarrassed, Sung explains that it was the status window of his character in Kailan, and adds that he was sure the professor had noticed since he too was a Kailan player. Jinwook starts staring at Sung, wondering if his reaction is because of the bet. The protagonist, feeling tense, doesn't wait for the professor to respond, and asks if he, by any chance, hadn't forgotten about the bet they'd agreed upon. After listening to the teacher, who stated that the condition was for Ian to reach that level before the semester started, Ian realized that was why the teacher had said his time was already up. Reluctantly, Ian explained that in fact, he had reached level 93 before the semester began, but having played for over 50 hours, he ended up bedridden and could only make it to school that day. Seeing Ian's state, Jinwook asked if Ian really expected him to believe that, saying that not even a child would believe such an excuse. Ian, running out of excuses, began to swear by God. While waiting for the teacher's response, he started thinking that there was no contract with set requirements, so if the teacher didn't accept his explanation, there was nothing Ian could do. Jinwook was pondering what to do, as even with a hard stance, he found it hard to believe that Ian had actually reached level 93 as a summoner, since official information indicated that the most advanced summoner was only level 78. The teacher, seeing that Ian wanted him to accept the excuse, thought that, even if delayed, what Ian had done was definitely impressive. If Ian wasn't lying, the teacher considered using him for data collection. Jinwook asked Ian if he had any plans for Sunday. Curious, Ian kept the conversation going to find out what it was about. After speaking with the teacher, he went back to gaming. Ian started at the Blazing Plateau with Lai. Now, Ian took a deep breath, feeling free at last, thinking he had managed to convince the teacher. Jinwook had told Ian to stay calm and that they would meet in Kailan, asking Ian to go to Wolf City at 2 in the afternoon on Sunday. Ian wondered about the reason for this meeting, but feeling more relaxed now that he was no longer pressured to level up, he decided to complete the quests he had set aside for some time. The missions he needed to tackle urgently included the Dimensional Magic Tower and hatching the Griffin Egg, but since Ian didn't have enough information on the Griffin Egg quest, he decided to handle the other mission first. Mounted on his wolf, Ian headed for the Dimensional Tower. Upon arriving, he felt apprehensive since it was his first time there. He entered the place, which seemed quite empty, likely because players didn't have much reason to go there. Upon entering the tower, Ian came face to face with a portal. A message appeared, asking if he wanted to go to the upper levels of the Dimensional Magic Tower. Ian didn't think twice and walked through the portal. After crossing, he found another portal. While walking, Ian found it easy to keep ascending through the portals until suddenly there was an explosion, and several trolls appeared before him. He was surprised, not expecting trolls to spawn there, but quickly realized they were a kind of barrier. He deduced that he likely had to defeat the monsters spawning on each floor. If so, he was already finding it a hassle. The trolls looked at Ian, waiting for him to advance. Seeing no other option, Ian summoned all his creatures and immediately ordered them to finish off the monsters. Lai and Biggie charged at the trolls, who were already furious and ready for battle. The wolf and the golem launched a dual attack, using their skills to break through the barrier. Biggie threw a powerful punch, clearing the way for Lai. After passing through the monster barrier, Ian summoned Chirpy and opened the status window to check how many voltaic orbs he would need to use until his creature evolved. The protagonist notes that even though he surpassed 950 points of spiritual power a long time ago, his summoning stopped at 995. Ian finds it odd that he leveled up quickly at first, but is now progressing very slowly. However, seeing that he only needs 25 more points to reach the maximum, he deduces it shouldn't take long. He activates the skill and feels motivated to keep ascending after reaching the upper floor of the Dimensional Magic Tower. Ian encounters a person examining some books on a table. When he approaches, the girl is surprised to see a visitor. Ian suspects she might be the Dimensional Mage. The mage stands and tells him she can't remember the last time she had a guest, adding that Ian must be a skilled traveler to have made it this far. Ian listens carefully, noting that, although she seems rude, she's surprisingly friendly. He then receives notifications that he completed the quest, Traces of a Forgotten Ancient Monster, gaining 567,700 experience points. While it's not much, he admits it's something as he checks his rewards. Ian introduces himself to the mage, saying he's a summoner sent by the dragon tamer Oakley. The girl asks if he means Oakley, the legendary dragon tamer, saying she never thought she'd hear his name again. She invites Ian to sit, as they have much to discuss. After some conversation, the girl tells him that she needs to finish her research to awaken that soul stone. Hearing this, Ian wonders if he might discover something about the dragon god. The mage then explains that she was waiting for someone to assist her, initiating the quest Ancient Relic to awaken the soul stone of the dragon god Griffer. The dimensional mage needs to complete a magical piece of equipment she's developing, which requires many ingredients, and Ian will have to collect pieces beyond the dimensional door she will open. There are 6 different types of relics, and he must collect one of each. The quest difficulty is Type A, with the conditions that he cannot form a party while the quest is active, has a time limit of 3 days, and rewards are unknown. The quest cannot be declined. The protagonist feels uneasy about not being able to form a party or decline the quest, deducing that these conditions are due to it being a sequential quest, and he notices that the difficulty level has risen to A. Ian has no intention of giving up, though he finds it somewhat disappointing that he can't refuse. He then asks the mage if she wants him to collect a specific relic piece. She confirms, and Ian replies that he'll start immediately, asking where he should go. The mage asks him to wait a moment since he doesn't know what a relic looks like. She needs to show him something. She finds a magnifying glass and explains that it's a tool that will allow him to identify the relics. Since the 6 types of relics Ian must find are apparently quite similar, he'll need this tool to differentiate them. The mage opens a portal, stating it will take him to the ruins of an underground dungeon in the old Arnaville Empire. She also informs him that he'll have to defeat monsters called grave-robbing ghosts to recover the relic pieces. Knowing his task, Ian prepares to depart. Before he leaves, the mage instructs him to use the identifier when collecting each piece and to collect all 6 different pieces within 3 days. Ian assures her he won't disappoint her and sets off on his mission. After passing through the portal, the protagonist arrives at the ruins of the underground dungeon, finding the place rather eerie. Ian is now in the former Arnaville Empire, which became the Kaimon Empire, currently one of the 2 major powers on the Kolinar continent. He soon encounters a group of monsters and begins identifying their levels, which range from level 91 for the Pumpkinhead monsters to level 93 for the ghosts. Ian finds these initial levels perfect for him, but what he's really after is the grave-robbing ghost, which wasn't there. Messages pop up, indicating that he's the first to discover this dungeon, so all experience gained here will be doubled for the next 5 days, and item drop rates will also be doubled. Seeing this, Ian thinks it's great, but regrets that he can only take advantage of it for 3 days. He summons Lai and decides to hunt while searching for the grave-robbing ghost. After some time, Ian finally encounters the ghost he's been seeking. The wolf ferociously chases the monster as Ian fires arrows to hit it and keep it from escaping. This ghost was truly different from the others, as the protagonist's attempts weren't working, yet Lai continued the pursuit. Ian activates his Clofia possession skill and prepares to attack after setting up an ambush. He manages to catch the ghost head-on while it's distracted, running from Lai. The creature can't evade his strike, resulting in it dropping a relic piece. Ian picks up the item and dusts it off to identify it. Using the magnifying glass, he hopes it's the 4th piece, as he already has all the others. But soon a message appears, saying it's the 5th piece of the ancient relic. Ian is getting frustrated, as he's found yet another duplicate piece. He's been hunting for 2 days and still only has 5 unique pieces. He can't understand why the spawn and drop rates are so low. Ian is irritated, as he couldn't find anything useful in the forums. The only thing he learned was that drop chances for grave-robbing goblins are higher if you don't damage their bags. He realizes that if he hadn't known this, he'd be in real trouble. But even so, this quest is driving him crazy, since he doesn't have much time left. Ian opens the quest window and sees he has less than 4 hours remaining to complete it. He starts thinking that, judging by how quickly he's been defeating the ghosts, he'd be able to gather at most 2 more pieces in 3 hours. But he has no clue if he'll be able to get the 4th piece, considering he's failed 5 times. Ian admits he's screwed and doesn't know what to do. If he'd at least known this would happen, he wouldn't have spent so much time hunting on the first day, and would have focused solely on finding the grave-robbing ghost. He decides to summon Clofia and give it his best. Ian asks his summon to go ahead and scout the area, looking for any grave-robbing ghosts. Since no monsters there have ranged attacks, Clofia can fly around safely. Quickly, Ian encounters the spirit of an ancient summoner, level 95, and becomes curious, as he's never seen a monster like it. Ian notices it's a heroic rarity monster, which is unusual since he's only encountered unique rarity monsters until now. Although he considers ignoring it, he realizes that the monster is undead, so he can't capture it, and if he confronts it, It'll take him at least 30 minutes due to its level 95 heroic rarity. Despite having almost no time left, Ian decides to attack the spirit. He summons Lai and immediately tells the wolf to attack. Ian doesn't want to simply ignore a heroic rarity monster, especially with double drop rates and experience items. The spirit senses it's about to be attacked and summons 3 monsters, trapping Lai. Seeing this, Ian realizes he's in serious trouble and might even lose Lai. He immediately commands the wolf to retreat. Biggie and the protagonist brace themselves for battle against the spirit's summons. Ian is impressed, noting that a ghost monster can summon, but it's to be expected from a heroic rarity monster. The summons are ready to duel. Now, Ian admits there's no turning back and instructs Lai to attack. The wolf goes straight into combat against the saber-toothed monster, which faces Lai head-on. The creatures engage in a fierce battle, as both have great attack power and agility. While Lai fights, Ian tries to position himself to strike, but the summoning spirit hides behind its summons, knowing it's the weak point. Ian tells Lai to stay ready, while Biggie and Rake move in to clear a path. The dragon and giant turtle of the summoning spirit meet their attack. The golem prepares to use the Abyss Hole ability, but before it can execute, the turtle bites Biggie's hand, interrupting the attack. Even after taking a hit, the golem tries again, but is blocked by another counterattack from the creature. Biggie misses the strike, causing Ian to worry about his summons. Meanwhile, Rake is in a tough fight against the spirit's dragon. After Rake strikes the creature, it creates a strong impact, which Ian also feels. The dragon's tail hits a rock, nearly reaching Ian, but he manages to dodge by throwing himself to the ground. Ian realizes he needs to do something or he could end up crushed. While still on the ground, he notices the saber-toothed beast nearing to bite him, but expecting an attack from behind, he kept Book close by. The small turtle enlarges and manages to protect its master. As the saber-tooth bites its hard shell, Ian cheers, seeing the monster hurt itself, but he doesn't have much time to celebrate, as the saber-tooth attacks again. Now with his bow, and seeing the monster attempt an aerial attack, Ian doesn't even need to aim to hit it. He fires his arrow, striking the creature squarely, killing it with just one shot. As the monster dies, Ian deduces that he has now won the fight. He then instructs Lai to directly attack the summoning spirit. The wolf ferociously charges at the summoner, landing a heavy blow that, despite being nearly fatal, the spirit handles well, as expected of a heroic rarity monster. Ian quickly realizes he must continue attacking until the summoner is defeated. After striking again, he is sure the monster is dying. Pleased with winning the combat, he receives notifications that he has acquired a new item, the Staff of the Ancient Summoner, and also the Encyclopedia of Ancient Monsters. The item details for the Ancient Summoner's staff include durability of 820, an attack range of 407 to 605, an intelligence boost of 124, and a leadership boost of 30. The summoning magic gains a 42 increase, and elemental magic 20. The category is staff and of heroic rarity. The restriction is that it can only be used from level 91 or higher. The special abilities are: increases the attack power of summons by 32%, and critical damage by 46%. You can launch a magic sphere costing 5 spiritual mana. This sphere will cause damage equivalent to 250 of the summoning power when the ability hits an enemy, and the spiritual mana used will be restored. While holding the staff, your charisma with ancient monsters will not drop below 30, a staff used by renowned summoners in ancient times. As a summoner, the greater your skills, the stronger the effects of the staff. Ian is thrilled to have gained a heroic item, as it provides an offensive ability that scales damage alongside summoning power, which should significantly increase his damage per second since his basic attacks will be converted into scaling magical damage. In the end, Ian finds it was a great idea to defeat the heroic rarity monster. The protagonist, who has some concern for Lai, who was by his side, quickly remembers that he was still on the quest for relic fragments and realizes that almost 30 minutes had passed. He then starts running, eager to find the grave-robbing ghosts. After a race against time, Ian manages to collect all the items just as time was about to run out. With less than 3 minutes to spare, he admits that he might have failed the mission if he hadn't been lucky. The mage approaches Ian and asks if he managed to gather all the pieces. Ian confirms that he did. The girl expresses her concern about the timing, but says she knew Ian wouldn't disappoint her. Messages appear indicating that Ian completed the Ancient Relic quest and received a completion grade of C, earning 8,750 experience points. Ian is surprised to see he received a C grade since he normally doesn't even get a B. Seeing how pleased the mage is with the items, he decides to rest a bit, as barely finishing the quest on time had mentally exhausted him, making him very nervous. While waiting for the mage to complete her research, Ian can't afford to fall asleep, as he would be logged out, but he recognizes he's at his limit. Soon the girl appears, announcing that she finally completed the magical equipment, and it was all thanks to Ian. Stretching, Ian congratulates her on successfully finishing her research, and then asks how, now that the magical equipment was complete, she would be able to awaken the soul stone of the dragon god. Ian didn't think it would be easy, but he had to take the risk. The mage says she's unsure if the machine will work properly. It could be dangerous as it might malfunction and destroy the soul stone. After hearing what the girl said, Ian starts to think about the creature trapped in that stone, probably a summon with a tremendous amount of power, possibly even of legendary rarity. So if the soul stone were to be destroyed, he thinks he would be very upset and unable to sleep for a while. The mage suggests conducting a test using the soul stone of an ancient monster, and they just couldn't try it on the soul stone that Ian had brought. Ian becomes curious about what kind of test this was. To restore an ancient monster griffer, the dimensional mage needs to test her magical equipment on a different monster before trying to awaken the soul stone of her dragons. If you bring a soul stone of an ancient monster, she will revive it using her magical equipment. You will have to collect pieces of a monster's soul stone at the location to which the dimensional door she opens will take you. There are a total of 10 soul stone pieces there, and you need to collect each one. The difficulty was type A, and you couldn't form a team during the quest. The time limit was infinite. The rewards were that you could obtain an ancient summon depending on your completion grade. The quest could not be denied. Ian goes crazy seeing that he now had another collection quest, and moreover could not refuse. The protagonist, desperate, says the game was getting out of control. Griffer tells Ian to cheer up, that he would manage. A few days later, the protagonist is in the city looking for Professor Jinwook, but he remembers that he had forgotten to ask for the professor's ID. As Ian passes through the gate, he is soon approached by Jinwook. The protagonist immediately recognizes the professor and decides to check the ID first. After confirming the ID, Ian notices that the professor used his real name in the game. Ian starts talking to Jinwook, who asks if he was really Sung, since his ID and level were invisible. Immediately, Ian tells the professor to wait a moment, that he would change the privacy settings to public. The protagonist guesses that the professor didn't believe the screenshot he had shown in class. Now with the data visible, Jinwook can see Ian's level and is impressed that he had gained another level in the meantime. Proud of himself, Ian tells the professor that he worked hard during the vacation and managed to achieve this feat. Jinwook says that what Ian did was certainly commendable. The protagonist asks the professor if he could go now, since he had now proven his level and thus had won the agreement. Jinwook tells Ian to wait a bit because he needed to accompany him. The protagonist is somewhat confused about what it could be and hesitates about whether to follow the professor, who says that if Ian does not come along, he will refuse the proposal. After walking through the city for a while, Ian and the professor arrive at a warehouse. The protagonist asks Jinwook what place it was, as he didn't recognize it. The professor says that Ian's class appears to be a summoner. Ian confirms, and Jinwook approaches the warehouse and tells Ian to take a look inside. Then he would understand what that place was. The protagonist is even more confused, as he doesn't see how he will know just by looking. The professor begins to open the warehouse door and looks at Ian, who is still puzzled. Inside, they walk in and come face to face with two monsters. Then, Ian asks what that was. Jinwook says it was a monster breeding facility. Ian is surprised, as he didn't expect there to be such a place within the game. The professor says he was lucky enough to learn about that place after talking to the NPC janitor in the Summoner's Tower. Jinwook continues to explain that when he first met the janitor, the breeding facility was still being constructed. Then the NPC gave him several quests to capture a wolf, a fox, a bear, and more. Ian remembers that if a player completes a quest that helps in the completion of a construction, the player will be able to build the same construction and manage it, and this could be a secret quest. The professor says that, in any case, his quest and that breeding facility were already complete, and currently, he was working there. Ian asks the professor if, by any chance, he had received a system message saying that he would be able to build a monster breeding facility after completing the quest. Jinwook is surprised and asks the protagonist how he knew all that. Ian replies that usually, quests that grant qualifications for the management of class-related facilities are like that. After hearing the protagonist, the professor says that now everything becomes easier, and as Ian had mentioned, he had already received the qualifications to build a breeding facility, but he hadn't met all the conditions. The protagonist asks what kinds of conditions those would be. The professor shows a book called Monster Encyclopedia, which was given by Ralph, and says he needs to register at least 50 monsters there to meet the qualifications and be able to build a breeding facility. Ian remembers he had received a similar item in the quest from the Magic Tower. Looking at the book the professor had, it seemed quite different from the items, as the protagonist's book didn't have the function of registering monsters. The professor says that to register a monster in that encyclopedia, one needs to capture the said monster, but with his abilities, he was able to capture about 30 species. Jinwook hands the book to the protagonist and says that Ian would have to complete the information of the monsters he hadn't managed to. Ian evaluates the item, the information from the monster encyclopedia item. It was from a group of various items, and the skill level was normal. The player will only be able to register the captured monster in the encyclopedia and will gain at least 100 reputation for each species registered. The rarer the monster, the more reputation he will gain. The professor says there's one more thing, and then summons Wolfie. Ian is impressed seeing Jinwook's wolf for being so large, as even though he has some black wolves among the wolves of normal rarity, that one was as big as Lai. The professor asks Ian to try summoning his summons. The protagonist doesn't understand why he would have to do that at that moment. Then Jinwook says this way Ian won't be able to defend himself. The protagonist is astonished, as he wasn't expecting a combat, while the professor began using a magic that came from his hand. Immediately, Ian summons Lai. The professor's wolf starts to face the protagonist's summon, and they prepare for combat. Ian asks Jinwook why he was doing that. The professor says that, as expected, the protagonist had already evolved his summon and then apologizes, saying he just wanted to see Lai. After giving Ian a scare, the professor says they will discuss why the protagonist has not been attending the early afternoon classes. Embarrassed, Ian says it's because of an irresistible force. Jinwook says that the monster breeding facility is a place where users leave their summons for training, and it was there that he left his wolf for a while, which is how it evolved into a black claw wolf. However, the professor admits he doesn't actually know how his wolf evolved. Ian, pondering after learning that the professor's wolf is an evolved summon, says that Lai has also evolved and is now a red-maned wolf breed. The protagonist understands that, just like his training skills, the monster breeding facility can also enhance a monster's potential by training it. The professor says that if Ian helps him when he builds his own breeding facility, he will let the protagonist use it for free. Before responding, Jinwook, the protagonist, thinks he still doesn't know if the breeding facility can train faster than his training ability. But since his ability has a cooldown, the summons he wouldn't be using could be trained in the breeding facility, which would be quite useful. And if the ranking of the breeding facility increases, it may have other functions as well. Seeing that he could benefit from this situation, Ian tells the professor he will help him, but first, he wants to ask a favor. Jinwook is curious to know what it could be, so they finish talking before the protagonist leaves. Back at the Dimensional Tower, Ian admits he is not doing well because he isn't sleeping enough, but he remembers he asked the professor to build a breeding facility at the base of his guild, as this would allow him to give his best at that job. Jinwook says this won't be too complicated. With that answer, Ian is happy to know and more enthusiastic about finishing registering. Before starting the quest, the protagonist begins to register the summons he already has. Then, as he registers the acquired summons, messages appear that the red-maned wolf has been registered, increasing the protagonist's fame by 1,200 points. The abyssal turtle was registered and also caused Ian's fame to increase by 53,700 points. The abyssal golem was also registered, and the fame increased by 5,600 points. The protagonist didn't understand why Book gave more fame than the others, since he had given 10 times more than Biggie, who has the same rarity. Ian knows there's a chance that Book could evolve and become something truly incredible. Now that the protagonist has registered everything, he decides to do the quest. Soon he then summons Lai and mounts on its back. As he leaves, Ian wonders if this dungeon will grant him the title of first to discover it. That would make it the perfect day. After passing through the portal, messages appear that the protagonist has entered the Annerville Plateau and has become the pioneer of that area, which made his fame increase by 100,000 points. Messages also appear that for 10 days, the experience Ian receives in that area will be doubled, and that for 10 days, the item drop rate will be doubled in that area, and that the title, Time Traveler, has been acquired. The protagonist finds incredible what he had just gained, even though he didn't like it being an irrefutable quest. Ian remembers that the reward varies depending on his quest completion grade, meaning the chance of the monster soulstone he obtained is related to the completion grade. The protagonist affirms that he should then collect the souls of stronger monsters from that area and, even if necessary, explore the entire map. Ian starts running through the map mounted on Lai, as now they were going to level up like crazy. Arriving at a cliff, the protagonist thinks of descending it, as the monsters there are at a higher level. Along with his summons, Ian scopes out where to begin. Seeing that his summons were eager to fight, he notes that Book and Lai were almost evolving, so he should use them in combat to gain more experience. The protagonist notices that Chirpy is also about to evolve, as its potential was nearly full. Ian signals his summons to advance to the attack, and since he's not familiar with the monsters they will face, he asks them to proceed with caution. The protagonist activates the possession ability using Clophia and starts descending the gorge along with Lai. Ian activates the assimilate ability, sharing the wolf's stats with himself. Moreover, the protagonist changes his appearance. His eyes become the same as Lai's, and his hair like the wolf's mane, even causing an explosion, turning Ian into a wolf. The protagonist realizes that using assimilate with Lai is beneficial, cosmetically, and in various other ways. Ian tells Biggie to take the lead while he positions himself for a better attack. The protagonist asks the golem to use the abyss hole and for Lai to advance. After Biggie launches his energy sphere, the wolf charges into the attack. Ian tells the wolf to keep attacking non-stop. Meanwhile, Rake attacks using his fire breath. With his long-range attack, he hits a good portion of the creatures. Ian admits that, due to the high defense of the monsters, he hasn't yet taken down half their health, so he begins attacking with the mana sphere, hitting the monster and causing 2,700 damage, and, as it was a direct hit, 5 spiritual mana are recovered. Ian realizes that the attack was ineffective, so he uses the voltaic sphere ability, causing a large explosion after hitting the monsters. The protagonist is amazed to see what happened without understanding what could have occurred. He notices a message window saying that the spiritual power of the electric spirit Chirpy is at maximum. The summoning begins to evolve. The electric spirit Chirpy evolved from a lower spirit to an intermediate spirit. Seeing his summon evolve, Ian guesses that the flash he saw could be Chirpy evolving. Then, he decides to check the status window. The information was, Chirpy, electric spirit, had a spiritual power of 0 out of 5,000. The summoning duration is 525 minutes, and summoning cooldown of 500 minutes. The attribute was electric, and the classification, intermediate spirit. When the spiritual power reaches maximum, he will evolve to an advanced spirit. Whenever you use a summoning magic that requires electric power, the spiritual power will increase. The greater the mana of the summoner, the longer the duration of the summoning. The innate ability was charge. When a monster is hit by electric-type spiritual magic, 10% of the damage caused will be converted into recovered life. Ian is impressed to see that, after Chirpy became an intermediate spirit, he received an innate ability that could steal vitality from the enemy. However, because the voltaic sphere ability does not focus on causing damage, its power is small, but at least, it was a good recovery ability. The protagonist calls for Chirpy and says he is perfect, but the creature begins to fly farther from Ian. He notices that Lai started to approach him, hoping his dominator would praise him too. Ian now thinks that, as Chirpy evolved, an innate ability was unlocked. He must now finish off the rest of the monsters. After doing all the work, the protagonist returns to the dimensional tower. Griffer is astonished to see that Ian had brought several soul stones to her, and even though the mage doesn't like it very much, the protagonist thinks he did a good job. Nonetheless, the girl thanks Ian for accepting her request, as there was a reason why her Uncle Oakley had sent the protagonist there. Messages appear that the quest, Restoration of an Ancient Monster, was completed, and the completion grade was SS. Ian received 20,457,000 experience points. The protagonist is pleased to know that he gained so much experience, and recognizes that it compensated for his suffering. Griffer asks Ian to follow her, and she will show how to restore the soul stones he had brought. The mage and the protagonist go to another room in the dimensional tower. The protagonist asks the girl what place that was. Griffer replies that that place is where the soul stones can be restored. The mage takes the soul stones from a bag and says she will begin after placing them on the table. They start to join together, forming only one. An intense glow emerges as it exhales. The stone was almost formed, but Ian could not see it yet because of the increasing brightness. The stone also started to grow in size. Anxious, Griffer wonders what creature it might be. It doesn't take long for the monster to appear. The mage is happy that her experiment was a success. Ian begins to check what creature it could be. It was the ancient monster Clopsis, which had been successfully restored. A message appears stating that, as the protagonist managed to obtain an ancient monster of normal rarity, he would receive 5 million fame points, and from that moment on, the monster Clopsis will appear on the Kolinar continent. Ian is surprised to learn that when an ancient monster is restored, it begins to appear in that dimension, and now because of him, a new monster will start appearing on the Kolinar continent. Griffer is excited and wants to continue trying to restore ancient monsters. They were successful in bringing back the saber-toothed tiger and the giant turtle. Ian and the mage were amazed to see the ancient monsters. However, they were not successful in restoring all creatures, as there were also failures. Griffer had the last soul stone and prepares to try to recover it. While the process was happening, the mage couldn't believe it could be a legendary creature that was being created. Soon the monster began to take shape, and then the ancient monster Haliakan, which was successfully restored, appeared. As Ian managed to restore an ancient monster with heroic rarity, he received 300 million fame points. Now the monster Haliakan will start to appear on the Kolinar continent. Griffer celebrates, as she did not think she would be able to see that legendary creature. Ian immediately wants to capture that monster. The mage thanks the protagonist for his work and says that, thanks to him, she was able to see ancient monsters that only existed in books. Smiling, Ian says it was nothing, as it was thanks to her that he was able to experience something special. Griffer says she will trust giving Haliakan to the protagonist, then hands the soul stone to Ian. The girl had not yet seen a summoner as good as Ian, who was happy to receive the Haliakan summoning seal. The summoning information was Haliakan level 1, with vitality 376, mana 125. The attack was 20, and agility 16. Intelligence was 5. It is a creature of the type ancient deity and of heroic rarity, with a violent personality and cannot evolve. The innate ability was Slam. Normal attacks have a 10% chance of stunning the enemy for 1 second. Another was Wind Guardian. For 2 minutes, speed will be increased based on the amount of attack, defense, and intelligence, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Another ability is White Tiger's Fury. When the Slam ability effect is activated and the enemy is stunned, all their abnormal statuses will be removed, and movement speed increases by 50% for 10 seconds. An ancient deity that appeared during the era of the old Arnaville Empire, born with the wind, it is intelligent and brave, has white fur with red stripes, but because of its red stripes, it is occasionally called the Blood Tiger. After checking the information, Ian, seeing that the creature was at level 1, thinks of leveling it up using the training method he had thought of. In his opinion, the ideal training method is to first maximize potential, as this way the experience gained would be significant. Ian summons Haliakan and already thinks about giving it a name. Seeing the creature in front of him, he wonders what the name should be. After a while, the protagonist begins to pet the creature and says its name would be Hallie. Griffer tells Ian that the creature liked him a lot. Smiling, the protagonist says he liked it too, as Hallie seemed cool and matched the title of deity. Now the mage wanted to talk about the main objective. She now wanted to recover the soul stone of the dragon god. Ian feels apprehensive, as there could be a chance of failure. They approach the place where the stones are restored, and then the protagonist picks up the stone to begin the process. But soon Ian realizes that this was a different stone from the others, and it also seemed somewhat wise. He hands the stone to Griffer, who finds the item incredible. After being placed on the table, the soul stone began to shine intensely. The protagonist was already imagining that he might finally see the dragon god, and that this creature could be on a completely new level, not just as a summoning, but as a monster that now appears in Kalen. Something never seen before, a true legend. The glow increased more and more. Ian was starting to think something might have gone wrong, as it was taking longer than the previous ones. The glow became so strong that Ian couldn't see what was happening, but soon it began to diminish, and he could see what was happening. The protagonist couldn't understand why there was only an egg there, while Griffer screamed with excitement for having succeeded. The mage congratulates Ian and tells him that the dragon god's egg had been recovered. The protagonist was still confused about what was happening. Griffer picks up the egg, smiling, and says that when the egg hatches, the protagonist will be one of the first summoners to have a dragon god, something that hasn't been seen in over 100 years. Accidentally, the mage stumbles and drops the egg. When it hits the ground, Ian is horrified, thinking the egg might break, so he starts running desperately to try to catch it. The protagonist manages to catch the egg, but it slips from his hand and falls to the ground. Ian is desperate, thinking he has lost the egg. He starts to cry, having worked hard to recover it, and now it might be broken. But soon he realizes that the egg had not broken, and after picking it up from the ground, he notices that it was the floor that had cracked. Griffer, embarrassed, apologizes and says that this could have had a really sad ending. Ian tells the girl that it was truly a relief, but thinks it is a relief that the egg is so hard, yet he will continue to be careful. A message appears stating that all quests related to the restoration of an ancient monster quest have been completed. Ian, after seeing the message, starts to wonder why there are no additional experience rewards, then imagines that the dragon god's egg is meant to be the best reward. Messages appear. The seal of the item, Dragon Tamer's ornamental feather, was broken. Because of the breaking of the seal, the protagonist's experience is increasing. Leadership status increases by 150 and affinity status by 200. Ian can now capture any monster without being restricted by his leadership. However, if that monster exceeds his available leadership, the captured monster cannot be used in battle. The necessary leadership to summon dragon-class monsters has been halved. The sympathy of any dragon-class summoning has increased. Ian is pleased, seeing that he needs only half the necessary leadership for dragons. This means that the protagonist can summon at least 2 monsters of heroic rarity and still have leadership left over. Griffer finds it strange how Ian reacted after learning this information. The protagonist decides to better analyze the dragon god's egg. He then opens the information window. Egg of Carseus. The level was unknown. The class and personality were also unknown. The dragon god of the ancient Arnaville Empire, one of the 5 legendary dragon gods. The egg of Carseus was called the War Dragon. Being destructive, it had the highest attack power among the 5 dragon gods, and it is said that, after fighting the demon dragon Califa, Carseus was never seen again. Ian is wanting to learn about flights of summoners due to the quest of hatching Griff's egg, but this didn't provide any information. The protagonist thinks that maybe it would be better for him to learn how to hatch those eggs, since he had the griffin's egg, and now the dragon god's egg. Ian asks Griffer if she knows how to hatch those eggs. The mage responds that she does. The protagonist gets excited and asks the girl if she can tell him how. Griffer finds it strange that the protagonist doesn't know, since he is a summoner. Even so, the mage begins to explain that it is simple. The summoner has to incubate the egg and thus it will hatch. At first, Ian thought he should do as birds do, sit on the eggs, but the girl says that it's not like that, and instead the mother of the hatchling should do the incubation. The protagonist had already thought about what the mage had told him. As this is basic knowledge even for a child, Ian begins to think that the mother for the griffin's egg might try to find something in the Sycar Desert, but that was practically suicide considering his current level, as the monsters there were level 130 and up. Ian asks Griffer if there wasn't another method, besides those, since it was impossible to find a mother for the dragon god's egg. The mage tells the protagonist that he is right, then says she doesn't know any other method, but knows some summoners who might. Ian asks the girl if she could tell him where those summoners were. Griffer says they died in the capital of Arnaville about 300 years ago. The protagonist feels awkward after that answer, but the mage says that since he had helped a lot, she would open a portal, and thus Ian could meet with their spirits. The protagonist is pleased and thanks Griffer, who thought Ian was about to say something bad. Trembling, the protagonist says there was no reason to do something like that, so the mage let it go. Griffer starts saying that the summoner's name is Iriel, and he was one of the best summoners of the ancient Arnaville Empire, and he should be able to answer Ian's questions. The protagonist finds the name a bit odd, but as the mage speaks so respectfully about them, Ian deduces that the summoner seems to be super old. Before opening the portal, Griffer asks the protagonist if he can do her a favor when he meets them, then a quest message appears. Ancient monster breeding dimensional mage Griffer does not want the ancient monsters you recovered to become extinct on the continent again. To prevent this, you must breed those monsters. Griffer wants you to learn how to breed these monsters with the summoner Iriel. The quest difficulty was type A, and the conditions were that from the quest Ancient Monster Recovery, the user must recover a pair of male and female. The time limit was infinite, and the reward was the skill book, How to Hatch an Egg, which can only be used by summoners. After Ian reads the information, he is confused to see that the message said the mage did not want the monsters to go extinct, but he remembers the message he had received, saying that the recovered monsters would appear around the continent of Kolinar. Even with doubts, the protagonist is excited to see the reward, which was the thing he needed most at that moment, the skill book teaching how to hatch those eggs. Now, Ian could complete this quest and also finish the Empire's quest. Immediately, the protagonist tells Griffer that he will help her. Meanwhile, in the Norman Mountains, Heron is looking at a plant that had emerged in the middle of the snow. The girl is distracted, as she found the plant very beautiful and does not notice the presence of a monster that was behind her. The creature begins to run toward her to attack. Heron senses that something is wrong. Before the girl turns around to see what it was, an arrow hits the creature. The girl is startled after turning around and seeing what was happening. Even hit, the snow tiger was not yet subdued. Cowan, the archer who had arrived to help Heron, shouts warning her to be careful. As the creature started running towards the girl again, the archer prepares another arrow and tells Heron that she was in danger. The tiger leaps to strike the girl, who has no choice but to counterattack. She then uses her staff to activate her shield, managing to defend herself from the creature's blow. Cowan takes the opportunity and fires another arrow, now hitting the creature squarely, causing it to fall to the ground. The archer wastes no time and rushes towards the creature, stepping on it to keep it from getting up, aims another arrow, prepares another shot, and finishes off the tiger before it can attack again. After defeating the monster, Kawin tells Haran that he had already warned her it was dangerous, as the monsters there were 20 levels above hers. The girl thanks the archer for accompanying her and helping her. Kawin asks Haran how long she will take to gather all the ingredients she needs, as he wants to return as soon as possible. The girl tells the archer to hang on a little longer, as she had almost gathered all the ingredients. Fine ingredients are necessary for evolving as a cook, and there are many high-quality ingredients in the Norman mountain range. Haran wished Ian were with her, but the protagonist had said he needed to complete an urgent quest. Kawin asks the girl if she isn't thinking of something strange, as she was gathering many ingredients. The archer was tired of waiting, as they had been collecting ingredients for a long time. Haran says she has many meals to cook, which is why she was gathering many ingredients. Awkwardly, Kawin asks if he will get to eat something more delicious. The girl gets annoyed and doesn't respond to the archer. By night, Ian was at his home reading player messages on the game forum. Users were talking about receiving system messages about ancient monsters. Some players were confused, as there had been no announcement about new monsters. They were simply added. Several players were commenting if anyone had encountered any of these ancient monsters. Some had even found a halcyon, a giant white tiger that was level 150. The protagonist, seeing these messages, is surprised, as he did not expect the creatures to be so strong. Ian was eager to start training his halcyon that he had received from Griffer, but the protagonist, to begin training Hallie, needed to find Iriel first, as he had the book on how to hatch the eggs. Back in the game, the protagonist goes straight to find Iriel. As it was a new place for Ian, he recognizes that he must stay alert, as he did not know which monsters might attack him. As he walked through the field, he found the place peaceful, but soon began to wonder how he would find Iriel. Messages appear that Ian was the first to find the Forest of Love, which increased his fame by 1,000 points. The protagonist also received the wedding ring of the forest. Ian finds the name of the place odd, but since he had gained a new item, decides to check the information. The forest wedding ring was a female item, had a durability of 175, and an advantage that provided a charm increase of 30. All battle skills had a 20% increase but were sealed. All artisan skills had a 30% increase and were also sealed. The cooldown of all skills reduced by 1 second and was also sealed. The item does not apply to skills with a cooldown of less than 1 second. The item was of the ring category and of heroic rarity, capable of evolving. The condition of use must be female. When used, the relationship with the elf race increases, and friendship with all monsters increases by 50%. The item belongs to the user Ian, cannot be sold to other players, is not dropped when the player dies. The item could be given only once. The seals are removed when a man and a woman use the pair of rings together. If one of them removes the ring, the other ring will also lose power and become a normal ring. Once it becomes a normal ring, it cannot regain its powers. A ring left by Elmoth, the owner of the Forest of Love, a place that only appears in the myths of the ancient elves. Ian is impressed, as this ring cannot even be compared to the Dragon Tamer's ornamental feather item, since the abilities of the ring were much superior. The protagonist admits it is the first time he sees an item capable of evolving, and, moreover, that ability to reduce 1 second on the cooldown is a unique feature that can be very efficient with the Voltaic Sphere, which already has a short cooldown. Ian knows that the other ring has exactly the same advantages, although it can only be used by a man. The protagonist began to think about whom to give the female ring. Immediately he thinks of Haran, but soon gives up on the idea because he feels that their relationship isn't like that. Ian thinks if he couldn't give the ring as a gift, then the only advantage he had was the increase of 30 in charm, and he starts to feel that even the game items are discriminating against him. The protagonist continues on his quest, and soon encounters a monster. He becomes alert for a possible attack. Ian sees 2 creatures resembling unicorns. The protagonist is impressed by the creatures he has just encountered. Ian checks the information and notes that the unicorns are heroic rarity monsters at level 170. Not knowing what to do, he stands still waiting for some reaction from the creatures, which soon start running in another direction, making faces as they look at the protagonist. Ian is confused about what is happening and just stands there watching. After the incident, the protagonist starts to think if all the monsters in that forest are at level 170, he would not stand a chance against any of them, but this couldn't make him give up on the book on how to hatch eggs. So, as he had only encountered 2 absurdly leveled monsters, and they hadn't shown that they would attack him, taking caution, Ian decides to move forward. Soon after, the protagonist encounters more monsters that were acting like couples. This made Ian deduce that this was the reason the area was called the Forest of Love. The protagonist is annoyed, realizing that was what the forest of love meant, and says he would rather fight countless monsters than go through that. A person approaches the protagonist and asks if he is Ian. The protagonist is startled and turns around scared, seeing that it was a person. He asks who it is. Ian is impressed, seeing that it was an elf who was talking to him. The protagonist is paralyzed and cannot hide how impressed he is. Then the elf asks Ian what he thought of the view of the forest of love. The protagonist finds it amazing and says he had never seen a place like that. Ian asks if the forest is that way because she, being a great summoner, was managing the forest. Iriel says she is flattered, and that it is because of her that the forest is that way. The protagonist remembers that the ring he had won has the option that increases friendship with the elf race. So, he, Ian, tells Master Iriel that he had something that was making him curious, as he had encountered so many monsters along the way, and it seemed like they were avoiding contact with him. The elf looks at the protagonist and is embarrassed to speak, but Ian insists that the master speak, as he was already curious to the point of not being able to sleep at night without knowing the reason. Iriel says she has no choice but to speak, then says it is because Ian smelled like he had been single all his life, and there was no trace of love in him. The protagonist is shaken after hearing that, even as the elf tries to reassure him. Now, sitting down, Iriel asks Ian what Griffer wants with her. The protagonist says the mage asked him to learn how to make monsters breed. Smiling, Iriel says she can certainly help him, but first needed to know why he needed to learn this. Ian begins to explain the reason, which was to restore the ancient monsters that had been extinct. The elf thinks this is incredible and says that the protagonist will definitely need her skills to conserve the ancient monsters. Iriel continues to say that the reason she wanted to know was to see if Ian would use her knowledge for evil. The protagonist is startled and says he would not do that for evil. The elf says that if she teaches him her skills, Ian may be able to artificially reproduce monsters, but this goes against the laws of nature. The protagonist does not understand how this goes against the law of nature, and says that naturally, all animals can reproduce with a pair of male and female, but this takes a long time. Iriel says that her ability shortens the process and the necessary time. Ian is astounded to learn that he could shorten the breeding time. The elf warns that an evil person could use this skill to create monsters as if they were livestock, which is why she was asking why Ian needed to know this skill. The protagonist considers how true this is, as if someone had the ability to create monsters at will, it's conceivable to breed them like livestock. Then, Ian promises that he will not misuse the skill and that the creatures are like little siblings to him. Iriel finds these words reassuring, but also mentions that Ian's skills are not good enough yet to learn this from her. The protagonist doesn't understand why his skills are insufficient and asks why. Iriel explains that to gain the ability, Ian needed to understand the art of mating. The protagonist realizes that being single is hindering him. Then a quest appears. Mission of Love. Iriel, the caretaker of the Forest of Love and a great elven summoner, wants you to better understand love and has a long-held wish. Her wish is to make two fairies who are not in a relationship fall in love with each other, Whitsun and Carol. If you can make the two fairies fall in love and understand what love is, Iriel will gladly teach you her skill. The difficulty of the mission was unknown, and the mission requirements were restricted to users who have restored more than one pair of male and female from the Soul Stone of Ancient Monsters during the exclusive Summoner's Quest, Restoration of Ancient Monsters. There was no time limit. The reward was an exclusive summoner's ability, Monster Creation. Ian is surprised, as he did not expect that he would have to make two fairies become a couple. He then sets off on the mission along with Book. As he walked, the protagonist thought that since no difficulty was indicated in the mission, it could be because the mission was so difficult that it could not even be defined in one of the existing categories. The protagonist asks his summon if it is rooting for him, as he needed to succeed by any means. Ian arrives at a house where one of the fairies to fall in love lived, then approaches to talk. The protagonist talks to the fairy Carol and says he will help her, but thinks that the fairy is just a child and does not understand why Iriel wanted to pair them. Ian introduces himself to the fairy and says he will help Carol become a couple with Mr. Whitsun. The fairy was doubtful about how the protagonist would help, as she smelled a single scent coming from him and found it suspicious. Ian is embarrassed hearing Carol say that, especially when the fairy asked how long the protagonist had been single. Ian says that since the day he was born, about 7,000 days ago. The fairy smiles and says that's not so long, as she has been single for 55,027 days, so surely Ian was doing better than her. The protagonist realizes that fairies age differently. Ian seizes the opportunity and says that is why he will train them to be a couple. The protagonist tells Whitsun that he made sure Miss Carol became his partner. The fairy was impressed hearing that. While the fairies were in the field picking mushrooms, Ian takes the opportunity, since the couple had promised to do this together. Whitson and Carol were still very shy and observing everything from a distance. The protagonist thinks the mission might be much easier than he had thought. But as time passed, Ian observed that the fairies were picking mushrooms in silence, which was starting to irritate him, until Whitson and Carol walked away. Back at Whitson's house, the protagonist asks him how he could leave without saying a word. Crying, the fairy says that even though he tried to speak, his mouth wouldn't open. Now, Ian recognizes that Whitson is worse off than he is, and that this was much more serious than he had thought, and if this continues, the protagonist thinks he might fail the mission. Suddenly, a crystal ball on the table begins to glow. Whitson is astonished to see it. Then he tells Ian that it was a message from Carol. The protagonist is surprised, as he didn't know that NPCs could also send messages. Before Whitson checks the message, Ian slams the table and says that from that moment on, the fairy should do what he says. Whitson was terrified and didn't know what to answer, so he asked Ian what he would say. The protagonist tries to reassure the fairy and tells him to tell Carol that he returned home safely. Whitson replied as Ian had told him, and also that he was relieved to know that she had arrived home safely too. The protagonist reflects on what the fairy had said, since there were no monsters in that forest capable of attacking them. Carol says in her message that if Whitson was worried, he could have taken her to his house. Ian and his apprentice stayed silent, unsure of what to do. Desperate, Whitson tells the protagonist that it seemed like Carol was angry, then asks what he should do. Ian starts to think and admits that things were getting worse, and he also didn't know what he would do, as apologizing wouldn't make Whitson look cool. While the protagonist was thinking, he notices his apprentice was sending another message to Carol, asking if she had already gone to sleep. Ian doesn't understand why Whitson was asking that since they had just been talking a short time ago. Upset, Whitson says the protagonist is right. He didn't need to have sent the message, but he doesn't know why he did it. Ian acknowledges that this mission was impossible from the start. Then, the protagonist tells Whitson that, now that they've reached this point, why doesn't he just confess his love for her? The fairy is shocked and goes into despair, as he would never do that. Whitson says his friend Falcom told him that confessing love through a message is the worst. Ian gets irritated hearing this and says that, anyway, his apprentice won't have another chance to confess, if not at that moment, since that was their last hope. The protagonist starts to message as if he were the fairy, and asks Carol if she would go out with him. Whitson is terrified watching what Ian was doing. After the protagonist sends the message, he says he should have done that from the beginning. Holding the crystal ball, Whitson tells Ian that he has a call and what he would do now. The protagonist is impressed, as he didn't think that object looked like a phone. Ian starts to head towards the door and says that from now on, Whitson should communicate well with Carol, trying to approach her sincerely, and in the meantime, he would wait outside. The apprentice fairy runs towards him, asking him to wait and help. Outside, the protagonist takes a deep breath and shows a thumbs up to Whitson, wishing him luck. Ian thinks this mission sucks, as it is also very difficult for him. Suddenly, Whitson begins to run out of the house desperately, calling for the protagonist. The fairy says that now he and Carol are a couple. Ian looks at his apprentice, not understanding anything that was happening. Whitson celebrates and thanks the protagonist, saying it was all thanks to him. Ian didn't understand how the fairy had managed, until the message that the love missionary mission was completed, increasing the protagonist's charisma by 20. The protagonist doesn't understand what was happening and decides to go back to find Iriel. Upon arriving at the Summoner Master's location, the elf says she knew what had happened with Whitson and thanks the protagonist for his hard work. Ian thinks it was as he expected, that there is no such thing as good or bad people in love. There are only those who manage to win affection and those who fail. Iriel says that, as promised, she will give part of her ability to the protagonist. As the elf uses her magic to give part of her ability, she tells Ian that she hopes he can reproduce the ancient monsters with Miss Griffer. The message appears that Ian received the monster reproduction ability, and with this ability, he could determine the sex of the monsters. Holding the stone the elf had given him, he deduces that now he can tell the sex of the monsters. Apparently, there will be a gender section in the status window. Then the protagonist opens the window where he has his summonings to know their genders. Ian realizes that all his creatures are male, so he asks Iriel if there are more male monsters than females. The elf master says no, but with the exception of some species, the gender division rate of all monster species is the same. Iriel is confused by Ian's question based on his summons. The elf gives the protagonist a crystal ball and says that with it, Ian could send messages at any time. The protagonist is surprised by the object and asks Iriel why she was giving it to him. The Summoner Master says she couldn't tell at the moment, but she will need to contact Ian soon to ask for a favor. A new secret quest appears, Shadow of the Evil Dragon Khalifa. Iriel, the caretaker of the Forest of Love and the great elf summoner, has been worried for a long time. If you become strong enough, then you will hear about her concerns. The difficulty of the mission was unknown, and the mission conditions required the summoner to have the soul of the dragon god, level 3 summoning masters. There was no time limit, and the reward was unknown. If you do not receive the crystal ball from Iriel, the mission will be automatically refused. If you refuse the mission, your friendship with Iriel and your charisma will decrease by 20. Ian is curious about the evil dragon Khalifa and remembers that this is the name he heard from the legendary dragon summoner Oakley. As secret missions are not given frequently and there is no time limit, the protagonist thinks there is no reason to refuse, but he is confused by the quest that says something about a level 3 summoning master, since he didn't know if even after becoming a master you can still level up, so he decides to accept the mission. Ian tells Iriel that if he can help, he will do everything he can. The elf thanks the protagonist for accepting the quest. Back in the Dimensional Tower, Ian goes to meet Griffer. The protagonist arrives in the room where the mage was, and she immediately asks if Ian completed all his objectives. The protagonist says yes and also received the ability to reproduce monsters. Griffer says it was as expected, and that she knew Master Iriel would help him. The girl tells Ian to follow her, that she will show him something. Arriving in another room where there were various creatures, the protagonist finds that place amazing, but the protagonist tells Griffer that there were still some monsters missing. The mage says that place is only for herbivorous monsters, as it's safer not to keep carnivorous monsters nearby. Griffer asks Ian if they can now try to breed 2 monsters of different genders. The protagonist replies yes, but first they must register them as summons. After doing this, he only needs to use the ability, but first Ian just wants to check if there was any restriction for minors. After checking and seeing that there was no restriction, the protagonist is amazed, knowing there was no restriction. Then he starts to concentrate to be able to use the ability that Iriel had given him. Ian manages to use monster reproduction, and immediately an egg begins to appear. After creating the egg, the protagonist breathes a sigh of relief and says he had worried unnecessarily, as it was easier than he had thought. The message appears that Ian was the first to succeed in a monster reproduction and will receive the title Monster Breeder, having a 25,000 increase in reputation. The message appears that now Ian understands the ecology of monsters better, Griffin Incubation 69, and that the monster incubation ability was acquired. The protagonist thinks that now he can finally continue the mission to hatch the Griffin egg. Ian is happy, since he has now obtained another title of Monster Breeder. The information of the title, which had no rank, was, if your friendship is high enough, you can use the reproduction ability on monsters that are not your summons. Becoming friends with monsters became a little easier. You can become friends with a monster more quickly if it is young. All effects are applied when you are not using the title. Ian thinks this title isn't super useful because it doesn't have much use for now, but it could increase his chances of creating a better summon. It's especially better because Ian had to use the title to receive the benefits. After seeing that it really works, the protagonist tells Griffer that they can now try to reproduce the other ancient monsters, then starts choosing what would be the next guinea pig. Back at the college, Sung celebrates because the class is over, as sitting all day made his body stiff. When the protagonist was getting up to leave, his friend Yun asks what his problem was for leaving in such a hurry. Sung says he's going to play because he had a mission he needed to do soon. Yun says Sung is addicted and asks what kind of mission he was on, as he hadn't been showing up at the base much lately. The protagonist says he's on an Empire mission that was driving him crazy, so he didn't have much time left to go to the base. Yun is surprised to learn that Sung was on an Empire mission and tells the protagonist if he knew that Clovan was working hard just to get an Empire mission. Sung was curious about Clovan, then steps out of the room to continue the conversation. Yun tells the protagonist that if he wants to increase his reputation, the Empire mission is the best choice to upgrade the guild base level to a fief, as they needed a member who has the title of noble. Sung says that to get the noble title, you need to have at least 400,000 reputation. The protagonist is hiding from his friend that he had already reached 500,000 reputation, and, at the moment, he thought it best not to tell. Enthusiastically, Sung wishes his friend good luck and says he'll return to college after he finishes the mission. Awkwardly, Yun bids farewell to the Prota, saying he hopes to meet him in Kailan. Sung decides that after hatching the Griffin egg, he should focus more on his guild. Back in the game, Ian is in the ancient monster breeding area, seeing some creatures that had already reproduced. The protagonist holds a divine dragon egg and was obsessed with hatching that egg soon. Ian was fascinated, seeing the bright light coming from the egg. He deduced it was a legendary rank creature. The protagonist uses the monster incubation ability and is dazzled to see how hatching a divine dragon egg was different from normal. But Ian notices something strange, as it was taking longer than normal. The protagonist becomes desperate, thinking he might have done something wrong, then opens the status window. The level 0 Carcius egg had an unknown personality and was of singular legendary rank. The incubation progress was 0%. The egg left by the legendary divine dragon Carcius began to hatch. For the war dragon Carcius egg to hatch, it requires strong war power. Each time the summoner wins against a strong enemy, Carcius will gain a little strength and then will emerge from the egg. Ian breathes a sigh of relief, now knowing that the egg only needs more experience points and that the only way to hatch it is by hunting. The protagonist is happy that no other mission or material is required. Ian hadn't understood what the singular next to the legendary rank meant, but anyway, the protagonist decides to return to Moran to finish the mission. Already in the Lucefell Empire, Ian meets Emperor Celius, along with the Empire's soldiers. This was the first time the protagonist was seeing the griffin egg and was impressed with how it was. The Emperor asks Ian if he was there with some way to hatch the egg. Smiling, the protagonist says he acquired the ability to hatch monster eggs. Celius likes what Ian said and now expects him to show it. While everyone waited to see what the protagonist would do, Ian feels that Halium had become stronger in the meantime, so if he doesn't succeed in hatching the egg, he could have several problems. The protagonist still has a chance, as he had told Celius that he would now hatch a summoning egg, and not the griffin egg. Ian was hoping that nothing would go wrong, so he approached the egg and used the monster incubation ability. The Emperor looked on apprehensively, seeing that someone was finally managing to hatch the egg. Ian noticed that the egg was taking longer than normal, but this was as expected. Just like the divine dragon egg, this egg would not hatch immediately. The protagonist decided to check the status to learn more. The information about the griffin egg, which was at level 0, showed an unknown personality and was of legendary rank. The incubation progress was at 0%. The legendary griffin egg began to hatch, and to fully hatch, a strong wind power was needed. After absorbing the energy of the strongest wind on the Kolinar continent, where the wind is strongest, the griffin egg could be hatched. Ian thought, as expected, the griffin was also a legendary rank, but unlike the divine dragon, it did not have singular, so the protagonist began to think about what the difference could be. Ian asked Celius where the strongest wind on the Kolinar continent was. The Emperor, who expected another outcome, wanted to know why the protagonist was asking this, as he wanted to know what the incubation progress of the griffin was. The protagonist told Celius that he had ignited the initial spark necessary for incubation. However, there was a necessary condition for the egg to hatch. The Emperor wanted to know what kind of condition that was. Ian explained that the griffin is a wind element monster, so for the egg to hatch, it needs to absorb wind energy. Therefore, he needed to know where the strongest wind on the continent was. Halium told the Emperor that the place where the wind power was strongest was in the Firmament Highlands, and in particular, the Firmament Altar is in the middle of the highlands, so the wind was stronger there than anywhere else. Celius listened, held back, and said it made sense, as he had been to every place on the continent. Ian wondered what the Firmament Highlands were because, if it was as he imagined, it would be crazy, as he didn't know how to get there. The Firmament Highlands are home to monsters of level 130 and up. Entering this area without even knowing the exact level of the monsters is suicidal. Ian was afraid something might happen to him, so he told the Emperor that he had done his job and could now leave. The protagonist thought about giving up on the mission, as he needed to avoid the risk of encountering a creature stronger than him. Looking at Halem, he thought he didn't need to go to the Highlands alone, so he decided to make a request to the Emperor before giving up. Already in the Highlands, Biggie used his Abyss Wave ability against a group of creatures, while Lai attacked in close combat. Rake used his Breath ability on the creatures attacking from above. The Royal Guards, who were with the protagonist, also began to attack the monsters, as they were all protecting the griffin egg. Lai activated the Bloodthirst ability and attacked the creature approaching the egg. The wolf inflicted a fatal blow on the Thunderhawk, causing the creature to lose 7,225 HP and, due to the effects of Bloodthirst, an additional 7,250 damage was inflicted. Ian was pleased to see that Lai was managing to cause 15,000 damage with just one hit, since Rake's breath caused 20,000. The protagonist admitted that the new Bloodthirst ability was very good. The ability information was of heroic rank and active type, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Attack and agility increase by 30% for the next 3 minutes. Movement speed increases by 40%. When Bloodthirst is active, you deal an additional attack to enemies with HP below 30% and recover 20% of maximum HP for each enemy defeated. However, This only activates when the enemy dies from the last effective attack of a monster with the bloodthirst ability active. Ian was happy he hadn't gone to the Highlands alone, as otherwise he would have faced great problems. The protagonist had asked the Emperor to send some of his power with him, since it was difficult for a small falcon like him to carry the griffin egg to the Sky Plateau. Celius did not understand which power Ian was talking about. Smiling, the protagonist, who is the most powerful form the Emperor had, Helium, looks at Ian and begins to think that he might be referring to him. While his summons were in combat, the protagonist thinks that since it is a game, the expedition starts on the same day. Moreover, even though the royal guards were weaker than he expected, the lowest level guard was 150. Ian could see some monsters above level 170, and this was insane. The protagonist, watching Halem in combat, begins to wonder what level he might be, as it seemed that he was already above level 200. After the royal guard defeated a thunder falcon, Ian received 10,500 experience points. This made him even happier, as he was gaining a lot of experience from just one dead monster, even though it was being divided among the group members. This was causing not only the protagonist, but all his summons to level up incredibly. Halem notices that Ian was paying a lot of attention to the information window, then approaches and calls him. The protagonist, startled, turns around and asks the guard what he wanted. Halem says that Ian is a better summoner than he thought, and that his monsters were very useful, as they were protecting the griffin egg well. The protagonist deduces that the royal guard must have thought he would not be useful in battle because of his low level. Halem orders his warriors to stop for a break and take some time for maintenance. Ian asks the royal guard why they were stopping, if they hadn't suffered much damage. Halem says that the Sky Desert lies beyond the mountain and there are mummy monks there. The protagonist is terrified, as these monsters are level 150. The guard says that it will not be an easy battle, so everyone must be prepared. Meanwhile, at the fortress, Cloven asks Hers how long they have to protect the fortress. The soldier says they only have 1 month, as soon the northern continent will become a mess of battles for fortresses, since after all, a fortress is a golden goose. And if a large guild were determined to attack a medium to small-size guild like theirs, it would be difficult to resist. Hers also says that before that, if they can upgrade the fortress's ranking from a village to a fiefdom, they can defend the fortress. This is because they can get private NPC soldiers and install defense towers when the fortress reaches the farm ranking. Cloven says he didn't know all this, and that now they just have to hold out until the troubles calm down. Hers hoped that Ian would finish the mission soon to return to the guild, but until then, they must prepare countermeasures to protect the fortress. The protagonist, who was riding on Rake, suddenly starts to shiver. Immediately, he thinks it's because he hasn't slept enough. After a while walking, the group arrived at the Sky Plateau, where Halem said the wind is the strongest possible, but right away, a creature attacks the group. The royal guard, who was in front, engages in combat against the monster, and manages to strike it without wasting much time. Halem tells Ian that this place is extremely dangerous, as level 190 monsters appear there all the time, so it was better for everyone to be careful. Ian admits that he almost died after being hit 2 or 3 times by a level 150 mummy monk, and recognizes that if he is attacked by a level 190 monster, it could be fatal. Therefore, he should be very careful not to fail the mission. While thinking, he is startled after hearing Halem shouting for the soldiers to prepare for battle and to be careful not to attract the attention of other monsters nearby. And, as those monsters move in groups, there must be more than 4 or 5 monsters hiding nearby, so everyone should be cautious of their surroundings. Halem was at the forefront, fighting against a group of creatures, but when he approached the monsters, he was surprised as the creatures began to flee before he could do anything. However, his concern quickly grew as an even more dangerous creature approached. A pterosaur stopped in front of Halem, startling everyone. Ian noticed that the monster was even larger than Biggie. The pterosaur began to attack the soldiers, but Halem did not retreat and instructed all the knights to follow his command. The royal guard said he would draw the monster's attention to the front, and meanwhile, Ian should take the egg to the altar. The protagonist listened to Halem's orders, then took the griffin egg while the knights battled the monster. Ian admitted that the royal guard was incredible and had good combat strategies, but now he needed to be very careful not to get hit by an attack. Moreover, he needed to hurry while the knights held off the pterosaur. Ian activated the synchronization ability with Lai, increasing his agility. The protagonist, who now shared some of the wolf's stats, managed to reach the altar faster than expected, easily escaping the monster's attack. But upon reaching the altar, Ian realized that the wind was not blowing there, but soon messages appeared. You have discovered the origin of the wind, the altar of paradise for the first time, and your affinity with the wind element increased by 5%. Additionally, wind resistance increased by 10 points, and the intimacy level with wind monsters will not drop below 30, with a fame increase of 15,000. Ian realized this was similar to when he found the source of lava, as it was practically the same, just a bit different. Then, the protagonist imagined that if he had to hatch a fire monster, he would have to go to the fiery plateau. But anyway, he should hatch the griffin egg soon, as the longer he took, the more damage the knights would suffer, and obviously the emperor would be furious. Ian placed the egg on the altar and was anxious for it to work. After seeing the egg's glow begin to increase, he began to check the status window to see the progress. The protagonist was excited to see that the egg was already 11% hatched. Meanwhile, the knights were struggling to combat the high-level monster. Ian wished it would hatch faster, before the pterosaur could reach him, but the protagonist did not understand why the percentage was rising so slowly. Then he realized something in his pocket was beginning to glow. Ian pulled out a stone, but could not remember when he had it with him, until he remembered that it was the absorbent material that the assassins dropped during the priest's quest. But still, the protagonist did not know why the stone was glowing. Suddenly, the material began to merge with the egg, leaving Ian even more confused, until the message appeared. Using wind essence item. The protagonist had never imagined he would use that stone one day, let alone to hatch an egg that quickly began to break the shell until it cracked completely, emitting a bright glow. The message appeared. You have hatched the divine beast griffin, and that Ian hatched a legendary monster for the first time. This caused the protagonist's leadership status to increase by 100 points and affinity status by 50 points. Ian celebrated for having managed to hatch the egg, as he was not so confident he would succeed. He soon realized he had 2 creatures, then checked the information. Griffin, level 1, had 475 health and 265 mana. Its attack was 23 and defense 10. Its agility was 28 and intelligence 15. It was of the divine beast type and of legendary rarity. Its personality was persistent and it could not evolve. The innate abilities were Wind Guardian. Attack increases by 30% for the next 3 minutes when hit by wind attacks. The other was Emperor's Roar. The Griffin's Roar is a powerful force, increasing the agility of all allies within a 50-meter radius by 30%. All enemies lose 30% agility. The effects last for 10 minutes, and the cooldown is 30 minutes. Its other ability was Crush. It creates a large whirlwind and slices enemies using its powerful wings, lasting 10 seconds, dealing 125% damage to enemies every 0.5 seconds within a 15-meter radius and with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The legendary divine beast, Lord of the Skies, born with the power of wind, is very agile and powerful. Ian is impressed to see that even though the Griffin is at level 1, all its stats, except for defense, are higher than those of Halcyon, with agility being almost twice as high. Moreover, the Emperor's Roar is incredibly powerful. Ian realizes that even though the genders are different, there is almost no difference in stats. The protagonist doesn't know why he is thinking so much about this, as if there were only one Griffin. Ian thinks he would have handed it over to the Emperor without any regrets. But since there were 2, it might be an opportunity he had. So he captures a creature, since they had no choice. Ian doesn't waste time and captures the Griffin, looking around to make sure no one was watching. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a noise, and when he turns around, he comes face to face with a pterosaur. Knowing he had no chance against the monster, he runs desperately, shouting for someone to save the tamer. After managing to escape and return to the Empire, Ian waits in a room for the Emperor. While waiting, he wonders why the Emperor was taking so long, then begins to imagine that Celius might even have discovered something. Despite the delay, the Emperor enters the room and tells Ian that he did an incredible job. The protagonist says he owes a lot to the powerful knights of the Empire, as they had done all the hard work. Ian was happy not to have been caught when he captured the Griffin. Celius says that the Imperial Palace summoners will take good care of the Griffin that the protagonist had captured, and that thanks to him, now the Empire can proudly present the Griffin as the guardian of the Loosefell Empire during the anniversary of the founding. Ian says that people will be delighted to know that a legendary beast of flesh and bone is protecting the royal family. The Emperor says that, indeed, the protagonist did a great job. The message appears that the Loosefell Empire quest to hatch the Griffin was completed, and the completion grade was S. The protagonist received 19,912,000 experience, which made him rise to level 103. Ian also gained 100,000 fame. The protagonist is satisfied as he managed to level up 3 times in just 2 days, and moreover, gained an additional 100,000 fame. Now Ian knows why the top rankers have more than 1 million fame. They monopolize the rewards of Discoverer and the Imperial quests. The protagonist tells the emperor that he will withdraw, but he can feel free to call him if there is anything else he can help with. Ian can't wait to level up his griffin, so he was already leaving the room, but Celius places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and tells him to wait. There was still one thing for Ian to do. The protagonist began to tense up, thinking he was caught. The emperor says he had a gift to give him. Ian, already fearful, says he will accept anything as gratitude. At the same time, the protagonist hopes for a legendary item. Celius opens his hand and starts to bring forth an object. He says he is granting it to Ian for having done so much for the royal family of the Lucefell Empire. The protagonist is surprised to learn what could be that object the emperor was giving him. After having the object in hand, a message appears that, because Ian received an S grade at the end of the mission, he received the status of Baron. The protagonist can spend some of his fame to improve his title. Now Ian can have a maximum of 20 NPCs as his servants, and if he decides to abandon one of his servants, his fame will decrease by at least 10,000 points, so it was better to decide carefully. Ian has become a noble of the Lucefell Empire, but he cannot change his nationality unless he becomes a king or is stripped of his title. The protagonist is also in a hostile relationship with the Kaimon Empire. Ian is impressed to learn that he has received a noble title, but at the same time, he is confused about why he is in a hostile relationship with the Kaimon Empire, as he is unsure whether this should be seen as good or bad. The protagonist thinks that, as soon as he leaves the royal palace, he will log out to investigate more about what just happened. Celius asks Ian if he liked the gift he had received, since in exchange for that gift, he had received the protagonist's loyalty. Ian becomes even more confused about what was happening, and his body, on its own, bows in reverence to the emperor. On his knees, the protagonist says the honor is all his, and he will not fail him. Ian realizes that the game system was moving his body automatically. The emperor places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and is pleased with what he just heard. Meanwhile, at the guild's fortress, the message appears that guild member Ian from the Lotus Guild has risen to the status of Baron, causing the fame of the Lotus Guild to increase by 15,000. The Lotus Guild headquarters meets all the prerequisites to be upgraded from a village to a fief. For this, the user with the noble title must be the owner of the place. Guild members do not understand how Ian became a Baron. Cowan and Cloven were impressed with this news. Cowan says that they have already finished preparing everything, and Ian appeared with the new title. Now the guild is ready for an upgrade. Hearst can't believe it, and wants to know what kind of quest the protagonist completed to earn a Baron title as his first title of nobility. Cloven asks Hearst if the Baron title isn't the lowest nobility title one can receive. The knight says that when you do an imperial quest, you normally receive either a baronetcy or a knighthood. Cowan asks if a baronet is different from a baron. Hearst responds that yes. Cloven says then that Ian received a title that is above baronet, and that is something incredible as it was great for the guild. The player says that as soon as the protagonist arrives, they must immediately upgrade to a fief, and also was wondering whether they should return the vice leader title to Ian. Quinn and Hearst refuse. The knight tells Cloven not to do that, as the protagonist does not fit in that position because he is always out hunting. The girl starts to laugh, seeing her friend's reaction, but still says that Ian might feel upset about this. Quinn says the protagonist doesn't care about something like that, and everyone already knows how he is. Hearst says now they must finish what they started. Then they return to the room where there were various items. Meanwhile, in the icy mountains, the protagonist, riding Lai along with the griffin and Book, walks in search of farm. Ian realizes that Finn is hungry, so he decides to give a meatball to the creature. Hearing that there would be food, Book quickly approached, also wanting some. The turtle always changed mood when it came to food. While the protagonist watched Book eat, he thought about how much he was enjoying it. Ian thinks that as soon as he returns to the guild, he must start improving the territory, because if he trains the NPC soldiers well and uses them to hunt, hunting will become really efficient. But anyway, he should focus on leveling up the monsters, as he did not have enough leadership points to recruit new ones. The protagonist did not know when the dragon god egg would hatch, but was thinking about finding a way to increase his leadership by then. Ian had even forgotten about his creatures that were eating, so when he realized it, he saw Book and Finn playing. The protagonist notices that the turtle enjoys being near the griffin, so he decides to start moving towards the guild base. Meanwhile, Jinwook walks through the monster nursery that was now complete. He acknowledges that it was difficult, but also satisfying. Even though he really enjoyed staying there, the professor had to take his course soon, but he was waiting for Ian, who had not yet appeared, so he begins to think about what he might be doing. Haran arrives at the nursery carrying the food that the professor had requested. Jinwook thanks the girl for bringing the food for the monsters and remarks that it smells so good he would eat it himself if he were hungry. Before Haran leaves, the professor mentions that it seemed like Ian had returned to the base recently. The girl starts running desperately to find the protagonist and tells Jinwook that he should have told her sooner. While the professor holds himself back from eating the food, he thinks that this would be a great moment for Haran and Ian to meet. The girl, although agreeing to chat casually, says that she hadn't even properly spoken to Sung in the last few days, and he should have informed her that he was back. Haran wants to spend some time with the protagonist, so she thinks about inviting him to visit the northern continent with her. The girl notices that the building near her was changing, then starts to think that it might be related to the protagonist's return. Haran wasn't wrong, and Ian was in that building. The girl is amazed to see the protagonist, who was with Hers. Ian was with the rings he had obtained in the Forest of Love, and shows them to Haran, who is surprised when she sees them. The girl is moved and doesn't understand what was happening. After the meeting, Hers says that they did a good job expanding the fortress. The knight, thinking he is the guild leader, then says that they must first thoroughly examine everything possible before proceeding with the upgrade, because if they upgrade without examining first, they could make mistakes. Ian says that after the upgrade they can build a facility at no additional cost, then says they should build a training facility. Hers says that would be very risky, and therefore he thinks it would be better to build a military building to increase the defense of the fief, as the protection period would soon end. The protagonist says that isn't a good idea, since at the moment they can only train low-level soldiers, and hundreds of these low-level soldiers would be instantly obliterated by a single attack from a high-level mage with area damage abilities. Hers agrees with Ian, but says that if they set up corporations and put high-level NPCs in charge of affairs, then the military force can be developed, and some great characters may appear. Clovan says what Ian means is that they should build the training site first, to be able to train the NPC who will become in charge of the training, and only after that quickly build the guild's military facility. The protagonist affirms that this is exactly what they should do, and also says that if they get a user above level 100, with more than 800 fame with a nobility rank above baronet as the landlord of the lands, they could build a relevant space for users at the headquarters. After hearing about the protagonist's deeds, Hers thinks that Ian might have used some kind of cheat, but the knight knows how good his friend is, and then says it was now settled and they couldn't waste time. So he starts to improve the territory. The message appears that all requirements for the upgrade have been met, and the Lotus Guild territory evolved from village to fief, and was proceeding with the improvement. The buildings were improving more and more until the message appeared that the Lotus Guild territory had successfully evolved into a fief. Hers was impressed with how everything had changed, as it now had a completely different view. Ian says he didn't know that the improvement of the territory would be materialized in that way. The message appears for Hers that the title of landlordship will be automatically delivered to the user Ian with the title of Baron, and he should accept. The improvement would be cancelled due to the lack of nobility status of the lordship if denied. Hers doesn't hesitate and accepts. The message appears. Ian has become the lordship of the Lotus territory, and after the basic settings of the territory finish loading, internal affairs will begin. The protagonist decides that he must start the internal affairs of a lordship and sets the taxes to the lowest possible and build a summoner's guild. Ian takes advantage of Haran being there and decides to talk to her, since in addition to trusting her with the kitchen, he also has something he should give her. Hers was curious to know what the protagonist would give to the girl. Then, Ian opens the box he was holding, which contained 2 rings. It was a quest reward, but the protagonist had no one else to give it to besides Haran. The girl was impressed, seeing the gift that Ian was about to give her. Ian was holding the box, waiting for Haran to take the ring, but the girl was paralyzed. The protagonist notices, and then says it was what she was thinking, but he gathers courage and says that the ring was hers. Haran was astonished to learn that the ring was for her. Ian says he received it as a quest reward, so he wanted the girl to use that item as a favor. The girl started to think about what could be happening, as it could be a random useless item, or she might be overthinking it. The protagonist tells Haran that she doesn't have to accept it if she doesn't want to. Awkwardly, the girl says she didn't say anything and then accepts. Haran checks the item's information and realizes it has incredible advantages and is also called a wedding ring, so she deduces it could be a couple's ring. The girl asks Ian if he also has a ring. The protagonist says he does and shows it to Haran, who immediately becomes embarrassed. Haran becomes even more enamored with the protagonist and puts the ring on her finger, saying she will wear it. Ian is delighted, as he can now finally break the seal on the ring. Messages appear. The requirements to unseal the forest wedding ring have been met. Elmoff's blessing is being applied. All combat abilities improve by 20%, and all class abilities improve by 30%. The cooldown time of all abilities is reduced by 1 second. This effect does not apply to abilities with a cooldown of less than 1 second. Ian can use the Elmoff ability to summon his partner once per day. The protagonist finds it impressive what he has gained, as these abilities are excellent for boosting his stats. Besides, Ian now feels like he has a girlfriend, since he is wearing the ring with Heron. The girl, seeing how the protagonist is treating her, admits she was worried for nothing, as she had been thinking Ian wasn't interested in her. Hearst and Cloven look at the couple and feel embarrassed, finding the scene overly sentimental for singles. Sometime later, now as vice leader, Hearst was talking to guild members to get them to start helping after the evolution, as they now had many internal matters to handle. Cowan enters the room, telling the knight that the new building looks incredible and that he is there to help. The archer tells Hearst he mentioned that Ian was around, but it seems the protagonist had already left. The knight says that Ian went with Cloven to the Forland Basin and is probably hunting in the dungeon. Cowan, excited, tells Hearst that they should finish up quickly and go join Ian. The knight is unsure that just the two of them can clear the dungeon. The archer says that he recently cleared the dungeon with only Fiolan. Awkwardly, Hearst says that Cowan and Fiolan are warriors with high attack power. He is just a tank, so his damage is weak. Smiling, the archer tells him to trust that he will simply deal more damage, as long as they don't die. There wasn't any significant penalty anyway, since it was a scheduled raid. Hearst gets excited and says they just need to finish what they are doing at that moment. Cowan asks the knight if he thinks Cloven and Ian managed to finish the dungeon, as he doesn't know how summoners fight. Hearst says he doesn't know either, but is sure that the protagonist will protect Cloven with his monsters. The knight continues, saying that in any case, he and Cowan need to hurry to complete their duties. Meanwhile, in the icy mountains, Cloven and Ian are fighting a giant troll. The powerful monster is about to strike the girl, who is caught off guard, but Hallie manages to attack the troll from behind. After the blow from the legendary creature, the protagonist tells Cloven to retreat. The girl tells Ian that if they wait a minute, her ability's cooldown will end. She then asks the protagonist to distract the troll while she uses her ability again. Ian thinks it's a good idea and starts distracting the troll. Hallie was attacking the monster head-on. Ian notices that the troll is about to use its club to attack his summon, so he shouts for her to be alert. Hallie, seeing that she is about to be hit, manages to dodge the attack with incredible speed and gets behind the creature. While the troll searches for Hallie, the protagonist seizes the opportunity and uses his electric attack directly on the monster, which quickly counterattacks when it notices, forcing Ian to retreat. The protagonist is confident, as this is now their chance to defeat the monster. He then asks Hallie to attack. The legendary summon starts striking the troll with powerful blows. Hallie attacks at high speed, dealing significant damage and stunning the monster due to Ian's electric ability. After the troll has taken a massive amount of damage, the protagonist tells Hallie to retreat. Ian realizes the monster is now stunned, and they just need to keep attacking. But the protagonist notices that the troll managed to recover from the stun quickly. Ian recognizes that the monster's tenacity is immense, so he had no choice but to keep attacking until he defeated it. Cloven tells Ian to distract the monster so she can use her ability. The protagonist realizes his partner is preparing a powerful attack, as she is gathering a large amount of energy. Ian immediately thinks of using another electric attack to buy more time. The protagonist successfully strikes the troll again and retreats, drawing the troll's attention. This gave Cloven the perfect opportunity to land her attack. Ian admits that his partner's attack is really powerful, but knows he needs to be cautious of the monster's counterattack. The protagonist understands he must protect Clovan because she cannot move while casting a spell. Ian positions himself in front of his partner, wielding Book and preparing his defense. The troll doesn't take long to counterattack. The protagonist tells Cloven not to stop casting her spell. He will block the attacks. The monster begins its counterattack. In defense, Ian uses Book as a shield to block it. Ian admits that his summon has saved him in many difficult situations. Messages appear, stating that Book's innate ability, Water Ruler, has been activated. It absorbs the giant Forland monster's water cannon attack, causing Ian to recover 3,649 health points, while Book recovers 0 health. As Ian defends the attack, he feels satisfied to see his summon's innate ability working, as they had never had a chance to use it before, but now it was functioning perfectly. The protagonist tells Cloven that now is the time to strike even harder. The player casts her spell, paralyzing the monster. Ian commands his summons to attack as Rake launches a long-range strike, and Lai activates Berserker mode and charges in. After weakening the troll even further, the Hero's Grave of Forlan ability is completed. The Forlan Hero's Grave dungeon had a 50-minute time limit to finish, and Ian and Cloven completed it in 31 minutes and 29 seconds. Their completion grade was A, and they earned 13,252,000 experience points. The gold reward was 142,514. The item reward was 8 pieces of the Forlan Hero's shoes. The Forlan Hero's grave dungeon was completed with the highest score. Ian and Cloven will be listed in the Hall of Fame of the Forlan Hero's grave dungeon. Since they ranked first until they are surpassed, they will receive 3,000 fame points per day. Outside the game, Sung was at Yun's house. They were reviewing some game information while eating. The reporter was discussing the rules of territory wars. Yun tells the protagonist that this is very important, so they should pay attention. Reporter Lucia from YTBC and reporter Haynes were presenting special news about Kalen. Haynes mentions that they are now in the battlefield of the brave, and as many may know, it is where guild wars take place. That day, the first territory war was happening, and that was why they were broadcasting it. Lucia adds a more detailed explanation, stating that the battlefield of the brave is a virtual space within Kalen that does not exist anywhere on the map, and when a guild war is initiated, all participating members are pulled into the battlefield. Even if a player is not part of the fight, they can spend money to enter the battlefield as a spectator. So before they start broadcasting the match between the best Korean guild, Dark Runa, and the 4th-ranked guild, Oakland, they would explain the rules of territorial wars in more detail. Yun tells the protagonist they should pay attention and asks Sung if he will take notes. Obsessed with the game, the protagonist immediately says he will, to make sure he doesn't miss anything. The rules of territorial wars were, you fight to steal the territory of the opposing guild. There are 2 types of territorial wars. One is on a battlefield within the battlefield of the brave, very similar to normal guild wars. The other is a castle battle, where the defending guild must protect their castle, and the attacking guild must capture it. The castle battle will appear on the map as the protection battlefield, and since the terrain of the battle will represent the defending guild's territory, this terrain will change with each confrontation. Battles are won when all members of a guild are eliminated or based on who has the most members alive after the 1-hour time limit. In the protection battlefield, the protective crystal located inside the guild's castle must be destroyed to end the battle. The attacking guild must win 3 times in the protection battlefield for the map to change to the battlefield of the brave, and if they win the 4th battle, the guild will conquer the enemy's territory. The defending guild must win 3 battles in both the protection battlefield and the battlefield of the brave to defend their territory. Territorial wars will occur every 24 hours, and the winners will be sent to the protection fortress for a week. All territorial battles must have a maximum of 30 people per army. If the battle is increased to a national scale, the maximum number of users will rise to 100, and there will be no limit on NPC participation. A user can only participate in 2 territorial battles against the opposing guild. After seeing the rules, Yun says that this is more complicated than normal guild wars. Sung agrees, saying that the consequences are greater than just the guild losing fame and dropping a few positions in the rankings, as happens in normal battles. The protagonist deduces that this must be because territories are involved. Sung mentions that the most important rule is that a player can only participate in 2 confrontations per territorial war, as a measure to ensure that a powerful user can't carry their guild alone. Yun agrees, pointing out that even if a player is strong enough to defeat the other guild alone, they couldn't win without the others. They then decide to eat while watching the battles. The protagonist starts thinking that in territorial wars, player skills are important, but NPCs are as well, since 20 is the maximum number of NPCs he can register as his servants, as he is a baron. Additionally, NPC servants revive 1 week after their deaths. Knowing this, he has reasons to delay registering servants. Meanwhile, in Kailan, Limlong, along with Celine, had just finished a dungeon. The mage tells the assassin that they managed to finish it easily thanks to him. Celine asks Limlong why he hasn't joined a guild yet, saying that with his skills, he could join even the best guilds. The assassin says it's because he likes to play alone. Celine mentions that if he ever thinks about joining a guild, her group, Kaiser, is open to him. Limlong asks the mage if the Kaiser Guild isn't among the top 10 guilds. Celine says yes, but although they are currently ranked 13th, the guild has reached 8th place before. Still, Limlong says he isn't thinking about joining a guild at the moment. The mage thinks it's a shame since he is a great player. The assassin says that if he ever decides to join, Celine will be the first to know. As she leaves, the mage says that's great and reminds him that he promised, so she will hold him to it. She bids farewell to Limlong, who thinks that even though it's time for him to join a guild, if he were to join a large one, he might be treated as a disposable tool. So if he doesn't want that, he needs to improve his skills to have enough authority within the guild. Limlong stands in front of the Hall of Fame. where the user rankings are displayed, and decides to check who had achieved the best dungeon clearing time. In the first rank were the challengers Ian and Cloven from the Lotus Guild, with a record of 31 minutes and 29 seconds, earning a completion grade of A. In second rank were Seamus and Cho from the Dark Runa Guild, with a record of 34 minutes and 49 seconds, also with a grade of A. In third rank were Scion from the Dark Runa Guild and Malkin from the Titan Guild, with a record of 34 minutes and 52 seconds, again with a grade of A. Limlong is surprised to see that the Four-Land dungeon can be completed in under half an hour. He begins to wonder who those players from the Lotus Guild are, as there is a 3-minute difference between first and second place. Limlong knows that the Dark Runa and Titan Guilds are always neck and neck, competing for first place in the rankings, but he has never heard of Lotus. The assassin starts to recall that the username with Ian's ID is familiar to him, until he remembers. This was the player he faced in the final of the beginner tournament. Limlong says to himself that the protagonist must have just reached level 100, so how could he already be in the top rank? And Cloven was only around level 110 or something like that. The assassin feels a pang in his ego, seeing someone he defeated holding the highest rank. Limlong gives a melancholic smile and says he can't just stand by and needs to be above Ian. Meanwhile, at the Lotus Guild's estate, the protagonist walks to the monster breeding facility to meet the professor. Upon arriving, Jinwook asks Ian what he needs. The protagonist wants to know if the breeding facility has been set up yet. The professor says yes, noting that since the Summoners Guild was created not long ago, it seemed like there were many summoners around, which meant he would have more clients. Ian asks Jinwook if a summoner NPC has shown up there, as he needs to register it as a subordinate NPC because the system had informed him that the summoner came there because of the Summoners Guild. The professor says that if it's a pretty girl, she was there, and she left a blue wyvern with him. The protagonist thanks Jinwook and heads toward the girl who was with her summon. When he sees the girl, Ian immediately thinks she might have a quest for him. The professor mentions that the girl always shows up at the breeding facility, but to him, she seemed like a regular NPC. As Ian goes to talk to the girl, Jinwook remembers that Heron had asked to be notified when the protagonist arrived. The professor sends a private message to Heron, telling her that Ian is at the breeding facility. Heron thanks Jinwook and asks what the protagonist is doing there. Unintentionally, the professor mentions that Ian is talking to a pretty girl. Realizing his mistake immediately, Jinwook feels tense, afraid he might have caused a misunderstanding, but he hopes things will work out peacefully. Ian approaches the girl and decides to first check what kind of NPC she is. The NPC's information shows she is level 118 of the Summoner class, with average stats and attack abilities hidden. She is human with a lively personality. Her class talent is unknown. Her inherent abilities include Summon Healing, which can use 20% of maximum spiritual mana to heal her summoned beast by 60%, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Spirit Protection, which can boost the battle abilities of all allied beasts by 5% within a 20-meter radius, and a passive ability, Summon Cloning, which can clone one of the summoned allied beasts to join the battle. The cloned beast will have 50% of the original beast's battle abilities and can remain for 30 minutes. Even if the 30-minute limit isn't reached, it will dissipate if its health reaches 0, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. She is a highly talented apprentice summoner with a bright and lively personality. Ian admits he won't find an NPC as good as this one, so he approaches the girl and asks if they have met before. Saria apologizes to the protagonist and says she hadn't noticed he was there. Ian says it's all right because he actually wanted to talk to her about something. The girl, feeling nervous and unsure of what it could be, asks if it really is with her. The protagonist confirms and asks her to wait a moment. Ian decides to register Saria as his subordinate NPC and give her his lord's seal. He takes out the seal and asks the girl if she could accept it, expressing his hope that the NPC would help him progress. Embarrassed, Saria asks Ian if he really wants her help. A message appears, indicating that the protagonist has proposed to the apprentice summoner Saria to become his subordinate. The girl asks again if Ian thinks she could be of help to him. Smiling and still holding the seal, the protagonist tells her that he needs her help, which is why he is proposing this. Saria, blushing, says she gladly accepts and takes the seal. Messages appear confirming that Ian has accepted the apprentice summoner as his subordinate. The protagonist now has 1 out of 20 subordinates. Saria's talent is heroic, and her class ability is rare. If Ian were to banish Saria, she would lose 17,000 fame points, and if the protagonist's fame falls below 0, he would be considered to have a wicked reputation. Ian, realizing that the NPC's class is heroic, thinks it's too good to be true. He tells the girl to take good care of him. Laughing, Saria responds that it goes both ways, and Ian bids her farewell, saying she can call him whenever she needs. While the protagonist was talking to the NPC, Heron had been watching everything through a crack in the door. She had a menacing look in her eyes, feeling jealous of Ian, who suddenly felt a chill. Heron approaches the protagonist and, in a menacing tone, asks who the girl he was talking to is. Ian, startled, turns around and says it's just an NPC he made his subordinate. He was worried Heron might think something was going on between him and Saria. Nevertheless, Heron remarks that they seemed quite close but soon starts to calm down, realizing it's just a subordinate NPC. Ian confirms, explaining that he's just registering some NPCs as subordinates now. Heron, with a mischievous look, asks the protagonist why his first subordinate had to be such a young, beautiful, and cute girl like Saria. Ian, afraid of saying something wrong, took 30 minutes to clear up the misunderstanding with his partner. At the Dimensional Tower, the protagonist takes a deep breath, relieved to have resolved things with Heron. Ian thinks about registering Griffer as his subordinate, since she is likely of a high rank. She is still an NPC. The protagonist starts a conversation with the mage, who is surprised to see Ian. He thinks Griffer might not accept, but he has nothing to lose by trying. The girl mentions she's heard some news about Ian, which makes him curious. Griffer says it's about him becoming a baron. The protagonist is surprised, not expecting the dimensional mage to know that, and asks where she heard it. Griffer explains that she has some contacts within the royal palace of the Lucefell kingdom. Ian says he understands but wonders how the mage has contacts inside the palace. The girl invites Ian to sit down so she can serve him some tea. As the mage goes to get the tea, the protagonist decides to check her information. Griffer's level is unknown. Her class is Dimensional Sorceress, and her status is that of a countess. Her attack abilities and detailed abilities are hidden. Her race is human, with a curious personality. Her class talent is unknown. Her inherent abilities are also unknown. She is a Dimensional Sorceress of successive legends. Ian becomes curious to know what level the mage is, since the information only shows a question mark. The protagonist starts thinking that Griffer might be on the same level as Helame, who was a humanoid monster. Ian realizes that the girl is a countess, a rank higher than his own title of baron. Upon learning this, the protagonist considers that he cannot have a subordinate of a higher position than his. He then asks Griffer if she is also a noble of the Lucefell kingdom. The girl confirms and explains that the previous emperor granted her the title of countess, and from that day on, she has occasionally provided assistance to the sorcerers of the royal palace. Ian tells the mage that it is truly impressive. The protagonist feels disappointed, as he wanted Griffer to be his subordinate, so he thinks about obtaining a higher title and trying again later. Back at the main house of the Lotus Estate, the guild members are gathered discussing guild matters. Clovan says that as soon as the protection period ends, the guild will request a territorial war. Hers replies that there's no way around it, since considering the guild's rank, the territory is high class, and he is sure many guilds want their land. Fiolan points out that the guild has become even stronger now, as it has a defensive castle, so they don't need to worry too much, especially since their rival guild, Polaris, isn't that much stronger. Hers adds that, moreover, 70% of territorial wars result in victory for the defending guild. The knight then asks if anyone has any useful information about the Polaris guild. Cowan raises his hand, saying he does. The archer begins explaining that a friend of his was part of Polaris for a while, and that, unlike them, Polaris frequently changes members. Except for the leader and vice leader, they constantly replace their executives, and although they have around 200 members, only 10 of them are founding members. Clovan smacks Kaween on the head, asking how that information will help them defeat Polaris in battle. Ian says that the fact Polaris keeps acquiring new members likely means they lack experience fighting together, and while there's a chance some of their executives are strong, the rest of the members might not be as skilled. Kaween agrees with the protagonist, adding that it also appears the founders of Polaris pay a lot of money to get people to join their guild. Laughing, Hers comments that this might be an even easier victory than he imagined. Ian disagrees, noting that this doesn't mean they'll be easy to defeat, as they are part of the Diamond class rank, and he is sure their main members have impressive abilities. The protagonist explains that, based on recent territorial wars, most defending guilds abandoned their fights in the battlefield of the brave and concentrated their efforts on the protection battlefield. Ian thinks it would be more appropriate for their guild to use a similar strategy, as the rulebook states that the attacking guild must achieve 3 victories in the protection battlefield for the map to be converted to the battlefield of the brave. If they win the 4th battle, they can take the territory. The defending guild needs to succeed in 3 battles, either in the protection battlefield or the battlefield of the brave, to defend their territory. The protagonist mentions that the classic strategy involves the least risk, as they need to secure 3 wins. Ian stands up and says he has a great idea. He suggests that they go against the classic strategy, then sends an information window to all the members detailing his plan. Haran, who is the first to see it, is stunned, as are the others, especially Cowan. The strategy states that the total number of participants for the first territorial battle will be 1. The member Ian. Cloven doesn't understand why the protagonist is doing this. Hearst is also worried and asks Ian why he plans to fight alone in the first battle, calling it excessive. Haran looks at the protagonist with concern, and he explains that all the NPCs will fight alongside him. So it's fine, because the strategy is to make the Polaris Guild think they are abandoning the battlefield of the brave, and to achieve that, they need to use a smaller number of combatants. Ian appeared confident and reaffirmed that this would be the strategy used, adding that there was no need to worry about him, as he was certain he would secure 2 victories. On the battlefield of the brave, the guilds gathered for combat. The protagonist thought it had been a while since he had been in the battlefield of the brave, but he was eager for the fight. Ian stood alongside his NPCs. Syria, a level 110 heroic class summoner. Sirius, a level 109 unique class sorceress. Tenpus, a level 114 common class priest. Lorton, a level 10 rare class warrior. And Malim, a level 107 rare class warrior. Ian took a few steps forward to start the war, thinking that he would have to control not only his summoned beasts, but also his subordinate NPCs, requiring him to maintain a high level of control. A message appeared indicating that the guild war would start in 30 seconds. Ian noticed that the members of the Polaris Guild went into combat without even hiding their levels. The protagonist observed that none of the visible members were above level 100, with the highest level being around 95. Ian was sure that there were stronger members among those with hidden levels, but since he was the only player participating in the battle, he was confident they would underestimate him. Lucan, standing on the Polaris Guild's side, told Milan that he was right. The girl agreed, saying she never thought the Lotus Guild would give up the battlefield of the brave so easily. Lucan admitted he was itching to charge into the attack. Milan warned him that the final blow would be hers, so he shouldn't even think about stealing it. Meanwhile, on the Lotus Guild's side, Clovan commented to Hearst that the average level of the Polaris Guild seemed to be around 90. The knight agreed, noting that based on what he could see from their items, most were low level, even those with hidden levels. However, the number of people who had shown up was higher than he expected, so he wasn't sure if Ian could win alone. Despite this, Hearst remained optimistic, believing his friend would emerge victorious. The battle was set to begin in 5 seconds, and the countdown had already started. Ian took a deep breath before the duel. The players of the Polaris Guild appeared calm, thinking victory was in their grasp. The protagonist, focusing, considered the fight to be the same as a controlled hunt. Finally, the signal to start the battle was given. Ian immediately summoned his creatures, Lai, Rake, Chirpy, and Hallie. Some members of the Lotus Guild began cheering wildly, anticipating an intense fight. Cloven asked Hearst why Ian hadn't summoned Biggie. The knight was also puzzled, as the golem was probably the best tank the protagonist had, but Ian was confident in his strategy and instructed the NPC soldiers to follow only his commands. The protagonist stood beside his summons, waiting for his opponent's moves. One player from the Polaris Guild was surprised to see that Ian was a summoner, and apparently one of the best. Soon the players began advancing to attack the protagonist, who was waiting for the right moment to act. Ian summoned Biggie just as the guild began to charge. The golem stood beside the protagonist, waiting for orders to attack. Lucan was shocked to see Biggie, as it was a creature he hadn't seen before. Milan, equally stunned, mentioned that it was her first time seeing it too. Ian activated the King's Roar ability and commanded Biggie to use Abyssal Rift. The golem prepared the energy sphere and launched it at the players of the Polaris Guild, who panicked as the ability's effects slowed their movements. Lucan and Milan were also caught in the attack and were worried about what would happen next. Ian and his creatures were ready to attack, so he ordered everyone to advance. The protagonist told Rake to use his breath attack, hitting several players at once. Lucan exclaimed that his HP had dropped by half from just that one attack. Other players remarked that they had fallen into an ambush too easily. Ian summoned Finn and activated the inherent ability of the summoned monster, Pulverize. The players hit by the attack were begging for help, unable to believe what was happening. Lucan was terrified at the sight of all those monsters, as it was something he had never encountered before. The guild leader ordered a retreat and instructed all ranged damage dealers to target the golem first, as they needed to stop the creature's debuff. Multiple players began attacking the creature at once. Biggie managed to defend with his hand, but absorbed all the damage. Ian, seeing this, remembered the saying that an old eagle is better than a young crow, but he noticed that Biggie's health had already fallen by half. The though his defense remained strong. The protagonist admitted he had anticipated this. Ian called for Saria, who immediately responded and did what they had planned beforehand. The subordinate summoner used summon healing to restore 60% of Biggie's HP. Lucan, seeing this, found it impossible that after all their effort to halve the golem's health, the protagonist had fully restored it. Milan admitted that if things continued like this, they would lose. Ian recognized Lucan and his partner as the players who had tried to PK him. The protagonist activated his summoner's staff and gave them a welcome gift, launching a mana ball that caught Lucan off guard. The magic sphere hit the knight directly, dealing 7,720 damage. Ian successfully recovered 5 magical spirits due to the successful hit. The protagonist also eliminated Lucan, earning 3.7% battle contribution. Ian wondered why this player kept interfering with him, but now he had been defeated. The protagonist was struck by some kind of mana. Although he didn't know what it was, he realized it wasn't an attack. As his creatures kept defeating players, this mana left their bodies and flowed straight to Ian. He admitted he had never seen this before, but since it wasn't affecting the battle, it didn't matter to him. The protagonist ordered his summons to move from left to right to encircle the enemy. Ian had planned this strategy in advance, believing it could end the battle quicker than he had expected. Milan, standing in front of the protagonist and fighting against the NPCs, then realized that the summoner was Ian and called for Finn, who was behind the archer. The protagonist commanded the griffin to finish off Milan. The creature launched a fatal attack on the archer, who, upon realizing, used her storm arrow ability as a counterattack. But before Finn could be hit by the arrows, he received the wind damage attribute. The inherited ability, Wind Guardian, was activated. Finn's wind attacks were now 30% more effective for the next 3 minutes. The griffin felt no effect from the archer's attack and continued charging. Milan realized she couldn't escape and simply accepted defeat. The members of the Lotus Guild celebrated wildly, proclaiming Ian as the #1 summoner and clearly different from the rest. The protagonist's creatures did not stop attacking until they had defeated everyone. Messages began appearing, indicating that all members of the Polaris Guild had died, and Ian received 100% of the battle contribution, earning an additional 63,500 fame points. In the first battle on the battlefield of the Brave, the Lotus Guild emerged victorious against the Polaris Guild. It was now nighttime, and everyone had returned to the Lotus Estate. The guild members were gathered in the main house. Cowan, impressed by what Ian had done, told the protagonist that he was absolutely amazing. Fiolan admits that, honestly, he had no expectations, but Ian basically toyed with the Polaris players. The protagonist was pleased with his accomplishment and said he had already told them they could trust him. As everyone celebrated, Kawin, who had important information, was asked by Ian what it was. The archer reported that they had only lost 5 soldiers in battle, which impressed everyone even more, as that number was almost nothing for a battle. Fiolan remarked that Ian carried them in the guild's first territorial war, but he still felt much better knowing they now had a victory under their belt. Cloven agreed, saying that, as Ian mentioned, they could win the second battle too. Fiolan added that it was true, since all the Polaris members had to respawn before the second battle, and none of them would be able to recover their strength in time, which meant the second battle would also be an easy victory. Ian disagreed with his companions, which startled everyone. Cloven, confused, asked the protagonist why he was saying that. Ian explained that, as he had mentioned, the second battle wouldn't be as easy as the first. When the Polaris Guild players saw he was alone, they severely underestimated him, which was why he had won so easily. But now, Ian was certain they would be more cautious with their battle strategies. Heron asked if that meant the Lotus Guild could lose that round. The protagonist said no, leaving her even more puzzled. Ian declared that this time he would crush his enemies even harder, and while it might not be an easy victory, it didn't mean he would lose. At the university, Sung left the classroom with Yun, stretching. The protagonist joked that he felt like he was going to pass out during that class. Laughing, Yun commented that it was the first time he had seen Sung paying attention in class. Sung explained that Professor Jinwook had told him that if he kept sleeping in class, he'd make him retake all the classes he had been exempted from. Yun burst out laughing and said that was a very valid reason for Sung to start paying attention. As they walked, Hearst asked Sung if he really thought their guild could give up the war after the third battle. The protagonist replied yes, because by not just handing victory to their enemies, the Lotus Guild would benefit in the end. Ian explained that if they made the enemy guild use all their manpower and resources in the first battles, they would have nothing left for the third battle, resulting in an easy win for the Lotus Guild. Yun said it sounded like a good strategy. Sung considered participating more often in battles, but lamented that only 2 were allowed per user. The protagonist admitted he had never thought that, to hatch the Carseus egg, winning the territorial war would be necessary, as just 2 battles had increased the evolution rate by 5%. Sung deduced that the energy from the battles likely raised the egg's hatching rate, and now he only needed 11% more to finish hatching it. The protagonist thought that once the territorial war ended, he would suggest that the guild members fight nearby low-rank bases. Sung called his friend, who offered him some water. The protagonist thanked him for the water and said he actually wanted to ask him something. Yoon told Sung to go ahead. The protagonist asked his friend if he had experience with dating, which made Yoon choke on his water. Harris wanted to know why Sung was asking. Sung remembered when Yoon used to say he wasn't always single, as he had dated in high school. Harris became tense and started sweating, confirming that was true. The protagonist pointed out that Yoon hadn't been single since birth, but before his friend could respond, Sung got straight to the point and asked Harris if he thought Haran was interested in him. Embarrassed, the protagonist mentioned that she even prepared lunch for him and fed him by hand. Yoon couldn't believe what he was hearing, as he already knew Sung had always been single, but he didn't think he was that clueless. It was obvious just from watching how Haran behaved around the protagonist. Yoon took a deep breath and told Sung that he thought there might be a chance. This made the protagonist's eyes light up, as bright as the spark of innocence. Harris couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Sung said he was finally going to experience love for the first time in his life. Upon hearing this, Yoon wished Haran good luck. Meanwhile, in the monster enclosure, Book was eating a plate full of meatballs that Haran had prepared for him. The turtle kept eating non-stop until the girl asked if the summon would finish all that food before Ian arrived. Hearing this, Book panicked, knowing the protagonist didn't like him eating so much. Haran said that if Ian found out she was giving Book that many meatballs, he'd get mad at her. So, she urged the turtle to eat quickly to avoid getting into trouble. Haran enjoyed watching the creatures eat the food she made. She had even prepared food for Finn, who seemed to enjoy it a lot. As the griffin ate, Haran asked the creature if he wanted more. Finn looked happy and eager for more food after finishing his meal. Smiling, the girl was delighted that the creature liked her food and offered even more. While the griffin waited, Haran brought out an entire chicken for him to eat, hoping he'd enjoy it. Ian approaches the monster breeding area and hears a noise coming from inside. When he opens the door, he finds Book eating. The protagonist sneaks up without being noticed and takes the plate of meatballs from the turtle. Ian says he was going to save that food for much later, causing Book to start crying. However, before Ian puts the meatballs away, he sets them aside and goes to talk to Haran, who greets him and asks what he was doing. Ian says he was checking the internal systems and happened to pass by. The protagonist notices that Book has resumed eating desperately. Ian, observing his summon's behavior, doesn't understand what's going on. Haran stays silent, afraid that Ian might scold her. Seeing Book not stopping, Ian decides to pick him up and, in a slightly menacing tone, asks the turtle if it enjoyed the delicious lunch. Book had eaten so much that he couldn't even retract his head back into his shell. Ian starts scolding Book, saying he had stuffed all the meatballs in his mouth, leaving none for his master. This is enough to make the creature cry again. Ian and Haran leave the breeding area and start walking through the streets, with the protagonist asking the girl if she would like to go out with him. Haran is frozen, shocked that Ian wants a date, but since it's what she wanted the most, they keep talking until the protagonist leaves for a hunt. Ian heads to the ice mountains to farm. He enters combat with a monster and uses his electric ability to slow it down. Even so, it's not enough to stop the monster, which keeps attacking Ian, who easily dodges. The protagonist waits for the right moment to strike. Then, noticing an opening, Ian seizes the opportunity and, using another electric attack, defeats the creature in one go. The protagonist begins to recall his conversation with Haran and how she reacted. Ian had told his partner that they would go hunting on the Porla Plateaus instead of the usual mountains. Haran took a while to respond, thinking it would be a date. The protagonist says that the monster levels there are quite high, but he'd have no trouble protecting her. Haran is happy to know that Ian cares about protecting her, so she remains excited for the hunt. After defeating the monster, Ian looks at Haran, who is watching him with admiration. The girl, noticing Book wandering away from them, asks the protagonist if it's okay for the turtle to be walking around alone like that. Ian assures her it's fine, saying that even if monsters attacked Book all day, his health wouldn't drop by half. Haran is surprised and asks how the creature is so resilient. The protagonist explains that Book's defense attributes are absurd, and with a normal attack, it's hard to inflict even 10 damage. The girl realizes that Book is actually incredible. Ian tells his summon that if he encounters any monsters while walking, he'd better hide as usual. Haran then says she has something to ask Ian. She asks why he doesn't give Book many meatballs. Remembering how Ian took the food from the creature, she wants to know if there's a particular reason. The protagonist starts to explain but gets flustered, and Haran insists he tell her, changing her voice to ask if Ian enjoys bullying Book or something like that. Embarrassed and afraid of an argument, Ian insists that's not the case, explaining that he loves his summons and has no reason to mistreat them. Finally, Ian admits that since he hadn't received many meatballs at first, he decided to ration them. But when he started giving Book more meatballs, the summon began gaining weight, making it difficult for Ian to carry him on his shoulder. Haran felt embarrassed and said she understood, acknowledging that this reason was unavoidable. However, deep down, she thought the creature had ended up with a terrible owner, one obsessed with hunting, leaving poor Book unable to eat as many meatballs as he wanted. Ian noticed something odd about the turtle, as if it had stumbled upon a monster or made a discovery. The protagonist summoned Hin to take a closer look. Ian invited Haran to ride on the griffin with him, and although she found the idea appealing, she worried that it might be too heavy for the creature. Ian and Haran mounted Hin together and set off to find out what it was. Even though Haran initially found it strange that the protagonist had asked her to join him on a hunt, she started to enjoy being close to him. The griffin soared, searching for Book. Meanwhile, at the Lotus Guild, victorious in the territorial war, Cloven was telling Hearst that there might be another battle next week leading up to the next war. Smiling, the knight confirmed it and added that they would have a level 3 army and a fully upgraded defense system, allowing the guild to defend itself against an even stronger guild the following week. Cloven admitted she felt a bit embarrassed, thinking they had won the battle without contributing much. Hearst agreed, feeling the same, as Ian had essentially come up with all the plans and executed the strategy he had devised. Still, the knight remarked that thanks to the protagonist, the guild had risen 2 ranks. Hearst informed Cloven that Ian had suggested the guild move forward and attack other guilds to conquer their territories as well. The player was shocked and asked if they had the resources for that. Before the knight could respond, Cloven expressed her concern that if the main members were away from the fiefdom during the attacks and another guild attacked them, they would be vulnerable. Hearst replied that nothing had been decided yet, but even if Cloven thought it was risky, the knight was confident Ian had a plan. Smiling, Hearst said that was a topic for another time and suggested they go hunting before Ian caught up with them. Cloven asked if the protagonist had already surpassed him. Hearst opened the information window to check, thinking he was still a level ahead of Ian. But when he checked, he realized the protagonist had already overtaken him. Cloven couldn't hold back and burst out laughing at Hearst. Back in the mountains, Ian had found Book, who seemed to have discovered a strange cave. When the protagonist approached, messages appeared indicating he was the first to discover the Bloody Path dungeon, and that experience and item drop rates would be doubled for the next 5 days. Ian was thrilled and admitted that lucky players stumble upon dungeons even when their monsters wander around grazing in the fields. The protagonist asked Haran if she wanted to start the dungeon. She agreed and asked Ian if he would protect her, and if that would be okay. The protagonist assured her he would, so they both started making their way into the cave where Book was already waiting. Ian summoned Lai to avoid any risks in case a monster appeared. It didn't take long before a creature broke through an ice wall and charged at them. Ian didn't back down and rushed to strike the monster first. The creature was high level and managed to attack the wolf, which dodged with its great agility. But Lai was a natural hunter, using the best combat strategies, darting from side to side and avoiding attacks. The wolf waited for the right moment to strike, landing a fatal blow and defeating the snow monster. After the monster was defeated, Haran mentioned that the tunnel was quite long and that they had walked a great distance without seeing the end. Ian agreed, noting that it wasn't like they could move to another floor or anything, but they should still keep going forward. Haran says they should keep moving forward, but in reality, she wanted a change of scenery, preferring a brighter area than the current one. Ian responds that he just wants more monsters to appear so he can gain more experience, needing to hunt as much as possible while the double experience bonus lasts, though he still finds it too easy. Haran is amazed when she hears the protagonist say, "The hunt is too easy," considering the monsters are above level 120. They keep walking, with Ian leading the way, but soon the protagonist hears howls, though he doesn't recognize the sound at first. As the monsters draw nearer, the howls begin to sound familiar to him until he spots the creatures. They are blood-maned wolves. Ian tenses up at the sight of them, realizing they look identical to Lai. The protagonist even guesses that these creatures could be distant relatives of his summon or something similar. Haran is surprised to see wolves resembling Lai appear in the field as well. Ian tells his partner it would be best for them to be extra careful and suggests she fall back a bit more. The protagonist identifies the wolves as level 125, With a rare rank, Ian notes there are 7 creatures, but considers the possibility that more could appear during the battle. As the wolves advance to attack, Ian doesn't hesitate and summons Biggie. Seeing that the monsters are attacking all at once, the protagonist orders the golem to confront them. Biggie begins to strike the wolves, which easily dodge due to their superior agility, but Ian had anticipated that the creatures would dodge sideways, gradually cornering them. Biggie uses its abyssal pit ability, slowing down the pack. With the creature's speed reduced, Ian summons Rake and Finn to deliver area attacks. The Griffin strikes with wind abilities while Rake breathes fire, significantly reducing the creature's health. The protagonist seizes the moment and calls Lai and Hallie to finish off the wolves with close combat attacks. The summon Hallie uses the Guardian of the Wind ability, boosting its agility to the combined total of all its attack stats. The legendary tiger strikes the wolves ferociously, leaving them no chance. Lai remains calm and efficient, despite the wolves being of his species, his stats far superior due to extensive training. Ian instructs Hallie to prepare for a final attack. The protagonist uses his electric ability to further slow the creatures, allowing Hallekin to unleash its powerful bite. The legendary tiger battles the wolves fiercely, delivering strong, accurate blows. Even after Ian and his summons launched an all-out assault, none of the creatures had fallen yet. The protagonist admits it's due to the wolves' high level, but still has a trump card up his sleeve. Noticing that the wolf pack lacks sufficient protection, Ian activates an ability that removes their massive damage resistance and orders all his summons to attack simultaneously. Meanwhile, Harin remains calm, knowing she just has to wait and doesn't need to intervene. A massive explosion occurs from the combined attacks, allowing Ian to defeat the blood-maned wolves and earn 142,300 experience points. The protagonist also receives 4,122 gold. Ian is pleased with the experience, considering it excellent for a hunt. The protagonist obtains a piece of a blood orb, though he isn't sure what it is, and guesses it might be a quest item or something similar. Ian thinks about checking the orb's information, but finds no description. After the battle, he asks Harin to heal his injured summons, and the girl obliges. Before she begins healing, Ian reflects that he should have brought Saria along, thinking her presence would have been a great help in healing his summons. Harin, with a scary voice, asks the protagonist if he thought her emergency healing wasn't good enough. Embarrassed, Ian asks Harin why she's saying that. The girl, in a dark tone, says it's nothing, just that she thought she smelled the scent of someone else in the protagonist's thoughts. Ian feels awkward and doesn't know how to respond to the situation, but soon Harin calms down and says it's nothing, as she couldn't possibly do that, and with a bright smile she says she trusts the protagonist. Ian, sweating nervously, says he's glad to hear that, but now they needed to keep moving. In truth, the protagonist was thinking that it was a good thing Saria was just an NPC. As they walk further into the cave, Ian sees that the path appears to be blocked. Harin asks the protagonist what they're going to do now, and if maybe it's better to go back. Ian steps closer to the ice wall and says he didn't think the passage should be blocked. Harin is curious to see what the protagonist will do, so she watches from a distance. Ian summons Finn and tells him to use his pulverizing ability. The griffin starts using its power on the ice wall blocking the path. After the pulverization, there's an explosion, leaving Harin startled. She asks the protagonist what he thought he was doing, saying it was a mistake to have done that. But as soon as the smoke and dust settle, Ian and the girl notice a door behind the shattered ice wall. Harin asks the protagonist what that is, seeing that there's even a wolf statue. Ian also doesn't know, and says it looks like some kind of religious temple. While looking at the door, the protagonist thinks that, since they had solved the mystery of the glass spheres, he felt they should now open that stone door. A message appears indicating that the bloody orb item can be used. Ian deduces that if he assembles the orb fragments he obtained, he could form a sort of key to open the door. The protagonist decides to use the bloody orb. A message appears saying the bloody house has been fully restored, and the seal on the bloody gate has been broken. The door begins to lower, and a giant wolf statue emerges. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes turn red, and the door stops moving. Harin suggests to Ian that they go inside and take a look. Immediately, Ian pulls the girl back, telling her to retreat, as there's something in there. A bright light starts to emanate from the direction of the door. The glow is so intense that Ian and Harin are left blinded. As the light dims, the protagonist realizes that the statue is actually a werewolf form, and it's a boss. Ian identifies it as a level 128 heroic rank, Bloody Fenrir. The protagonist can't understand why the creature is so enormous. The monster is furious and charges to attack Ian, who, upon noticing, quickly summons Biggie. The golem rushes to confront the Fenrir, which has massive claws. The monster is incredibly powerful and manages to land a hit on Biggie before the golem can react. Biggie suffers a critical hit from Fenrir, losing 12,740 health points. Ian is shocked to see that just one critical hit exceeded 10,000 damage. Even so, Biggie doesn't stop and uses his Abyssal Pit ability, slowing Fenrir down. Immediately, the protagonist summons Lai and commands him to attack. The summon manages to strike Fenrir, landing a critical hit. Fenrir's health drops by 5,876 points. Ian realizes that even with Lai's critical hit, the damage is less than 6,000, leading him to deduce that the monster isn't defensive, but has an insanely high level. Before the protagonist can launch another attack, he sees Fenrir starting to target Lai, who manages to dodge the initial blows. But the monster was at such an advanced level that even Lee, despite his agility, could no longer evade its attacks. After being struck by Fenrir, Lai's health dropped by 9,760, and with a second hit, Lai lost 8,598. Ian is shocked to realize that his summon is nearly dead and admits that if it had been a critical hit, Lai would have died. Immediately, the protagonist recalls his summon and brings Rake and Finn into the fight. The summons quickly unleash their combined long-range attacks. Fenrir is unable to dodge the powerful onslaught, and Ian notices that this greatly reduced the boss's health, realizing that for a boss, its total health wasn't that high. But suddenly, the boss uses its claws to strike again, and the protagonist realizes that this attack is very dangerous. Before Ian can react, Fenrir lands a critical hit on Rake, reducing the summon's health by 29,760. Additionally, Fenrir absorbs Rake's health, recovering 44,640 points. Ian admits that the boss's life absorption is insane. To avoid losing Rake, the protagonist recalls the summon. Ian understands that he can't afford to waste any more attacks, so he tells his summons to retreat to formulate a better strategy. Looking back, the protagonist sees that Heron had been buffing his summons the entire time. Ian deduces that if Heron continues healing, he's sure Biggie will be able to tank more of Fenrir's attacks. The protagonist starts thinking about a plan and decides that a speed tactic is best, as they must kill the creature before it can heal again. Ian instructs Biggie to block the monster from the front and asks Heron to keep healing his summon. The golem holds firm against Fenrir's blows while Heron does her best, using her healing ability. The monster manages to land another hit on Biggie, but Hallie takes advantage of Fenrir's exposed position and activates wind protection, striking Fenrir and triggering the inherent skill Violent Strike. Hallie stuns the monster for a second. Ian is thrilled that his summon managed to stun it. Hallie seizes the opportunity and continues attacking relentlessly. Biggie doesn't give up either, holding Fenrir in place to prevent it from recovering health. The protagonist realizes this is his chance to defeat the boss, so he activates his maximum power ability, channeling all his spiritual energy. Ian strikes the creature directly, leaving no room for defense. The protagonist defeats the bloody Fenrir, earning 996,710 experience points. Ian is astonished to have gained almost 1,000,000 experience just from defeating the boss. Harin, noticing Ian's state, asks if he's okay. The protagonist admits that there was a moment during the battle when they almost died. Ian says he's going to check the items he received. The protagonist earns 30,145 gold from the bloody Fenrir, along with a necklace and the monster's spiritual orb. Ian is amazed to have received a spiritual orb, though he doesn't know what it's for. But suddenly the item begins to glow, and a message appears. You have released the Fenrir's spiritual orb consumed by madness. The protagonist is left confused as the creature begins to come back to life. Upon being freed, the monster asks where it is. Ian is paralyzed, unable to answer, as Fenrir asks who he is. Harin is surprised to see the wolf talking. Fenrir declares himself the leader and guardian of the Charloth blood tribe, insisting he not be compared to ordinary wolves. The guardian asks Ian if he is a summoner, to which the protagonist replies affirmatively. Ian worries that the creature might hold a grudge or something, given that he had killed Fenrir. However, the guardian says he wants to thank the protagonist first, leaving Ian astonished. Fenrir says he would like to express his gratitude to Ian for freeing him from the chains of madness. Even though his powers were sealed, it's hard to believe anyone could have defeated him. Therefore, the guardian respects the protagonist's strength. Ian thanks Fenrir for the compliment, but wonders just how powerful the creature would be if its powers weren't sealed. Seeing the protagonist's summons, the guardian mentions it's a pity Ian doesn't have one of his kin, as he could offer significant assistance. Ian doesn't quite understand, and asks what kind of help, and which familiar Fenrir is talking about. Fenrir explains that, depending on the nature of the beast, he has an ability that could make his kind stronger. Immediately, the protagonist thinks that the Guardian could potentially evolve Lee, so Ian tells Fenrir that he has a summon named Lai, likely of the same species as the Guardian, a blood-maned wolf. Fenrir says that among all blood-maned wolves, if Lai belongs to the blood tribe, he would be a direct descendant. The Guardian continues, saying he doesn't see this beast among the protagonist's summons. Ian explains that summoning Lai at that moment is impossible, but if he could wait about 20 minutes, he could do so. Fenrir understands and mentions that it was strange to smell the wolf even without seeing him, but unfortunately, he could only maintain his physical form for 9 more minutes. After that, he would return to the spiritual world. Ian isn't happy to hear this and feels frustrated, wondering why the game was designed this way, as he was just about to learn how to evolve Lai. Fenrir thanks Ian again for freeing his spirit and says he will give him something of equal value. A message appears, indicating that the protagonist has received the Bloody Abyss item. Ian immediately deduces that since the item's name is written in purple, it's of heroic class, but he still wants to know how to evolve Lai. The Guardian says it is the symbol of the blood tribe, so Ian should take good care of it. After hearing the Guardian, the protagonist bids farewell and prepares to leave. But before he goes, Fenrir asks Ian if, since he'll be passing through the tunnel to the other side, he could do him a favor. The Guardian explains that another spirit is imprisoned and a quest message appears. Request from Charlotte's bloody Fenrir, the guardian of the Charlotte blood tribe. Fenrir has had his spirit freed. He is extremely grateful to you, but his brother remains tormented, with his spirit trapped. Based on this information from Charlotte, let's free his brother, the Black Fenrir of the Orville Night tribe. The quest difficulty is S level, and the objective is to free the spirit of the Black Fenrir. There is no time limit, and the reward is unknown. Ian is stunned by the S-level quest, having never seen one before. The protagonist recalls reading in a community forum about a level 130 ranker who failed an S-level mission, but since there's no time limit, Ian decides to try and tells Fenrir he will help. The Guardian thanks the protagonist and says he hopes Ian can free his poor brother from the torment that has lasted over 100 years. Before departing, Fenrir mentions that if Ian continues walking through the tunnel for about 10 minutes, he will reach the Porla Cliff's edge. From there, he should head north to find Oliver's city and look for Ekal, who knows the fate of his brother. Ian remarks that Ekal sounds like a human, and if so, it's likely he is no longer alive. Fenrir insists that he is sure Ekal is still alive because he is the only friend of Orville and Fenrir's brother, and he is someone who has overcome his destiny. After leaving this message, the Guardian returns to the spiritual world, emitting a bright light as he departs. Ian and Haran set off toward the city to complete the quest. Upon arriving at the location the Guardian mentioned, the protagonist and his companion discover a village, but Ian notes he doesn't remember there ever being a village there. Haran remarks that, aside from seeming non-existent before, now it looks like quite a large city. The protagonist wonders how this city has remained undiscovered, thinking it doesn't belong to any guild or nation, so he decides to check the information. Oliver's is a coastal-class city without any affiliation, ranked as vile, with a population of 1,995 inhabitants and an area of 5,582 square meters. It's a city located on the northern coast of Oliver's, with advanced shipbuilding and fishing industries and a property value of 2,758. Ian is pleased to learn that the city isn't affiliated with anyone, so he considers registering it as the new base for the Lotus Guild. He raises the guild seal and attempts to occupy the city, but a message appears stating that the coastal village Oliver's cannot be occupied. Requirement 1, Ian must own a territory ranked higher than a village, and this requirement is met. Requirement 2, Ian must have greater military power than the selected village. This requirement is not met. And requirement 3, Ian must have a friendship level greater than 70% with the selected village, which is also not met. After realizing he can't take control, the protagonist acknowledges that it would have been too easy if he had succeeded, but believes he can gain military power whenever he wants within a few days. However, the third friendship requirement seems far more difficult to achieve. Haran is eager to explore the city, calling for Ian to hurry up. For now, the protagonist decides to continue with the mission and later try the most effective method to gain control of the city. Ian and Haran walk around, getting to know the area, but soon the girl says goodbye as she's about to log off. Ian bids farewell to his companion, saying he'll see her later. The protagonist decides to take a closer look at the items he had earned, opening the item information window. The Bloody Abyss has a durability of 55 and increases all battle stats by 35%. It's an amulet-class item of heroic rank. The requirement depends on the familiar, and the cooldown for all inherent abilities is reduced by 15%. The inherent abilities are When used by a wolf species, attack increases by 15% and agility by 30%. The item belongs to player Ian, cannot be dropped even if the player dies, and can only be transferred once. An amulet made by the spirit of the bloody Fenrir Charlotte. It possesses great strength. Ian is impressed by the item's advantages, acknowledging that it's perfect for summoners. The protagonist summons Lai to test what the item can do. Upon being summoned, the wolf is happy to be near his master, since he almost died the last time. The protagonist holds the orb and equips the item on Lee. The orb rests atop the wolf's head as if it were part of his body. Ian checks Lai's status and admits it's insane. The protagonist considers buying more summoner items at the auction, thinking it would be beneficial for Lai to have more equipment. Ian walks through the city, gathering information and searching for the house where Ikael lives. He enters the house and begins calling for Ikael until he finds a person with their back turned, holding a book, who remarks that the visitor has arrived. Ian, upon seeing the NPC, finds her to look exactly like Griffer. The woman smiles as she turns, waiting for him to say something. Ian, feeling awkward, asks Ikael if she is Griffer's twin sister. The NPC confirms, saying there's no reason to lie to the protagonist. As they have tea together, Ian thinks about how Griffer appears to be at most 30 years old. This makes him wonder if this older woman is truly the twin sister of the dimensional mage. Ikael notices Ian staring at her and comments that it seems he still doesn't quite believe it. Embarrassed, the protagonist admits it's because Ikael looks a bit older than Griffer. The woman explains that her sister is a dimensional sorceress, so she can manipulate time as she wishes, which is why time doesn't affect her as much. Now Ian understands the age difference. Ikael is pleased to hear that Charlotte has been freed and asks the protagonist if the Guardian mentioned that she would know Orville's whereabouts. Ian responds that he did. Ikael says that first, she would like to thank the protagonist for freeing Charlotte, as he is the savior of the city and a longtime friend. She reveals that, in fact, Charlotte and Orville are heroes who saved the city from dark mages a long time ago. Ikael explains that the Fenrir brothers won the battle, but were cursed in return, causing their spirits to be trapped. Before losing their sanity completely, they chose to seal themselves. The woman begins to explain how to free Orville, but then pauses. Ian grows curious about why the NPC stopped talking, but before he can say anything, Ikael resumes, explaining that Orville is much stronger than Charlotte, and even though the protagonist managed to defeat Fenrir in the cave, she cannot disclose Orville's location unless Ian is confident he can defeat him. The protagonist knows that since the mission is S rank, it won't be easy. He asks Ikael what he needs to do to earn her trust, admitting he doesn't know how to defeat Fenrir. This response surprises the NPC, as she didn't expect it. She stands up and asks Ian if he is a summoner. The protagonist confirms he is. The woman bursts into laughter, saying that's excellent, leaving Ian puzzled, wondering what's going on. Now the protagonist is hunting monsters near the mountains, using his electric abilities to capture an ogre. While capturing the creature, he recalls Ikael mentioning something about slave labor. She had said that not long ago, an old, renowned summoner had arrived on the eastern continent, crossing the sea. If Ian could learn the mysterious ability that they possessed, she would trust him and reveal Orville's location. The protagonist wonders if this mysterious ability is some kind of special summoner skill. Although he's not sure, Ian has a good feeling about it. A message appears. Learn an ability from the summoner Dam Kion. Kion is a summoner from the eastern continent who possesses a special skill. However, to be recognized, you must capture 100 common rank monsters and bring them to him. The mission difficulty is unknown, and the reward is learning a special ability. The protagonist is stunned to learn he must capture 100 monsters, but refuses to give up. That night, he begins hunting ogres, capturing as many as he can to take to Cheon. Ian admits that, thanks to the artifact he has, there are no restrictions on the number of captures. Without it, he wouldn't even be able to attempt this. Now that he has embarked on this ridiculous task, he is determined to see it through. After finding a group of monsters, he uses his electric ability to capture them all. Back in the city the next day, Ian heads to the port to complete the mission. Arriving at a house where Keon might be, the protagonist enters, calling for the old summoner. Ian sees a person sitting in a chair and assumes it's Keon, so he approaches and asks if he is the elder summoner. The old man confirms that he is. The protagonist introduces himself, saying he is also a summoner. Keon listens and tells Ian it was a good idea to visit him. The old man stands up and asks Ian to follow him, as he's sure Ian needs a larger space to show what he has. The protagonist suspects Keon is referring to the monsters he's captured, but since he's not certain, he follows the old man, unsure of where they are heading. Arriving at a secluded area by the sea, Ian summons the monsters he captured. The protagonist calls forth an ice troll and a yeti, but a message appears, stating he can't summon more familiars due to lack of leadership. Ian is surprised, as he didn't know he couldn't summon more than 20 creatures at once. Cheon asks the protagonist if he had more monsters besides those. Smiling, Ian replies that he captured all 100 of those creatures. This leaves the old man astonished. Cheon explains that typically summoners capture 6 at a time, then return to get more, so it was incredible for a summoner to capture all 100 at once. The old man begins using his magic to create a spiritual orb. Cheon activates his skill, turning all the monsters into orbs at once. Messages appear, indicating that Ian has completed the collection of white spiritual orbs and has also completed the mission, learning a skill from the summoner Cheon. Finally, the protagonist gains the skill Spiritual Bond. Ian checks the details of Spiritual Bond, which is an active skill at level 0, with 0% proficiency. The skill allows captured monster spirits to be sealed in a spiritual orb. The color of the orb is determined by the rank of the sealed beast, and the mana level is based on its status. Once a monster becomes an orb, it cannot return to its original form, and spiritual orbs are basic ingredients for divine productions. By using the skill Spiritual Enhancement, one can increase the orb's rank. Ian doesn't quite understand what Spiritual Bond means, nor did he know the orb's color could change, and he has no idea what spiritual enhancement entails. Cheon tells the protagonist he will show him how to perform a spiritual enhancement, instructing Ian to pay close attention to his hands, as he won't show it twice. Ian watches carefully as the old summoner works his magic. The protagonist is amazed by Cheon's actions. The old man combines the white orbs until they turn blue. After successfully completing the enhancement, Cheon celebrates, and showing the blue orbs to Ian, explains that this is spiritual enhancement. The protagonist notices that the blue orbs are of a higher rank than the white ones. Cheon hands Ian a white orb, and Ian is puzzled as to why the old man is doing this. The summoner then tells him that it's his turn to try. Ian is taken aback, not believing he could pull it off. Cheon insists he do it immediately, eager to see him try. Ian feels awkward, knowing he's terrible at drawing and might mess up the enhancement. But then, the protagonist realizes his body is moving on its own, drawing the necessary symbols for the orb's enhancement. A message appears, stating that Ian has acquired the skill Spiritual Enhancement and has also completed the mission Draw an Enhancement symbol. The protagonist holds a blue orb and wonders how it became an enhanced orb. Cheon congratulates Ian, saying he quickly mastered the skill and is now a spiritual medium. The protagonist feels happy, but admits to himself that he didn't really do much and is relieved to be done. A message appears, awarding Ian the title Divine Spiritual Medium for the first time. Ian celebrates, glad to be the first at something. Additional messages appear, stating that the amulet production skill window has been created at level 1 with 0% proficiency, and the enchantment symbol production skill window has also been created, also at level 1 with 0% proficiency. Now, riding on Hin, Ian flies toward where Orville is located. The protagonist acknowledges he needs to be fully prepared, but feels great, so he decides to take a break to try out his new skill. Sitting in the middle of the forest with paper and orbs, Ian reads more about the amulet production skill he just acquired. Every time he makes a drawing, it consumes 3 orbs, so he deduces he can make about 30 amulets. While drawing, Ian focuses on doing his best and, upon finishing, declares it a true masterpiece. But then a message appears, saying the amulet production failed and the materials are discarded. The protagonist needs to draw more clearly. Ian is shocked, realizing it's not going to be as easy as he thought. But even so, Ian keeps trying until he gets a good result. Time passes, yet he still hasn't managed to create a proper drawing as his amulet productions continue to be discarded. The protagonist is already exhausted, with only 1 orb left and no completed amulet. Ian admits that this work is quite challenging, but he acknowledges that he's good at working hard. Outside the game, Sung calls Miss Michelle, who works in the design department, to ask for her help. After a few lessons, Ian starts practicing the symbols that Miss Michelle had shown him. The protagonist, noticing that his drawings have improved, uses the amulet production skill with the orbs, and finally succeeds in completing the production. Ian checks the information on the created item. The composite amulet is of rare rank, and its usage restriction depends on the summon. It has a durability of 55, and the attack effect grants a 15% increase, with the potential for an additional 5%. Agility increases by 12%, with a potential increase of 3%, and health regeneration rises by 2%, with the possibility of a 0.5% increase for each attack. Ian also gains 3% of the damage dealt back as health produced by the diviner. Ian uses one of the amulets on Lai and is impressed to see that he managed to create the new item. It was already nighttime, and the protagonist returns to Iriel's house. Upon arriving, the NPC says that Ian did a good job and will now tell him where Orville is. Iriel explains that the protagonist needs to go during the day no matter what, because Orville grows stronger at night. The NPC instructs Ian to head south of the Poreless Plateau, to the Moonlight Peak, where Orville is imprisoned. The protagonist reaches the mountaintop riding Hin. Upon arrival, Ian summons Lai, Rake, Hallie, Biggie, and Book. Together with his summons, the protagonist approaches the altar where Iriel had told him to place the orb. After Ian places the orb, the ground begins to crack. He immediately calls Hin to grab him, withdraws the summons Biggie and Rake, and asks Lai and Hallie to be careful. The summons, along with Ian, manage to escape the crumbling ground and reach stable ground. The protagonist realizes it was the blood-stained orb causing all this. At the same moment, the orb begins to emit a red glow, distracting Ian and his summons. Despite the intense glow, the protagonist realizes that this orb was Orville, who was breaking free. The Fenrir used an ability, leaving Ian and his summons with no time to react. Lai was lying on the ground, and a message appears indicating that the summon is in critical condition after the Black Fenrir used its natural ability, Dark Distribution. Orville used his ability again, shrouding the world in darkness. Seeing this, Ian says there was no point in coming during the day, as it was starting to get dark. The protagonist calms down, grabs his staff, and tells Lai to stay behind him until he recovers. Ian notices that Orville is level 120 and of legendary rank. Still, the protagonist thinks he can defeat him. The Black Fenrir doesn't take long to launch a physical attack on Ian, who manages to defend himself using his staff. Immediately, the protagonist asks Finn to attack. The Griffin strikes from behind, landing a direct hit on the Fenrir. Finn inflicted critical damage on Orville, reducing his health by 3,250. Ian felt optimistic and believed he could now defeat the creature. Wounded, the Fenrir begins activating its abilities. Orville used his natural ability, Dark Invasion, increasing his speed by 50% and making all his attacks critical. Moreover, Orville was now immune to 70% of all incoming damage. The effect of Dark Invasion would last for 3 minutes. Ian is shocked, seeing that this buff is incredibly overpowered, especially for a legendary creature. From her home, Iriel could see the sky change and deduced that Orville had used Dark Invasion, meaning the Fenrir might have fully regained his strength. The NPC becomes tense, recognizing that Ian cannot defeat Orville alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist was beginning to tire, defending against the creature's attacks using Book as a shield. Ian admits he barely managed to summon Rake and Biggie and even had to cancel their summons. But now the protagonist is thinking about how to defeat the creature before Orville uses Dark Invasion again. Before Ian can do anything, the Fenrir starts creating an energy sphere in his hand, firing it at the protagonist, who, while defending, causes Book to be thrown away and himself to be pushed back. Seeing the protagonist vulnerable, Orville lunges and hurls Ian against the rocks. The Black Fenrir begins preparing the energy sphere again, this time to finish off the protagonist, who admits he will die and receive a 24-hour penalty. But he couldn't give up easily, because he had to evolve Lee. Ian is startled to see his summon begin attacking Orville without any command. Immediately, the protagonist tries to recall Lai, knowing that if he takes even a single hit, he might die. However, when he attempts to cancel the summon, a message appears stating that Lai cannot be cancelled. Ian doesn't understand why this is happening, as it's the first time any of his summons have reacted this way. With almost no time to react, the protagonist watches as Orville strikes Lee, reducing the summon's health to 0. Ian is terrified, confused about why he couldn't cancel his summon, but he quickly realizes that, even with Lai's health at 0, no window appeared notifying that Lai had died. Instead, a message indicates that a secret ability, Bloodhole, has been unlocked. Ian notices something strange happening with Lai, but he can't tell if it's just an evolution animation or something else. Still, he holds on to the hope that if it is an evolution, there might still be a chance. Confused to see that Orville isn't attacking Lai while he's enveloped in that energy sphere, Ian is startled when the Black Fenrir says, "Charlotte," and Ian realizes the creature has spoken. Then, an explosion erupts from Lai. The summon evolves from a blood wolf to a blood Fenrir and tells Orville that he is not Charlotte. Ian is astonished to hear Lai speaking and to see him now standing on 2 legs. Realizing Lai is not his brother, the Black Fenrir lunges again, engaging in an intense battle with Lai, who now matches Orville blow for blow, having become far more powerful through evolution. Ian doesn't stand idle. He orders Hallie and Finn to assist Lai. The Halcyon launches a physical attack, landing a blow on Orville, while Finn attacks using his pulverize skill. The protagonist realizes it still isn't enough to defeat the creature, and begins to wonder if even with Lai's evolution, they can prevail against Orville. Lai calls the Black Fenrir his brother and says he will free his soul. The summon uses the skill Blood Judgment, causing his health drain to boost all his stats. Additionally, when Lai's health drops below 50%, any damage dealt to the opponent is converted into health. The effects of Blood Judgment will last for 5 minutes. Ian is amazed at the strength of his summon's new ability. Lai charges at full speed toward Orville. Despite the Black Fenrir's attempts to counter the attack, Lai surprises him and with just 2 strikes, manages to defeat Orville. The protagonist is frozen in awe at what Lai is capable of. After defeating the creature, messages appear. You defeated the Black Fenrir Orville, gaining 1,127,423 experience points. You also receive Orville's greatsword and his spirit. The creature thanks Ian for freeing his spirit and expresses happiness over the accomplishment, even though Ian realizes how close he was to dying. The protagonist begins to think about what reward he will receive now that Lai has evolved. Before departing to the spiritual world, Orville mentions that he is sure Ian will receive an item from the Charlotte Blood Tribe and promises another item from the Black Tribe. Ian is curious about this Black Tribe item. Orville points to the sky, telling the protagonist to look. There are 3 orbs in the sky. Ian still doesn't understand what they could be. The Black Fenrir then says it's been 100 years since he saw the lunar hole and remarks that while he was a weakling, Lai will be formidable. The protagonist asks Orville what the lunar hole is. The Fenrir explains that it is the power of moonlight scattered across the continent. A glow emanates from various places in the land, shooting up to the orbs in the sky, until after some time, the orbs fall to the ground, emitting an even more intense light. Messages appear stating that the blood hole item is being absorbed by Lai's lineage and disappearing. The same thing happens with the other 2 orbs. The light becomes so bright that Ian can't look directly. Finally, a message appears announcing that Blood Fenrir Lee has evolved into Sovereign Fenrir. This allowed the protagonist to have a familiar in its complete form for the first time. Ian opens the information window to learn more about his summon. Lai was now at level 120, with an attack power of 52,022, 3,660 health, and agility of 2,154. His defense was now 1,214, and intelligence was 609. His category was a beast of legendary rank, with a brave personality. His natural abilities included Blood Drain, which absorbs 25% of the damage dealt to the opponent and converts it into health after causing critical damage. 70% of the damage would be absorbed. Another ability was Fenrir's Fury, which had a cooldown of 10 minutes. Lai would enter a rage mode for 3 minutes, boosting all stats by 50%, and the chance of critical hits increased by 20%. Each time a critical hit was dealt, the cooldown for Fenrir's Fury decreased by 5 seconds. Another ability was Dark Invasion, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. The summon would enter Dark Invasion mode for 3 minutes. During this time, all attacks would be critical, and 70% of all damage received would be negated. Movement speed increased by 50% while under this effect, and it could only be activated in darkness. The final ability was Moon Successor, a passive ability. In the presence of moonlight, movement speed increased by 30%, and 3% of maximum health would continuously regenerate. The Sovereign Fenrir is the king of all wolves, and there is only one such Fenrir in the world. Ian admits that Lai was now incredible. Before Orville departs, his last words are that he believes his role has been fulfilled. Messages appear indicating that the S-rank quest, Blood Fenrir Charlotte's request, has been completed. Ian receives 28,978,900 experience points. The protagonist also earns 279,000 gold. Ian celebrates and admits that the quest was worth it. Lai calls the protagonist Master and congratulates him. Ian asks his summon if he can now speak. Lai responds affirmatively. The protagonist pats his summon's head and praises him for a job well done, mentioning that he not only defeated Orville, but could also speak now. Ian says they can now see Iriel, as she might have another mission for them. Back at the NPC's house, the woman congratulates Ian for having the king of the Fenrir as a familiar and says she has a favor to ask. A quest message appears. Iriel considers you greatly for having defeated the awakened Orville and entrusts you with an important imperial document to deliver to the Emperor of the Loosefell Kingdom. The mission difficulty was unknown, and the requirement was being recognized by Iriel. There was no time limit, and the reward was also unknown. Ian is pleased with the mission and accepts it. Walking alongside Lai, the protagonist says they will head straight to the royal palace, but since it is quite far, Ian mentions that he wants to hunt with his summon first. Now that Lai has evolved, it would be interesting to stop by a dungeon. Still in the city, the protagonist receives a private message from Hearse mentioning a massive event update and urging Ian to check out the link. The protagonist begins to see what this new event is. The message reads, "Please upload a dungeon conquest video to the event tab. All guilds can participate, and the event period is specified. The rewards are as follows. The guild in first place will receive 3 capsules of the latest Ubisoft model, and all guild members will receive a mystery box. From 2nd to 10th place, each guild will receive 1 capsule of the latest Ubisoft model. The selection criteria for the King of Conquest include 300 points from the number of votes from all players, 100 points from the player evaluation group's score, and 100 points from the Ubisoft analysis board." Ian is amazed to learn that there is a chance to win the latest capsule model, which increases synchronization rate by 2%. The protagonist tells Hearse to immediately gather all the guild members. The knight mentions that they still have time, so there's no need to rush. Ian insists that they need to practice, because even if they had to train all night, it still wouldn't be enough. Now even more excited, the protagonist tells Lai that they should go since they would be busy for a while. Meanwhile, at the university, there was an announcement that the professor was running late. A girl playing Killan decides to watch a video claiming that the Portland dungeon was the easiest, with a player managing to finish it in 15 minutes. The girl is curious, thinking that it's an incredibly short time for someone to complete it, and admits that even though she's above level 100, she can't get past the 3rd phase within the 50-minute time limit. She starts watching the video and is astonished. Everyone around her notices that she's watching something related to the game Kailna. They gather around to see what she's doing, leaving the girl embarrassed, as she hadn't expected so many people to also play the game. The people who start watching the video of the Portland dungeon being completed in 15 minutes are incredulous, as they didn't think it was possible. As they watch, they admit that it's crazy, seeing that the player actually did finish the dungeon in 15 minutes. They begin to recognize the player in the video as a summoner, and one of the students mentions that the player is a girl who always sleeps in class and that her name is Sung. At the Ubisoft development office, an employee is reviewing the videos of players entering the new event. The young man asks his boss to watch a video of a crazy player with him. The woman asks if it's the #1 video, and he confirms. In the video, Ian is using Finn's pulverize ability to defeat an army of skeletons. The woman is impressed by the protagonist's area attack, which wiped out all the monsters in the first phase with ease. The young man is curious to see what Ian will do in the next phase, given the long cooldown of the area attack. The protagonist summons Lai, and the supervisor is stunned to see that Ian has a sovereign Fenrir, the final evolution of a wolf. Lai effortlessly defeats the monsters in the 2nd phase, leaving the woman even more impressed, though it was expected from a sovereign Fenrir. Ian completes the dungeon alongside Cloven. The protagonist gives instructions to the player before moving on to the next stage. When the door to the final boss opens, Cloven uses her glaciation ability. The effect lasts 2 seconds, and after freezing the boss, Ian thinks that's enough time to finish him off. Lai strikes the creature with his powerful claws, giving the boss no chance, slicing him in half. The supervisor goes wild, pounding the table in excitement. Seeing that the dungeon didn't even last 15 minutes, she thinks about contacting that guild immediately, confident they'll secure first place. Outside the game, at her home, Sung, after watching the video, feels it's good enough for the event. She considers playing a bit more to finish some quests. The protagonist returns to Kalen and starts the quest, Iriel's Request, in which Iriel, who holds him in high regard for defeating the awakened Orville, entrusts him with an important imperial document to be delivered to the Emperor of the Lucifel Kingdom. The difficulty is unknown, and the requirement is to be the player recognized by Iriel. There is no time limit, and the reward is also unknown. While walking through the city, Ian thinks about taking Saria with him, since the only information he has is that he needs to go to the palace. The protagonist considers bringing the NPC to heal his summons, as he recalls seeing Biggie die the last time they were in a confrontation. At the guild estate, the protagonist seeks out Saria to ask if she would join him on the journey to the palace. The NPC accepted the request without hesitation, as she was there to serve her lord. Ian was happy to know that Saria enjoyed being by his side on his adventures, but he quickly looked around to make sure Haran wasn't nearby. The protagonist arrived at the Empire and delivered the letter to the Emperor. Celius was surprised to see that Ian had brought him a letter from Iriel. The Emperor then asked the protagonist if he knew a place called Pascal Archipelago. Ian replied that he wasn't sure. Celius remarked that even though Ian was a great adventurer, he hadn't yet visited an enemy kingdom. Upon hearing that it involved an enemy kingdom, Ian quickly deduced that the Emperor was referring to the Kaimon Empire. Celius confirmed and began explaining that Pascal Archipelago consists of 18 small islands, and one of them holds Pascal Prison, a prison of the Kaimon Empire, where prisoners from the Lucefel Empire are being held. The Emperor wanted Ian to rescue those prisoners and bring them back to Lucefel. Celius emphasized that the protagonist must ensure the rescue of a swordsman named Caesar, as he is one of the strongest swordsmen of the Lucipal Kingdom. The quest message appears, "Rescue the war prisoners." Not long ago, the Emperor of Lucefel, Celius, received an oracle that the black mist of Calabius Valley would dissipate. The black mist, which has served as a border formed 10 years ago due to a strange phenomenon after the Great Calabius War ended. Once that mist dissipates, the war between the two nations will resume. Celius wishes to rescue the war prisoners in preparation for this battle, including the swordsman Caesar, who is crucial for victory. Return to the royal palace after rescuing the prisoners within the next 10 days. The mission was of S-rank difficulty, and the minimum requirement was that the player must be a noble of the Lucefel Kingdom and have at least 500 affinity points with the Emperor. The time limit was 15 days, the window to rescue the prisoners. The reward was 2,000 service points with the royal family, and the rank and fame would vary based on performance. Ian admitted it was the first time he had seen such a reward. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. The Emperor said he knew Ian would give him that answer. Celius mentioned that Pascal Prison was difficult to locate, as no one knew which of the 18 islands it was on, and even if Ian managed to find it, there would be hundreds of soldiers inside, and he could easily get lost. The Emperor continued, telling the protagonist that it wouldn't be easy, but he was the only one he could ask. To Ian, the quest's difficulty promised plenty of fun. Celius stated that in 10 days, the mist in Calabius Valley would dissipate, and as soon as it disappeared, the war with the Kaimon Empire would resume. The Emperor made it clear that Ian needed to return the prisoners before that. Ian remembered that in 10 days, the game would have a new update. The Emperor told the protagonist he would give him 3 galleons and the advanced knight Poland, who was level 175. Celius wanted Ian to return safely. After the conversation with the Emperor, the protagonist boarded the ship and set sail for the islands. Ian hated traveling by ship because he always got seasick due to the game's realistic nature. The protagonist had just summoned Book, who shook her head from side to side as if Ian were being pathetic. Despite feeling ill, the protagonist wanted to see how his summon would fare after some time on board. Book did not appreciate her master's comment, as she was a sea turtle and wouldn't get seasick. Book turned her back on Ian, who still wanted to observe how she would handle it. After some time at sea, both the protagonist and his turtle began vomiting from the rough waves. As evening approached, Ian realized he could no longer continue by ship and needed to switch to a small boat that could hold a maximum of 5 people. The protagonist stated that only he, Saria, and Poland would go. Ian wanted Captain Roland, who was level 119, to join them as well, but the captain said he couldn't go. So the protagonist decided that the 2 strongest among them should proceed. Ian and his group began rowing toward the islands until they reached land, thanks to Finn and Rake, who scouted the area from above to find the prison. The protagonist thanked his summons, acknowledging how difficult it would have been to find such a hidden place without their help. Ian approached the prison, and peeking through the bars, saw several guards before reaching the cells. He wondered why there were so many guards in a place like that, and he started to devise a plan with Saria and Poland. Ian suggested they enter straight through the front, so if things got difficult, they'd have an easier time escaping. The protagonist instructed Poland to leave one guard alive to guide them. The knight understood the plan, and using his shoulder, broke the entrance bars, putting the guards on high alert. The guards surrounded the knight with their spears, but Poland remained unfazed and told them to prepare for battle. Wielding his spear, the Knight of Lucefel managed to defeat 6 guards with a single strike. Smiling, Poland told Ian that he was finished. The protagonist admitted that what his companion did was incredible and jokingly asked if he would like to be his subordinate. Laughing, Poland thanked him for the offer. Ian approached the knight and, feeling awkward, reminded him that he was supposed to leave one guard alive. Poland apologized, saying the guards were too weak and he couldn't help it. Smiling, Ian said it was fine and that they should just move on. But when he noticed there were 3 paths to choose from, he admitted he was in a tough spot with no idea where to go. In the cell where Caesar was chained, a guard told him that it had been 10 years since he had been imprisoned and that he was sure everyone had forgotten what Caesar had done for Lucefel. The guard mentioned a recent oracle foretelling the dissipation of the mist in Calabius Valley. He then proposed that Caesar join them, suggesting they could even unify the continent together. Laughing, the swordsman said that even if he weren't in Loosefell, Helemi Griffer would be there and wouldn't let the enemies come close. Caesar called the guard a cowardly fool after saying this. Lacrimose slapped the swordsman in the face and asked Caesar if he still thought he was the strongest swordsman in the empire. Laughing, the guard taunted that Caesar would rot in that place until he became rat food. Meanwhile, Saria asked Ian what they were going to do, given the 3 paths to choose from. The protagonist reassured the girl, saying he had a plan. Ian placed Bookbook on the ground and told his summon to go ahead and find someone. It didn't take long for the turtle to encounter several guards. The protagonist praised Bookbook, calling him a genius for finding people, even if they weren't the prisoners they were looking for. Poland told Ian that these guards were stronger than the previous ones, so it would be harder to defeat them alone. The protagonist summoned Lai and Rake for support, and together, they easily defeated the group of guards Bookbook had found. In that area, there were 3 more doors, so Ian sent Bookbook out again to locate the prisoners. The summon entered another door, and once again found a group of guards, who were no match for Ian and his group. The protagonist tried 5 times to find where the prisoners were being held, but each attempt only led to more guards. Poland, feeling exasperated, remarked that it seemed never-ending, and noted that the deeper they went, the stronger the guards became. Before the next battle began, Bookbook pointed to the ceiling, indicating there was something up there. Ian noticed a hole with vegetation growing in the area, piquing his curiosity about what it could be. Riding on Finn, the protagonist told Poland that he would leave Rake and Lai with them, while he went up to investigate. Once he ascended, it was just as Ian had suspected. It was the prison roof, and every area had an opening like that. Quickly, the protagonist finds a room where the prisoners might be held, with 2 guards stationed in front of the door. Ian tells his summon to go in and use its pulverize ability while he attacks from below. The protagonist puts his plan into action, jumping into the room and summoning Hallie as he lands. Once on the ground, he mounts the creature, distracting all the guards. This gives Finn the perfect moment to swoop in and use pulverize, striking the guards. Ian also attacks, casting a monosphere with his staff, which is enough to defeat all the guards in the area. Ian dismounts Hallie and breaks down a wall to see what lies beyond. The protagonist discovers Caesar chained up and immediately recognizes him as the NPC the Emperor had tasked him with rescuing. A voice from behind Ian comments that he looks like a Lucifel Kingdom player and asks what he is doing there. Realizing it's a player's voice, Ian turns to see who it is. A player approaches, asking if Ian is on a mission or something like that. The protagonist replies that he is on a mission and asks the player if they are too. However, he quickly realizes that this player might be from the Kaimon Empire, and if they had to fight, it would be a headache. The warrior doesn't answer Ian about being on a mission, so the protagonist suggests that they should just complete their missions without fighting, as there's no reason to clash. Smiling, the unknown player says he wants to have some fun and draws his sword, charging to attack. Ian manages to block the strike with his staff and uses a distraction to cast a spell. The protagonist thinks that since things have taken an unexpected turn, it's best to defeat this guy quickly. He orders Hallie to use the Guardian of Wind ability, boosting the summon's agility by 5,725 for the next 2 minutes. Ian notices that the player appears to be a warrior class, so his best chance is to win through speed. The player, surprised to see the protagonist's summon, realizes he's fighting a summoner, especially one with a halcyon. The warrior wastes no time, launching strikes at the protagonist, who, mounted on Hallie, easily dodges. Ian sees the player slice through the wall like tofu after missing a hit and admits it would be dangerous if he got struck. The protagonist realizes he needs to end the fight before Guardian of Wind wears off. After using his monosphere to distract the player, he orders Hallie to attack. The summon lands a critical hit on a phantom void, reducing its health by 9,685 points. Ian finds it strange when he sees the message indicating Phantom Void instead of the player's name. He begins to suspect that the warrior isn't a main body. The player remarks that Ian's strategy is impressive, but claims he's about to show something of his own. The Phantom Void creates multiple clones and uses an ability called Assassin's Siege. The slashes carve through the ground toward the protagonist, who thinks he'll die if hit. Finn swoops in, saving his master just in time. Ian flies over the area as several explosions from the ability go off. The protagonist admits that if not for the griffin, he would have been struck, but strong abilities come with long cooldowns. He thinks this is the perfect time to attack. Hallie charges at the warrior, who has lowered his guard, and strikes. Ian follows up with another manosphere attack. The player fails to dodge the powerful blow, suffering a critical hit that reduces his health by 21,764 points. The warrior, smiling, admits that was incredible, and he didn't expect a summoner to be so strong, but it's a pity since he has completed his mission. As he disappears, he tells Ian they'll meet again. The protagonist couldn't understand why that player tried to fight, interfering with his mission. Now, Ian goes straight to Caesar, who is looking at him, surprising the protagonist since he didn't expect the swordsman to have been watching his battle. Caesar tells Ian that there's no time to waste and that he should hand over the keys to his shackles. The protagonist listens to the swordsman and frees him. Caesar says he will take care of things now and asks Ian for a sword. Ian doesn't quite understand what the swordsman is talking about, considering he has been imprisoned for so long. Suddenly, Lacroom enters the cell, declaring that Caesar isn't going anywhere. Ian hands a sword to the swordsman, who is ready to fight the guard. A message appears for the protagonist, indicating that the rescue of the war prisoners is in progress, with 1 out of 77 freed, marking a completion of 1.29%. This was the moment when a new update began, and a live broadcast of the naval battle between Kaimon and Lucifel was set to start in 6 minutes. As time passed, Ian continued freeing prisoners with Hallie's help, who broke the locks with a single strike. The protagonist instructed the freed people to run south, where a ship was anchored. As they ran, the prisoners celebrated their freedom, grateful that the Emperor had not forgotten them. The rescue progress had reached 72 out of 77 prisoners, or 67.53%. Ian was pleased to know the quest was nearing completion and admitted it was a wise move to have signaled for the ship to be prepared. The protagonist then received a system message about a surprise event. He had to stop the Kaimon Empire reinforcements, with 12 minutes and 54 seconds remaining before they arrived. Ian needed to get all the prisoners aboard the ship before the Kaimon Imperial Navy Admiral reached Pascal Prison. Ian was confused about how the Kaimon reinforcements knew they were there since they had arrived in secret, making discovery unlikely. Meanwhile, Caesar was engaged in a fierce battle with Lacroom. Even after being imprisoned for so long, the swordsman demonstrated incredible strength and confidence, managing to push the guard back as their swords clashed. The guards asked the general if he needed help, but Lacroom told them to stay back, insisting he would defeat Caesar on his own. The general launched a powerful assault, but Caesar defended effortlessly. Lacroom taunted Caesar, asking if he planned to keep fighting with a broken sword. After one of Lacroom's strikes, Caesar's sword began to crack, but the swordsman remained undeterred. Preparing for a counterattack, he declared that the sword was more than enough for him to win. Lacroom, now on the ground, conceded that Caesar was indeed the strongest swordsman, having pierced his armor even with a broken blade. As Caesar walked toward the exit, he told the general he wasn't bad at fighting, just not better than him. Ian finds Caesar and asks if he's finished so they can get moving, as the Kaimon Empire reinforcements have already reached the docks. The swordsman turns to the protagonist and asks for another sword. Ian is shocked to see that Caesar had broken his sword and remarks that he shouldn't expect a summoner to carry multiple swords. After hearing Ian, Caesar says that without a sword, he won't be able to help. The protagonist starts rummaging through his inventory, remembering that he had won a sword from Orville. The item is of legendary rank and exclusively for warriors. Seeing the sword, Caesar says he likes it and asks Ian to give it to him. The protagonist agrees, even though it is a legendary item and only usable by warriors, but warns Caesar that the sword will always return to his inventory unless Caesar becomes one of his subordinates. Thinking about the possibility that the swordsman might not agree to become one of his subordinates, Ian starts searching for another sword and quickly finds a level 1 iron sword. Since Caesar wanted the legendary sword, he agreed to become the protagonist's subordinate, and Ian smiled, pleased that everything had gone as planned. Caesar told Ian to hurry and hand over the sword, reminding him they were short on time. Messages appeared, indicating that Ian had accepted the invincible swordsman Caesar as his subordinate. Caesar's talent rank was mythical, and his current status was legendary. Now the protagonist had 6 out of 20 subordinates. Ian was impressed to see Caesar's mythical rank. With his new sword in hand, Caesar told the protagonist they had to move, as they were running out of time. As they left the cell, the swordsman remarked that Ian was as slow as a slug. The protagonist found it odd for a subordinate to behave that way, but said nothing. When they reached the shore where the enemy reinforcements were, the captain immediately recognized Caesar standing with the protagonist and his group. The captain noted that Caesar being up and about meant they were slightly late. Smiling, Caesar replied that they were very late, and spinning his sword and planting it into the ground, told Captain Roster that he would die if he crossed that line. Roster warned Caesar not to be so arrogant after defeating Lacroom, pointing out that he had no chance alone against his guards due to the vast difference in strength. The captain wasted no time in ordering his troops to attack, confident he would punish every last bit of Lucifer scum. Ian commanded Biggie to use his Abyssal Hole ability on the guards. After reducing the enemy's speed, Caesar charged forward, taking down all the guards even before the golem's ability wore off. The protagonist was impressed, thinking that Caesar's skill must be linked to the sword, as he had already mastered it despite receiving it so recently. A message then appeared, announcing that Ian had completed the Rescue the War Prisoners mission with an A rank. The protagonist earned 2,000 service points, 24,859,000 experience points, and 15,000 fame, leveling up to 124. After completing the quest, Ian acknowledged it had been worth it, but admitted that he was tired and should log out for a bit. However, another quest message appeared. Rescue the War Prisoners 2. The mission was linked. The prisoners had managed to board the ship, but unexpectedly, Kaimon Empire reinforcements had arrived at Pascal Prison. Ian had to fend them off and safely escort the prisoners back to the royal palace of Lucefell. The mission difficulty was SS, and the condition was that the player must have successfully completed Rescue the War Prisoners 1. The time limit was 1 day, and the reward was 2,000 service points, with royal family contribution and fame varying based on the completion rank. Seeing that the time limit was only 1 day, Ian knew he had to start immediately. Already aboard the ship, he engaged in battle with the enemy troops. Ian defended himself from the archers' attacks using Bookbuck as a shield and commanded Lai to attack, catching the men off guard. The battle was being streamed live, driving all the viewers crazy as they watched Lai in his final stage. After fighting for a while, the protagonist wondered how long the battle had been going on, as the enemies seemed endless, and he was growing exhausted, longing for a break. While fighting, a sailor informed Ian that reinforcements from the Lucefell Navy were arriving. Upon hearing this, Ian felt relieved, knowing he wouldn't die now, as he was reaching his limit. As the reinforcements approached, Kaimon soldiers began to retreat and eventually fled. A message appeared, announcing that Ian had completed the Rescue the War Prisoners mission and its linked quests, achieving an S rank. Ian received 5,000 service points and gained 42,349 experience points, as well as 25,000 fame. This leveled the protagonist up to 126. By completing a linked Imperial mission for the first time, his contribution to the Lucefell royal family increased by 1,000. A system message appeared, instructing all users to be alert, as the game would soon go into maintenance for an update, and everyone should log out as soon as possible. Ian was already back at the Lucefell Empire with the Emperor when he received the messages. Yawning, the protagonist remarked that it was good timing, as he was getting sleepy, and since his mission was complete, he could now rest. After logging out of the game, Sung considered going to bed, but admitted he no longer had the energy to do so. While he was sleeping, Heron began ringing his intercom, noticing no one was answering. She thought the protagonist might not be home, but remembered that he had mentioned he'd be at home all day. Since Heron knew the door code, she decided to enter to check if everything was all right. The new update had concluded, and there was a notice encouraging players to forget the penalty for PK, player killing, and reclaim the central continent. Not long ago, Sung had gotten a new capsule. He was with Yun, who could see how happy his friend was. The protagonist thanked Yun for helping him set up the new capsule. Haran was also there and, feeling a bit awkward, mentioned to Sung that he was lucky, as she didn't even have the old model of the capsule. The protagonist was surprised to learn that Heron didn't own a capsule, so he asked if she'd like his old one. Yun was stunned upon hearing what his friend was planning to do because, if Sung sold the capsule, he could easily make a few million won. But now he realized the protagonist was really serious about Haran. Embarrassed, Heron said it was okay. She explained that she had the money to buy one, but her father didn't want her to have a capsule. Sung said he could sell it when he found out Heron's father was against her having one. Heron replied that he could do that, but if he wanted, he could keep the old capsule, and she could just come over to play at his place. Seeing how Haran was acting, Sung said it was fine with him, and that he'd give her his house code. Yun couldn't believe what was happening, and even considered telling Haran's father about it. With a sparkle in her eye, Heron promised to let the protagonist know whenever she came over to play. Fast forward to the present, Heron was entering Sung's house while he was sleeping. She went straight to the protagonist's room to check if he was okay, but didn't see anyone there. Panicking, she started searching for Sung, who had told her he would be home. Heron searched everywhere but couldn't find him, so she thought of checking inside the capsule. Opening it, she found the protagonist asleep inside. She approached and asked why he wasn't sleeping in his bed, as the capsule was uncomfortable. Sung didn't respond but pulled Haran into the capsule, hugging her. The girl asked if he was really sleeping, but he still didn't answer. Sung hugged Haran even tighter, and she started to think that the protagonist might believe she was a plushie or something. Haran decided not to wake him, as he was sleeping peacefully like a baby, and figured it was better to stay lying there. After a while, Sung woke up, startled to find himself holding a stuffed rabbit. He was confused about how the rabbit got there, but soon noticed a note on the counter. The protagonist got up to read it. It was from Haran, saying that playing games was fun, but he should show up at school once in a while. Along with the note, Haran had also left a lunchbox for Sung, who now realized he had received a visit while he was sleeping. As he ate, the protagonist wondered if he should go to school. After finishing his meal, Sung decided to head to the university to see Haran. Once there, he couldn't find her and thought it was strange, so he considered calling her. Before he could make the call, Yoon came running toward him, calling his name. Yoon grabbed his arm and kept running, relieved that Sung had shown up, as they were already late. Yoon dragged the protagonist to a room where a campus esports competition was about to take place, with Sung set to participate. The protagonist protested, saying he hadn't signed up, so he couldn't compete. Yoon admitted he had registered Sung, but forgot to tell him. Soon, the announcer declared that the Korea University esports competition was starting, with the first match between the virtual reality department and the creative direction department. Sung didn't want to be there, but since he was already registered, he didn't want to lose. He gave his best effort in the match, quickly taking down 2 opponents. The spectators were impressed, amazed at how skilled Sung was, and soon recognized him. A girl watching mentioned that he was the guy from the event video who had completed a dungeon in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already scored a quadruple kill in the competition. When people realized he was the guy from the video, they went wild, as Sung now even had fans. The first match of the event ended, and the virtual reality department won, with Sung being named the MVP of the game. The protagonist took off his glasses and started walking down the stairs to meet his friend, but he was met by a crowd of people wanting to take photos with him and asking him to accept their friend requests in the game Kylan. Some even asked for his autograph, saying they were his fans. Sung began running, complaining that it was annoying, but the crowd went crazy, chasing after him because they were big fans due to his Kylan gameplay. While hiding from the crowd, Sung wondered what had gotten into people to make them act like that so suddenly. As he hid, Sung received a call from Sojin, a Ucast uploader. The protagonist asked why Sojin was calling. Sojin explained that someone had posted a video of Sung playing in the Guild War, where he defeated 30 opponents at once. Sojin had reposted the edited clip, earning a substantial amount of money, and was calling to share the video's profits. The protagonist asked how much he would get from the total earnings. Sojin said it was 3 million won, about 10%. The protagonist thought that wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Sojin then suggested that if Sung could send him clips while playing, he could edit and post them, proposing a profit-sharing arrangement. Sung was excited to learn he could make money just by playing, thanked Sojin for the offer, and promised to respond as soon as possible. The protagonist hung up and thought it was a great deal, but he was suddenly startled when one of his fans found him after hearing his phone click shut. Once again, people began chasing Sung, asking for autographs. Following the Central Continent update, that area had become the first place with no PK penalties. Immediately, guilds began heading there, battling other players along the way. The Rank 1 guild, Shadow Rune, was among the first to move toward the continent, led by their leader, engaging in several duels along the way. The Rank 2 guild, Titan, was also making their way there. The guild leader asked his members if they were sure they'd stayed hydrated, as they could suffer a dehydration debuff. The Rank 3 guild, Splendor, was strategizing how to reach the continent, with one member pointing out that getting there was not as easy as it seemed. The leader decided it would be best to observe the situation for the time being. The Rank 4 guild, Oakland, received instructions from their leader, who said that once the other guilds paved the way, they just needed to follow. Meanwhile, for the Lotus Guild, only Ian and Caesar were heading to the continent, riding on Finn. The protagonist thought it was convenient to bring the swordsman along, as he figured Caesar would know the way. A new quest message appeared. Find the Almighty Grail in the historic Sikhar building. The Almighty Grail would double base growth in the central continent, and the time required to occupy a base was 0.5. The quest difficulty was SS, but the conditions were unknown, and there was no time limit. However, if a Kaimon Empire user obtained the Grail first, the quest would be considered a failure. Ian knew he had to be the first to find the Grail before the Kaimon Empire did. Alongside Caesar, the protagonist quickly located the historic Sikhar building. Since he was the first to arrive, his fame increased by 100,000. The rewards obtained within Sikaar would be doubled, and the fame of the Lotus Guild also increased by 100,000. Ian was pleased with what he had earned from the discovery, and told Caesar they had a good start. Soon after, more players arrived at Sikaar. It was the dark mage Ganji, who was furious to find out someone had beaten him there. Ganji, furious, thought he would kill the player when he found him. As Ian walked inside the temple, he started to feel chills. Outside, the warrior accompanying Ganji asked if he knew where he was going. The mage replied that he had no idea, and was just following the path of darkness. Suddenly, something began to fall from the sky, surrounded by shadows. Ganji said he would sense the darkness, and asked what it desired. The item fell into the mage's hand, and a quest message appeared. Almighty Crown. To gain the power of immortality, you must absorb the dark aura from the Almighty Crown into the wooden symbol. Defeat the Almighty and obtain the Almighty Crown. The mission was secret and had an A difficulty. The objective was to obtain the Almighty Crown. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Caesar told Ian they would soon reach the room with the mid-level boss. But they quickly noticed that someone was already in the tomb. The protagonist was confused about how there was already someone there. Considering they had been the first to enter the structure, how was that possible? Ian and Caesar entered the tomb and came face to face with Ganji. Both were surprised to see each other, as the last time they met was during the beginner's event. The young mage began laughing hysterically without saying anything. Caesar, seeing this, wondered if Ganji was a lunatic. The young mage declared that he would finally have his revenge after the humiliation he suffered. But before the battle could even start, Ganji remembered how strong Ian had become and dropped to his knees, begging the protagonist not to kill him. Despite his dislike for Ian, Ganji couldn't comprehend how he had gotten so powerful. As Ganji knelt, the protagonist thought the mage was stronger than he had initially assumed and that he knew the dungeon very well. Ian then told Ganji that he found him incredible, which took the young mage by surprise since the compliment came out of nowhere. Ian approached and said that Ganji had managed to capture all those monsters, showing intelligence and a clear understanding of the dungeon's layout. The protagonist suggested that having the mage as a companion would be beneficial, and asked if there was something he wanted in return. Ganji said he needed the Almighty Crown. Smiling, Ian remarked that the crown was the most incredible artifact of all, even though he had no idea what it was. After learning about the mage's goal, Ian asked if he could keep the other items they found. Ganji agreed, saying that as long as he got the crown, he didn't care about the rest. His partner, the warrior named Balam, was confused by everything that was happening. Now that they had an agreement, the protagonist announced they could proceed to the dungeon boss. The group walked toward the door behind a broken wall. They approached, and Ganji explained that this was the passage to the boss, as he could sense the darkness emanating from it. The mage placed the orb in the designated slot on the door, which began to open. Once the door was open, Ganji said the power of darkness had resonated, and shadows started to pour out. There stood the dungeon boss, the Almighty, at level 220, holding the grail and wearing the crown. The protagonist immediately spotted the item he needed, as did Ganji. Ian told the mage they should proceed cautiously since the Almighty was level 220. Laughing, Ganji assured the protagonist not to worry, explaining that the Almighty was an ancient emperor of the giants in the central continent. In the past, the Almighty had been a great king who led the continent to peace, but eventually became a puppet of an immortal, planting the seed of darkness in the central continent at the end of his reign. The immortal needed the crown to regain his powers, as the Almighty Crown held all the darkness accumulated over the years. Holding the orb, Ganji pointed at the emperor and declared that he was there to reclaim the power because he was a descendant of the Immortal of Darkness. Furthermore, he was there to uphold the pact made 1,000 years ago. The darkness began to seep from the Almighty, and shortly after, messages appeared indicating that the pact of the Immortal Lord of Darkness had been applied, reducing the Almighty's stats by 40% for the next 10 minutes and temporarily blinding him. Ian acknowledged that Ganji made a good move. The mage replied that it was nothing more than basic strategy for a descendant of darkness. The protagonist ordered his summons to defeat the boss as quickly as possible so they could obtain the items they needed. Ganji did the same with his army of skeletons, which climbed up the giant's leg, while Biggie held the other leg for Lai to attack. Even though the Fenrir managed to wound the boss, the Almighty used an ability that caused Biggie to lose 41,209 health points, Lai to lose 97,432 points, and Finn to lose 71,201 points. Ian admitted that the boss was incredibly strong, and that he would have serious trouble without Ganji's assistance. The protagonist realized he couldn't defeat the Almighty even with Caesar's help. Remembering the swordsman, Ian wondered where he could be, noticing he wasn't in the fight. Ian soon spotted Caesar lying on a rock the whole time. The swordsman remarked that he wouldn't bother fighting such a weak boss. Ian couldn't believe what Caesar was saying, as the Almighty was extremely powerful, and he desperately needed the swordsman's help. Laughing, Caesar said it was too much of a hassle unless he was rewarded with a legendary armor or something similar. Otherwise, he had no reason to help, tired of his current attire. Reluctantly, Ian pulled a legendary armor from his inventory and asked if it pleased the swordsman. Caesar thanked him for the item, put it on, and casually said he'd be right back. With a single strike, Caesar activated his sword's power and effortlessly sliced the boss in half. The grail and the crown dropped. Ian quickly grabbed the grail as he needed it to complete his mission. Once he obtained it, a message appeared, announcing that he had completed the SS rank quest, Find the Almighty Grail, in the historic Sikar building. Ian was pleased to have completed the mission. Likewise, Ganji, who had secured the Almighty Crown, was soon surprised by a message stating that the crown was choosing the strongest person in the room as its new master. The crown levitated on its own, leaving the mage's hands and landing on Caesar's head. The message appeared, indicating that the Almighty Crown had chosen Caesar, Ian's subordinate, as its new master. Ganji was stunned. Caesar, boasting, remarked that the crown knew how to judge true strength and asked Ian if he had seen how incredible he was. Ganji was shocked and furious, realizing that without the Almighty Crown, he couldn't complete his mission. He angrily reminded the protagonist that this wasn't part of their deal. Ian felt awkward, not having anticipated things would turn out this way. Frustrated, Ganji wondered aloud what he would do now, as he couldn't challenge Caesar for the crown. Balam suggested there was another way to complete the mission. Ganji immediately wanted to know what it was. The warrior explained that the crown was just a mediator for the immortal to gain control over the Almighty. If Ganji stayed close to the crown's master for the next 100 days, he could absorb the leaking dark aura with the wooden symbol. Ganji brightened up, relieved to hear there was another method, but Caesar coldly asked the mage who had given him permission to approach. Ganji questioned why Caesar was saying that. Caesar called the mage despicable, leaving Ganji both shocked and even more furious, retorting that Caesar had no right to speak that way to a future Lord of Darkness who would inherit the immortal's powers. Caesar said that's exactly what made Ganji despicable. Feeling awkward, Ian asked his subordinate why he couldn't just help out this one time. Caesar questioned why he should. Ian whispered to the swordsman that Ganji was an unlucky kid, and it was clear he wasn't normal from the way he spoke. Caesar agreed with his master and told the young mage that he would consider helping if Ganji accepted a proposal. With tears already forming in his eyes, Ganji asked what the proposal was. The swordsman declared that Ganji would have to become his subordinate, but if he managed to become stronger, Caesar would free him. Since Ganji claimed to be a descendant of the immortal, Caesar said he should be able to at least achieve that. The young mage didn't like the idea, thinking it was humiliating to become someone's subordinate, but he realized he had no other option if he wanted power. Ganji even thought that once he gained enough strength, he would defeat Caesar. Despite his reluctance, the young mage accepted the proposal and became a subordinate. Meanwhile, Book was wandering away from his masters when he caught a scent that entranced him, leading him to another room. On the central continent, the Titan Guild was fighting monsters along the way. The powerful warrior who had battled the protagonist on Pascal Island easily defeated a group of creatures with a single strike. He was Chakran, the guild master of Titan, fighting alongside the guild's vice leader, Kailan, who couldn't believe they were the first to arrive. Chakran remarked that he had expected the Shadow Rune Guild to get there first. Another player in the group called out to the leader, saying he had spotted something. Chakran immediately turned to see what it was. Ceylon pointed out that it was the historic structure. The leader wondered what it could be, thinking it might even be a dungeon, but then remembered it was the War Tower. Meanwhile, on the central continent, the Shadow Rune Guild was already building a base. The guildmaster, Rahan, asked Soline if she had found any clues about the Grail. The archer replied that she had. Rahan asked for the location, and Soline explained that there were rumors the Grail was in the central area, inside the historic structure, in the Almighty's tomb. After hearing this, Rahan instructed the archer to take 30 people and head to the tomb to start searching, saying she would follow shortly. Soline mentioned there was a problem. Rahan asked what it was. The archer said there was a user who had entered the historic structure before them, and from the banners, it appeared they were from the Lucefel kingdom. Rahan was surprised, as she hadn't expected anyone from Lucefel to reach the central area so quickly. Soline asked her master what they should do, emphasizing that the sooner they arrived, the faster they could secure the Grail. Rahan said there was no need to rush, and that they should proceed calmly. As she left, The master emphasized that they needed to make sure they didn't lose track of the Lucefell group and that she would attack them as soon as they emerged with the Grail. Meanwhile, Ian checked the items he had obtained and concluded that everything besides the Grail was junk, but at least he had completed the mission. Messages appeared, stating that Ian had acquired the Almighty Grail and had met the requirements to finish the exploration mission in the historic Sikar structure, earning an S completion rank. Additionally, the protagonist received 25 million experience points and 100,000 fame. A new linked mission was then generated. Occupy the base using the Almighty Grail. The holy water inside the Almighty Grail accelerates base growth on the central continent and reduces the time needed to occupy a base. The mission difficulty was none, and the condition was unknown. The time limit was 7 days. If the Grail was lost or stolen, the mission would be considered an automatic failure. If Ian managed to recover the Grail, he could restart the mission. The protagonist, seeing that he had the conditions to continue, deduced that there might be a possibility of others attempting to steal the Grail. However, considering the strength of his team, even though the members weren't getting along perfectly, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat them. Ian was worried because Caesar wasn't listening, and even if they occupied a base, the Grail could still be stolen. Despite the risk of losing the mission, Ian knew he needed to grow stronger first, so he decided to leave the area and focus on leveling up. Ian called everyone to leave, but when he tried to recall Book, a message appeared saying the summon was refusing to return. The protagonist was confused about what was happening with his summon. Book was walking toward a delicious scent he had picked up. The turtle arrived at a spot filled with rocks and with great effort began to climb as the irresistible smell was coming from the top. Despite the difficulty, the summon managed to reach the top, where a plant emitting the alluring aroma awaited. Book began to eat the plant, which was not only fragrant but also delicious. As Book was munching away, Ian kept trying to recall him, but the summon refused to return, wanting more of the plant. Even though Book didn't want to be recalled, a message soon appeared for Ian, stating that the summoning was being cancelled due to the effects of the 1,000-year rainbow plant. Book, who was in the air struggling not to be recalled, fell to the ground, furious at his master for trying to pull him away while he was eating. While Book was angry with his master, he didn't notice a creature trying to capture him, but when he looked forward, he saw a turtle that looked just like him and was stunned by the resemblance. Book began to grow frenzied, unable to believe what he was seeing. The summon remembered when his master had told him about a turtle named Bok from the northern continent, supposedly the most incredible turtle in the world, a story that even Ian's friends had doubted. But Book also recalled Ian saying he wasn't sure if there could be a turtle more amazing than him. The summon remembered Ian joking that perhaps Book had gained too much weight, which was why he might not be the most incredible turtle in the world anymore, and why his master had stopped giving him so many meatballs. Book also remembered Ian's promise to make him the most amazing turtle in the world. The summon was astonished, never expecting to encounter Bok in such a place. The northern turtle gazed at Book as if it had never expected to meet someone so similar. While the turtles stared at each other, Ian arrived, calling out for Book, saying that Lai had managed to find him by following the scent. When the protagonist noticed another turtle that looked just like Book, he was confused and wondered who it could be. Book communicated with his master, helping him understand who it was. Ian realized that it was Bok. The shining turtle, capable of communication, expressed gratitude to Ian for helping it find its lost identity. Bok then said that, as a token of appreciation, it would give Ian something. Ian approached and extended his hand to receive the gift. The turtle stuck out its tongue, presenting an orb containing the spirit of the turtle. Now the protagonist had obtained the spirit of the turtle and began checking its details. The item was an amulet of legendary rank, with usage restricted to being equipable depending on the familiar. The options were that all combat abilities would increase by 55% and the cooldown time for all inherited abilities would decrease by 15%. When used by the ancient turtle species, it would regenerate 0.5% of health per second. Additionally, when used by the ancient turtle species, it would grant the user the water curtain ability. The water curtain couldn't be pierced by weapons, lasting for 15 seconds with a cooldown time of 1 minute, then returning to Ian. The item can be transferred once. It is an orb containing part of the spirit of the legendary golden turtle Bok and holds the secrets for an ancient turtle to ascend and become a dragon turtle. Ian is amazed to learn that if Book evolves, he could transform into a dragon turtle. Bok explains that he has been asleep for a long time, so he doesn't clearly remember his past. The creature asks Ian to help him recover his memories. A new quest appears for Ian, the request of the golden turtle Bok. In the ancient historic structure, the Tomb of the Giants, the Golden Turtle. Bok Bok has awakened from a long slumber, but due to his sleep, Bok Bok cannot remember the past. The mission is hidden and of SS difficulty. The conditions are that the user must earn the trust of the Golden Turtle Bok Bok and must have successfully defeated the Almighty. There is no time limit for the mission. The rewards include the Golden Turtle Egg, which only one group member can receive, and the Dragon Turtle Scale Armor, which all group members can obtain. Fame will vary depending on the completion rank. Ian was eager to gather information to evolve Buk Buk, but since the Golden Turtle was giving him a quest, he saw only benefits in accepting it. Meanwhile, Caesar, feeling bored as everyone had gone off to find the missing turtle, decided to step outside for some fresh air. He got up and made his way to the entrance of the temple. Outside, Caesar began stretching. A player who had been hiding near the temple was observing the swordsman. Seeing Caesar distracted, the player decided to attack. Even though he was sleepy, Caesar dodged the spy's attack by accident. Quickly he evaded and appeared behind the spy without being noticed. Caesar grabbed the spy's arm and with a gentle motion, broke it effortlessly. As the spy cried out in pain, Caesar landed a powerful punch, cracking part of the spy's mask and causing him to drop his weapon. Holding the spy's weapons, Caesar pointed toward the top of the cliff and asked who that group was. Celine had arrived with her group and immediately confronted Caesar. The archer had anticipated that the group from the Lucefell continent would be strong enough to complete the dungeon. Caesar demanded to know who had attacked him. Celine ordered the swordsman to hand over the Holy Grail. Caesar challenged her, telling her to come and take it. Celine commanded her men to engage the swordsman, who was fully prepared for battle. Caesar remained unfazed, dodging the attacks with ease and countering without giving his opponents any openings. Because the group was large, they didn't let him rest, sending waves of new warriors into the fray. Celine decided to fight alongside her men, charging all at once at Caesar. The swordsman swiftly adjusted his position, splitting the group and giving himself the upper hand, as the warriors would have to face him one by one. Caesar seized the opportunity, launching a series of attacks and easily defeating several warriors. As Celine prepared to attack, she realized that her guild members had been obliterated in moments. Nevertheless, she pressed on, drawing her sword and getting ready to strike, vowing that Caesar would die. Determined to keep Caesar occupied until her master arrived, she was prepared to use everything she had. Caesar, skilled and confident, even smiled before dodging Celine's attack. Before she could make another move, the swordsman struck her down, defeating the player with just one blow. Before Celine died, Caesar reminded her that he had warned her the Grail wasn't with him. Those were the last words she heard before collapsing to the ground. Before logging out, Celine apologized to her master for failing. Caesar looked at the broken weapon, tossed it aside, and picked his nose, wondering if there were any decent weapons around that place. Later, this incident began to be referred to as the Nightmare of the Central Continent among the members of the Shadow Rune Guild. Meanwhile, at the War Tower, Shakar and his group were on a mission. The leader was focused, having heard about Lacroom's War Tower during his last quest. Shakar had spoken to Lacroom before he died in prison, after being wounded by Caesar. The prison guard Lacroom apologized to Shakar before his death, believing that his defeat would prevent the warrior from achieving his goal. However, before dying, Lacroom shared information about the War Tower with Shakar. Lacroom explained that in the tower, one could hunt monsters or purchase rare artifacts and items, but it required 5,000 service points to enter. Shakar needed to find the Pharaoh's banner, an artifact that doubled the experience gained by soldiers at the base. The warrior deemed the banner essential, as it could give the Kaimon Empire the upper hand in the war. While exploring the tower, Shakar came across the skill book, Will of the Desert Warrior, and decided to check its details. The Will of the Desert Warrior was a passive skill book of legendary rank. It had no consumption value or cooldown time. By focusing his mind, the user could create a curtain of swords, with a 15% chance of triggering the effect when attacked. The curtain would block 300% of the incoming attack and deal 150% damage back to the attacker. The requirement to obtain it was that the swordsman must be at level 3 or higher. Each time the curtain formed, the user's attack power would increase by 10% for 15 strikes, with a potential increase for up to 10 additional strikes. Shakar was impressed by the item's details and thought that acquiring this skill book could greatly enhance his stats. But he had to spend all his service points to buy it, and doing so would mean he couldn't purchase the Pharaoh's banner. Shakar debated whether it was worth spending all his points with a major war approaching, knowing he might not get another chance to obtain this skill book. After some deliberation, he decided to buy the Will of the Desert Warrior, using up 12,000 service points, leaving him with just 375 points. With the item in hand, Shakar felt confident that as he grew stronger, his guild would become stronger too. He was also sure he would defeat the protagonist when they met again. The group left the war tower and headed back to their base. Shakar had been so focused on the skill book that he missed a very important legendary rank item. Meanwhile, Ian, along with Ganji and Balam, was waiting for the members of the Lotus Guild, who were about to arrive. Spotting the protagonist, Hers waved from a distance and asked if he had been waiting long. Ian, happy to see his friends, replied that they had finally arrived, even if a bit late. Yun asked if Ian had made any progress. Ian confirmed that he had, even managing to get the grail, but he was curious about something. After explaining to his friends what he was looking for, Hers speculated that Ian was searching for a magical pearl for a turtle named Bakabak. Cloven mentioned hearing about this before, noting that certain secret NPCs appeared only when relevant to a specific class. Hers agreed, saying it made sense since the names of secret NPCs were often created to fit the situation. Ganji stepped forward, saying that his darkness was boiling and he needed to face his opponents as soon as possible. Ian suggested that now that everyone was there, they could start hunting, but before they set off, Hers asked who the kid was. Ganji became irritated and declared that he was not a kid. The protagonist told his friend that Ganji was a subordinate of Caesar. This made the young mage even angrier, as he hated being called a subordinate. Remembering the swordsman, Ian wondered where he might be. Even though he didn't know for sure, he figured Caesar could handle himself without any help. As they walked together to hunt, Ganji was fuming and muttering about how he would become the leader of darkness and demonstrate his power. After some time, the group finally encountered monsters to hunt. Ian, mounted on Rake, ordered the summon to use its roar ability, attacking a large scorpion that drove its stinger into the ground and pulled up a massive stone block to use as a shield. Despite the defense, Hers rushed forward and shattered the stone with a single blow, leaving the creature vulnerable again. Immediately, Cloven cast his magic blessing ability, increasing Hers's attack power by 30%. The warrior swiftly sliced off the scorpion's stinger. Ganji used his Despair of Darkness ability on Balam to boost his attack stats, while Ian commanded Lai to attack in unison with the warrior. Balam and the Fenrir charged together, delivering a powerful double strike that defeated the scorpion monster. As they hunted for a while, Ian thought they were almost finished, but noticed Bukbuk acting strangely. Sensing something was off, Ian deduced that danger was approaching. Suddenly the ground began to quake, alarming everyone, as they had no idea what was coming. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupted from the mountaintop, and a gigantic creature emerged from the earth. It was the Sand Dragon, a level 200 secret boss, holding the magical pearl. Ian was shocked to see that he had finally found the pearl. The monster, with half of its body emerging from the ground, immediately targeted Lai. The protagonist had to hold on tight to avoid being blown away by the sheer force of the Sand Dragon's attack and realized he needed to act fast. Ian asked Hers to draw the aggro, but saw his friend struggling just to shield himself from the debris. The knight yelled that Ian had to do something about the monster, or he wouldn't last. Ian frantically tried to come up with a plan, knowing that the dragon's level was far too high to defeat without Caesar. Ganji screamed as the Sand Dragon fully emerged from its burrow, preparing to form an energy sphere in its mouth. Ian recognized the attack as similar to Rake's roar, and knew that if it hit, it could be deadly. He shouted for everyone to run, but it was too late. Cloven and Ganji were already struck by the dragon's attack, turning to stone. Seeing his friends petrified, Ian was momentarily paralyzed with fear and didn't notice that the dragon was readying another roar attack. The Sand Dragon's blast hit Ian directly, leaving him petrified. Now immobilized, Ian resigned himself to his fate, thinking he had no choice but to accept death. The dragon prepared a fire attack, and Ian was certain it was the end. But suddenly, a message appeared. The effect of the turtle spirit, possessed by Bukbuk, had activated. Bukbuk began to swell and unleashed a powerful jet of water, completely blocking the Sand Dragon's fire attack. Ian was amazed at Bukbuk's incredible power. Ganji noted that the steam from the water blast had caused it to rain, washing away the paralysis effect. Relieved and grateful, Ian praised Bukbuk for saving everyone, calling him the best. He then heard someone say, "The big-headed turtle is impressive," and turned to see Caesar approaching. Ian was thrilled to see the swordsman and asked why he was without his sword and armor. Caesar replied that he had put them in his inventory to keep the sand out, but he hadn't expected it to rain. Ian asked his subordinate why he had taken so long. The swordsman replied that he had been warming up. The protagonist told Caesar to do something about the giant monster that was destroying them. Caesar explained that the Sand Dragon had partially absorbed the powers of the magical pearl, which was why it was so strong. He then lay down on the ground, saying he refused to fight, because he was already warmed up and found it annoying to battle in the rain, but he might reconsider if there were a reward. Ian became irritated, realizing that his subordinate seemed intent on taking all of his valuables. Refusing to give Caesar any more rewards, Ian told the group that they would handle the Dragon King without the swordsman, as he had figured out a way to defeat it. Ian summoned Finn and Biggie, cancelled Rake's summoning, and activated his staff. He instructed Biggie to use Abyssal Hole, which sucked in the debris, freeing Hearse. Ian asked Yun to continue tanking alongside Biggie while Ganji worked to distract the Sand Dragon with Balam and the skeletal soldiers. Ian and Lai would also assist in the distraction. The young mage, despite typically refusing to take orders from someone he considered weaker, agreed to help, acknowledging that Ian needed the power of his darkness. Lai charged forward alongside the skeletal soldiers to aid in the distraction, while Balam attacked the dragon's tail to draw its attention. Ian then told Clovan to cast a buff on him when he started flying with Finn. The protagonist mounted his griffin and began flying to position himself for the attack.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.
The protagonist thinks that even a level 200 sand dragon with a magic pearl wouldn't withstand an attack from everyone at once. Lai starts by delivering the first attack, reducing the dragon's health by 8,832. Right after, Balam strikes the monster, causing 12,842 damage. The Dark Warrior lands another hit, dealing 14,775 damage. Ian receives a buff from Clovan, which increases his attack power by 30%. The protagonist finds the buff perfect and summons Chirpy to launch an electric attack. Ian activates the electric manipulation skill with the mana orb and attacks the sand dragon. The protagonist notices that the rain absorbed the electricity around the charged mana orb, allowing it to penetrate all the monster's wounds. With this combination of attacks from the protagonist, the sand dragon lost 131,211 health points. Due to the electric manipulation, the sand dragon was also affected by the paralysis effect, losing another 33,739 health points. Ian's electric attack was powerful enough to defeat the monster and obtain the magic pearl. Ian gained 5,587,798 experience points. The protagonist was also the first to defeat the sand dragon, increasing his fame by 30,000. Additionally, Ian received the title of Dragon Slayer, interrupted the sand dragon's evolution, and reclaimed the golden turtle dragon's magic pearl. Finn landed so the protagonist could collect the item Bakbak had requested. This item could alter a creature's evolutionary potential. Now that Ian obtained the magic pearl, he thinks about evolving Book, who is acting like the MVP of the duel. The protagonist considers analyzing the item's information before deciding what to do, as there must be a reason he worked so hard to obtain it. The golden turtle dragon's magic pearl is an unknown, varied category item of legendary rank. Its usage restriction depends on the familiar. When used by a summoner, it increases the battle stats of dragon-type familiars by 3%. The item allows a forced evolution for a familiar capable of evolving, usable regardless of species, but may have side effects. The mission item, containing the memories of the golden turtle, Bakbak, will automatically cause the mission to fail if used or lost, and you'll face Bakbak's wrath. The item belongs to the user Ian. It won't be lost even if the character dies and cannot be transferred or sold to another player, though Ian, while alive, can transfer the item once. It's a precious magic pearl with a powerful golden glow, capable of fetching a high price if sold. Now, with the item's information, Ain thinks about how he should use it. But first, he decides to take a break for lunch, as his stomach is growling. The protagonist tells Ganji that he's going to eat something and asks him to gather their things and head forward. The young mage asks why he should do that, but gets no answer, as Ian doesn't pay him much attention and logs out, leaving Ganji talking to himself. After exiting the game, still inside the capsule, Sung grimaces from hunger. He gets up, already thinking about what to order for food, but doesn't notice that Heron is there. When he turns around, he's startled as she runs to hug him. Seeing his surprise, Heron asks why he's acting that way after saying she could come over whenever she wanted. Sung, a bit flustered, then asks if she came over to have lunch with him. Heron says that's part of it, but there's more. Happily, she announces she's taking the protagonist out of the world of Kalen for the day, no matter what. Sung is surprised again but quickly listens, as Heron tells him to get ready because they're going on a date. The protagonist is astonished upon learning this, as it wasn't in his plans. After Sung got ready, he and Heron went to the amusement park. The protagonist asks her why she wanted to go there. Haran says she loves roller coasters, then pulls Sung by the arm to hurry to the ride. Even though the date was unexpected, the protagonist was enjoying it. Before getting on the roller coaster, Sung and Haran stopped to eat something and then headed to the ride. Haran was having a great time on the roller coaster, while Sung thought it was similar to riding Finn in battle. They stayed at the park until nightfall and watched the fireworks together. Looking at the fireworks, Sung tells Haran there's something he wants to say. Haran thinks he's finally going to confess his love, so she asks what it is. Sung asks Haran if, hypothetically, she took someone else's item, even if it was something she really needed, what would she do? Haran feels awkward, as she expected something different from him. Still, she thinks about it and says that no matter how much she needed the item, the right thing to do would be to return it to its owner, as it belongs to them. Sung is surprised by her response and smiles, telling her she's right. Even though it wasn't what Haran expected, she's happy to be with him. Before they leave, Sung tells Haran that spending the day with her was really fun. She says she enjoyed it a lot because of him. Then she asks if he'll play Kalan the next day. The protagonist says yes, as he has things to finish. Haran asks how she looked today. Not understanding, Sung replies that he already said he had a lot of fun. Haran says that's not what she meant, and fixing her hair, she asks again how she looked. Sung finally understands and tells Haran she looked beautiful. She enjoys hearing this from him, says goodbye, and tells him to take care. Sung watches her walk away, happy to have had the date, then turns and heads home, excited. The next morning, Sung is already in the capsule, playing Kalen. Ian goes to meet Bok Bok, who's pleased to see him return safely. The elder turtle asks what happened with the magic pearl. The protagonist takes it out of his pocket and hands it to Bok Bok, who thanks Ian for doing this. But before handing it over, Ian pulls the pearl back, leaving Bok Bok confused. Ian says he'll be honest with him, admitting he really wanted to use the item on Book. However, he's returning the pearl since it always had an owner. Even without understanding why he's doing this, Bok Bok calls Ian a good person. The protagonist thought saying this would make Bok Bok furious and maybe even attack him, but the opposite happened. Ian tosses the pearl into Bok Bok's mouth, and as he holds it, he tells Ian that it's easy to control the mind but not the heart, and Ian overcame temptation and greed marvelously. Since Ian thought about keeping the pearl but confessed the truth, the turtle is pleased. Now, with the pearl, Bok Bok can regain his past glory. The turtle begins to evolve into a dragon, but the glow is so intense that Ian can't see what's happening. When the evolution process ends, the protagonist is amazed by what he sees and thinks it's insane. Ian can't believe that creature is the real Bok Bok and starts wondering how cool Book would have been if he'd used the magic pearl on him. A message appears saying the secret mission, Request of the Golden Turtle Bok, is complete, and as a reward, Ian obtains the Dragon Turtle Scale armor, which boosts his defense by 200. The protagonist finds it strange since he was expecting the Golden Dragon Turtle egg. Bok then tells Ian he has a proposal, having been moved by the protagonist's kind nature. Since the Almighty Soul was no longer there, Bok no longer had a reason to protect that place, so he could join the protagonist. A message appears for Ian, indicating that the Golden Turtle Dragon wishes to become his familiar, and if he accepts, the protagonist will not be able to obtain the Golden Turtle Dragon egg. Ian begins to consider his options, knowing this creature would not be just any familiar, and recalls a good reason for working so hard for that magic pearl. He also recognizes that none of this would have been possible without Haran's advice. Therefore, Ian welcomes Bok and accepts the creature as his familiar. The current situation on the central continent is as follows. The guilds belonging to the Kaimon Empire are the Shadow, Rune, and Titan guilds. True to their reputations, they rank first and second among guilds, having occupied bases and developing their territories. Meanwhile, the guilds belonging to the Lekafel Kingdom, Oakland, Splendor, and Valiant, have just formed an alliance and started occupying their bases. But as it's a new continent with a desolate desert, it's extremely challenging to develop territories with scarce resources and food. Since these guilds are spending money from their respective bases, the Kaimon Empire, with the top 2 ranked guilds, holds a significant advantage. This is why the Kaimon Empire, home to 2 top guilds, is extremely powerful. While some members of the Lotus Guild were gathered, Hearst says they are in a tough spot, as other guilds have already established their bases, while they've only managed to gather forces. Ian replies that even if they hurried, there wouldn't be much they could do, as the monsters around the central continent are level 130, and if they were to establish the Lotus base, it would be insignificant if they couldn't defend it against these monsters. But as soon as their subordinates arrive, like Gawain and Fiolan, they can start building the base. Hearst asks if the protagonist has a location in mind. Ian consults Bokbak to see if he knows of any bases, and the turtle dragon says he's never heard of that word before. The protagonist realizes that the summon doesn't recognize player terms, so he rephrases, asking Bokbak if he knows any villages with a lot of people. The summon says he knows such a place, but as it's been a long time since he visited, he's unsure if it still exists. Upon arriving at the location, Ian finds no base but instead discovers a trading post. Since the protagonist was the first to find it, he receives 3,000 service points. Ian can exchange his service points for items at the trading post. While he's disappointed not to have found a base, he considers it a win, as he's found a use for the service points he's collected. Ian notes that Bokbak is quite useful, familiar with the central continent, and even though he acts like Book at times, his stats are amazing, and he's legendary rank. The Golden Turtle Dragon's stats, at level 150, include an attack of 2730, defense of 3,825, agility of 1575, and intelligence of 2355. His total health is 183,300. He's a familiar category with legendary rank, and he has a cautious personality but cannot evolve. His inherited skills are Desert Guardian, a passive skill that absorbs damage by forming a sand barrier. The barrier can absorb up to 30% of his maximum health as damage and lasts for up to 20 seconds. Another skill is Absolute Defense. For 10 seconds, he becomes invincible. While invincible, he is immune to any damage and status effects, but he cannot move during this effect. Another skill is Turtle Dragon's Protection, which absorbs damage dealt to a target for 2 minutes. The Turtle Dragon will take 150% of the damage inflicted on the target in its place, and the skill will automatically deactivate if Bokbak's health reaches 10%. A mythical ancient beast that guarded the treasure in the historical structure and tomb for a long time. Ian thinks Bokbak is amazing, even if he couldn't find a base. The protagonist had hoped to find an ancient item or artifact, but all the available trade items are food or resources, only useful when they have a base. Caesar asks his master if he's referring to the War Tower. Ian asks the swordsman what that is. The protagonist stops to think and remembers that it was Caesar who led him to the Almighty's tomb. So, he asks his subordinate how he knows so much about the central continent, as he doesn't want secrets between them. While cleaning his sword, Caesar says he was active on the central continent before being captured by the Kaimon Empire. Everyone is in disbelief that Caesar revealed this only now. Ian asks his subordinate why he hadn't mentioned it before. The swordsman says that no one asked, so he forgot. Noticing how his sword is shining, Caesar says there's a place called the War Tower where service points can be exchanged for ancient items and artifacts. Ian says they should go there immediately. Caesar replies that it's impossible because the War Tower is in the western region, dominated by the Kaimon Empire. Meanwhile, at the Titan Guild base, next to the War Tower, the leader Shakar is speaking with the Shadow Rune Guild leader, Rahan, who says that their agreement was different from what they had discussed. Smiling, Shakar says he doesn't know what she means and asks what the problem is. Rahan says that this is a battle between two empires and they had agreed to share information as allies, not for the Shadow Rune Guild to monopolize the War Tower like this. Laughing, Shakar tells Rahan if that's what she was referring to. He explains he forgot to notify her since his guild was focused on expanding territory. In truth, Shakar was holding back, as he saw the fight as individual rather than between two empires, thinking Rahan might be watching his guild to avoid being caught off guard. The Shadow Rune Guild leader says that if that's the case, there should be no problem if she uses the War Tower as well. Reluctantly, Shakar agrees, saying she's free to go ahead, but he thinks the losses would be too great if he refused her request, as their allied guild might turn against them. Shakar needs his allies, especially considering the Lucefell Empire, so there are many factors he must consider, which is why he holds back, like it or not. Rahan thanks Shakar for allowing her to use the tower, but regrets that her attempt to negotiate failed. Otherwise, she might have tried to seize the tower by force. However, the rivalry between the two guilds remains. While Rahan is inside the War Tower, Shakar waits anxiously outside, thinking they might be at a disadvantage now since his guild hasn't had a chance to fully explore the War Tower. Their rival guild could find a legendary artifact or item. Shakar watches Rahan returning, thanking him for letting her use the tower, and adds that she arrived too late, as there was nothing useful to exchange. Rahan bids farewell to Shakar, saying she'll see him at the next meeting. Shakar thinks he's fortunate that his rivals found nothing and bids Rahan goodbye, saying he hopes to see her next time. In reality, the Shadow Rune Guild leader is laughing inside, having found a powerful item, the symbol of Magellan. Meanwhile, Hearst explains the situation to his group. The knight says he doesn't think it's a good time for them to occupy a base. Ian disagrees with his friend, saying they've waited long enough, and the longer they wait, the greater the risk of falling behind the Kaimon Empire. Cloven says that all rear bases have already been claimed, so it would be better for her to claim a base on the verge of destruction. Hurst disagrees, and moving a figure on the board, he says they'll soon be taking the bases on the front line. Cloven shouts, "No way!" saying that Yoon doesn't understand how dangerous that is. If they end up in a siege, death would be the least of their problems. Ian says it's a big risk with little reward, especially since they don't have a strong reason to work so hard to occupy a base, given that the Lekfel Kingdom is a strong ally, meaning they only need to block the Kaimon Empire. Hurst argues that if the Kaimon Empire keeps attacking, they'll soon run out of resources and food, especially if the Lotus Guild is attacked by the top 2 guilds in the rankings. The protagonist says he has a great idea for this. Finally, the Lotus Guild begins building their base. Once completed, the remaining occupation time is 4 hours and 32 minutes. Hurst says that thanks to the Almighty's Grail, the construction was quick. Cloven agrees with the knight, noting that Ian's efforts are paying off, but she's still unsure that building a frontline base was a good idea. The protagonist reassures the summoner, telling her everything's fine and she can trust him. Ian says that their subordinates have arrived, and he'll go welcome them. Saria, Polin, Fiolan, and Cowan arrive after a long journey. The royal guard greets his lord after so long without seeing him. The protagonist approaches to welcome them and thanks them for coming. Ian asks Saria if she has any extra leadership left. She replies that she does, and wants to know why he's asking. Ian explains that he got a new familiar but still lacks a bit of leadership, so he asks if Saria could take care of Biggie for a while. The NPC agrees, saying it's an honor. The protagonist thinks that thanks to the Dragon Tamer's feather, he doesn't need extra leadership for familiars, but he still doesn't have enough to summon everyone. Ian thinks that since Bakbak is a tank, Biggie wouldn't have much to do if summoned, and if he left the golem with Saria, he could use it as a secondary tank whenever he's near her. The protagonist summons Biggie, apologizes to his familiar, and asks if he can stay with Saria for a while. Ian says he'll retrieve the golem once he becomes stronger. Biggie stands by Saria, who says she'll take good care of him. The protagonist tells his summon not to cause trouble and to obey her. The Lotus Guild's base is nearly complete and can be seen from the Shadow Rune Guild's base. Rahan asks Soline who's building a base on the front line. The archer says it's the Lotus Guild from the Lesafel Kingdom, ranked 107. Rahan says she's been bored, and now they're the perfect prey. Soline apologizes to her master for interrupting and says that if Rahan attacks the Lotus base, there's a chance Lesafel Kingdom guilds could arrive with reinforcements. She suggests an alternative. Rahan could use the Magellan symbol she obtained from the War Tower. The leader says she understands her subordinate, noting that after being defeated by a strange guy, the guild members' levels are a bit low. Rahan holds the item and says she's curious to test the strength of the Magellan symbol, which summons the Desert Warriors. The Magellan symbol is an item that can only be obtained by earning recognition from the Desert Warriors on the central continent. Those who possess this symbol are protected by the Desert Warriors, and all NPCs of the central continent will become allies of the symbol's owner, as well as the nation to which they belong. It also grants the ability to command the Desert Warriors. Rahan activates the item and orders Kathozan, the Desert Warriors' leader, to eliminate the Lotus Guild. Kathozan draws his swords and obeys his new master's orders. Soline is frightened, as she can't even sense the warrior's presence, and is also astonished by his strength. The bells at the Lotus base began to ring, signaling that the Desert Warriors were approaching, and now all troops were preparing for battle. Kathozan led the warriors and was ready for combat. Ian, along with his subordinates, observes the approaching group and asks if the Desert Warriors are neutral. The swordsman replies that the Magellan symbol was used, an item that grants the right to command the Desert Warriors, and it could now be in Kaiman's hands. Ian says it's unfair to command level 120 NPCs as one pleases, then asks his subordinate if he will help. Caesar starts walking away, saying he's leaving because he owes too much to the Desert Warriors. The protagonist thinks if that's Caesar's reason for not helping, it's because his loyalty is at 3. It's a miracle he hasn't beaten him up yet. So Ian deduces they'll have to block the warriors another way. The protagonist summons Lai, Holly, and Bakbak to prepare for combat. Saria is impressed, seeing the new familiar her master obtained. From afar, Kathozan spots the golden turtle dragon and thinks that if the creature who once guarded the Almighty's treasure is wandering the world, it means that this guild's men defeated the vengeful spirit of the Almighty. Kathozan tells his men to stay alert, as they'll face skilled warriors. Ian was planning a combo he wanted to test, so he decides to try it immediately. He tells Lai to advance. The summon goes straight to attack the warrior's leader, who, seeing Li's approach, strikes with his sword. Fenrir tries to defend himself, and Bakbak's ability, Turtle Dragon's protection, activates, preventing Kathazan's sword from injuring Lai. The warrior leader notices something odd with his sword, but he has no time to react. Bak Bak absorbs 1,274 damage in Lai's place. Now protected, Fenrir manages to disarm Kathazan, throwing his sword away. Ian seizes the opportunity and commands Hallie to use her Wind Guardian skill, increasing all allies' agility by 30%. Lai then uses his Fenrir's Fury skill, boosting all his stats by 50% and increasing his critical chance by 20%. Still close to Kathazan, Lai attacks him with his claws, hitting the warrior directly. Although injured, the warrior leader, seeing a summon defeating his men with quick attacks, realizes his only chance is to kill the summoner. Gravely wounded, Kathazan charges directly at the protagonist, but as he draws near, Poland delivers a powerful blow, knocking the warrior off his horse and finishing him. The royal guard tells Ian that, as he predicted, the enemies went straight for him. The protagonist says it was just a hunch. After all, the warriors are defeated. Rahan wonders if Kathazan was really so weak to be defeated so easily. Celine remarks that being defeated by the 170th ranked guild suggests he was, but the archer quickly notices her master's irritation with the situation. Rahan walks away, frustrated by Soline's defeat first, and now the Desert Warrior's loss. This series of defeats is a disgrace to the honor of Shadow Rune. Rahan tells Soline to send a message to the Titan Guild, and when the time comes, they will actively begin hunting Lucefell. The bodies of the fallen warriors are transforming into energy and flowing straight to Ian, who receives a message that the incubation rate of Carikas is now at 91%. The protagonist is thrilled to see that Carseus will hatch soon. Ian tells everyone to head inside, and as he walks in, he reflects on how fortunate he was to be there, as defending without him would have been tough, proving they need a plan. Hearst thanks Ian for not needing them to fight and says he was looking forward to it, since the protagonist had instructed them to protect the base from within. Smiling, Ian says it's good that nothing happened, but then he stops to think a bit and admits that, to be honest, the Desert Warriors were stronger than he had expected. The protagonist says that if it weren't for Bak Bak and Poland, who had just joined the guild, it would have been a definite defeat. For that reason, he has something to do, so he asks Hearst if he could watch over the base for a while. Yun agrees to take care of it, and Ian begins walking toward the exit, saying he'll be back soon. In the capital of the Lekafel Kingdom, the guard announces for everyone to line up for a mission on the Central Continent. Ian is curious to know what all these people intend to do on the Central Continent, so he joins the line to gather more information. While waiting, the guards continue to announce that all adventurers wishing to go to the Central Continent should line up. The protagonist wonders how long he'll have to wait, as there are so many people. But while thinking, one of the nearby guards approaches and asks if he is Baron Ian. Ian responds affirmatively and asks who he is. The guard says he doesn't know if Ian remembers, but he was present during the Griffin mission and also the mission involving the prisoners. The guard asks Ian why he's waiting in line. Ian explains that he wants to join the front lines on the Central Continent, but the line is very long. Smiling, the guard says he'll handle it, leading Ian directly to Captain Halame. Two players observe the protagonist's conversation with the guard, and a man in a cloak asks his companion who the guy is that the Imperial Guard recognized and gave special treatment. His partner comments that it seems even in the game, some people get special privileges, but soon, the player recognizes Ian and says he's the guy from the video, ranked first. His partner also remembers, saying it might be the summoner with the nickname Ian or something like that. Watching how the guard treats him, the players say he's the best summoner in the game. The man in the cloak says he's certain Ian is level 110 or something like that. A voice behind them speaks up, saying she's sure Ian has already passed level 130. Startled, the two players turn around to see who it could be. A female player, surrounded by her subordinates and fully covered, approaches the players, who ask who she is and how she knows that. Removing her hood, the player Lauren reveals she is the top-ranked summoner. The men are stunned to see Lauren after she removes her hood. She explains that summoners can gauge each other's power level simply by observing their respective minions, and most people don't know this because Ian has hidden all his stats in the settings. But she could say unofficially that Ian is the most powerful summoner out there. Meanwhile, Ian is walking to meet with Halame. Upon reaching the guard captain's office and seeing Ian, Halame happily asks what he's doing there. The royal guard is pleased to see the protagonist, as he was the biggest contributor to hatching the Griffin and rescuing the war prisoners. Ian quickly says he wants to fight on the front lines of the Central Continent. Meanwhile, at the Lotus base, Cloven notices that Hearst is deep in thought, so she approaches him and asks what he's thinking about. Yoon says that no matter how much he thinks about it, he still can't understand Ian. Clovan tells him not to worry, as everything will work out. Time passes, and the battle between the Kaimon Empire and the Lesafel Empire continues relentlessly, with Kaimon unfortunately emerging victorious in battles, while Lesafel suffers more defeats. Ian has to return to defend the base once again. However, Ian's goals have been achieved. Using the service points he accumulated, he managed to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 barricades and a trading post. The protagonist stood with Hearse, observing the base. Yoon tells Ian that thanks to him, the base construction is now complete, but he asks how he managed it. Even though Ian has many service points, it wouldn't be enough to build all of that. Smiling, Ian says there's always a way, then explains the most important part: money. Accumulating wealth is the hardest part when you're in the middle of the desert. Because of this, all other guilds are using funds from their own headquarters to expand their bases, and of course the Lotus Guild is doing the same, but with a key difference: a reference point. Some time ago, Ian built a monster breeding facility with Professor Jinwook. Hearse is impressed and asks the protagonist how many summoners exist. Ian tells his friend to let him finish first. The protagonist explains that he posted strategies on how to become a summoner on the bulletin board, and that the secrets of monster evolution, which are essential for all summoners with familiars, can be found in the breeding facility. As a result, the increase in the number of summoners visiting Lotus Lands created an explosion of income. And furthermore, now the guild will open a second monster breeding facility in a city Ian has his eye on. Hearse says that's incredible but wants to know more about the work involved. Lauren, standing behind Yoon, says she can explain that part, winking at the knight, who becomes mesmerized upon seeing the summoner. Hearse asks what someone as amazing as her is doing in such a miserable place. Ian tells his friend that a place he built with his blood and sweat isn't miserable. Lauren explains that in short, the work will be supported by the Golden Summoners. Yoon asks what Golden Summoners are, as he's never heard of them before. These summoners are a group of about 20 highly talented players with a high rank, a level all summoners aspire to. But in truth, it's a secret group of followers of the unofficial ranker Ian, known as the Levelian. Lauren says this group began actively helping the protagonist after he shared a post on the bulletin board. That's how the group's support story started. Hearse jokes with Ian, saying he never thought Lauren, the idol of all players, would be another crazy fan club member. The protagonist admits he couldn't believe it at first either. Yoon asks Lauren if she's okay with helping Ian for free. Lauren clarifies, asking what he means by free, because of course they receive a suitable reward. The protagonist mentions he gave his fans some amulets, each decorated with a drawing of Book. Lauren gets excited about the amulets featuring Ian's familiar. Hearse looks at the protagonist and comments that, in simple terms, Ian took care of his personal issues when he met Lauren in Moran and accepted Olivia's village, which is low on troops, as part of his fiefdom. And to top it off, he's even building another breeding facility. As Ian tries to push Lauren away to stop her from clinging to him, he says that's exactly what he's doing. The protagonist notices something dropping to the floor and a nearby door closing. Haren, who has been watching everything, tells Ian to enjoy himself now. The protagonist freezes, as he hadn't expected Haren to be there, assuming she didn't have the required level. Embarrassed, Hearse explains that Haren had said she was bored on the northern continent and wanted to come to the new base, but he forgot to inform Ian. Ian is furious that his friend didn't tell him. Meanwhile, at the Shadow Rune base, Shakar is talking with Rahan. The warrior laughs heartily and says it looks like it might snow on the central continent. As he didn't expect Rahan to propose attacking Lucifel first, he thought she had no interest in the Lesafel kingdom. Rahan glares at Shakar, thinking she can't mention the streak of defeats she's faced, because the moment he finds out, he'll try to seize the top ranking. Shakar says it would be fine if everyone went to the front lines together, as that way no strategy would be necessary. Rahan disagrees, saying she has a different plan. Her guild will attack from the front, while the Titan Guild will flank to handle Oakland and Esplendor. Not pleased with what he's hearing, Shakar asks if there's a specific reason for this plan. If not, there would be significant losses if Shadow Rune went to the front lines without help. Or maybe she was afraid of Oakland or Esplendor guilds. Rahan denies being afraid and says her strategy is aimed at a unilateral massacre, with the attack set for the next day. The next day, a YTBC camera films the combat between Kaimon and Lucifel, while reporters Haynes and Lucia comment on it. Haynes remarks that so far, there have been various confrontations between the Kaimon and Lucifel empires over the central continent, but this is the first time Kaimon Empire guilds have contacted YTBC to report an invasion. Lucia adds that this is likely because Kaimon has gained a fervent advantage, speculating they may aim to fully dominate the central continent. Haynes says now they can see the strength of the Kaimon Empire, which includes the top-ranked guild, Shadow Rune, along with the Desert Warriors. The reporter calls the sight of the army incredible. Lucia notes she wouldn't have thought the desert warriors would join Shadow Rune, but the rumors about Rahan possessing the Magellan symbol now make sense. Haynes comments that the Lucifel Kingdom's troops look somewhat questionable and asks which guild is occupying that base. Lucia answers, it's the Lotus Guild, ranked 95th, recently placed above the top 100. Haynes wonders if the 3rd and 4th ranked guilds, Oakland and Esplendor, will help them. Samuel, master of the Oakland Guild, watching the broadcast, says he won't help any guild in that war and asks Martin if their support would make any difference. Martin, master of the Esplendor Guild, agrees, saying that regardless of whether the 95th ranked guild receives reinforcements, the result would be the same. Roy, master of the Valiant Guild, stands up, displeased with what he's hearing. Meanwhile, Ian talks with Hurst before the battle begins. Yun asks the protagonist if he's sure he can block the attack, or if he's expecting help from other guilds. Ian says there won't be reinforcements, but even so, there's no reason to worry too much. They have a card up their sleeve. Rahan also speaks with Celine before the battle, handing her a sword and saying it was discovered to have summoning powers and should be used to attack the rear gates. Celine listens to her master and then positions herself for the attack. Rahan gives the order for all troops to attack and eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Hurst feels tense as the battle begins, thinking all is lost since the Lotus Guild never stood a chance against Shadow Rune. Ian approaches, pats his friend on the back and tells him to enjoy himself, reminding him that after all, it's just a game. Yun feels calmer and more confident, then orders all troops to prepare for battle and activate the tower cannons. The battle starts, and now it's Rahan who feels uneasy, seeing her troops struggling as they're hit by Cowan's arrows and Poland's spear attacks. When the cannons are activated, all the warriors pause to see what might happen as the shot lands, creating a huge explosion that leaves them terrified, taking out a large number at once. The halted warriors realize they're being struck by the cannon blasts. Seeing all the destruction, Haran realizes that the defensive tower of that base is no ordinary one. It appears to be maxed out. The guildmaster admits that if things continue like this, she'll lose more than half her troops before even reaching the gate. Haran notices a projectile coming her way and quickly uses a skill to summon a magical sword, slicing the projectile in half and causing it to explode before it hits the ground. Seeing no other option, Haran begins advancing with her troops, who are now close to the wall. The warrior leaps off her horse and directly attacks the troops on top of the wall. Haran uses the Phantom technique, creating a large explosion and successfully destroying the Lotus defensive tower. Now, she thinks this should create an entryway for the desert warriors. Haran can now see the enemy base up close and is impressed, beginning to imagine how much they spent to upgrade it. She also notices that the type of defensive towers surrounding the center is different, admitting that the more she looks, the worse it seems. Drawing her sword, she charges forward, as her goal is to obliterate everyone there. Ian had anticipated that the guildmaster would be the first to push forward. However, the protagonist put a lot of effort into fortifying the base. Yet, Ian asserts that even so, he can't allow the guildmaster to keep breaking through the barriers, so he decides it's time to join the battle. Ian activates his staff and mounts Finn, heading into battle. The base was already being invaded by the desert warriors alongside the Runa Sombria Guild. Haynes mentions that the battle had been raging for some time, with both sides suffering significant losses. Cowan and Fiola were exhausted. Saria was also reaching her limit, and Biggie had given his all to protect his new master. Meanwhile, at the back gates of the base, Lotus Celine was prepared with her warriors for the attack. The archer was waiting for a signal from Rahan from within the base, but Celine was beginning to find it odd that she hadn't heard anything yet. Additionally, through her binoculars, she could see the same guy she had faced last time. Now she knows Caesar is also part of the Lotus Guild. Waiting for the signal and feeling even more tense, Celine believes there is still a slim chance of victory, especially since she still possesses the sword her master had given her. Meanwhile, at the front of the base, the gates opened, and Hares, disguised as a desert warrior, urges all troops to advance now that the gates were open. The enemies began rushing madly into the base. Hares removes his mask, sighs in relief, and thinks it's now up to Ian, as his part was done. Rahan, seeing the warriors pouring through the gate, doesn't understand what's happening since there were still defensive towers that needed to be taken down before the troops could enter. The warrior notices Ian approaching atop his griffin. After the troops pass through, the gates close, trapping everyone inside the base. The warriors begin to panic, realizing that only walls surround them, leading to the center, with no soldiers to defend it. Rahan realizes it's a trap, but Ian declares it's too late now, and activating the base's special defenses, says it's for the guild members. The special defenses begin to charge with electrical energy until they unleash a massive discharge. Some desert warriors receive 35,161 damage. Pedro, a member of the Runa Sombria Guild, receives 32,878 damage. The other warriors accompanying Hesto, another member of Runa Sombria, receive 33,634 damage. Hesto himself takes 41,277 damage. The only one still standing, albeit severely injured, is Cathozan, who heads towards the gate, trying to escape. The protagonist sees the leader of the warriors still on his feet and is impressed by his instincts, as even in such a short time, he managed to plant his swords into the ground, halving the damage by reversing the flow. Ian also realizes that the guild members aren't capable of taking on Cathozan, so he calls on Poland to stop the fight. The royal guard arrives, attacking the desert warrior, who manages to defend against the strike. In a combat stance, Poland asks Cathozan if he's there to be defeated again. The warrior retorts that the royal guard talks too much for someone who seems to be at his limit. Cathozan activates his skill, Will of the Desert Warriors, declaring he won't be defeated as before, and quickly charges for an attack. Poland, seeing the warrior approaching, thinks it's too late, and at that moment, the duel between the two is decided. Meanwhile, at the rear gates of the Lotus Guild base, Soline sees a powerful lightning bolt that even blinds her momentarily. Instantly, she thinks that was her master's signal to attack. The archer orders all her troops to prepare to advance. Now they were going to enter through the back gate. Soline remembers that the sword she received from Rahan had a familiar bound to it, so she imagines that Caesar won't be able to withstand the assault. The swordsman was pushing Ganji to do something after seeing the enemies advancing. The young mage, irritated, tells Caesar to stop pushing him and that he would take action. As Soline approaches, she summons her bronze giant. Seeing that creature, Caesar wonders if this was the true power of the Runa Sombria. As the giant was about to strike, Ganji uses his ability, Darkwell. The giant is hit by the skill, reducing its speed by 30% while the effect lasts. Soline, seeing this, thinks that the mage's ability is useless against her summon, but Caesar was preparing to unleash a powerful blow with his sword. The swordsman gathered his power to such a level that he managed to cut the giant in half with a single strike, leaving the archer astonished. She never imagined anyone could slice through a bronze giant above level 200 as if it were paper. Seeing her summon on the ground, she begins to wonder about Caesar's level. The bronze giant took almost 1,000,000 damage and died. Soline, Mendal and Cheon were also struck by the debris and died. Ganji, impressed by what Caesar had done, begins to think he must be insane. Even if he acquired the power of the immortal, he couldn't dream of defeating the swordsman, as he was a monster. Caesar was level 301, but his stats were hidden, which always gave him confidence in battle. During the fight between Poland and Cathozan, just as the royal guard was about to take a hit, Hare steps in front of the warrior, pushing Poland back and blocking Cathozan's attack with his arm. Quickly, Yoon activates his items and manages to strike the desert warrior, throwing him far away. Cathozan's skill, Will of the Desert Warriors, reduced the damage received, which is why he only took 5,201 damage from the strike. Hares thinks the attack was too shallow, even after accumulating power. But Poland hadn't given up yet and throws his spear at Cathozan, striking him directly in the eye. Now the desert warrior takes 65,212 damage and dies. Poland smiles, seeing he has defeated his opponent once again. Rahan, watching everything, becomes furious and uses her Mystic Phantom technique directly on Ian, who upon noticing tries to dodge but fails. Finn is hit, taking 31,989 critical damage, and dies as the protagonist falls, wondering how the griffin died from just one ability. Ian summons Bakbak before hitting the ground. The turtle dragon catches him by his cape and places him safely on the ground. The protagonist thanks his summon for catching him, preventing him from dying from the fall. Ian then summons Lai and Book and waits for Rahan's next move. Upon seeing him, Rahan thinks his summons will be useless against her. The protagonist is tense and starts contemplating what he could do since the situation looks grim. Considering that his opponent had a skill powerful enough to kill Finn with one strike, he realizes that the strategy of launching mana spheres and arrows from the sky won't work, as even with Rake, his defense is lower than Finn's, so the same could happen again. Ian activates the Blessing of the Winds and Blessing of the Barbarians, increasing Lai's attack by 30 and agility by 42%. Ian also activates the Dragon Turtle's Protection and Fenrir's Fury. Due to the Dragon Turtle's protection, any damage Lai takes will be redirected to Bakbak for the next 2 minutes, and thanks to Fenrir's Fury, all statuses are increased by 50%. The protagonist now believes it's worth trying an attack since Lai is in his super buffed state. Rahan activates her sorcerer's blessing, boosting all her stats by 80% for the next 30 minutes, while also doubling her skill damage. Hares, Haynes, and Lucia are astonished by Rahan's power. Ian gives a worried smile and reconsiders, thinking he might have to take back what he said about it being worth trying. Reporters are stunned, and Lucia tells Haynes that player Rahan's appearance has changed. The reporter, surprised by what he was witnessing, mentions that this was the first time Lucia had seen it, and that he was sure some viewers were unfamiliar with it too, so he would explain. Rahan's class is a secret hybrid class called Sorcerer, which allows her to use both magic and swordsmanship. It still hasn't been revealed whether this class falls into the physical or magical category. However, it's speculated that, if this is clarified, the current top-ranked swordsman Chakran and the top-ranked mage Ramir might lose their positions. The reason behind her change in appearance is due to sorcerers utilizing dark magic, which causes them to transform. Lucia comments that it's terrifying. Haynes replies that it's because they're talking about dark magic. The reporter corrects her, saying it's not that. It's the overwhelming power that's frightening. Haran was on the verge of defeating Ian. The sorceress had already frightened Bukbuk after blocking several attacks and had defeated Lai and Bakbak. Now on the ground, Ian was out of options, with no summons left to face Haran, who tells him that he's been a thorn in her side all this time. But now, he would die. Just then, Haran activates her shield on Ian at the exact moment the sorceress strikes. Haran is taken aback, wondering where that girl had come from. The ability of the forest wedding rings was activated, and using Elmof's power, Ian summoned his partner Heron. The protagonist taunts Heron, asking why she's so surprised. This was only the beginning. Haran was ready to support Ian, who thought it was a smart move to have apologized to his partner earlier for the misunderstanding. Haran is caught off guard, as she suspected there was no support among the guild members. Now she sees it was all part of Ian's strategy to hide them until the perfect moment. To make matters worse, Haran is a priestess, which only adds to Haran's headaches. Lucia asks Haynes why Rahan's attack couldn't break through the priestess's shield, considering there seemed to be a significant level difference. The reporter explains that sorcerers use dark magic, and for them, a priestess class can be considered a secret weakness. Rahan tells Ian he's a fool if he thinks he can defeat her using a low-level priestess. The sorceress relentlessly attacks the shield Haran is maintaining. She scoffs that, even if their powers are incompatible, the difference in levels and skills is too great, and the defense won't hold for long. With fury in her eyes, Rahan vows that once the defenses fall, she will destroy the protagonist, along with the girl. Haran activates her skill magic amplification, and a message appears indicating that the sorcerer's blessing effect has ended because the time limit was reached. Rahan notices the defensive shield strengthening after her buff's effects expire, and deduces that this was the protagonist's plan all along, to stall until her buff wore off. Ian breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that his plan is working, and realizes that Cloven has also arrived to help. The protagonist announces that this is precisely why he prepared a high-level supporter as well, hinting that the tables have turned. This infuriates Haran further, and shouting for Ian to shut up, she attacks once more. Haran and Cloven combine their shields, while Ian uses his space swap ability, switching places with Bukbuk. The sorceress fails to notice she's now attacking the frightened turtle, which retreats into its shell, forming a powerful shield that easily blocks Haran's fierce assault. Haran remarks that Ian is quick when it comes to running away. Upon receiving a message indicating her critical attack dealt only 3 damage to Bukbuk, Haran is confused and loses focus. Ian instructs his summon to use Water Curtain while he prepares his bow. As Bukbuk sprays a jet of water at Rahan, it obscures her vision almost entirely. Haran and Cloven together cast enchantment, infusing sacred elemental magic to empower Ian's arrow even further. The protagonist summons Charpy and activates his electrical manipulation ability as he fires his arrow. With her vision obstructed, Rahan is unable to dodge the attack and uses her arm as a shield to protect herself. Rahan takes a critical hit from Ian, dealing 66,126 damage and becoming paralyzed due to the electrical manipulation effect. Her movements are slowed by 30%. The reporters celebrate, seeing that Rahan has been hit, and they begin to speculate that Ian might now have a chance to turn the tide. Despite feeling the impact, the sorceress taunts Ian, saying that he only managed to land 1 hit, and how could he possibly think that would be enough to defeat her? Ian replies that this single strike was enough to separate victory from defeat. Caesar approaches from behind his master and asks what that was. Drawing his sword, the swordsman wants to know if Rahan is a remnant. Immediately, Rahan recalls that this was the man Celine had mentioned, and she deduces that since he's here, Celine was likely defeated. Haran uses her healing ability on Hares and Polan, bringing them back into the fight. Rahan, seeing that now the tank and damage dealer who defeated Kathozan are back, admits that it's too much for her to take on all of them simultaneously while under the paralysis debuff. She acknowledges her loss, letting out a loud scream. Rahan says it's amusing and admits this was her defeat, but she vows that everyone will pay for the humiliation she endured. The sorceress pulls out a return scroll for her entire guild and tears it in front of Ian and his companions. As Rahan logs out after surrendering, all her fallen allies are also resurrected. Ian is in disbelief that his opponent used a return scroll, as if it were nothing, considering it costs at least 600,000 won. The protagonist sits down, taking a deep breath now that it's finally over, while Bookbuck approaches him angrily after having been swapped to take the attack. The reporters are amazed, and Haynes exclaims that it was incredible how the Lotus Guild successfully defended itself against the #1 guild, Runa Sombria. The reporter calls it a miracle, while Lucia wipes sweat from her face, tense, thinking about how excited her colleague is. Haynes, now excited, states that he needs to rephrase because that battle was more than just a miracle. It was thanks to Ian's brilliant strategy, a member of the Lotus Guild and the highest-ranking summoner, that this monumental victory was achieved. The protagonist is surprised to hear Haynes speaking about him in such a manner, while Bookbook feels proud for having won yet another battle. Ian admits that indeed, it was his plan, although he barely survived since his HP was nearly depleted. But a win is a win, and he sees no reason to let his guard down, because the only reason Runa Sombria managed to maintain its top ranking was due to Rahan's insane obsession with victory. Ian notices that Bookbuck is feeling proud of his feat of defending an attack and causing a distraction, so he apologizes for having startled his summon by swapping places and thanks him for helping him survive. However, reminding Bookbuck of the swap makes the turtle irritated, as he hadn't enjoyed it at all. Bookbuck approaches his master and gives him a slap, dealing 3 damage to Ian, who pretends to cry while Bookbuck grumbles angrily. The protagonist starts wondering when his summon will grow, evolve, and become stronger. Bokbak approaches and calls for Ian, who looks over to see what the turtle dragon has to say. The summon asks his master what he knows about Bookbook. Before answering Bokbak's question, Ian checks if the turtle dragon is feeling better. The summon confirms that he is. The protagonist replies that all he knows about Bookbook is that she's a big-headed turtle who likes meatballs. Hearing this, Bokbak says he will tell his master the full story from the beginning. The turtle dragon reveals that Bookbook is an ancient species from the abyss that existed in ancient times, and that there are 2 ways for ancient species like them to grow stronger. The first method is to use a magic pearl, like the one Ian had recovered from the sand dragon. However, if one evolves using a magic pearl, they cannot ascend to the heavens and may even suffer from side effects. Ian asks Bokbak what the benefit of ascension is. The summon explains that when a turtle dragon ascends successfully, it becomes the king of the turtle dragons and a deity, which is of utmost importance. Since Bookbuck is a species from the abyss, he would gain the ability to wield water freely. Ian then asks what the method is to become stronger without a magic pearl. Bokbak explains that it's through the spirit of the turtle residing in his body, and Ian needs to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the water altar. The turtle spirit can be created by Bookbuck himself, or given by any other member of the species. That's all Bokbak knows. Ian realizes that evolving Bookbuck might be a bit complicated, but he's not the only summon that needs to get stronger. The protagonist reflects that after being involved in numerous battles, it's clear that summoners are very weak in PvP scenarios. Ian opens his inventory and checks the hatching rate of Carseus's egg, which has now reached 93.7%. The protagonist thinks that although things have taken an entirely new direction, if Carseus hatches, the rate would have increased only slightly while he was fighting on the front lines. However, Ian admits that this time, he didn't defeat anything with his own hands, and since Rahan returned, it wasn't a true victory. But regardless, the first step is to repair the base. Meanwhile, back at her base, Rahan is furious with Ian, and is soon surprised when Shakar comments on her return, noting that she came back after losing almost everything. The sorceress snaps at the warrior, asking what kind of attitude that was since she had instructed him to attack Lucefel from behind. Shakar retorts that Rahan's actions were suspicious during their last encounter, so he gathered some information. The warrior accuses her of losing the all-powerful crown, and after the desert warriors were killed and penalized, she revived them only to have them obliterated again. He implies that the infamous Rahan has become nothing more than a punching bag. The sorceress angrily tells Shakar to shut up and explain why he's there. She asks if he's there to take the top spot after destroying Runa Sombria. The warrior clarifies that it's not the case. Even if he elevated his guild to the #1 ranking, rumors might spread, and Lucefel's allies could seize the title amidst the chaos, especially since the Titan Guild would be unable to defend against it if they were engaged in another battle. Shakar tells Rahan that she seems frustrated, pointing out that the Lotus base is like a fortress. He then asks if she isn't curious about how they managed to fortify their base so much, even against rankers. Rahan, intrigued, asks how they did it. Shakar reveals that Lotus monopolized a trading post. He then offers to help Rahan defeat them, but in exchange, she must ally with the Titan Guild. Cornered, and while removing the arrow from her arm, Rahan agrees. She reflects that she always knew Shakar was a rat, but given his knowledge of many details, it means there's a traitor within Lucifer. Samuel, who was watching the battle broadcast, is impressed and comments that Lotus really managed to defend against Runa Sombria, and that finally there might be hope for Lucifer. Roy, however, believes it's still too early to be certain, and suggests they should start supporting the Lotus Guild now. Martin disagrees, stating that it's too late, and that it's a disaster. Samuel, confused, asks what he means, because in his view, it's advantageous that Lotus is defending against the enemies at the front. Martin explains that since they are the third and fourth highest-ranking guilds, they hold a relatively high position. But because they passively observed while Lotus, ranked in the 90s, fiercely fought on the front lines, the community would begin to criticize them. Martin continues, saying that the most terrifying thing is how quickly Lotus is growing, as in just 1 week, they managed to move up in the rankings from 100 to the 90s, and, in addition, stopped Runa Sombria. He warns that soon, it will be their guild that gets devoured by Lotus. Samuel stands up and asks his ally what they should do. Roy also wants an answer. Martin says it's simple. They need to strike first. Ian is pleased that he finally finished, as it had taken him a week to repair the base. But at least he managed to earn some service points and fame after blocking Runa Sombria's attack. The protagonist notes that the amount was substantial, and now he can aim for even higher rankings. Ian asks Book if he wants to eat that pearl. The summon approaches, but Ian holds back on giving the item, deciding it's better to start leveling up first. He tells Book to find a secret dungeon where they could go. Bok laughs and says that the turtle doesn't have that kind of ability. Embarrassed, Ian admits it makes sense, but he did it because Book had managed to do it last time. Caesar approaches and asks if the protagonist is looking for a place to level up. Ian confirms and asks his subordinate if he knows of any such place. Caesar replies that when he recovered some of his memories, he remembered something. The protagonist asks where, but wonders why the swordsman always looks like a beggar. Caesar reveals that the place is called the Salamis Altar. Bok is surprised and starts to recall this place too. The swordsman laughs and says it's exactly what the turtle dragon is thinking. It's a place where there's a tribe consisting exclusively of summoners from ancient times, known as the Salamis Tribe Altar. Ian is impressed, wondering if such an altar, where summoners once gathered, could be filled with artifacts or legendary ranked monsters. Smiling, Caesar says that now they have a destination, the Salamis Altar. The protagonist tells his subordinate to wait a moment and questions if he really intends to go in his current state, since he's too filthy for travel. Caesar looks at himself, realizing for the first time how dirty he is, and blames it all on that brat Ganji. Caesar was lying on top of a tower at the base. Ganji is almost there, and asks why Caesar chose to sleep in such a spot when there were far better places. Ganji, perched on Balaam's shoulders, tells the warrior to hold on tight. As the mage approaches, Caesar wakes up and asks what he wants, calling him a child. Ganji gets irritated, thinking that besides enduring insults, he has to follow the swordsman day and night to transfer the immortal's power to the wooden plaque. But now, he must devise a plan to get rid of Caesar quickly so he can complete his mission. Unable to hold back, Ganji shouts, challenging Caesar to a duel. The swordsman ponders why the boy is acting this way and asks if he's trying to break free from his subordinate. Before Ganji can respond, Caesar says he's fine with it and tells the brat to do his best. While on their way to the summoner tribe, Ian asks Caesar if he lost, given his disheveled state. Caesar asks why Ian would think that. Ian replies it's because he looks filthy. The swordsman, confused, begins recounting what happened. Ganji, along with Balaam, was poised to attack Caesar. The warrior charged in swiftly while the mage used his skill, Dark Slash. Caesar blocks with a knife and comments that the Tin Man is quite skilled. Ganji is astonished to see the legendary swordsman block Balaam's deadly strike with a beginner's dagger. Caesar declares that it's now his turn to strike and lunges at Balaam. Just as he was about to land a hit, the young mage uses his Dark Well ability, causing Caesar to sink into the ground. This accidental move made Caesar unleash a fatal blow instead of a lighter one. The attack resulted in a massive explosion, defeating Balaam and leaving Ganji unconscious. After some time, the young mage wakes up startled beside Caesar. who comments that he's finally awake and that he's covered in dirt because of him. With tears in his eyes, Ganji opens his inventory, grabs a rope, and ties it around Balam, who was completely defeated. Seeing this, Caesar asks the mage what he's doing. Dragging Balam by the rope, Ganji tells the swordsman not to look for him anymore. Caesar is confused, and as the boy walks away, he yells for him to come back in a week, since he has no idea where he's going. Holding back his tears, Ganji thinks that Caesar must have some emotional attachment after all the time they spent together, but the young mage still believes the swordsman tried to kill him without a second thought. Caesar continues to shout, warning that his lord mentioned that the Kaimon warriors might invade, so he shouldn't go too far. Ganji grows even angrier, vowing that once he gains the immortal's power, he will have his revenge, no matter what. Watching the boy walk away, Caesar decides to say nothing more. Caesar then tells Ian that's what happened. After hearing the story, the protagonist thinks they are just a bunch of immature kids. Caesar looks ahead and announces that they've just arrived at Salamis. Ian looks around but sees only sand and angrily tells his subordinate that it's just a desert. Suddenly, the protagonist falls into a hidden pit while Caesar watches, having already known where it was. The swordsman jumps in right after him. Upon hitting the ground, Ian takes 10,525 damage from falling from such a height. The sand absorbed part of the impact, reducing the damage. Book, who also fell, only took 1 damage. After reaching the bottom, Caesar declares that they've finally arrived and that this is the Salamis altar. Ian is amazed by the place, his heart racing with excitement. Caesar extends his hand to the protagonist, who feels touched, thinking his subordinate offered his hand because he had fallen. Ian muses that Caesar might be starting to soften up. The swordsman, however, tells his master to apologize for doubting him before entering the place. Otherwise, he should hand over an item. Ian decides it's better to apologize and retracts his earlier words. Caesar then suggests they take a look around the altar. As they walk, the protagonist becomes increasingly impressed by the place. When they reach a door, Ian asks Caesar what they should do, as it doesn't seem like the doors will open on their own. The swordsman confidently says there's nothing he can't open with his strength, so he decides to force it open. Using his sheer strength, Caesar manages to pry the door open. A blinding light floods out from the room, momentarily leaving Ian unable to see. Once the light subsides, Ian is left awestruck by the sight of the Salamis altar. A message pops up, indicating that Ian is the first to discover the Salamis altar, which holds ancient history. His fame increases by 100,000, and his leadership and affinity go up by 10, along with his battle stats. Ian is curious about the intimidating old man standing before the altar. Caesar greets the man, saying it's been a long time and that he barely recognized him due to how much he's aged. The old man chuckles and remarks that Caesar looks just as he did before. Ian asks his subordinate if he knows this man. Caesar explains that this old man is the only person who fought against him and survived. He is the guardian of the Salamis tribe, named Eclipse. The old man laughs, saying that he became a ghost after fighting the Titans. Ian is stunned upon learning that Eclipse survived a battle with Caesar, which means he must be incredibly strong. The old man turns to Caesar and asks who the child with him is, as he never expected Caesar to accept a summoner as a disciple. The swordsman replies that Ian is the lord he is serving. Eclipse, shocked, asks Caesar what kind of offer he received to become someone's subordinate. The protagonist admits that he only gave a legendary item to persuade the swordsman. Eclipse finds it odd, thinking that such an offer seems too little. Then the old man asks Caesar if that was really true. The swordsman remains silent, so Eclipse decides to take Ian's word for it. The protagonist starts to feel like this is turning into a psychological battle. Eclipse asks Ian why he's here. Ian responds that he heard that the Salamis tribe was a tribe of summoners. The old man remarks that this means Ian is a summoner, then declares that he too was a summoner, and a brave warrior of the tribe. Ian holds on to Buck tightly to prevent him from being blown away by the powerful wind Eclipse creates after announcing he's a summoner. The protagonist begins to suspect that the old man might have 2 classes since he claimed to be both a summoner and a brave warrior. Caesar tells Eclipse to stop playing around, reminding him that they're here for the Salamis trials. Immediately, the old man stops and turns toward the door, examining it from all sides. After some time, Eclipse comments that indeed, the protagonist seems to meet the necessary qualifications and is eligible to take the test. Ian starts to wonder what kind of test this might be, since he didn't expect this turn of events. On the other hand, it might mean he could earn a reward. The protagonist asks Eclipse what the test entails. The old man explains that it means Ian must pass a test first. Then, a system message appears for Ian. Salamis Tribe Trials is an ongoing hidden quest. In the ancient central continent, there were several neutral tribes. Among them, the most powerful was the Selamis tribe, which was wiped out while battling the Titans, leaving only their souls in the underground altar. The guardian of the Selamis tribe, Eclipse, has seen potential in you to restore the tribe's honor and the glory of summoners. He will test you. If you pass the trial, you will acquire the Selamis tribe's ability, buried in the central continent's desert. The mission difficulty is S, and the mission requirement is a summoner with a certain amount of service points in the central continent. There's no time limit, and the reward includes a random Selamis arcane skill book and the Spirit King's judgment item, a random weapon. Eclipse asks Ian if he believes he has what it takes to pass the Selamis tribe's trials. Confident, the protagonist replies that he does. They proceed to another door, which Caesar once again opens using his strength. Ian is amazed to see that there's even a secret passage in a place like this. Eclipse warns the protagonist to watch his step. A message pops up indicating that Ian has entered the first stage of the Selamis trial and that he cannot use his summons in this space. They will be sent to an alternate subspace. All equipment stats will be neutralized, and Ian's skills will be sealed. Additionally, he will only be able to use the equipment and abilities provided in each stage of the Selamis trial. Seeing Bookbuck disappear, Ian wonders what's happening. Eclipse, laughing, asks the protagonist how he feels about this. The old man explains that the tribe only considers a summoner to be a true warrior if they can overcome obstacles without equipment and familiars. The protagonist is at a loss, wondering how he's supposed to fight without his summons. Eclipse continues laughing, telling Ian that it all depends on his skills now, as he too was a summoner who had to go through the same challenges and push beyond his limits. The protagonist, stunned, thinks that Eclipse managed it because he's an NPC. Eclipse urges Ian to decide quickly. A message appears, prompting the protagonist to select a weapon to use during this stage. Each chest contains a different type of weapon, but Ian won't know what's inside until he makes his choice. Eclipse explains that these are weapons provided for the trial. The protagonist, thinking that he must choose one at random, decides to pick the middle one. A message appears confirming that Ian has chosen the third chest. The protagonist hopes that he gets something good like a bow or a staff. The chest opened, revealing the Spiritual King's Judgment Longsword. This was the mission reward from the third chest. Ian thinks that just by looking at the sword, he can tell it's incredibly powerful. The item details for the Spiritual King's Judgment Longsword indicate that it offers a boost of all stats by 100, leadership by 200, and affinity by 150. Its category is a legendary class longsword, restricted to the Warrior Pharaoh of Selamis class. The sword's attack ranges from 1,350 to 1,500, with a durability of 2,000. The inherited abilities include increasing the health of all familiars by 15% and boosting attack power by 35%. Another ability is Divine Response. When a critical hit occurs, there's a 20% chance of activating one of the familiar's abilities. Another skill is Judgment Flames, which has a 10% chance of summoning the Flames of Judgment during an attack, influenced by the spiritual monostat. Any opponent hit by these flames will be inflicted with a burn status or worse. This item belongs to user Ian and is temporarily provided for the mission. All options are sealed. The longsword, belonging to the Spiritual King, guardian of the ancient Selamis tribe, contains the power of sacred flames. Immediately, a message appears stating that all effects of the sword are sealed, leaving Ian even more confused. However, the protagonist considers it less of an issue since the sword still has 1,500 attack power. After a moment, Ian is amazed that a longsword could be this strong. Eclipse doubts whether the protagonist can even swing the sword with his scrawny frame, but hopes he'll try his best. Ian wonders how he'll wield such a sword, as he's never used one like it before. Eclipse then begins to explain the trial. The old man says that the Selamis tribe classifies warriors into 5 distinct ranks based on their battle skills. From the lowest to the highest, the ranks are blacksmith, soldier, priest, vizier, and the highest class, pharaoh. After explaining, Eclipse says he will now summon the soul of a warrior with the same conditions as Ian, and once the protagonist defeats him, a higher class warrior will appear. Ian should always be prepared. Ian deduces that the old man is testing his physical abilities, so he gets ready and declares that he will reach the pharaoh class. Caesar is skeptical that his lord will get that far. However, Eclipse is pleased with Ian's determination and announces the start of the trial. The old man uses his magic to summon a Selamis warrior of the blacksmith class and says he will now observe, instructing the protagonist to endure. Focused on his goal, Ian recalls an old saying as he charges into battle: the one who strikes first has the advantage. With a single blow, Ian manages to defeat his first opponent, leaving Eclipse impressed. For Ian, the Selamis tribe trials were just beginning. More warriors appeared, all of whom were defeated by the protagonist. Eclipse laughs heartily, admitting that Ian is quite skilled. Exhausted, Ian feels satisfied that his strategy worked. After yet another victory, Ian notes that it was exactly as he thought. Victory belongs to the one who strikes first. But he admits that he was only able to use this tactic thanks to his agility attribute and the high attack power of his weapon. If the warrior he was fighting had managed to block his strike, he would definitely have suffered a counterattack due to the weight of the large sword. A message appears stating that Ian has completely defeated the Selamus warrior of the blacksmith class, and that the soldier class will be skipped due to class adjustments. The next fight for the protagonist will be against a Selamus warrior of the priest class. As the sword disappears from Ian's hand, Eclipse laughs, saying that was extraordinary, and that now the protagonist can choose another weapon. Several items appear before the protagonist: swords, gauntlets, staffs, bows. Ian gets excited and asks Eclipse if he can choose any of them, and if it's no longer random. The old man says that Ian is now free to pick whichever item he thinks is best. The protagonist looks at the variety of items available and considers that it would be more convenient to use a bow, but at the same time thinks he could handle the priest class using gauntlets, as it might be risky if he couldn't use the bow against the vizier or pharaoh classes. So, Ian asks the old man if the weapon will disappear when he advances to the next stage, and if he'll have to select another weapon. Eclipse says no, explaining that it's entirely up to him. The protagonist is astonished, thinking this guy is crazy, since he's constantly laughing and making things difficult. Ian deduces that even if he gains another weapon, he'll never know which weapon will appear next. After giving it some thought, the protagonist decides to choose the Spiritual King's Judgment longbow. Ian feels confident with the bow in hand, as it's the weapon he feels most comfortable with. The item information for the Spiritual King's Judgment longbow indicates an attack power ranging from 1,500 to 1,720, durability of 2,000, and an option to increase attack speed by 300, leadership by 200, and affinity by 150. It is a legendary class longbow, a limited item for the warrior pharaoh of Selmus, with inherited abilities: magic arrow, allowing him to shoot magic arrows even without actual arrows. The Judgment Storm is sealed and has a 10% chance to invoke the Judgment Storm during an attack. The Judgment Storm is influenced by the spiritual mana stat, and any opponent hit by the Judgment Storm takes 1% of their current life as damage. This item belongs to Ian, provided as a temporary quest item, and all options are sealed. After checking the details, Ian can't help but drool, wanting the item as a quest reward. But Eclipse wastes no time, announcing that now that the protagonist has chosen his weapon, the challenge will begin. A priest-class warrior is summoned. Ian readies his arrow and apologizes to the warrior, planning to attack right as they're being summoned, aiming to get the first strike. Ian shoots the arrow at the warrior, who awakens just as it's about to hit, but manages to dodge in time, causing the arrow to hit the wall. The warrior barely dodges but still ends up with a scratch on her face, which enrages her. Seeing what happened, the protagonist admits his strategy didn't work as planned, but he doesn't wait to be attacked and quickly fires another arrow. The warrior mirrors Ian, starting to fire multiple arrows. The battle grows intense, as both manage to dodge each other's attacks while shooting arrows. The protagonist begins to gain a slight advantage in the combat, but then the warrior fires an arrow that's set to be precise. Ian positions himself and fires another arrow, managing to intercept his opponent's attack, hitting the other arrow directly. Seeing this, Eclipse remarks to Caesar that his lord is indeed skilled. The swordsman brushes it off, asking the old man what was so special about this situation, as he hadn't watched any of the other challengers. Eclipse says he was curious about what made Ian able to make the swordsman his subordinate. The old man knew Caesar had once possessed a collection of legendary items. The swordsman says he doesn't remember much of his past, and that he was captured by the Kaimon Empire, losing everything, and spending a long time being tortured as a prisoner. Caesar goes on to say that from the moment his lord saved him, he felt something different about him, a sensation as if he was somehow connected to his past. The swordsman says an opportunity arose to get closer to Ian when he requested a sword as his weapon, but he needed to become his subordinate to use it, so he didn't waste the chance and became a subordinate to understand what it felt like. Eclipse bursts out laughing, saying that's exactly like Caesar. But then, the old man thinks more about it and remembers that the swordsman had said he'd lost his memories, yet he managed to remember that place. Caesar explains that his memories have gradually returned ever since he set foot on the central continent. While they were talking, Ian managed to win the battle, not even giving Eclipse time to see what happened. Messages appear indicating that Ian has completely overcome the priest-class warrior, and now the class will be adjusted, advancing to the vizier class and continuing the battle against a Selamus warrior of the pharaoh class. Eclipse, laughing, tells Caesar that it's amazing. Even he, at that age, couldn't fight at that level. Ian, drinking a potion to recover, tells the old man to summon the weapon and the Pharaoh-class warrior. After taking the potion, the protagonist's health is fully restored. Eclipse says it's unnecessary, and Ian notices that the old man begins to draw his sword, preparing for battle. The protagonist freezes, letting the rest of the potion spill on the floor. Eclipse declares that he is the final stage of the Salamis trials, and the Pharaoh-class warrior then tells Ian to prove his strength. A message appears indicating that the battle against the Salamis Pharaoh-class warrior is beginning. Ian starts to feel intense pressure and tells Eclipse that he mentioned fighting Caesar and living to tell the tale. The Pharaoh-class warrior, already in combat mode, tells Ian he doesn't need to defeat him, only to demonstrate his strength, then charges forward. Seeing the warrior rushing toward him, Ian realizes Eclipse is attacking him with the sword, and, leaping, manages to dodge. The old man remarks that the protagonist truly has swift feet. Still in the air, Ian asks Eclipse if he's not going to give him a new weapon. The old man pauses the fight, laughs, and says the protagonist is right. It'll be a bonus, and he'll allow him to use all the weapons with all their options. Ian is surprised at what he can now do. A message appears stating that the protagonist can use all the Spiritual King's judgment weapons, and if he wishes to switch weapons, he only needs to shout "switch" and the weapon's name. All options are available for the Spiritual King's judgment weapons. Ian acknowledges that he has a significant disadvantage between them, but victory is still possible. The protagonist switches to the Great Sword and attacks. After both swords clash, the Judgment Flames effect is activated. Eclipse, staring at Ian, asks if he's ready to fight now. The protagonist says yes, and tells him to prepare. The battle is well balanced. Despite the power difference, Ian can read Eclipse's movements well, allowing him to defend himself. The protagonist blocks attacks with the Great Sword, which has a larger area, and each time he goes on the offensive, he switches to the Spear, which has a longer reach. Ian's attacks come close to hitting Eclipse. After an attack with the Spiritual King's Judgment Spear, the 10% chance for Judgment Ice is triggered, freezing his opponent. Ian seizes the moment to launch more attacks on Eclipse, who, once the skill's effect fades, prepares for a powerful strike. The protagonist senses that the attack could be a problem and stays alert. Eclipse uses his Sandstorm skill. Ian, with his great agility, dodges with ease and even manages to switch his weapon to a staff mid-movement. Eclipse, impressed by the protagonist's evasion, admits he's not just quick on his feet. The old man is caught by the staff's activated skill. Ian admits he gained a significant advantage by reviewing all the weapon options earlier. The protagonist uses the Spiritual King's Judgment Staff, which, during combat, has a 60% chance to activate the shadow of the Spiritual King, effectively restraining his opponent. Seeing that he's immobilized Eclipse, Ian switches his weapon to the longbow and prepares an arrow to attack from a distance. After firing the arrows, Ian switches weapons again, and now using the Spiritual King's Judgment Daggers, which have a 60% chance to put his opponent into a bleeding state, moves in on Eclipse for a double attack along with the arrows. As the protagonist gets close, the old man starts laughing, and even immobilized, manages to grab Ian's arm, stopping his attack. But the protagonist had already anticipated an unexpected variable and switches weapons again, starting to use the gauntlets. Ian decides to counter with another approach, as the Spiritual King's Judgment Gauntlets give a constant chance of activating the Spiritual King's light during an attack, emitting a flash of bright light. Ian lands a strong punch on Eclipse, leaving him defenseless against the arrows that hit him squarely. After the gauntlets emit their intense light, blinding the old man, the protagonist switches back to the daggers and strikes Eclipse from behind. Ian thinks he's defeated him and doesn't realize the old man is preparing a counterattack, even while injured. Eclipse lands a powerful punch on Ian, throwing him against the wall. Despite his injuries, the protagonist remains standing, and, seeing he has only 3 health points left after taking just 1 hit, Ian is in disbelief, realizing Eclipse's overwhelming power. Exuding his strength, the old man approaches the protagonist, saying the trial isn't over yet. Eclipse activates the warrior's Will of Salamis, which boosts all combat stats by 40% for 20 minutes, and combines all out-of-combat stats to enhance the desired combat stats. Ian now understands why Eclipse has become so fast. It now seems the old man is quicker than the protagonist. Eclipse comments that Ian's attack is swift and effective, so he had to match his speed, but that also means he doesn't have much time left in combat. But just as the old man finishes speaking, he takes 825 bleeding damage and an additional 717 from the Judgment Storm. Ian realizes that his opponent has started taking damage from previous attacks, meaning the battle will resolve itself over time. The protagonist notices that Eclipse has dropped his weapon because he is now being hurt continuously. Ian considers that, even if the old man falls on the next strike, he could switch to a long-range weapon to finish him off. However, the protagonist decides to let time work in his favor, as this could also lead to victory. While he's thinking, Eclipse closes in to strike, but Ian dodges at the last moment. The old man, after hitting the wall, begins chasing the protagonist to defeat him, wanting to catch Ian before he's beaten. Meanwhile, the protagonist, realizing he doesn't have time to think, switches his weapon to a staff. With the weapon in hand, Ian decides he needs to restrain his opponent again and try to create some distance. The protagonist stops running, faces Eclipse, and strikes the staff on the ground, activating its skill and managing to halt him just before being struck. Meanwhile, Lim Long is on a mission, preparing for the right moment to infiltrate the base his master ordered him to, even though he doesn't understand the purpose of this task. On the eastern edge of the central continent, at the Oakland Guild base, Lim Long, while in a room, notices Samuel arriving. He asks how he might assist him, sensing it's something important since he locked the door. Samuel tells Lim Long he has a request to make as his subordinate. The assassin, curious, asks what kind of request. Samuel explains that, in short, it's related to something that happened during the Lucefell Guild meeting. Roy, irritated, slams the table, saying he can't keep listening to this since he had no reason to attack the Lotus Guild, which was on their side. Martin, seeing his then-ally's reaction, says that, honestly, Roy had been selling information about Lucefell to the Titan Guild, which leaves everyone at the table speechless. Martin continues, saying that not long ago, when he learned that the Lotus Guild had exclusive access to the trading post, he sold that information to the Titan Guild for a high price. He adds that Shakar had proposed forming an alliance with the Dark Rune Guild, who failed in their attack but offered a lucrative deal in return, a 50 million reward. Samuel is incredulous and wonders what kind of offer this is. Martin says the item in question is the internal layout of the Lotus base. Shakar wanted all the details, from the number of turrets to everything inside. Martin explains that his guild consists only of mages, so it was very difficult to gather information on their own, and he proposes that Roy and Samuel help. Since Lucefell was already doomed, and things had turned out this way, he suggests they might as well get rich before they lose everything. Roy gets up from the table, saying that after hearing so much nonsense, he feels like his ears might fall off. He declares he's out of the alliance from that moment on, and tells them they can become Kaimon's dogs on their own. After listening to Martin, Roy asks Samuel what he thinks, tempted by the money, and immediately tells him what he should do. Samuel tells Lim Long that's what happened and suggests that, as an assassin, he could help gather information. The assassin, now on his mission at the Lotus base, admits he's there as a mercenary, finding it challenging to continue as a solo player on the central continent. However, Lim Long senses he may have activated a ticking time bomb, thinking he should disappear after this mission. The assassin uses his shadow movement ability, allowing him to move quickly through shadows. Lim Long recalls that Samuel had said the Lotus Guild base was quite large, with fortified walls, a watchtower at max level, and a large number of guards. On top of that, they had a trading post where they could easily restock resources. It made sense why the renowned Dark Rune hadn't managed to invade. While still gathering information, Lim Long thinks he should leave soon, but as he materializes, he suddenly notices something approaching him rapidly. Hallie begins to attack the assassin, whose only reaction is to block the strike with his arm. Before he can counterattack, Hallie has already vanished, and Lim Long wonders what kind of madman would place a creature like that as a guard. Unaware, Ian, standing behind him with Caesar, places a spear to his neck, while Hallie prepares for an attack in front of him. The protagonist, after capturing the spy, asks who he is. Lim Long stays silent, so Ian sarcastically asks if he's exercising his right to remain silent. The protagonist tells Caesar to face this suspicious guy while he recovers from the test. At the same time, Ian thinks this is a good sign to test his new weapon. The protagonist starts recalling his battle with Eclipse, where, after he used the staff ability to try to restrain him, Ian failed to hold his opponent with the spiritual king's shadow, leaving him frozen with fear, knowing he was about to die. Eclipse was close to landing another powerful punch on the protagonist, who had already closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. Just as the old man was about to strike, he merely flicked him, causing Ian to fall back into a sitting position. Eclipse says the test is now over and that Ian did a good job. The protagonist didn't understand anything as he thought he was going to die. A message appears saying that Ian has been recognized by the Celamus warrior of the Pharaoh class, successfully completing the test and obtaining the Pharaoh class. Ian starts to wonder what is going on. Laughing heartily, Eclipse congratulates the protagonist, and says he passed the test marvelously. Ian asks the old man how he could have passed after losing the battle. Eclipse reminds him that all he needed to do was prove his strength. The old man laughs again, adding that it was never a battle Ian could win. In fact, it was quite dangerous for him, as the protagonist fought very well. Ian admits that Eclipse is right, but something about it still bothers him. He thinks that, despite losing, he recognizes he fought well, but what truly matters is completing the mission. Eclipse tells Ian that since he obtained the Pharaoh class, he deserves a reward. With a snap of his fingers, the old man presents a gift to the warrior who withstood the trials. Ian receives the King's Spirit Judgment weapon chest and the warrior's determination of Selamis skill book. The protagonist deduces that this skill might be the one he saw Eclipse using in battle and decides to check the details. The warrior's determination of Selamis skill is categorized as an active ability with a legendary rank. The usage restriction requires the player to be level 38 or higher, and the cooldown period is 30 minutes. Its passive effects include a 40% boost to all combat attacks for 20 minutes, and all other stats are combined to enhance the desired combat stat. Additionally, while Warrior's Determination of Selamis is active, all weapon handling skills increase by 15 levels, allowing the user to maximize combat effectiveness. As a result, no other skills can be used while Warrior's Determination is active. After reviewing the details, Ian realizes that the item presents serious risks, as it would be unfair if a skill like this had no restrictions. But what Ian is most eager to see is the chest containing the weapon. As he opens it, he hopes for the bow and arrow he used in combat. To his surprise, Ian receives the Spiritual King's Judgment Spear. The item details reveal it grants plus 200 leadership and plus 150 affinity, increases the health of all summoned familiars by 15%, boosts attack power by 35%, and includes an optional plus 150 boost to all combat stats. It's a legendary ranked long spear limited to S-rank Selamis warriors. Its passive abilities include Divine Reaction, a 20% chance to activate the passive ability of a summoned familiar when a critical hit lands. Another ability is Judgment Lightning, a 10% chance to trigger this skill during an attack. Judgment Lightning's strength scales with the Spirit Mana stat, and any opponent within 5 meters of the lightning strike suffers an additional 50% damage. This item is exclusive to Ian, once belonging to someone chosen by the Spiritual King to protect the ancient Selamis tribe. Among the Spiritual King's weapons, it is the rarest and strongest. Even Eclipse is impressed with Ian's prize, laughing and calling him a fascinating friend and fellow Selamis warrior. The protagonist wants to know what's so amusing, making Eclipse act that way. Caesar asks the old man if he's certain of what he's doing. Eclipse replies with absolute certainty. Confused, Ian asks what's going on. Caesar explains that the weapon is the King's Spirit Judgment Spear, once wielded by Eclipse, the greatest of all Selamis warriors. The protagonist is surprised, as he thought the old man was a swordsman. Laughing, Eclipse says he's embarrassed. Caesar tells his lord that if Eclipse had wielded a spear, he would have died in 5 seconds. Ian realizes that's why the old man fought barehanded, as he wasn't even used to holding a sword. The protagonist thanks him for the item and says that, regardless, he'll make the best use of it. Eclipse says it's still too soon for thanks, as there's a condition that must be met to wield that weapon properly. Ian asks what the condition is. Eclipse explains that the judgment weapon is one that evolves. The protagonist begins examining the spear, wondering how it could evolve. A message appears for a hidden mission linked to the Selamis tribe's judgment. You have been recognized as a Pharaoh rank warrior by Eclipse, the guardian of the Selamis tribe. You must now complete this mission to become the greatest Selamis warrior, awaken the flying dragon of the Selamis tribe, and it will guide you. The mission's difficulty level is SS, and the requirements include being an S-rank Selamis warrior recognized by Eclipse and a summoner above level 200. There's no time limit, and the reward is the evolution of the King's Spirit Judgment and a magic circle for summoning the Spirit King. After reading the message, the protagonist is surprised to learn he must complete a mission to evolve the item, but, seeing it has an SSS difficulty level and a level 200 restriction, Ian decides to come back to it later. Eclipse begins to disappear but says that now the warrior's determination of Selamis will continue to exist. Ian, alarmed, watches what's happening to the old man. Eclipse reassures him, saying not to worry, as he's merely returning to the place where his family awaits him. It's almost time. Eclipse then tells Caesar to take good care of the last Selamis warrior and bids Ian farewell. The protagonist, alongside Caesar, watches Eclipse depart. Then Ian tells his subordinate that it's time for them to leave, and Caesar agrees. Back at the base, Ian, with his spear at Limlong's neck, looking like a maniac, says that if he doesn't answer his questions, he'll be given a death sentence. Caesar, seeing his lord, thinks he should have already apologized to Eclipse since Ian was clearly a lunatic. But without a word, Lim Long uses a return scroll to Oakland. The protagonist, baffled by what just happened, starts wondering how he disappeared. Then, coming to his senses, he asks Caesar if he also heard the intruder mention Oakland. Ian recalls that Oakland is the 4th-ranked guild in all of Kylan, an archer guild from the Lucefell Empire specializing in espionage and intelligence. The protagonist begins wondering why such a guild would invade the Lotus base. Without any answers, he decides to inform Hearst to strengthen the defenses. Meanwhile, Samuel waits anxiously for a response from his spy. But while standing and thinking, he notices Lim Long has returned. Samuel rushes to the assassin and asks if he gathered any information on the Lotus Guild. Lim Long says he got the information, but was spotted by the summoner Ian in the process. Knowing that Ian is a key guild member, Samuel asks if his subordinate defeated him. Handing over the information, Lim Long says no, as there was a powerful man with the protagonist, so he thought it best to leave. Smiling, Samuel says it's fine, as in 4 days, the Lotus base will be engulfed in flames. Ganji was walking with Balam through the desert, still without direction. The warrior tells his master that he left in style, but what will he do now? The young mage says he doesn't know, aware that he can't travel to another continent while his contract with Caesar is active. Ganji thinks he still needs to do something on the central continent, but there's not much a player can do alone. While pondering, he spots an explosion nearby. Ganji tells Balam it might be a battle and that they should take a closer look. As they approach, the boy hides behind a rock with his warrior, watching a summoner fighting by using his summon to battle a giant scorpion. The dragon tries to bite the scorpion's tail, but it manages to dodge and counterattack, landing a direct hit on the summon. The summoner, panicked at seeing his familiar under attack, loses all control over the situation as the scorpion strikes the dragon. Ganji realizes that this summoner has no control at all, admitting that Ian is indeed very skilled. He also notices that the player has just reached level 100, so there's no reason for him to be in the central continent, where even the weakest monsters are level 120. Balam tells his master he senses something strange from the summoner's belt. Ganji looks at the item and confirms it's the Dark Lord's pact. The boy begins to run toward the summoner and, confused, Balam asks what he's doing. Ganji replies that it's the item needed to gain the powers of the immortal, the Dark Lord's pact, and says he'll save that player to learn how he obtained it. Balam says to wait, as he'll go with him. The summoner, seeing his familiar struggling in battle, tells it to flee, but the creature doesn't listen, and the scorpion keeps attacking. Suddenly, Balam uses Shadow Slash to defeat the monster with a single blow, saving Yong, the summoner's familiar. The dragon, seeing its opponent has stopped attacking, even opens its eyes to see what happened, spotting Balam, who leaves the player stunned. Ganji approaches and says he didn't think he needed to interfere. With tears in his eyes, the summoner thanks Ganji, calling him amazing, as he's never seen such a powerful dark mage before. Ganji, thrilled, boasts that scorpions fear his darkness, and that, to him, these monsters are no different from insects. He laughs and tells him to keep the compliments coming, then asks the summoner why he's hunting here. The player introduces himself as Kanoel, and his dragon familiar as Yong. Ganji introduces himself as the future Lord of Darkness, with Balam, his dark armor, by his side, who introduces himself as the Knight of Death. Ganji then asks Kanoel where he got that belt. The summoner explains he obtained it after defeating a skeleton warrior in a dungeon on the central continent, though he could buy a similar one for Ganji at an auction. The young mage remembers running the Dark Assassin's dungeon about 20 times, yet the belt only dropped from a random monster. Ganji tells Kanoel that an assigned item can't be obtained in auctions. He also realizes that, since it's assigned, it won't even drop in PvP. Kanoel says there's an item in the shop that allows assigned items to be exchanged, and if it's alright, he could give Ganji the belt. Ganji points out that this item costs about 300,000 won. The summoner replies that it's not that expensive, and will give him the belt. The young mage, stunned, quickly realizes that this guy is using quite expensive items. After a while, rummaging through his inventory, Kanoel tells Ganji he's already sent the item, and he can check it. Kanoel is the second son of South Korea's largest company, SH Electronics, which explains his wealth. Ganji, after verifying, jumps on the summoner with tear-filled eyes, calling him brother and promising to take him to any dungeon he wants. Back at the university, Unji chases after her friend Mina to stop her. Mina asks what's wrong. After catching her breath, Unji says Professor Jinwook's class has been cancelled. Mina asks why, and Unji explains that the big awaited day has arrived. Mina panics, realizing she had forgotten. Her friend, who is also obsessed with the game, tells her it's the big day of the battle between the Kaimon Empire and Lotus. At the Lotus Guild base, Ian tells everyone to prepare. The number 1 ranked guild, Dark Rune, along with the number 2 ranked guild, Titan, were positioned for combat. Kathazan, leader of the Desert Warriors, declares that he will now have his revenge, just like all the warriors. Ian begins comparing the enemy forces with his own. The protagonist has his subordinate Caesar, who only just realized that Ganji hadn't shown up. Ian also has Poland and Saria, along with the members of the Lotus Guild. Additionally, he has the support of his fan club, the Lovelian, led by Lauren, and a last-minute ally, the Valiant Guild, ranked 5th, led by Roy. Ian knows that Valiant is not as strong as the 3rd and 4th ranked guilds, Splendor and Oakland, but it was the only guild that offered help. The protagonist thanks Roy for breaking away from the Alliance and for coming to their aid. Roy tells Ian not to mention it, regretting that he couldn't help earlier, but now assures him that he's free to ask for anything whenever needed. The protagonist thanks him again and declares that it's time to start the war. Shakar, mounted on his horse, approaches Rahan and comments that the Lotus base seems stronger than during the last attempt. The sorceress thinks Shakar is mocking her, so she snaps back, saying no. The warrior replies that this time, he will obviously emerge victorious, and asks Rahan if he hasn't forgotten the promise he made. Annoyed, the sorceress tells Shakar that he can keep the war post, as all she wants is the summoner's head. Rahan orders her troops to prepare. Ian begins summoning his familiars, Lee, Buk, Finn, and Bak. As the countdown begins, the sorceress activates the magic swordsman's blessing, and Roy tells his guild to prepare for defense. Shakar orders all his troops to get ready for battle. When the countdown ends, with bloodlust in her eyes, Rahan orders her troops to charge. A massive army approaches the base, and Hearst immediately orders them to block the advance. Ian charges forward with Poland and his summons. Shakar leads the front line, heading straight to attack the defensive cannons, while Rahan uses her sorceress technique, the Mystical Phantom. Roy uses his Guardian Shield skill, successfully blocking the sorceress's attack. The leader of the Valiant Guild, along with Hearst, puts in maximum effort to hold off Rahan until Lai arrives and directly attacks the sorceress, who draws her sword to defend herself upon realizing the threat. Fenrir uses all his strength, slamming Rahan to the ground with a powerful impact. Ian, mounted on Finn and flying above to observe the battlefield, notices that Lai is doing well, but knows that since his opponent is a sorceress, he won't last long. The protagonist, seeing Shakar advancing, tells Finn that they are going to fight those bastards. Immediately, the griffin lands in front of Shakar, halting his advance. The warrior stops, confused, but upon seeing the protagonist, he remarks that they've met before. Ian confirms, saying it's been a while, and recalling that when he was in the Pascal Archipelago, he didn't realize it was Shakar, and nearly failed his mission due to the unexpected battle. Holding his spear, Ian declares that Shakar has already caused enough damage to his base and that now it's time to stop him. The protagonist commands, "Finn, attack the enemies at the castle gates." Ian summons Hallie and tells the warrior that he's not going anywhere now. Shakar smiles as he prepares for a duel with the protagonist. Meanwhile, Caesar, mounted on his horse, is ready for battle. Cloven approaches and informs him that all preparations are complete. The swordsman praises the summoner, saying she did a good job, and that now the castle gates can be opened. The desert warriors had been desperately trying to break down the gates, but before they could succeed, they noticed the gates beginning to open. The warriors find it strange that the gates are opening on their own, but they are soon met by Caesar, Poland, Haran, Cloven, Saria, and Lauren, along with Bak and his summons. Kathazan, upon seeing Poland, becomes enraged, shouting that he's finally appeared. Quickly, the leader of the warriors charges at the group. Ceylon, seeing Kathazan attack like that, tells his partner that it's obvious this is a trap. His friend replies that desert warriors don't listen, as they are just NPCs. Near the gate, Kathazan leaps and prepares to strike Poland directly. Lauren's snake familiar intercepts him, coiling around him tightly, leaving him completely immobilized. Immediately, Poland readies his skill, Lucefil's spear-throwing art. Kathazan becomes desperate, realizing he's about to be defeated. Poland activates Thunder Spear and hurls his weapon at the warrior leader. Meanwhile, Ian, along with Hallie, is prepared for his fight against Shakar, while Lee, surrounded by warriors, faces off against Rahan. Kathazan is severely injured and nearly out of the fight. Caesar draws his sword, taunting the Kaimon dogs to come at him now. Watching the battle from the broadcast booth, Haynes starts to question the strategy Lotus is using. Lucia, noticing her colleague's reaction, asks if something is wrong. The reporter says there's definitely something off. They shouldn't be opening the gates and letting troops out. Lotus should be taking a defensive stance. Watching the broadcast at home, Unji asks her friend if Caesar just messed everything up by calling for an attack. Mina doubts it, as she's seen him fight before. She recalls that one day in class, she was sitting next to Sung, who was asleep and dreaming. The protagonist was laying out the strategy he would use for this battle, and Mina could see part of the plan. Even though it wasn't perfectly drawn, it was clear that Caesar's move was part of the strategy. As Mina excitedly shares with her friend what she had seen, she becomes euphoric, claiming that Unji doesn't know anything. Seeing how worked up her friend is, Unji tries to calm her down. After a while, Mina regains her composure and says that all of this is part of Sung's plan. Caesar, mounted on his horse, remains unfazed by the massive army and charges in alone, cutting down anyone in his path, clearly irritated with his enemies. Caesar continues to progress through the army, leaving a trail of destruction. The warriors even start fleeing in fear of the enraged swordsman. Finn flies overhead, using his pulverized skill on the remaining troops. Haynes, watching this, exclaims how incredible it is to see what the NPC is doing, showcasing an impressive performance just like in the previous battle. The reporter asks his partner who that NPC is. Lucia responds that, according to her information, he is the invincible swordsman Caesar, who had been missing for 100 years, with a legendary rank. Upon hearing this, Haynes is astonished to learn that even a legendary NPC serves under Lotus, and that it was no coincidence Caesar defeated a bronze giant with a single strike. Haynes tells Lucia that perhaps Lotus can actually win this battle, despite being outnumbered. The reporter then urges her partner to look at what's happening in the battle, saying it's something astonishing. When he sees what's happening, Haynes is shocked as Caesar, together with Finn, has decimated all the warriors. The reporter starts questioning Lucia if what he's seeing is real. Lucia explains that while the spotlight is on Caesar, the other players and NPCs defending the gate are also incredibly strong. Lauren, the top-ranked summoner, Polin, the direct unit of the Thunder Spear, Cloven, the Ice Mage ranked 83rd, and the novice priestess Haran, along with the assistant summoner Saria. Lucia continues, pointing out that, as shown in the replay, while Cloven used her crowd control magic to freeze the enemies, the Thunder Spear and Lauren's familiars attacked, defeating them all, with tank familiars providing protection. But at the heart of it all were the numerous buffs distributed by the dishes prepared by Chef Harin. Haynes notes that it's his first time seeing food that grants buffs. Lucia comments that each of them is extremely efficient in their role. Both reporters are astonished by what Lotus is accomplishing. Unji exclaims that she now understands Sung's strategy. She explains that Ian sent Caesar to eliminate all the troops and then pulled back to recover health and mana, a classic hit-and-run tactic. Meanwhile, Mina is practically drooling while watching Ian in combat. The protagonist is still engaged in a fierce battle against Shakar. The warrior is proving why he is one of the strongest, relentlessly attacking Ian, who skillfully dodges his powerful strikes. However, as Ian evades one of Shakar's blows, he doesn't realize it's actually a skill. A message suddenly appears, indicating that he's taken a critical hit, suffering 74,275 damage from the Void Illusion. Ian still doesn't understand how he got hit despite dodging, but now he's on high alert to avoid falling for the Void Illusion again. The protagonist continues blocking his opponent's attacks and soon notices that even though he's only been struck once, he hears two distinct sounds from the spear and the sword. He deduces that he's finally figured out the secret behind Shakar's skill. While stepping back, Ian tells the warrior that he's suspected something was off ever since their last encounter. It's because Shakar has a hidden class. Shakar then reveals that Ian has discovered his class, which is Illusionary Warrior, allowing him to create a clone that can also attack. Ian is astonished to learn that his opponent can execute an immediate double attack using two swords, and on top of that, launch continuous assaults with a clone. The protagonist can't help but think his opponent resembles Naruto using shadow clones. Ian admits that if he were a weak summoner in a one-on-one fight, he would have already died. But then, he declares that it's time to counterattack and instructs Hallie to get ready. The protagonist knows he's not just any summoner. He has a history in the game. Shakar is prepared and announces that he's ready to end this duel once and for all. Shakar doesn't wait for the protagonist to make a move and launches his attack using his clone. Ian continues to block the onslaught while Hallie attempts to counterattack. After his summon takes a hit, the protagonist retreats, worried about the fight. Admitting that he's barely managing to block the attacks but needs to retaliate, he decides to use his skill to get rid of the clone by leveraging his speed. Ian activates the Guardian of the Winds ability, which boosts his allies' agility by 30%. The protagonist immediately charges forward. Shakar, noticing Ian's sudden burst of speed, is caught off guard. Ian goes straight for one of the warrior's clones. Just as Ian is about to defeat the clone, Shakar notices the protagonist is exposed and counterattacks from behind, landing a blow while Ian is mid-attack, thinking this would be the end. But when his strike lands on Ian's back, where Bookbuk is positioned, Shakar is shocked to see it only dealt 1 point of damage. The warrior wonders why, expecting to have won with that hit. Meanwhile, as the protagonist attacks one of the clones, he notices another clone appearing, ready to strike him. Ian is taken aback, realizing he's now surrounded. Shakar taunts the protagonist, saying that he's not the only one with tricks up his sleeve. Ian thinks it's completely unfair that the warrior can create multiple clones, hiding among them. Shakar tells the protagonist that if he wants to fight on equal footing, he should summon all his familiars. Ian starts to think his opponent is right because if battling one was already difficult, facing 4 at once is overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The warrior declares that it's the end for him and begins using his skill Continuous Illusion Strike. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the base, all the desert warriors are nearly defeated. Saria tells Paulin he did a great job. The royal guard responds in kind, and Saria, looking at Caesar, remarks on how incredible he was in that battle, though it's frightening how intense he was. Paulin explains that because Caesar was tortured for so long by the Kaimon Empire, he harbors deep resentment. The energy of the defeated warriors begins to leave their bodies and flows directly to the protagonist, who is struggling in his duel. Ian, while being attacked, believes this may be the end for him, but Shakar, noticing the strange aura approaching the protagonist, stops his attack, puzzled by what's happening. Ian realizes his opponent has left an opening, allowing him to counterattack. The protagonist thrusts his spear, landing a direct hit on Shakar's chest, dealing 137,172 damage. This triggers the effect of the judgment of the spiritual king, summoning a thunderstorm due to the successful attack. With this skill, Ian manages to strike all his opponents simultaneously. One of the void illusions takes nearly 1,000,000 damage from the judgment of the spiritual king and is obliterated. Shakar himself receives 561,631 damage, while the remaining 2 illusions take around 550,000 damage each. After Ian lands the attack, a message appears indicating that the egg of Carseus requires just 6% more energy to hatch. The protagonist is amazed by the judgment of the spiritual king skill, as it not only provided the energy needed to hatch the egg, but also counted it as an attack. Ian realizes that being able to summon this energy means that his strategy is unfolding as planned, and that Finn and Bokbak are performing exceptionally well. The griffin approaches the protagonist, who, upon noticing, feels a surge of excitement, knowing he now has the support of another familiar. Ian mounts Finn, while Hallie moves in to attack Shakar and the remaining clones. Hallie leaps and viciously attacks one of the void illusions, dealing 372,883 damage, completely annihilating it. The protagonist is thrilled with what his summon has accomplished, and now, mounted on Finn, he prepares to strike Shakar directly. The warrior, seeing Ian approaching, couldn't believe that his opponent managed to turn the tide of the battle with a single strike. He wondered what kind of weapon the protagonist was using. Ian, confident he could now finally defeat Shakar, throws his spear at the warrior, who manages to defend himself using some sort of sword aura, an aura that was not ordinary. Shakar activates the skill Chaotic Dance of the Celestial Sword, which causes the sword aura to spread everywhere. The warrior admits that to change the course of the battle, he had no choice but to use this ability. Ian is horrified as he watches his familiar Hallie get defeated, taking 812,000 damage. The protagonist is stunned to see his summon fall instantly and realizes that this skill is similar to the Desert Warrior's Will, the same technique Cartosian used in battle. Ian starts to think that this ability must have gone through some sort of trial to reach its current power. He also notices that Shakar got rid of all his clones to avoid taking damage and acknowledges that his opponent's mastery of the sword is incredible. Staring at Ian, Shakar declares that it's time to end this once and for all and leaps toward the protagonist, who is still airborne. Ian commands Finn to use his Pulverize skill, dealing 73,000 damage. Shakar takes an additional 71,000 damage as he continues to charge directly into the attack. A message appears, indicating that since Shakar was attacked suddenly, the Desert Warrior's Will was activated, forming a curtain of swords, which also boosts Shakar's attack power by 15%. Determined to go all out, the warrior pushes forward and manages to strike Finn, dealing 861,000 damage and instantly defeating the familiar. Ian snaps back to his senses after his familiar is defeated, and as he begins to fall, Shakar, with bloodlust in his eyes, declares it's the end for the protagonist and uses his skill Continuous Illusion Strike. Ian, witnessing this, is in shock, realizing he might be facing his doom. The protagonist crashes to the ground, creating a huge cloud of sand. Moments later, Shakar approaches, claiming that it's truly the end for Ian. But as he gets close, the protagonist grabs the warrior's face and activates Will of the Celamus warrior, delivering a powerful punch. However, the blow is immediately blocked by the curtain of swords. Shakar taunts Ian, saying that no matter how many times Ian attacks, he can counter with an even stronger strike. Shakar retaliates against the protagonist, but only inflicts 10 damage. The warrior is baffled, wondering why his critical hit only dealt 10 damage. Ian continues to try punching Shakar, but each strike is blocked by the swords. With every blow Ian delivers, he suffers a counterattack, yet he continues to receive less than 11 damage per hit. Shakar realizes that the curtain of swords is starting to break, and if this continues, it could become dangerous for him. He knows he needs to act fast. The warrior forcibly removes Ian's hand from his face and considers using continuous illusion, combined with a relentless will to finally defeat Ian. Shakar uses his skill, causing the ground beneath them to split open. Seeing the protagonist beginning to fall into the chasm he created, the warrior believes his plan worked and charges in for the final attack, declaring it's goodbye for Ian. The protagonist, unable to grab onto anything, starts falling deeper into the pit. Haynes, watching the broadcast, is ecstatic, announcing that it's been 2 hours since the invasion began and that viewers are witnessing the first wall of the Lotus Guild breaking down. The reporter is shocked to see Shakar advancing after dealing with the summoner Ian. The protagonist, buried under the rubble, is not defeated yet. With only one arm free, he manages to pull himself out, still alive, and begins to recover alongside Book. A message appears stating that the will of the Celamus warrior has been deactivated due to the time limit. Ian admits that he couldn't stop Shakar and barely survived, even after maxing out all his defense stats with the will of the Celamus warrior. But the protagonist acknowledges that it was fun seeing his opponent frustrated at not being able to deal damage. Ian tells himself that even though the first wall was broken, he managed to hold Shakar back significantly, and now it's time to help Lai. The protagonist grabs his spear and starts walking to assist Fenrir in finishing off his opponent. As Shakar advances, he wonders who Ian really is, finding it hard to believe that a summoner, who should not have such high defense, could be so resilient. But for the warrior, the biggest obstacle, Ian, had been dealt with, and now all he needed was to penetrate deeper into the base. A message appears indicating that Kaiman has won the battle. Meanwhile, Kanuel, checking his status window, tells Ganji that it's fine for him to keep the dropped item since he did most of the work defeating the monsters they faced. However, the battle at the Lotus Guild base is not yet over. Heron uses her healing skills to restore the HP of Ian's familiars. The protagonist thanks her for her help and says they now need to go support Lai. Ian summons Rake, mounts it along with Heron, and they begin flying toward Fenrir's location. Upon reaching the area where Lai is, both Ian and Heron are shocked to see numerous dead warriors, as well as Hers lying lifeless near Lee, who looks vastly different than usual. The protagonist asks his familiar what happened. The scene flashes back to the battle between Rahan and Lee. Fenrir charges forward, surprising the sorceress who is attacking the base's defenses. Rahan notices the werewolf about to strike her and manages to block with her sword. Lai pushes the sorceress until she crashes to the ground, causing a massive impact. Upon hitting the ground, Fenrir doesn't relent and immediately strikes, wounding Rahan. However, she doesn't back down and uses her sword to counterattack, pushing Lai away to buy herself some recovery time. Roy is behind Lee, providing support since they are surrounded by desert warriors. Rahan manages to stand up after pushing her opponent back. Furious, she tells Fenrir that he's a fool for wanting to die and that he didn't get beaten enough in their last battle. Lai retorts that this time will be different. Rahan is shocked to hear the werewolf speak and questions whether he knows that Ian and the priestess aren't there to protect him. The wolf acknowledges that the sorceress is correct. There's no one to assist him, but declares that he can fight with all his strength. Lai, the sovereign Fenrir and king of all wolves, despite having evolved from bloodthirsty Fenrir to sovereign Fenrir, has yet to unleash his true powers. This is because he witnessed firsthand how Charloth and Orville succumbed to madness, and aware of the potential danger this madness could pose to Ian and his allies, Lai has deliberately suppressed his own powers, making them accessible only when he is completely isolated from his companions. Now, Lai has unlocked the powers of the sovereign Fenrir, as he's on the brink of a major battle. Rahan, seeing the wolf's transformation, dismisses it as mere cheap tricks, but before she can make a move, Lai lunges at her, and with a single blow, he takes down several warriors around him. The sorceress is astonished by the immense power the wolf is displaying, and tries to defend herself with her sword, but Lai strikes again, easily shattering her weapon. Now practically in a one-on-one fight, having taken down most of the warriors, Rahan admits that the real battle is just beginning. She charges forward just as Lai closes in to attack her. In midair, they exchange powerful blows. The wolf lowers his guard for a moment and takes a kick that sends him crashing hard to the ground. The sorceress wastes no time and charges forward with a new attack, using her skill Ragnarok, launching numerous swords toward Lee, who is caught off guard. But just before the attack hits, Hers and Roy step in to protect him. Yun tells the Fenrir to protect Ian on their behalf, knowing they wouldn't survive this battle. As they shield the wolf from the attack, the knight's shields shatter, and they take massive damage. Hers receives approximately 2,600,000 damage, the same as Roy. Seeing his companions fall, Lai activates his skill Shadow Invasion, making all his attacks critical hits, while also increasing his movement speed by 50% and greatly boosting his evasion rate. Rahan responds by using her skill Cursed Mask, which makes her even more powerful. Lai lets out a mighty roar and charges. The sorceress doesn't back down and rushes to meet her opponent. The wolf, with a fierce and terrifying gaze, is determined to end this fight once and for all. They clash mid-air, creating a powerful impact. Rahan seemingly comes out on top, still in a fighting stance, while Lai falls to his knees injured. Messages appear indicating that the effects of Rahan's magic swordsman's blessing have ended, as well as the deactivation of the cursed mask effects. The sorceress tells the Fenrir that he fought well for a familiar, but that his master and the Lotus Guild would still lose this battle. Lai, in tears, apologizes to his master before succumbing to a critical hit from Rahan. Now, Ian knows the whole story, and as he sees his companions returning, he is left speechless, not having expected this outcome. After Lai's death, the Shadow Invasion skill is deactivated, and the shadows dissipate. The protagonist notices that despite being severely wounded, Roy is still alive and tells Heron to heal him. The priestess uses her healing skill on the knight, restoring his health. Ian asks Roy if he's okay now, and after confirming that he feels better, Roy tells the protagonist that he shouldn't be here since Rahan has breached the base. Before Ian can respond, he notices he's received a message. It's from Gawain, stating there's an emergency, and that the protagonist needs to get to him immediately. Ian asks what's happened. The archer reports that the gate of the second defensive line has been opened, and he doesn't know how the enemies discovered the mechanism hidden in the basement. The protagonist is stunned and tells him to try stopping the enemies with Caesar. Gawain explains that Caesar is present but not moving, almost as if he's bugged, and urgently needs assistance since a battle is about to break out. Now aware of the chaos within the base, Ian grows even more concerned, having not anticipated this turn of events. Roy, seeing his ally's distressed state, asks if something is wrong. The protagonist reveals that the gates of the second defensive line have been breached, and he has no idea what's going on. The knight recalls his last conversation with Martin and Samuel, and deduces that they must have acted. Roy informs Ian that Splendor and Oakland have allied with Titan. Instantly, the protagonist remembers the assassin who infiltrated the base and returned to Oakland last time, managing to gather information on how to open the gates. Ian admits he hadn't expected the situation to worsen, especially since now the only familiars he has left are Rake, Bok, and Book. He also starts worrying about Caesar, given that Gawain had mentioned he wasn't moving. As Ian ponders, Haran calls out to him, horrified, asking what that thing is near them. Upon seeing it, the protagonist is left in shock. Meanwhile, back at the base, Caesar stands frozen while everyone else is fighting. The swordsman appears to be completely unresponsive as Gawain is brutally attacked, and Lauren, frustrated at losing her summon, is unable to assist. Caesar is unable to move to help his comrades. Fiolan is also being killed by Rahan, who uses her magic to attack her enemies. Saria was weeping over Poland's lifeless face, who had also fallen in battle. Even Caesar, the swordsman, couldn't understand what was happening, feeling trapped in a state he didn't wish to be in. Bok and Big Eye tried to launch an assault on Shakar, but their efforts were in vain as the warrior, with a powerful counterattack, defeated both creatures with almost no difficulty. Clavan was still standing, giving his all to hold back the enemies, pushing his freezing abilities to their limits. Caesar slowly began to awaken, recognizing the familiar sensation. It was the same feeling he had experienced in the past, the same as when he first encountered Ian, his lord. Meanwhile, Shakar made his way toward Rahan, who was atop the tower. The sorceress was accompanied by a group of warriors, and one of her allies' clones, who reported that he had opened the gates as promised. Rahan acknowledged his success, and added that she had already taken down all the subordinates. Pointing her sword at Caesar, she declared that he was the last one remaining. She continued, noting that the swordsman wasn't moving, as if he were petrified or glitched. Shakar placed his sword close to Caesar's face, suggesting that they should kill him. Rahan agreed, activating her phantom technique, while the warrior prepared his continuous illusion strike, both poised to launch a combined attack. However, they abruptly stopped as they noticed a massive explosion occurring outside the base. Startled, the sorceress wondered what could be causing it. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of the dimensional tower, Griffer, engrossed in his research, scribbled something down, proclaiming that the dragon had finally awakened. In the northern continent, Oakley, the dragon tamer, noticed a brilliant flash of light and realized that his old friend had awakened one of the 5 divine dragons. Carseus, the dragon of war, was now ready for battle. Shakar and Rahan, upon seeing the creature, were paralyzed with shock, as it was something beyond imagination. Ian, who was with Haran and Roy, was equally stunned to realize that he was receiving energy from Carseus, the very energy that came from the damned of Kaimon, whom Lai had defeated before his death. This was the final energy needed to crack the dragon's egg. A message appeared, indicating that one of the 5 legendary dragons was hatching, and due to Ian's lack of leadership, all other summons were being cancelled. Buk and Rake, who were with the protagonist, began to automatically return as the dragon emerged. Ian was in awe as he beheld Carseus, the dragon of war, who then asked the protagonist if he was the one who had freed him. Ian confirmed, and the dragon replied that he could sense a soul similar to his nearby. The protagonist was confused, not understanding what Carseus meant, remaining in a state of shock. The legendary dragon declared that he would verify this first and told the protagonist to carry on by himself. Carseus let out a thunderous roar, terrifying Shakar and Rahan. The warrior began to question how a real dragon had appeared and turned to the sorceress, asking what she thought of the situation now. Rahan acknowledged that the dragon seemed incredibly fierce and powerful, posing a significant threat. Despite being only at level 1, Carseus's presence was undeniably intimidating. The sorceress speculated how a mere summoner could have managed to tame a dragon, but she still believed they had a chance to win. Carseus flew toward the base. Seeing this, Ian told Haran that they should follow the creature. The dragon arrived at the place where he sensed something unusual, facing off against Shakar and Rahan, who stood near Caesar. The warrior was trembling with fear, struggling to comprehend how a dragon could have appeared out of nowhere. He began to think that they might need to assemble an aerial squad to stand a chance. Rahan, observing her ally's state, was unsure of what to do and waited for any movement. Carseus turned to Caesar and asked if he would lend him his strength. The swordsman, now understanding the sensation he had been feeling, agreed to lend his strength to the dragon. Carseus expressed his gratitude and referred to Caesar as his other self. The swordsman extends his arm, transferring his power to the dragon, who reciprocates to receive it. After the power transfer, Caesar collapses from his horse, now completely drained, leaving everyone shocked, including Ian, who had witnessed everything. The swordsman lies on the ground, almost completely powerless. Seeing this, Shakar starts laughing, claiming that Carseus is a fool for attacking his own allies. Hearing this, Rahan asks if the warrior is blind or something, pointing out that the dragon has started leveling up rapidly, reaching level 302. Shakar, realizing this, is stunned to see that in fact, Carseus didn't attack Caesar but absorbed his strength. The sorceress tells her ally to prepare for battle. Carseus then readies an attack using his energy breath. Seeing this, Shakar frantically shouts for everyone to dodge the breath attack. But before anyone can flee, Ganji appears and uses his Well of Life and Death skill, causing everyone to be trapped in place. Shakar, realizing he can't move, panics and starts using his clones to try to escape. After some effort, he manages to break free from the young mage's trap, while Rahan uses her phantom technique to escape. Kanoel warns Ganji that they are getting away, prompting the mage to immediately use his Tomb of Death skill, creating a massive bone prison. This was enough to trap both Shakar and Rahan, preventing them from evading Carseus's powerful attack. The dragon unleashed his devastating breath attack against all enemies. Shakar and the sorceress could only watch the attack closing in, realizing there was nothing more they could do. The dragon's power caused massive destruction, obliterating enemies, the bone prison, and part of the lotus base. Ian and Haran were in awe at the extraordinary power of Carseus, who had destroyed everything in his path. A message appeared stating that the Titan and Dark Rune guilds had been annihilated. Ganji stood on a nearby mountain overlooking the base, alongside Balam and Kanoel. After the battle ended, the young mage told his companions it was time to leave. The summoner, confused, asked why they had to leave so quickly, but Ganji insisted they depart, confident he would meet Ian again soon. Caesar, still on the ground, remarked that it was a close call, He survived because Carseus's attack missed him by just 5 centimeters. A message appeared stating that the Lotus Guild's base had been destroyed by an ally. The swordsman got to his feet, dusting off his armor, and said it was another successful defense and that his powers had returned. He admitted that the skills that paralyzed the enemies were Ganji's, and it seemed that he had become stronger. Ian was furious to see that, despite their success, the dragon had destroyed the entire base. Haran, desperate, tried to calm the protagonist down, while Ian reflected that it was indeed impressive to have managed to defeat the 2 largest guilds in Kailan. He realized that now no one would dare challenge them again. Ian stated that with the many trophies obtained from the Kaimon bastards, it was time to repair the base and level up the guild. But before starting, the protagonist asked his subordinate about his connection with the dragon. At the beginning of Kalan, there were 17 beings with different powers, and of those, 5 descended to the human realm to prevent the invasion of the demon realm. However, these gods were unable to directly interfere in human affairs, so the god of war, Chiares, bestowed his powers upon the divine dragon Carseus and the human hero of Lucifel, the invincible swordsman Caesar. Carseus then battled the demon dragon Khalifa alongside the dragon master Oakley on the northern continent until the death. The god of war, Chiares, fearing that Caesar might also be endangered, sealed his memories. Thus, Caesar began to wander the human realm. But as time passed, the seals were broken, and the swordsman's memories returned when Carseus reawakened due to their connection through the branches of the god of war. Even while repairing the base, Ian couldn't stop being intrigued by the connection between Caesar and the dragon. As Carseus worked on rebuilding the base, the protagonist decided not to dwell too much on the past and instead focus on making the dragon stronger than before. While Ian instructed the dragon in the reconstruction, he knew he needed to reach a potential of 100 and level up as quickly as possible. The workers involved in the repairs admitted that the dragon's help was quite useful to them. Ian remembered that since Carseus had borrowed Caesar's powers before and evolved on his own, he had become somewhat simple-minded. But on top of that, if Ian summoned his new familiar, he couldn't summon others due to insufficient leadership. The protagonist stretches and tells Carseus that they should ask for Caesar's help in the repairs as well. Meanwhile, at the Titan base, Rahan was venting her frustration by striking a guild member. Shakar didn't understand why the sorceress was doing this, but asked her what their next move should be, as they had failed to ambush the Lotus and were essentially the last stronghold of the Kaimon Empire. Rahan, furious, snapped at her ally for his lack of confidence, asking if he was already giving up. She opened the tent and told them to enter so they could discuss and plan new attack strategies. Shakar declined, saying that Ceylon could attend in his place, and began walking back to his base while his subordinate headed to the meeting. Seeing the warrior's reaction, Rahan started to worry about what he might be plotting. Sung logged out of the game and stepped out of his capsule to get some fresh air. While drinking a soda, he thought to himself that now Carseus had reached level 100 with Caesar's help, and that the central continent was the best place for leveling up. Sung noticed his phone ringing, so he answered to find out who it was. It was Sojin, a Ucaster uploader, calling him. She explained that the reason for the call was to discuss the earnings from the video of the second defensive siege. Sung asked if the video would be released that night or the next morning, and inquired about the revenue. Sojin replied that the video would soon be up, and that Ian would receive more details once it was uploaded. She mentioned that the full video would bring in around 8 million won, and the highlight reels would earn 12 million won, which was just Sung's share. Hearing this, the protagonist was impressed, realizing it was a substantial amount. Sojin explained that the reason for this success was that he was now one of Kylan's top rankers, and that she had managed to hire a great editing team. After sharing the information, the uploader said she would contact Sung again once the video was live. Sung agreed, and after hanging up, he began thinking about where he would spend all that money. He considered transferring it to his parents' account, even though they might suspect he was doing something illegal. Sung also thought about using the money to take Haran out for a meal. Feeling excited, the protagonist decided to check the online community to see if people were already talking about his victory. The players were amazed by Ian, discussing his strategy and his familiars. Some players even commented on Ian's subordinates, describing them as insane and praising the Lotus Guild as the beacon of Lucifel. Sung continued reading the comments, which discussed both the Lotus Guild and the enemy guild. Feeling proud, Sung admitted to himself that his performance in the battle was indeed impressive. He noticed that the community was also talking about Samuel and Martin, who were leaders of some of Lucifel's top-ranking guilds and had betrayed Lotus by making deals with Titan. The protagonist began to think it didn't make sense that the 41st ranked guild could hold its ground against Kaimon, while the higher-ranking guilds of Lucifel, Splendor, and Oakland hid with their tails between their legs, putting Lotus in danger by allying with Titan. Sung recalled when Roy had told him that Splendor and Oakland had decided to side with the enemies. Ian admits to himself that if he hadn't obtained Carseus, they would have lost the war, but now he's enraged because he hadn't expected to be betrayed. Now it's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and he plans to exact revenge in the most brutal way possible. The protagonist ponders the smartest way to get back at Oakland and Splendor, considering he has no concrete evidence besides what Roy told him. So he continues searching through the community forums to figure out how to carry out his revenge. After some time, Ian stumbles upon something that gives him what he believes to be the perfect plan. At the Titan base, Rahan and Ceylon were discussing their next steps. The player mentions that the Kalen community is buzzing about the alliance between the Kaimon Empire, Oakland, and Splendor. Rahan is surprised, unaware of this union. Ceylon clarifies that this agreement was made with Titan, not the Kaimon Empire. He draws his sword, pointing it at Rahan, and angrily demands that she shut up because she had agreed to it before the war began. Rahan, feeling cornered, responds that despite her anger, she won't cause a scene since it might lead to her death. She then asks what the community is saying about the agreement. Ceylon calms down and starts explaining their strategy. He mentions that there's a post in the community about the Lotus Guild turning everything upside down to find the Oakland spy. They plan to use this to their advantage, waiting for Lotus to declare war on Oakland and Splendor. This would make it easier to eliminate all three guilds. Rahan thinks it's a decent strategy, and if luck is on their side, they might be able to eliminate all their enemies without lifting a finger. Ceylon elaborates that they need proper preparation to execute the plan. When the sorceress asks what he means, the warrior explains that they first need to further instigate the conflict between Lotus, Oakland, and Splendor. Then, after conquering all the nearby bases except Lotus's, they would isolate the rival guild in the crossfire of the ongoing war. This would leave Lotus with no place to retreat, giving them a significant chance to eliminate them. Rahan, after hearing the plan, expresses her admiration and agrees that it will be their strategy for the next attack. A few days later, at the Lotus base, the guild members gather for a meeting. Ian starts by mentioning that there are numerous posts in the community suggesting that Oakland and Splendor are planning to attack them. Hares, furious, confirms it, saying they seem to believe they haven't caused enough trouble. Clovan asks the protagonist if he thinks it's possible that Kaimon did something to sow discord within Lucifel. Ian ponders for a moment and responds that he believes it's a combination of two things. Oakland and Splendor were essentially pushed to the brink, and when people have nothing left to lose, they can act unpredictably. However, as Clovan pointed out, this is a golden opportunity for Kaimon. Ian continues, noting that the fact that all surrounding bases, except Lotus's, have been conquered is proof that Kaimon is taking advantage of the situation. Hares stands up and asks what they should do in response. Ian reassures him, saying he has an incredible strategy in mind. He then hands a book to Yoon, who, upon opening it, is astonished by its contents. Meanwhile, at the Titan base, Rahan walks with Solene toward the main hall where Shakar resides. Furious, the sorceress kicks the door open, leaving everyone inside bewildered. Rahan storms in with her subordinate and grabs Ceylon by the shirt in an intimidating manner, demanding to know what's going on, as it's been days since the announcement, yet those damned Lotus members have not made a single move. Shakar tries to calm Rahan down, explaining that they were just discussing this issue. His subordinate, Korin, points out that considering Kaimon has already conquered 80% of the central continent, Lotus would have no choice but to act. Solene places a dagger to Korin's throat, telling him to shut up, as their master has not given him permission to speak. Irritated, Shakar stands up and asks Rahan if she's challenging them now. Ceylon tells everyone to calm down and assures them he's fine, urging everyone to settle down. Despite still being held by the sorceress, he explains that this was the scenario he had already anticipated. If Lotus made no move, they could simply invade them first, especially now that Kaimon had far more bases under control. With additional forces, they could strike Lotus at the right time. Ceylon emphasizes that time was on their side, so there was no need to worry. Rahan releases him and warns that he'd better be accountable for his words. Selene sheathes her dagger and leaves with her mistress, slamming the door behind them. Ceylon doesn't understand why the sorceress has such a temper, while Korin doesn't seem to care about Solene at all. Meanwhile, Ian isn't wasting any time and wants to learn more about Carseus. He summons the dragon to check its stats. The protagonist opens the information window and sees that the war dragon has 89,250 health, with an attack of 2,992. defense of 1,318, agility of 1,420, and intelligence of 1,658. Carseus is at level 100, classified as a divine entity with a legendary rank and a destructive personality, capable of evolving further. The dragon's inherited abilities include God of War, a passive skill that increases the attack power of allies within a 150-meter radius by a certain percentage based on the number of opponents. Another passive ability is Dragon's Skin, which reduces all magic damage taken by 40% and physical damage by 10%. If no damage is taken for 10 seconds, Carseus regenerates 2% of his health every 2 seconds. Another skill is Dragon's Fear, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. It induces fear in all enemies within a 50-meter radius. The higher Carseus's level compared to his opponents, the greater the chance of triggering the fear effect. Once affected, enemies cannot attack Carseus, regardless of their immunities. The next skill is Dragon's Breath, with a cooldown of 120 minutes. It unleashes a powerful breath attack in a 50-meter cone, dealing up to 2,370% of Carseus's attack as damage, with an additional 10 seconds of continuous damage equal to 50% of his attack against users. The effects are halved. Finally, the last ability is Polymorph, which has no cooldown. Carseus can transform into a human form, but while in this form, all battle stats are reduced by 30%, and no inherited skills can be used. Carseus, the War Dragon, is one of the 7 divine dragons of legend, with abilities granted by the God of War. However, his strength has not fully recovered, leaving him incomplete. Ian is thrilled, as he didn't expect Carseus to possess such impressive abilities. He decides to test the polymorph ability, transforming the dragon into a human. Carseus now appears in his human form, leaving Ian surprised to see that he's just an old man. A message pops up, indicating that all of Carseus's stats have been reduced by 30% due to polymorph, and that his active abilities are currently disabled. Carseus remarks that it has been a long time since he last transformed into a human. Ian asks if this is his standard appearance when polymorphed. The old man responds that it isn't his default form, but he feels more comfortable like this. The protagonist pulls a piece of paper from his pocket with images of Samuel and Martin and asks his familiar if he could also transform into those people. Carseus examines the pictures closely and confidently replies that it would be easy. Ian gives a sinister grin, thrilled to know that his plan is now likely to succeed. A week later, at the Oakland base, Samuel was deep in thought, realizing he was in big trouble. He regretted ever listening to that damned Martin, because now the community was full of suspicions about why he hadn't helped Lotus, and had instead struck a deal with Titan behind their backs. To make matters worse, Limlong had vanished just when Samuel needed him the most, and they had just lost their rank position to the Valorant Guild. Samuel admitted he was in a tough spot, but then noticed that Martin had arrived at his base. The archer wondered what Martin could be doing there, and that if it really was the mage, they needed to confirm his identity. However, as the base guards approached, one of the supposed mages extended his hand, making the guards suspicious. But before they could react, Ian used his Monosphere ability, attacking everyone nearby. The players from the Oakland Guild started running, trying to escape the surprise attack, but Cloven activated Ice Storm, freezing them in place and preventing their escape. Samuel, confused and unable to understand what was happening, rushed toward Martin. But just as he reached him and called out for him to wait, he was shocked when the supposed leader of Splendor vanished without a word. With no other options, Samuel took a deep breath and commanded all Oakland members to prepare to march toward Splendor. Meanwhile, at their allies' base, 2 mages stood guard at the main gate. Without warning, Robin took an arrow to his chest. Harry, seeing his friend attacked, shouted that it was an ambush by Oakland. Samuel then ordered all his subordinates to storm the base. The archers began throwing ropes with hooks over the walls and quickly started scaling them to invade the premises. After everyone managed to climb over the walls, the leader realized he had fallen into a trap. Chains began to emerge from the ground, forming a prison and capturing everyone at once. Samuel was furious for having fallen into such an easy ambush, as he couldn't even move his body now. Martin approached and asked the archer why he was doing this. Samuel replied that it was Martin who had first attacked his base and killed members of his guild. The mage didn't understand why his former ally was saying this, as there was no reason to act this way at that moment. But then he remembered that, 2 days ago, members of his guild had been killed by arrows in the Scorpion hunting fields, which he attributed to Oakland. Samuel said that was a lie, since there was no reason for his archers to go so far to hunt those resilient scorpions. Martin was shocked, released the magic that had imprisoned his allies, and said he was now convinced there were forces trying to drive them apart. The archer asked if he was sure. The mage responded that he wasn't. as it was still just a suspicion, adding that Samuel wasn't as clever as he thought. Ian was outside with Carcius and Caesar, listening to everything that happened. He hadn't expected them to figure things out so quickly, but it seemed they still suspected each other, and he had already bought himself enough time. The swordsman called out to his lord, revealing that a mission window had appeared. The immortal Dark Lord. Secret mission continues. All conditions have been met to awaken the powers of the immortal Lord, who formed an undead empire underground 1,000 years ago. You have successfully completed all the immortal soul missions and obtained the qualifications to become the next Dark Lord. Now, awaken the immortal that slumbers on the 100th floor of the underground dungeon and defeat him to become the Dark Lord. Mission difficulty, SSS. Requirements: a user recognized by the immortal soul. No time limit. Reward: class change from Dark Mage to Dark Lord. Depending on the player's class, the reward may change. Caesar explained that Ganji had received the mission, which is why the window was shared with him. Ian was surprised to learn that even the missions his subordinates received were shared with him. Upon seeing the mission details and reward, he was astonished, as the mission had an SSS difficulty level, the same as the challenges of the Selamus tribe, along with the reward of a legendary summoner class equipment chest. The protagonist stated that he couldn't just ignore this and immediately sent a message to Ganji, who was surprised to see Ian contacting him. The protagonist told the mage he had received a good mission and advised him not to play dumb, as he knew Caesar was his subordinate, and since Ganji was the swordsman's subordinate, the mission was shared with him. Surprised to learn this, the young mage asked what Ian wanted. The protagonist asked if he could join the mission. Ganji said he didn't know if Ian would benefit, since it was a mission solely for a dark mage. Ian told him not to worry, and that they would discuss it on the way. The mage agreed, but, frustrated, punched a tree beside him. Balaam and Kanoel, seeing this, asked if something had happened. Ganji said it was nothing, just that more people would be joining the mission, and he wanted to get rid of that damned Caesar as soon as the mission was over. Upon hearing his partner say, "damned," Kanoel assumed he was referring to Ian. The girl confidently stated they would be together. The summoner started jumping for joy, as he was a big fan of the protagonist and wanted to meet him. Ganji was surprised by Kanoel's reaction and asked if he really liked Ian. The summoner confirmed, saying Ian was the best in the rankings. As they walked towards the mission's location, Kanoel mentioned he would ask the protagonist how to take care of Yongsu, his summoning. Meanwhile, at the Lotus base, Hares was attending to his duties when Cloven arrived, asking if he had seen Ian anywhere. Yun replied that the protagonist had said something interesting had happened and then left. So, he asks the player if something had gone wrong. Awkwardly, Cloven says it's nothing major, and that she just had a question for Ian about the upcoming update of Kalen, as well as about what was written in the book he had shown at their last meeting. Hares explains that the book contained strategic plans about the future of Lotus. Cloven is even more surprised to learn it involved the guild's future. The knight tells her that soon everyone will witness the Lotus Guild leaving the central continent. The girl is shocked upon hearing this from her companion and asks what would happen to everything they had achieved up to that point. Yun explains that currently, over 85% of the central continent belongs to the Kaimon Empire. Therefore, not much could be done with their internal towers and player forces. And when Kaimon turns its attention to Lotus, that will be the moment for Lotus to return to their base in the northern continent and seize control of all the Lucefell Empire's bases in that area. Cloven asks if the other guilds won't put up strong resistance when they arrive on the northern continent. Hares assures her not to worry about that part, as they have a solid case since they were the only guild in the central continent that successfully resisted the Kaimon Empire. By leveraging the fame points they accumulated in the central continent, they will be able to make Sung an archduke and establish the Lotus Archduchy. Clovan, confused by the knight's explanation, admits that it's a bit hard to grasp all at once. Hares insists that it's still important for her to understand, as they are now free to experiment with various features, including guild knights, magical towers, and special defense towers. The girl imagines that they will now be part of the only archduchy created by a guild in Kylon, and super excited, she says she's totally ready for it. Yun adds that the moment the guild declares Lotus's status as an archduchy, the Kaimon Empire will launch an attack due to its plan to unite the entire continent. Then, he asks Clovan if she can guess what the guild's ranking will be after that. The player responds that currently they are in 11th place, which is neither too high nor too low. Realizing the situation, she speculates that they might become one of the top rankers. Smiling, Yun confirms that's exactly what she heard and explains that the guild's ranking was deliberately controlled. But even as the guild grows stronger, they must continue to conceal their true strength to crush Kaimon when they are ready. Meanwhile, Caesar and Ian were in the middle of the desert searching for Ganji. The protagonist remarks that the climate there is harsh and even the sand is gray, but there's nothing they can do since this is the land of the immortal. Ian asks Caesar if he knows anything about the immortal. The swordsman admits he knows very little, then begins to think of a simplified way to explain it to his lord. Caesar starts by saying that, for now, the immortal is an ally, a ruler of darkness who wields power over the undead. Although his inherent nature might be malevolent, all humans and undead united 1,000 years ago to fight against the demons. Ian questions his subordinate if they were truly demons. The swordsman confirms this and mentions there were also creatures from the demon realm, adding that the undead wanted to protect their home in the underworld, while humans were committed to defending their own lands. Thus, their interests aligned, but ultimately, the demons aimed to conquer the entire dimension. It was during this collaboration with the undead that the Dark Mage class emerged. In other words, the immortal is the father of all Dark Mages and the Dark Lord. As the swordsman finished recounting the story, Ganji arrived with his group. Ian immediately waves at the boy, saying it's been a while since they last met. The protagonist approaches and comments to the mage that his aura seemed somewhat different and that he even seemed taller. Ganji tells him to shut up and follow him. Ian noticed that the boy had become quite cynical, so he asked where they were headed. The young mage responded that they were going underground to kill the immortal. Upon reaching the underground, the group encountered numerous monsters, and while Caesar lay lazily, Balaam, Yong, and Li fought the creatures. Ian commanded Fenrir to attack, and the beast fiercely charged forward. With incredible speed, Fenrir managed to defeat several monsters in mere seconds. Li stared at his claws, still not used to his newfound strength. Kanoel was awestruck watching how the protagonist conducted himself in battle. Ian, in turn, was mesmerized by his familiar's insane form and noticed that Fenrir was much more active, likely due to the long time that had passed since his last summoning after the contract had been cancelled. Kanoel, not wanting to fall behind, ordered Yong to attack. However, before the dinosaur could strike, a mummy ensnared Yong's leg, swiftly bringing him down. Kanoel panicked at the sight of his familiar being beaten. Ian, observing this, realized that the summoner didn't seem very skilled, but Balaam didn't hesitate. He used his Phantom Slash ability while his master unleashed two other skills, Curse and Revenge of the Dead. This caused the immortal mummies, skeletons, and scorpions to fall into a dormant state. Following this, Ganji effortlessly obliterated all the monsters. A message appeared congratulating the boy for clearing the 36th floor of the immortal's underground dungeon. Seeing this, Caesar was impressed and admitted that Ganji had become quite skilled during his absence and that he truly might be the dark mage recognized by the immortal. Smiling, Ian complimented the mage, noting that, upon reflection, it was Ganji who had stopped Rahan and Shakar last time in the war using the bone prison, and that he could have at least said hello after helping. Ganji dismissed this, stating he just didn't want that bastard Caesar to die at someone else's hands, casting a glance at the swordsman who remained lounging, indifferent to his words. The protagonist thought that, even if Ganji believed that, no matter how much he trained, he wouldn't be able to defeat Caesar, and he also noticed that the mage had become notably dramatic lately. Ian mused that nothing surpasses the buff from being the first to discover something, which had allowed him to significantly boost his leadership stats. Now, he could summon both Lai and Carseus simultaneously. Ganji urged them to finish things quickly so they could hunt a bit more. Now the group was in the Immortal's underground dungeon on the 100th floor, standing before a door. Ian was thinking that, given the mission's SSS rank difficulty, it would be quite challenging. Additionally, their familiars were already exhausted, and their own strength was nearly depleted. This made him wonder if they would truly be able to defeat the Immortal. The protagonist asked Caesar why they had to kill the Immortal if he was an ally. The swordsman explained that the Immortal was an ally for now, but ever since the war with the demons ended, the Immortal could become an enemy at any moment. And since the number of undead had increased, it was conceivable that the Immortal might be planning something. Caesar continued, stating that he was certain Lucifel and Kaimon did not want the undead roaming freely. Ian realized they were betting everything before something catastrophic happened. Ganji announced that he was going to open the gates, and Ian said he was ready. The boy began to open the gate, proclaiming to the Dark Lord that his successor, after completing all the necessary preparations, had arrived at his temple. As the gates opened, the Immortal asked if they had ever witnessed the true realm of death. This left everyone stunned, and Ganji warned them to be cautious, as darkness was approaching them. The area began to grow darker, and Ian grew tense, unable to see anything. The Immortal began walking toward the group, telling Ganji that if he had come to fetch him, it surely meant he truly wanted to witness the realm of death. Kanoel prepared for battle alongside Yong. Ganji also remained vigilant, as did his knight, Balam. Ian positioned himself with Lai, ready for combat. The immortal, pulling back his hood, declared that he would personally guide the boys to the realm of death. The protagonist immediately summoned Carseus. The immortal was astonished upon seeing the creature, and recognized it as the divine dragon, speculating that Ian might be a descendant of the Dragon Master from the north, though he found it strange since he couldn't sense the aura of a hero. The protagonist began to question what the immortal was saying, pondering whether he was somehow considered a hero like Caesar. Then the immortal turned to the swordsman, remarking that he sensed something different about him. Caesar asked why he was singled out. The Dark Lord replied that there were many things he needed to uncover, but he wouldn't allow Caesar to participate in this battle. He was to wait outside. Caesar was forcibly expelled by the dungeon boss. Once the swordsman was removed, the immortal announced that he would make good use of his companions' bodies. Outside the dungeon, Caesar reflected that it wasn't like he had any intention of fighting anyway, but now he wondered if he should just head home since he'd been kicked out. Ian, witnessing what happened to Caesar, thought about what he would do now without his trump card. The Dark Lord turned to Ian, saying that while he had the divine dragon to aid him, once he died, he would make an extraordinary bone dragon out of him. Carseus then questioned Ganji, asking why he had done all this. The immortal glanced at the boy and stated that he was his descendant and should become more accustomed to the darkness. Ian, growing tired of the Dark Lord's endless talking, ordered, "Lai Carseus, attack!" The protagonist's familiars launched their assault immediately. The immortal stood still, commenting that he didn't think Ian would need the wolf, but he would keep him around nonetheless. However, he soon realized Carseus was already charging at him and couldn't evade. The dragon slammed the Dark Lord into the wall, dealing significant damage. Lai wasted no time, rushing in to deliver a flurry of blows, striking the immortal without giving him a chance to react. Fenrir unleashed a powerful attack, resulting in a massive explosion. Ian activated his spear skill and hurled it, piercing the immortal's chest and sending him crashing to the ground, nearly defeated. A message appeared indicating that the immortal had suffered approximately 9,300,000 damage from Carseus, Lai, and Ian. Kanoel and Ganji were stunned, thinking the protagonist had already won the fight, but the Dark Lord began to rise, and once on his feet, he commanded the dead to rise. Skeletons emerged from the ground everywhere. The immortal used his soul absorption ability, draining all the energy from his armies and completely regenerating his life. The Dark Lord turned to Ian and remarked that attacking him in the middle of a conversation showed a lack of patience. Ganji, shocked by the immortal's ability to absorb the dead to heal himself, declared that they needed to eliminate the skeletons first. Ian ordered Lai and Carseus to get rid of all the undead. Laughing, the Dark Lord asked if they truly thought he would let that happen. The protagonist's familiars paused to see what the immortal would do next. The Dark Lord cast a curse, causing impotence in Kanoel and his summon, exhaustion in Lai, and blindness in Ian. Carseus was immune to the curse thanks to his dragon scales, while Ganji and Balam were unaffected due to their darkness tolerance. The immortal, noticing that some were resistant to his curse, remarked that it wouldn't matter since the rest would die at the hands of the undead, writhing in agony. The skeletons began to march toward Ian and his group. Ian started to contemplate his options, realizing it was disadvantageous to continue a drawn-out battle while under a debuff, and with the curse impairing his focus. However, since Carseus, Ganji, and Balam were still able to fight, Ian turned to Ganji and asked what the weakness of a dark mage was. Already battling the skeletons, the young mage explained that to truly defeat the immortal, they needed a single, devastating blow to prevent him from absorbing more souls. Ian deduced that Carseus's breath attack could do the job, but if he used it inside the underground dungeon, it would cause the entire structure to collapse. The protagonist kept pondering how he could deliver a decisive strike to end this once and for all. Ganji told Ian that he had a plan, but it would require them to risk their lives. The protagonist froze at the boy's words, and then asked what kind of plan it was. Ganji explained that they would need to use the skill Revenge of the Dead. Ian recalled that this was the ability he had used in the Colosseum. Ganji confirmed, adding that to use it on the immortal, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the immortal needed to deliver a direct strike, and second, someone had to withstand the attack. Ganji admitted that he and Balam would have tried, but since both were dark mages, their darkness tolerance passive would trigger, preventing them from inflicting significant damage on each other. Additionally, Kanoel wouldn't be able to endure the attack since he had been cursed with aging and was of a lower level. Ganji then explained to Ian that since he had already dealt his strongest blow to the immortal, once he got close, the immortal would undoubtedly respond with a powerful attack. The protagonist, glancing to the side, asked if he should simply attack the Dark Lord. Annoyed, Ganji snapped, telling Ian that he wasn't even looking at him and questioning if he was really sure he could pull this off, given that he was still blind. The protagonist responded that he would try and told Ganji to execute the plan properly. Carseus nudged his master, handing him his spear, saying he had retrieved it. Ian, now standing with his spear in hand, declared that it was time to try, but internally, he was worried. Even though he spoke with confidence, the plan was extremely dangerous, as he would have to reach his airborne enemy while blind and put his complete trust in Ganji, hoping he would use his ability at the perfect moment. Moreover, Ian was unsure if he could withstand the Dark Lord's attack in his current state, and the worst part was that they only had one chance to succeed. The protagonist ordered Carseus to fly toward the immortal. Ian, relying on sound, gauged that the dragon reached the Dark Lord in about 3 seconds. The immortal, seeing Carseus approach, thought it was foolishness, believing that no matter how many times they tried to attack him, it wouldn't have any effect. The protagonist used spatial swap, exchanging places with his familiar, suddenly appearing close to the immortal. Surprised by the sudden switch, the Dark Lord immediately used his Death Serpent ability, while Ian activated his electric manipulation. Without wasting a second, Ganji activated Revenge of the Dead. The serpent struck the protagonist, who, due to his blindness, couldn't dodge. He took approximately 913,000 damage. Ian began to plummet, crashing to the ground. Everyone was horrified to see the protagonist fall like that, and Ganji wondered if their plan had worked. As Ian lay on the ground, a message appeared, indicating that he had activated Selamus Warrior's will, significantly increasing his magic resistance, leaving him with just 2% of his health. The immortal couldn't understand why his attack hadn't been more effective, and upon feeling that he was severely injured, began to suspect it might have been Revenge of the Dead. Yet he couldn't believe that the boy had managed to activate the skill at the perfect moment in such a short time. The Dark Lord looked at Ganji, who was now standing near Ian, and thought that as he fell with almost no life left, this would be his end. The immortal, already defeated, collapsed as Ganji's plan succeeded. Revenge of the Dead had dealt approximately 1,187,000 damage. The skeletons began to move toward the Dark Lord. Seeing this, Kanoel shouted to Ganji that the enemy was trying to use soul absorption again. The young mage reassured his companion that this wasn't what was happening, it was simply the fall of a dark mage. The immortal struggled, shouting for the skeletons to get away from him, insisting that he was their master, but it was no use. Soon enough, the skeletons finished him off. After the death of the immortal, all curses were lifted. Ganji was shocked to see that they had actually succeeded. Ian, still feeling the effects of the attack he had suffered, remarked that if it weren't for the emergency aid, he would have died, but now the protagonist was slowly recovering. The young mage acknowledged that regardless of what happened, their plan had somehow worked. Ian agreed, and congratulated the boy for the great job he did. Ganji, unaccustomed to praise, felt embarrassed. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, and the immortal reappeared, now in an undead form, taunting them, asking if they really thought they could kill him that easily. Still shaken, the protagonist realized he was in trouble, as he wouldn't be able to dodge that surprise attack. The Dark Lord was about to strike Ian, but Ganji stepped in front, looking at the protagonist with a smile, as if happy to be doing this. Ian couldn't understand why the boy was sacrificing himself, standing with arms wide open, awaiting the immortal's attack. Ganji closed his eyes, bracing for the hit, but nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw Caesar stabbing the Dark Lord before he could strike. The immortal was caught off guard, not expecting the swordsman's sudden appearance, but Caesar was furious and determined to end this evil once and for all. Ian cheered, exclaiming that Caesar's strike was perfect. Even with his body dismembered, the immortal asked the swordsman how he managed to do that. In response, Caesar stomped on his head, finally finishing him off for good. A message appeared indicating that the immortal lich had been defeated and that the immortal's underground dungeon was completed. Ian rushed over to Caesar, expressing his surprise, saying he was sure Caesar was going to head home, but now he was happy that he had returned. Ganji picked up the immortal's staff, and a message appeared announcing that the secret mission of the immortal Dark Lord in Kaidea was completed with an SSS rank. The boy also gained 300,000 fame points and 8,250,000 experience points, along with the item, Authority of the Immortal. The orb in Ganji's hand began to glow, transferring its energy into the skull at the top of the staff. Darkness enveloped the boy until a message appeared stating that his class had changed from Dark Mage to Dark Lord. Ian was amazed to see Ganji's new class and immediately questioned Caesar about why he had saved him. The protagonist couldn't understand the boy, who kept asking why Caesar had saved him. Caesar, puzzled, asked why he was making such a fuss. Ganji retorted that Caesar shouldn't deny it, recalling how he had been struck as if Caesar intended to kill him the last time they fought. The swordsman paused, remembering the last confrontation they had. Caesar then opened a window, officially ending his bond with the boy. Ganji received a message notifying him that his master-servant relationship with Caesar had been terminated. This infuriated him, and he demanded to know what Caesar was doing, as it implied that he no longer even deserved a real fight. Caesar explained that Ganji was mistaken. It was all a misunderstanding. During their previous battle, he had only intended to scare Ganji, but because of the Well of Darkness ability, his sword had slipped, resulting in an unintended real attack. He confessed that he only wanted to play around a bit and release him from the contract, but since Ganji had disappeared, he couldn't do it then. After explaining what happened, Caesar apologized to the boy, extending his hand and congratulating him for becoming a hero. Ganji shook Caesar's hand and said he'd let it slide this time. After the two reconciled, a message appeared announcing that Ganji had achieved the second legend in the central continent. Kanoel and Ian applauded the boy's accomplishment, acknowledging how extraordinary it was. Holding his reward chest, the protagonist remarked that now that they had settled their differences, he could check his own rewards as well. Ian received a cape and thought it wasn't bad at all, immediately checking its details. The Phantom Shadow Cape was categorized as a cloak, requiring the user to be a summoner. It had a legendary class rating, with a defense power ranging between 1,913 and 2,444. The intrinsic abilities of the item were as follows. When a familiar's health dropped below 33%, it could be used to temporarily hide the familiar within its shadow. The hidden familiar would become temporarily invincible. The item was bound to the user Ian. The Immortal's cape, used for espionage, had signs that it hadn't been worn in a long time. Ian turned to Kanoel, remarking that since he was also a summoner, he imagined he had also received a legendary equipment chest. The boy confirmed this, saying he had obtained the leadership earrings, which increased his leadership by 15,000. He then asked Ian if that was a good thing. The protagonist thought to himself that this was exactly what he needed most, and asked what else the boy had received aside from the mission. Kanoel offered to share the mission with Ian, but Ian declined, saying it wasn't necessary. A window with the quest details appeared for the protagonist, the Dragon Tamir Oakley's Wish, Hidden-bound mission. The Pralania Valley, located in the northern regions of the Malacca continent, was once the home of dragon tamers 1,000 years ago. However, a devastating battle against the evil dragon Callippa and its army led to their complete annihilation, leaving no dragon tamers alive today. Locate Oakley's soul, wandering the Malacca continent, and successfully pass his test. Difficulty, SS. Requirement, a user recognized by the Immortal's soul. No time limit. Ian was surprised to see it was a mission related to the old dragon tamer. A message then appeared for Kanoel, stating that the mission couldn't be shared, leaving him in a panic, asking what was wrong with it. Ian reassured the boy that it was fine, as he didn't need to share that mission with him. The protagonist thought that Oakley had already vanished after dealing with his karma, or something along those lines. The orb in the skull of Ganji's staff still contained the Immortal's soul, and Ganji asked Ian if he knew the old dragon tamer. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Ganji clarified that it wasn't him speaking, but the staff. The Immortal laughed heartily, asking if they really thought they could kill him so easily. Kanoel panicked, asking if that monster was still alive. Caesar reassured him, saying it was fine because he didn't sense any malicious intent or combat abilities, and it was safe to hear what the Immortal had to say. The Dark Lord explained that he had transferred his soul into that staff before his physical body dissipated, but either way, he had asked Ian if he knew Oakley. The protagonist replied that he had met him before, but thought to himself that he couldn't reveal that he had received a mission like this before, as it would expose his secret class. The Immortal remarked that he had sensed Ian was far from ordinary when he saw him handle the divine dragon, and that he could also feel Iriel through him. Ian was taken aback when the Immortal mentioned Iriel, the guardian of the Forest of Love. The Dark Lord told the protagonist that he needed a favor from him, and a new quest appeared. Movement of the Demons. Secret mission. The Immortal Dark Lord had sensed demonic energy in various locations across the central continent. He was preparing for a war against the demons, but was hindered by an adventurer. To prevent the tragedy from 1,000 years ago from repeating, you must uncover the cause and join forces with the continent's heroes. However, not all heroes have appeared yet, and you must gather information on the demons in the meantime. Mission difficulty, S requirement. A summoner who possesses the spirit of the divine dragon, Master Summoner level 1. No time restriction. Reward, unknown. This mission is linked to the quest Shadow of the Demonic Dragon Khalifa. After reading the quest details, Ian realized that this meant they had killed the bastard who was preparing for a war against the demons. The immortal then addressed his descendant Ganji, telling him that he must take his place in the battle against the demons. These were the Dark Lord's final words before he completely disappeared. The boy waved the staff, remarking that the immortal had vanished, only to notice that Caesar was furious after hearing about the war against the demons. Meanwhile, at home, Sung was researching information about the dimensional war in Kailan. After finding a video, he began to watch it. The video explained that throughout the continent of Kailan, dimensional portals would soon start appearing one after another, and through these portals, species from another dimension would invade. The first dimensional portal led to another world, the demon realm, home to the rulers of that domain. The demons made it impossible for adventurers to stand a chance against the otherworldly species, and the desperate desire for power gave rise to the dual class. This class is a fusion of two classes designed to defeat interdimensional species by combining different skills to create a unique class. The video urged players to prepare for the battle against the otherworldly species. Sung, now viewing the game's update, wondered how it would be possible for a mage who shoots red lightning and a swordsman who fights mid-air to coexist. But then, he started thinking about what would happen to summoners, as there was no specific mention of them. The protagonist rewatched the video and realized that the creatures were demons, not mere monsters. This reminded him of what Caesar had mentioned earlier. His subordinate had startled him by skipping the backstory and jumping straight to conclusions. After Caesar's irritation upon hearing about the demons, Ian asked him why he was so agitated. The NPC explained that there were people who had achieved great things during the battle with the interdimensional species. Caesar began to recall his past and said that these individuals were called heroes because, being in the thick of the battle, they knew far more about the otherworldly species than anyone else. Thus, each hero was now preparing for the upcoming war in their own way. After this, the swordsman asked his lord how to get to the Forest of Love. Ian replied that they wouldn't go there yet. They would remain where they were until the first discovery buff from the Immortal's underground dungeon wore off. The protagonist told Ganji and Kanoel that they needed to accompany them now and that they were ready. Back at home, Sung recalled the significant achievement of staying in the dungeon. He had grown closer to the young mage, gained some levels, and, most importantly, obtained the Spirit King's ring. Ian was pleased because he had finally acquired an item that increased his leadership, allowing him to summon Carseus, Lai, Finn, and Hallie simultaneously. Sung thought, if I had Kanoel's leadership earrings, I'd be able to summon Bookbook and Bakbak at the same time. But even with just the ring, it was already a significant improvement. The protagonist entered his capsule and thought it was time to head to the Forest of Love. After putting on his VR headset, he logged back into Kailan. At the Lotus Base in the central continent, Ian told Caesar that the Forest of Love was in another dimension, so they would need to go to the Magic Tower and ask Griffer to teleport them there. But then, the protagonist remembered that Iriel had given him a crystal ball, which he could use to send her a message at any time. Ian opened his inventory, took out the crystal ball, and asked his subordinate to hold it. The protagonist activated the crystal ball and asked if Iriel could hear him. The elf, noticing Ian was calling her through the crystal ball, approached to see what was happening. The guardian became furious, asking the protagonist what he was trying to do because all she could see was Caesar's bare stomach. Ian kept asking if Iriel could hear him. The elf, flustered, demanded that the protagonist get dressed. Sung was confused, thinking Ian was already dressed, but then realized that Iriel was actually seeing Caesar shirtless, which explained her reaction. After successfully establishing communication with the guardian elf, a portal opened, leading to the Forest of Love. Ian remarked to his subordinate that he hadn't imagined they could reach the Forest of Love by rubbing the crystal 3 times. The protagonist, together with Caesar, stepped through the portal and found Iriel waiting for them in the Forest of Love. The elf warmly welcomed her guests, telling them they were always welcome in that place. Iriel suggested to Ian that they should head to her house to continue their conversation. The protagonist noticed that all the animals around them were paired off, which made him think he was fine now that he had a girlfriend. However, he noticed that Caesar seemed quite uncomfortable, considering he had been single for over 1,000 years. The swordsman asked his lord if the atmosphere had always been like this. Ian confirmed it. Caesar, drawing his sword, declared that he was going to kill everyone. Ian hurriedly asked him to calm down, as there was no reason to do that. Iriel, who was already walking ahead, sensed that something was wrong, but said nothing. Even the animals seemed scared after witnessing Caesar's outburst. Once they reached the elf's house, Everyone sat around a table where tea and pastries were served. Iriel mentioned that she already knew why they were there. They wanted information about the demons through the immortal. Ian confirmed this. The elf suggested that the protagonist could have simply asked Caesar, who had participated in the war against the demons. Caesar retorted that he wasn't the type to remember trivial details like that. Laughing, Ian explained to the elf that his friend was a bit unusual. Iriel also chuckled, noting that Caesar clearly disliked whatever they were up to, so she chose to ignore him. The elf then remarked that in any case, Ian was quick to fulfill a favor for the immortal, but she wondered when he would fulfill her request. A quest notification appeared. Shadow of the Demonic Dragon Khalifa. Secret quest. The ruler of the Forest of Love and Master Summoner Iriel is in a great dilemma. When your abilities evolve, you will be able to hear her request. The mission difficulty was unknown, and the requirements were to be a Master Summoner who possessed the soul of the Dragon God with a Summoner Mastery level of 3. There was no time limit. If Ian refused to accept Iriel's crystal ball, the mission would be automatically declined. Rejecting the mission would decrease his affinity with Iriel and reduce his magic skills by 20 points. The protagonist, realizing he had forgotten about the mission and had rushed to level up quickly, apologized to Iriel. The elf laughed, saying she was only teasing him, and then told Ian to wait a moment, as she had something to give him. The protagonist waited, curious about what it could be. Iriel returned with 2 items that appeared old. Ian asked what those things were. The elf explained that they were a scroll and a gourd used during the war 1,000 years ago. The scroll contained highly confidential information about the demons, which was why it was currently sealed. The gourd was an artifact crafted using ancient magic. If used to hunt demonic monsters, it could capture their souls. Ian wondered what demonic monsters Iriel was referring to, especially those living in the hidden realm. So he asked her which demonic souls he needed. A quest window appeared. Movement of the demons. Continuation. The ruler of the Forest of Love and exceptional summoner Iriel possesses the power to open a dimensional portal to the demon realm. She has given you the 1,000-year-old magical gourd along with an ancient scroll containing information about the demons. However, the scroll is sealed, and you cannot read it. You will need the souls of Rakhum to break the seal. Collect 20,000 Rakhum souls in the gourd and return to Iriel. The mission difficulty was S, and the requirements were to be a summoner with Carseus and a summoner mastery level of 3. There was no time limit, and the reward was unknown. Iriel informed Ian that he could hunt a low-level demon called Rakhum and bring her 200 of their souls in the gourd. With that, she would be able to break the seal on the scroll. The protagonist was astonished to learn that he could access the demon realm right away. The elf explained that the demon realm was a different world, much like this one, and she could open a portal to take him there whenever he wanted. However, the maximum time he could spend there would likely be 12 hours. Ian thought that 12 hours might not be enough. Iriel explained that while she would like to keep the portal open for longer, as she was not a demon, it required a vast amount of power to maintain a dimensional portal. Overcome with excitement, the protagonist even knocked over his tea, declaring that he would head to the demon realm immediately. Meanwhile, at the LB Soft building, Director Kim was presenting the 3rd update for the game Kalen. The attendees applauded after the explanation the woman had provided. The president of LB Soft, Woonchen, was also present and thanked the director for the report she had delivered. He then asked Kim what the biggest difference in this update was. The woman explained that the fact the content changed according to the user's decisions was a major shift compared to before. She clarified that while the original content offered a lot of freedom, now, with increased oversight, players could only move within permitted areas. Previously, it didn't matter how they played. The difference was only in the time and results, as all players had the same movements. But with this update, depending on the player's decisions and abilities, they could achieve entirely different outcomes. After the brief explanation, Woonchen asked the director if she could provide an example. Kim replied that she could, using the first part of the content involving the demon realm as an example. She explained that players could choose the battlefield through preliminary missions scattered across the continent. The developers still didn't know if the war would take place in the human realm, where players were active, or in the demon realm, where demons resided. Even within the development team, this was undecided. However, ideally, if players completed the missions as expected, the first war would involve an invasion of the demon realm. Woonchen asked if the reverse could also happen, to which Kim confirmed that it could, and depending on the battlefield, the content would change. The president remarked that this was quite original, and then asked when players could access the preliminary missions. Kim replied that the missions had already been distributed across the continent, but the demon realm was still under development, as they expected players to enter the demon realm in 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, Director Yu burst into the room, visibly agitated, saying there was an emergency. Alarmed, Kim asked what the problem was, reminding him that she had instructed not to interrupt the meeting. Yu, out of breath from running to deliver the news, apologized and explained that the map of the demon realm, which was still under development, had been accessed. This left Kim and Wunshin stunned. The director couldn't believe this had happened. Ian and Caesar were already in the demon realm, facing several creatures. The protagonist wondered if these were the Raccoon that Iriel had mentioned. Seeing that the creatures were enraged, he prepared to start the mission. He began attacking the Raccoon alongside Li, Caesar, and Carseus, and it didn't take long for them to eliminate the creatures. The swordsman asked his lord if he was certain these were demonic monsters, as the demons and monsters he knew were not as weak as these. Ian assured him they were, but he started pondering why the monsters were so weak. After walking for a while, he remarked to his subordinate that for a place called the Demon Realm, there wasn't much to it. Suddenly, Ian was startled by a message about magical resistance. He began to check it, not knowing what it was about. The message read, "You have entered temporarily open area 127 of the Demon Realm. To provide a simple tutorial for the new area, you will temporarily receive 99 points of magical resistance. From now on, you will absorb 99% of the damage from all opponents in the Demon Realm." The protagonist wondered what kind of tutorial this was, and was also surprised to learn that the Demon Realm was still under development. He deduced that the game was likely lowering the difficulty significantly to gather information for analysis. Ian noticed that the magical resistance was granted to all his subordinates and familiars, leading him to think that he could be considered the king of the Demon Realm. The protagonist couldn't believe that the supposedly perfect Kailan had such bugs. Now, knowing this, he decided to take advantage of the situation. He decided to test his resistance. Spotting a monster approaching, he allowed the Raccoon to attack him. A message quickly appeared, stating that, due to his high magical resistance, 9,405 damage had been absorbed, and his health had only decreased by 95 points. Ian was pleased. Despite the low-level monsters, he could now defeat them with ease. Using his electric ability, he attacked the Raccoon, defeating it effortlessly. However, he reflected that without the magical resistance, he would have had to fight tooth and nail to defeat those cursed creatures. Caesar asked his lord if their newfound strength was due to the magical resistance and why it was happening. Ian replied that even if he explained, Caesar wouldn't understand, adding that for now, they just needed to eliminate the enemies. Meanwhile, at Ubisoft, the developers were working tirelessly to fix the error. Director Kim told Yu that she couldn't believe a maniac had managed to enter the Demon Realm so early. Yu asked Kim what they should do now and whether they should contact the server team to shut everything down. Kim explained that if it were that simple, they wouldn't just be standing there. She elaborated that because Kailan was a fully immersive VR capsule game, forcibly shutting down the server could cause physical harm to players' bodies. If that happened, the entire team could lose their jobs. This made Yu even more concerned. Kim, tense herself, recalled how the news had left the president deeply worried. Wunshin, the best game designer in the industry for decades, had personally overseen every step of Kailan's new update, contributing to the game's immense success. Kim trembled, unable to forget the expression on the president's face during their conversation. She remembered Wunshin telling her that he would give her one chance to fix the error and that she must resolve it by any means necessary. Sweating with anxiety, Kim was determined to solve the problem at all costs. Yu, startled by something, interrupted her thoughts. Kim asked what had happened. Yu revealed that the player in the Demon Realm was mining all the crystals there. In the game, Ian was focused on completing his mission and was impressed by the items the Raccoon were dropping. Low-level demon crystals. These crystals were classified as common, with no rank, and had a durability of 50. They were precious gems imbued with the pure energy of the Demon Realm. When used, the crystals could fortify equipment. Low-level demon crystals could be applied to equipment of level 5 or below. Although the success rate for fortification was extremely low, failure would not damage the items. Initially disappointed by the lack of experience points, Ian's mood shifted upon realizing the potential of these items. Using one of the crystals, he upgraded his spear. His weapon began to glow brightly, and a message appeared. "You have fortified the judgment of the Spirit King. Its level has been increased from 2 to 3. As a result, attack power is now 2,372, 2,606. Battle status has increased to 195. Leadership has risen to 260, and affinity is now 195. Ian was thrilled with the improvements to his weapon and began dancing, exclaiming how amazing fortification was. Kim and Yu, watching this unfold, were dumbfounded by the protagonist's actions. They feared that this lunatic might worsen the situation, further jeopardizing them. Ian, on the other hand, was fascinated by the crystals and calculated that, since items improved by 10% with each fortification, if he managed to reach level 10, his stats would double. Lai approaches and says she's killed more than 200 of those monsters, asking how many more they need to defeat. Carcius comments that these creatures don't give them any experience and barely tickle when they attack. He then asks his master why he keeps telling them to dodge the attacks during combat. Ian takes a deep breath and explains that, for now, their magical resistance is extremely high, so the damage doesn't affect them. However, the next time they come to this place, they won't have the same resistance. That's why it's better to memorize the attack patterns of the demonic monsters now. Carcius couldn't believe he was getting a lecture from a human, but since Ian was his master, he chose not to get angry. Caesar remarks that they'll have to keep hunting until the portal closes. Ian thinks for a moment and says no, as he plans to stay there indefinitely. This response leaves the game directors stunned. Yu begins wondering how long this player intends to stay. Kim comments that it seems like Ian won't be going home that night, so she asks for a meeting to plan how to expel the player from the demon realm. The protagonist continued taking hits from the Raccoon, but for him, these monsters were insignificant. He had already identified their weak spot, their left eyes, which were brighter than their right ones and had weaker defenses compared to the rest of their bodies. Ian had also figured out the creature's attack patterns, so, along with his summons, he was defeating them with almost no effort. While his familiars slaughtered the Raccoon, Ian deduced that he had already collected the 200 souls required for the mission, and had also gathered 140 teeth from the same creatures. The information about the Raccoon teeth classified them as ingredient items of unique rank. These low-level demonic monster teeth could be combined with additional ingredients to create a new item. If sold at a store, they could fetch a high price. Carcius asks his master how much longer they need to keep hunting because it's becoming boring. Lee tells the dragon to stop complaining, saying she likes the place and it's not that bad. Ian says they'll continue hunting until he feels like sleeping. Caesar suggests they should explore deeper into the area. Ian agrees, cancels his current summons, and calls Finn to help them delve further into the demon realm. After some time, they encounter a creature larger than any they had defeated before. However, it posed no real challenge for Ian and Caesar, who took it down with ease before resuming their exploration. They arrive at Zone 120 of the demon realm. Now accompanied by Carcius, Book, and Holly, Ian remarks that the place seems to be in complete ruin but soon notices something unusual. He points out a strange portal nearby. Caesar corrects him, saying it's not a portal but a magical summoning seal. Carcius agrees with the swordsman, adding that he can sense incredible power emanating from the seal. The protagonist hadn't imagined something so large could be a magical seal. Suddenly, he notices something emerging from it, prompting everyone to prepare for combat. A demon begins to emerge, appearing not only enormous, but also very powerful. Once fully out of the seal, the demon demands to know how they dare enter the demon realm without fear. Ian, along with his familiars, is terrified at the sight, wondering what in the world it is. However, wasting no time, he retorts that the monster seems to have lost control and demands to know who it is. The demon introduces himself as Yang-kun, one of the 12 generals tasked with guarding the entrance to the demon realm. Ian activates his spear and mockingly remarks that Yang-kun seems a bit too dumb to be a general. This infuriates Yang-kun, who declares that Ian talks big, but now must prove himself in action. The protagonist, ready for battle, invites the demon to fight. Yang-kun notices that Ian is at a higher level than Caesar, who is level 322. The monster, at level 350, prepared a powerful attack and landed a direct punch on the protagonist, who didn't even attempt to dodge. Seeing that the human was still alive, the demon couldn't comprehend what had happened. A message appeared. Shogun of the demon realm has used his innate ability, Explosive Earth. This caused Ian to take critical damage, but thanks to his powerful magical resistance, he absorbed 288,605 damage, reducing his health by only 895 points. Ian was surprised. Despite the magical resistance buff, he still suffered significant damage. He admitted that without the buff, he would have died in a single blow. However, since that wasn't the case, he ordered his familiars to attack Yang-kun. Carcius was the first to strike, going in with a punch, but the demon easily blocked it. However, Yang-kun realized too late that it was just a distraction, as Caesar and Hallie closed in, attacking him together. The legendary tiger targeted the demon's leg, bringing him down to the ground and leaving him vulnerable. Meanwhile, at LB Soft, on the 6th floor in the development planning department, Kim returned to check on the situation. She asked Yu how things were progressing. Surprised that she had already finished her meeting, Yu explained that the player Ian was currently fighting Yang-kun, the guardian of the 20th district of the demon realm. Kim recalled that this was a high-level monster, ranked among the top 100 even within the demon realm, capable of overpowering most players. But upon seeing the situation, she realized that Ian's group was the one intimidating the boss, who lay defenseless under their attacks. As Yang-kun was being attacked, he wondered what was happening, unable to comprehend how a human could be so powerful. Ian activated his spear's innate ability, knocking Yang-kun out with a single blow. Lying on the ground, the monster admitted Ian's strength, but claimed that if he hadn't let his guard down, he could have easily defeated them. Hearing this, Ian ordered his familiars to stop attacking. Yang-kun asked what Ian was doing, and Ian replied that he wanted a duel without the demon being caught off guard. He then used his first aid skill on Yang-kun to heal him. None of Ian's familiars understood what was happening. Caesar even asked his lord if he had gone mad. Ian reassured him that everything was fine, and that he had a plan. Soon, a message appeared stating that the demon realm guardian's health had been restored. As he stood up, Yang-kun remarked that he had never encountered a human so arrogant and warned Ian that his sense of victory and vigor would lead to his demise. Ian replied that he was the greatest warrior of Salamis and would face him alone, without his familiars. It didn't take long for Ian to single-handedly defeat the demon once again, leaving Yang-kun astonished that it had happened twice. Ian then instructed Carseus to face the guardian alone. The dragon too managed to defeat Yang-kun on his own, as did Holly, who was the next to duel. At LB Soft, Kim was puzzled as to why Ian kept reviving the monster instead of killing it outright. She asked Yu if he thought Ian was doing this to exhaust all available game content in the demon realm. Yu speculated that Ian might be doing it to fully understand Yang-kun's attack patterns, likely assuming that he wouldn't be able to gain experience points or fame in the demon realm, and that his items might eventually be confiscated. Yu reiterated that the protagonist's actions were probably aimed at breaking down Yang-kun's attack patterns. Kim, furious, started wondering what time they would be able to leave work, as they had to wait for Ian to exit the demon realm. Meanwhile, Ian was dueling the monster yet again, marking his 63rd victory. Pleased with his progress, he asked Yang-kun if he wanted to try again. The demon replied that it wasn't necessary, and that he now wished to serve Ian as a subordinate. Ian was shocked by the demon's words, and asked him to repeat himself. Yang-kun says he is impressed by the protagonist's strength, and would like to serve him. Ian becomes excited and accepts him as a subordinate. Meanwhile, back at the company, it was already the early hours of the morning when this happened. Yu asks his boss if they were following the direction discussed in the meeting. Kim replies affirmatively, saying that for now, they should just observe. The meeting led by the director had focused on disconnecting Ian from the incomplete demon realm map. She explained that although they had blocked his experience and fame gain, item drops and content within the demon realm, as well as the reinforcement system, were still active. After hearing this, Chief Jung suggested they simply ask the player to leave after resetting all his items and reinforcements. Kim objected, stating that wasn't feasible since Ian's actions were completely within the rules of the game, and the blame lay solely with them for neglecting the situation. Yu raised his hand, suggesting they offer Ian a deal. When Kim asked what kind of deal, Yu proposed allowing Ian to keep his items and reinforcements in exchange for his silence about the demon realm. The chief thought for a moment and agreed it was a great idea, especially since they were in a rush to finalize everything for the demon realm update. Kim then promoted Yu to manager, granting him full authority to handle the situation and make Ian leave the realm. Before Yu could respond, Kim ended the meeting, thanking everyone for their hard work. Yu was left uncertain about what to do, now saddled with a major problem. In the game, Ian was trying to convince Yang-kun to become his subordinate, but kept receiving messages saying it was impossible to make the guardian of the demon realm a subordinate, since he hadn't met the conditions to have demons as subordinates and humanoid monsters couldn't be captured. Apologizing to Yang-kun, Ian explained that the demon couldn't become his subordinate. Hurt, Yang-kun asked if it was because he had become too weak. Ian clarified that it wasn't that, but rather because Yang-kun wasn't a true demon. Relieved, Yang-kun pointed to his left and told Ian that if he continued in that direction, he would reach the true demon realm. He then asked Ian for a favor. Ian agreed, saying Yang-kun could go ahead and explain. A new message appeared. A favor for Yang-kun, guardian of the demon realm. Continuation. It explained that Yang-kun, one of the 12 generals of the demon realm, had a long-standing concern. Within his jurisdiction, there had been unusual appearances of corrupted monsters. While Yang-kun had been able to fend them off occasionally, their numbers kept multiplying. Though he hadn't thought much of it at first, the growth rate of the demon monsters had become a significant threat. Deeply impressed by Ian's strength, Yang-kun believed Ian was capable of addressing the issue. The mission difficulty was ranked SS, and the condition was to be a user recognized by Yang-kun. There was no time limit, and the reward included 20 medium-grade demon crystals and pure demon blood. Rejecting the mission would drastically reduce proximity with Yang-kun, the guardian of the demon realm. Ian was impressed by the mission and asked Yang-kun what pure demon blood was. Yang-kun explained that it was literally the pure blood of a demon and that drinking it would turn the user into a half-demon. Shocked, Ian considered the possibility of becoming a demon, thinking it might be similar to the Otherworld trailer he had seen. He also contemplated the benefits of having a dual class, in addition to the excellent medium-grade demon crystals. Moreover, he wondered if the pure demon blood could be as valuable as a Muran crystal. Deciding it was worth it, Ian told Yang-kun he would try to resolve the problem. This caused the protagonist's proximity with the guardian of the demon realm to reach its maximum level. Yang-kun expressed his gratitude and handed Ian some items, a high-class demon seal and the map of the demon realm. The guardian explained that anyone holding the high-class demon seal would be untouchable by low and mid-level demons. Ian thanked Yang-kun for the items but informed him about the presence of corrupted monsters throughout the demon realm, particularly in zones 115 and 102. Despite feeling extremely tired, Ian knew he had to push through and complete the mission somehow. He bid farewell to Yang-kun and set off. As Ian walked, he commented to Caesar that they were lucky to have received another mission. However, noticing that Caesar wasn't responding and had frozen in place, Ian realized that time had stopped. A system message then appeared, asking Ian if he could spare a moment for a conversation. Surprised to see it was a system operator, Ian admitted he had expected someone to contact him eventually, but not this quickly. He agreed to the request, and the scene around him suddenly changed, leaving him momentarily confused. Yu appeared, introduced himself, and greeted Ian, explaining that he was one of the system operators for Kylon. Ian greeted him back but said he couldn't talk for long as he was busy. However, he braced himself, thinking the situation might compromise him. Noticing Yu's awkward demeanor, Ian checked his level, which was 500. Though he thought that was likely exaggerated, Ian reasoned that since the operator wasn't a demon, he couldn't benefit from magical resistance and could probably be killed with a single slap. Yu apologized to Ian, assuring him he wouldn't take much of his time. He explained that LB Soft wanted to apologize for the poor management of the game's content, which had forced Ian to play under abnormal conditions. Ian replied that it was fine, though he couldn't help but think that Yu's politeness would make it harder to feign ignorance. He asked what they planned to do, and, moving closer to Yu, grabbed his tie and asked if all they intended to do was apologize. Ian was putting aside his conscience to extract benefits. Yu, pretending to be weak, assured Ian that wasn't all. He said LB Soft recognized its mistakes, but instead of compensating Ian for the inconvenience, they wanted to offer a trade. Yu removed Ian's hand from his tie and proposed that they could mutually benefit from the situation. He explained that, as Ian likely knew, the major update was set to go live in a few days, and the developers needed to finalize some elements of the new content. However, they couldn't proceed with Ian still in the demon realm. Ian listened intently to the proposal. Yu offered Ian a deal. If he left the game, they would grant him a 5% increase in magical resistance. Ian was astonished by the offer, thinking it was far better than he had expected. However, he decided to push for more. He argued that resistance was an attribute that naturally increased as one fought demons, making it unclear how valuable a 5% boost would be. Ian thought to himself that, in negotiations like this, it's important to press harder. Yu explained that while resistance could indeed increase through missions or continued combat with demons, gaining even 1% was extremely difficult, so 5% wasn't a small offer. Ian then asked if magical resistance, like other attributes, had a maximum level. Yu confirmed that the maximum resistance level was 30%. Seizing the opportunity, Ian countered with a proposal. He would agree to leave immediately if they allowed him to exceed the cap, granting him 5% additional resistance beyond the 30% limit. Yu considers that allowing the additional 5% would raise the maximum resistance cap to 35%, but he thinks it's practically impossible to fully maximize this attribute. Reaching this conclusion, he decides it's not a bad deal, and tells Ian they can agree to it. The protagonist is surprised his offer was so readily accepted, thinking he should have asked for more. He then asks about the items and loot he obtained in the demon realm. Yu explains that once he logs out, the items and loot acquired will disappear, along with the mission zone and the demon realm codes. The items would be systematically deleted, Ian asks about the items he had fortified using demon crystals and what would happen to them. Yu assures him that they'll let him keep the fortifications and that any ongoing missions will also remain active. Ian, thinking this was only fair after spending hours fortifying those items, thanks Yu for the deal. The operator says it's nothing, apologizes again for interrupting the game, and asks Ian when he plans to log out. Ian tells Yu to go ahead first, promising he'll finish and log out as quickly as possible. Yu agrees, but asks Ian to leave within 10 minutes. Reluctantly, Ian promises to wrap up in 5. Yu flicks the air with his fingers and sends Ian back into the demon realm. Ian starts yelling as if falling from a great height and only stops when Caesar mocks him, calling him ridiculous for shouting like that. The protagonist stands up without saying a word, pulls down his pants and takes out a crystal. Caesar, bewildered, asks what madness this was. Holding the crystal, Ian explains that since they're going to take his items, he might as well use everything now. He starts upgrading his gear. After upgrading as much as he can, Sung logs out of the game. Stretching after exiting the capsule, he checks the time and notices it's already late, muttering that no wonder he feels like he's about to collapse. The protagonist is satisfied, having secured a great deal. He's also surprised to discover he could add such an option to a fully fortified transcendent item. Ian upgraded his gear by 5 levels, obtaining transcendent level garments. Now fully fortified, he puts them on, marveling at their glow and color change. However, he worries the glowing cape is too flashy and doesn't want to draw unnecessary attention. Since he had already set his configurations to hide all his information, he wouldn't go out wearing it openly. Opening the settings window, he's relieved to find an option to disable the equipment's effects and transfer them to another item, such as his spear. The Judgment of the Spirit King now has a transcendent option. When dodging an opponent's attack, there is a 15% chance to inflict 30% of attack power as damage, and a 30% chance to recover 10% of health. Ian is thrilled to have gained additional options for damage distribution and recovery, noting that although conditional, it aligns well with his agility-based playstyle. Before going to sleep, Sung reflects on what an incredible gain this was. On the same day, Martin is meeting with Samuel, who remarks that they've managed to hold off the Kaimon Empire so far. Martin explains this was because Kaimon's rankers left the battlefield to complete missions in the other world. The archer comments that there are 5 days left until the major update and asks if they should stay there the entire time. Martin suggests they could avoid it since Lukeful would fall quickly without them. Samuel then asks if Martin doesn't think the Kaimon Empire will monopolize the next update at this rate. The mage replies that it's only temporary, as the wealth they've amassed from the central continent is no small matter. Furthermore, they have no idea what will be revealed in the new content, but he supposes that something ridiculous outside the specifications could arise, and that, in the case of the new content, it might be possible to earn higher-level rewards than usual. After hearing this, Samuel thinks that Martin had been right from the beginning. Martin continues, suggesting that if they proceed with this plan, they could form one team to avoid the war and another to advance the otherworldly content. The teams could alternate weekly. Though slower this way, they could avoid conflict in the central continent while still progressing with the otherworld missions. Samuel finds the idea brilliant and says he'll trust his ally one last time. The sun had already risen, and Sung was preparing to start another day in Kailan. After logging into the game, he found himself in the Forest of Love, and deduced he had been forcibly removed from the demon realm. He thought it was impressive to see so much pink after only darkness in the demon realm. Ian opened his inventory to check on his bottle and scroll, confirming everything was intact. Now, all that remained was to visit Iriel. The protagonist went to the elf's house, where the forest guardian greeted him at the door. She was happy to see Ian was safe, saying she had been worried and asking why he hadn't returned before the portal closed. Ian apologized for the delay, explaining that things had gotten complicated in the demon realm. Iriel reassured him it was okay, saying the important thing was that he was safe, since it certainly wasn't an easy mission. She invited him inside to continue their conversation. After sitting at the table, the elf served Ian a slice of pie and some tea. While they ate, Iriel asked if he had collected the Rakum souls. Ian handed her the bottle and scroll, confirming they were inside. A message appeared. You have successfully completed the mission, Movement of Hidden Demons, with a completion rating of C. Your fame has increased by 50,000, and you have earned 100,000 gold. Another message noted that the completion rating had been lower than B, causing Iriel's affinity to decrease by 3. Ian didn't understand why he had only achieved a C rating, but assumed it was because he had completed the mission too late. Although slightly annoyed, he figured he had gained more than he lost, reasoning that losing 3 points of affinity wouldn't make much difference. Iriel was happy to see Ian had collected exactly 200 souls. She immediately began the recovery process for the scroll, chanting magical words that transformed the scroll into a book. Ian was amazed as he watched. Once the process was complete, the elf handed him the item, Guide to Ancient Demonic Monsters, and said she would explain the demon realm before he used it. The forest guardian animated the book, presenting its content like a movie, which impressed Ian. After a long explanation, his head was spinning with so much information. Looking at the words written on the table, Sung summarized what Iriel had shown him. Demons and demonic monsters are separate entities with no inherent hierarchy of strength between them. Demons are categorized into royalty and nobility, while demonic monsters are divided into high, mid, and low classes. These categories aren't determined at birth, but through official duels. He also learned that demonic monsters have levels akin to those of monsters in the human realm. Those classified above legendary rank are incredibly intelligent and can even communicate with humans. Any player can become a half-demon by using pure demon blood, which would grant them the ability to harness a new energy type called demonic energy and connect with demonic monsters below heroic rank. Finally, players could even participate in official battles to decide the demon's hierarchy. Ian reflects on what intrigued him most. The author of the Guide to Demonic Monsters, an elven summoner named Serben, who became a half-demon by using pure demon blood. Still in Iriel's house, the protagonist receives a new quest, Movement of Hidden Demons 2. The description reads, The manager of the Forest of Love and Master Summoner has placed great faith in you after recovering the guide to ancient demonic monsters. She requests that you infiltrate the demon realm to uncover its movements. Infiltrate Zone 100 of the demon realm, the City of Wrath, and meet Seraphim, a noble half-demon. Work with him to uncover the demon's movements and stop them from invading the human realm. The mission's difficulty is SS, and the conditions include successfully completing Movement of Hidden Demons 1. There's no time restriction, and the reward is unknown. It's a mandatory mission that cannot be declined. Ian notes that he received this mission from the elf upon obtaining the guide, but he wonders what kind of quest would involve a noble half-demon. Based on what he had heard, Seraphim was a once heroic human who became a half-demon. The protagonist feels relieved, as he now has no pressing tasks until the Demon Realm update goes live. Earlier, he had tried opening a portal to the Demon Realm to test it, but failed. Iriel didn't know why it wasn't working, and even if she did, Ian thought it best not to press the matter. Finding it difficult to level up due to limited time, Ian decides he should return to the central continent to share the information with Yun and devise a strategy. He commits to this plan and heads back to his base. The following day, after returning to the central continent, Ian explains the events of recent days to Hers and Cloven, leaving them shocked. Despite the gravity of the situation, Ian brags a little, showing off his items. During the meeting, they establish a clear objective: elevate their guild from its current 10th place ranking to number 1, strengthening their forces to a point where even the top guilds wouldn't dare challenge them. Their ultimate goal: to use Lucefell as a base and establish a new, independent nation. One day before the Demon Realm update, Sung is on a date with Haran at a restaurant. She remarks that she still can't believe the servers were taken down for the update, and shares how excited she is about the new content. The protagonist agrees, saying he's just as excited. Haran, grateful for the break allowing them to enjoy the date, gets annoyed when Sung doesn't immediately respond but quickly softens when he says he's enjoying himself. He then invites Haran to his house to play Kylan together, and she immediately accepts. Sung asks her to wait a moment as he retrieves something from his bag. He hands her a notebook, explaining that he organized information about the mission to enter the Demon Realm and listed the ingredients she would need to cook. He adds that he won't be able to join her for the mission immediately, but suggests she call him when she's finished, as he'll be busy gathering information about the Demon Realm. Haran thanks him, saying she's very happy, and they continue their conversation. The next day, both are ready to log into Kylan. Sung, already wearing his VR gear, asks if Haran is ready, noting that there's only 1 minute until the server is back online. Watching how excited her companion is, Haran begins to wonder if he truly loves the game that much. She quickly enters her capsule and logs in as well. Ian immediately heads to the Forest of Love to Iriel's house. Surprised to see him, she greets him warmly. Not long after, a global system message announces to all players that Ian has successfully entered the Demon Realm. Members of the Lotus Guild celebrate their leader's accomplishment, as does Roy, a key ally. However, Martin and Samuel are concerned upon seeing the notification. Meanwhile, Shakar muses that Rahan will lose his temper, given his uncontrollable anger. And he wasn't wrong. When the sorceress saw the message, she became furious and punched a wall, breaking it, as she hadn't expected this turn of events. Upon Ian entering the demon realm as the first player to do so, he gained 300 fame points and the title Prophet of the Demon Realm. Additionally, his experience and loot rates were doubled for 1 week, and the drop rates for items above the heroic category were increased by 50%. Ian also permanently gained a 2% increase in resistance, 1,500 demonic energy, and a 5% chance to activate demonic energy. However, due to the concentration of demonic energy, all his attributes were reduced by 10%, and his speed decreased by 20%. The reduced attributes would recover gradually over 24 hours. The protagonist was thrilled to have discovered a new dimension, one that felt on an entirely different level compared to the discovery of a new dungeon or field. He also recognized that the 2% resistance boost, while subtle, was significant, especially now that he no longer had 99% resistance. He admitted that capturing a Rakhoum would now require him to fight tooth and nail. Without wasting more time, Ian summoned Carseus, Lai, and Bakbak to begin the hunt.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.